Don't miss the awesome Naruto stories my sister creates. Her last channel was hacked, so to stay in the loop, please subscribe to her new channel. It would mean a lot to her, and you won't regret it. Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon, the first video with a full lemon, is already on my boosty channel. Dare. The figure was sitting in Springland, in a small public cafe called the Whirlpool, sipping the tea he had asked for and waiting for another person to arrive. It had been approximately 4 long years since he had seen this man face to face, and frankly, it had taken all of the man's mental discipline not to give in to the urge to cut off the head of his expected guest the moment he saw him. Not surprising, given the betrayal that day 4 years ago. After years of being mentally and physically oppressed by his village, the warrior expected praise for proving them wrong. To finally be recognized by those who once despised him and receive the recognition he so craved after years of being denied so much. Unfortunately, he put all the hard work into being loyal to the village. I didn't buy him anything. Nothing but empty pockets, paid for with his blood, sweat, tears, and the broken body that was his own after bringing that ungrateful Uchiha back to Konoha. It wasn't enough that he followed his orders exactly as given by the Hokage and handed the spoiled son of a bitch over to the powers that be as a gift without the nice red bow wrapped around his head like the gift sent by Kami. The order was to return one Uchiha Sasuke back to Konoha. If the target resists for any reason, the use of force has been authorized. You are difficult to contact, Gaki. You never call. You never write. How do you think I can contact you? Came the annoying voice of an elderly man sitting in front of the first figure. You don't understand. You were only able to find me because I allowed you to find me, Jiraiya. I don't want to be in your presence anymore, then I should be here. The figure replied, sipping some more tea as the Sannin in front of him laughed boastfully and acted as if they were old friends to the people around them. This is a funny Gaki. Honestly, you know how to make me laugh. Jiraiya from the Sannin exclaimed, looking at the tall, muscular figure in front of him with an eye patch on his right eye, while the other squinted at him coldly. Stop it, Jiraiya. If you're only going to be in my presence for a short time, then stop acting like a lecherous fool and talk to me like a real man. The figure replied coldly as Jiraiya stopped his fake smile and laughter, looking deadly serious. Okay. If that's what you want. I can be serious too, Naruto, Jiraiya countered, and the figure now identified as Naruto kept his single eye on the Sannin. There are rumors that you wanted to talk to me about something? With something related to the importance of Konoha? Naruto asked while Jiraiya kept his expressionless expression. Somewhere else. Not here. Too many eyes and ears, Jiraiya replied, standing up and waiting for Naruto to do the same. No, Naruto retorted as Jiraiya glared at him. Excuse me? Jiraiya asked as if he was surprised by the unexpected challenge. Is your ability to hear failing you? I said no. Sit down and tell me everything, or this will be the last time the two of us have a civil conversation. Naruto replied, pointing his finger at the table, and gave the Sannin such an old look that he was very serious. And we risk being heard by potential enemy spies? Interrogated Jiraiya, and Naruto simply smirked at him. It's your problem, Jiraiya. Not mine. I'm not an agent of Konoha, so I don't have to worry if anything said here reaches the enemies of this pathetic village. Naruto replied and Jiraiya narrowed his eyes at him. You have the nerve to call Konoha pathetic, Naruto, Jiraiya said with a frown on his face as he sat back down. And you have the nerve to ask for my help in saving Konoha after everything they put me through. Or is your eyesight so bad that you can't see my eye patch, which hides the symbol of their betrayal? About your betrayal? About Tsunade's betrayal? Naruto asked as the sun seemed to move slightly away from the cloud and the light in the sky seemed to shine on his face so the Sannin could clearly see the eye patch. What do you want me to say about this? What am I sorry for? Is it Tsunade who regrets? Jiraiya asked emotionlessly and Naruto let out another chuckle. No. I don't expect any apology from you or the old bitch. You two are incapable of that and wouldn't mean what you say if you said it anyway. So what's the point of wanting you to say things that you can't and won't tell me if they're not empty, without any meaning? Confronted Naruto as Jiraiya's eyes narrowed at him. Don't call Tsunade that again, Jiraiya said and Naruto smirked at him. Why? Because this is true? Or because after all this time you still want something that she won't give you in any way, shape or form? Naruto asked and Jiraiya glared at him. I'm serious, Naruto. Call her that again and I will rip your heart out in public for all to see. Jiraiya replied and Naruto laughed. Come on, try it. My heart has no value to me anyway. He's been insulted so many times that he no longer has anything to do with my life, or anyone else for that matter, Naruto replied calmly, looking at the Sannin indifferently, not speaking for what seemed like several long minutes. We have deviated from the topic. Let's get back to the matter at hand, Jiraiya finally said, and Naruto simply shrugged as he didn't care. You might as well. So what's the story with Konoha needing me to save them? Naruto asked and Jiraiya sighed before quickly looking around. Ever since Konoha did what they did to you, things have generally gone downhill for us. The allies have abandoned us. Trade rights with other countries were destroyed. Take it, it's only because of my Sannin travel rights that I'm even allowed to be in the land of spring right now, and even that is for a limited time. Jiraiya explained as Naruto taunted him. What did you expect when I was beaten for a job well done? What did you expect when I decided to leave the village to prevent my chakra from being blocked and being thrown into some cold, dark dungeon with no chance of ever seeing the light of day again? Naruto asked and Jiraiya's body tensed. So you heard about it, huh? Jiraiya asked and Naruto nodded. Shadow clones make the best spies, Naruto replied, and Jiraiya shook his head. Only you could use them like that, Jiraiya replied with a hint of respect for him. So what happened after I left the village and everything went to pieces? Naruto asked and Jiraiya became serious again. Our enemies have decided that now is the time to strike. Within a year of your departure, List was attacked more than 200 times, on all fronts. Iwa, Kumo, and Orochimaru attack us in different places at different times of the day and night. In the second year of your exile, Sasuke made another attempt to become an outcast again to go after Itachi and another team was sent after him. Jiraiya explained and Naruto nodded. I know. He reached the border of Rice Country in hopes of meeting up with your former teammate and using the power of his seal of curse to one day kill his older brother. Naruto replied and the Sannin looked shocked by this. How do you know this? Jiraiya asked and Naruto smirked at him. Who do you think left him the mangled remains so that the search team would take all the gifts wrapped in a bow? Again. There is a reason why a fool won't tell anyone who defeated him in battle that day, Naruto replied and Jiraiya looked shocked by this. You put the search team in quite a difficult situation because of this Naruto after they returned to Konoha with Sasuke. The Soviets wanted every shinobi to be demoted or executed for the damage done to the Uchiha, Jiraiya replied with Naruto smirking. I know. I sent a shadow clone under the henge to observe what was happening in Konoha when this happened. The rumor of their punishment spread throughout the village like wildfire. Half were demoted and the other half were publicly executed in front of everyone. It was quite interesting to see someone become the target of hatred instead of being the actual target this time. Being among the crowd, watching them cheer the death of loyal shinobi who were only doing their job, and the pleading look they sent to the Hokage to show mercy. It must have truly broken their hearts, minds and spirits in the end to know that they would die on her orders despite completing the mission she gave them. They couldn't dare say they hadn't hurt the Uchiha or someone else had done their job because that would mean they had failed. They were dead or demoted no matter what decision they made. In the end, they decided to lie, as if you lied, and Tsunade lied to me, my such loving godparents. Naruto explained before letting out an amused chuckle while Jiraiya could only frown at him. Bastard! Jiraiya exclaimed as Naruto grinned at him. It's the pot calling the pot black, Jiraiya. Besides, you're lucky that I even decided to let you have an Uchiha in one piece, let alone see another sun rise, and still be even remotely capable of breeding with one of his ever-shallow fangirls who are only interested in the name of the Uchiha clan, Naruto countered with the Sannin showing restraint, wanting to pounce on him. As for the third year, while you were away from Konoha, the Akatsuki made their move against other villages and tried to capture 8 more Jinchuriki. Some of the Jinchuriki have gone missing and some of them are still in their village protecting themselves from the Akatsuki. Jiraiya explained and Naruto nodded after hearing this information. And some of them are dead or even presumed dead, Naruto added as Jiraiya chuckled at this as he had planned to leave that information out on purpose. Then, about 6 months ago, I heard a rumor about a growing power lurking in the shadows of the elemental countries that was making almost all the daimyo nervous. They are practically scared to death and ready to piss themselves at the mere mention of this one being, which is said to have incredible power on a level not seen since the Sage of the Six Paths first walked the lands, Jiraiya continued as Naruto grinned further. You mean the rumors about the Shogun of Shadows, Naruto replied, and Jiraiya tensed and made a gesture of luxury. Quiet, idiot. Don't say his name so loudly that everyone can hear. This man has spies almost everywhere in the elemental countries. Even my spy network is no match for this guy. He had already deleted several of them before I could get any valuable information about this guy. Jiraiya exclaimed, and Naruto shook his head, looking at the Sannin in surprise. Your spy network is out of date if they can't find anything on it. And have several of your spies die in the process? TSK, TSK, TSK. For shame, Jiraiya, Naruto replied with a Sannin grimace, since he was right. It's not outdated yet. I still have some information and it relates to Konoha, Jiraiya countered and Naruto raised an eyebrow. On him. Really? Tell me. Naruto replied with interest in his voice. One of my spies came to me near death. He told me that the Shogun of Shadows was planning to attack Konoha out of spite. When I asked for the Shogun's identity, my spy tried to tell me the Shogun's name, but the man's life was cut short and I was left with only this small but key piece of information. Jiraiya said and Naruto nodded. And you want me to return to Konoha to make the Shogun of Shadows think twice before doing anything to the leaf? What's in it for me? Naruto asked with Jiraiya having a small hint of hope in his eyes. In exchange for your help, Tsunade has promised that all crimes you are currently accused of will be forgiven, given a significant amount of money and a place among the other clan heads. Overall, it's a good deal, Jiraiya said with a smile on his face that was partly fake and Naruto could see right through it. Crimes against Konoha? What would Jiraiya's supposed crimes be? Could you name a few of them? Naruto asked and Jiraiya didn't like the fact that he was analyzing the sentence. Besides hurting the Uchiha 4 years ago during the retrieval mission? There are accusations of exposing Konoha, plotting to betray Konoha, attacking civilians, and attempting to kill several Konoha shinobi. Jiraiya replied and Naruto nodded as he heard every accusation that was said to him and was deep in thought. First of all, these accusations are. I did what was required of me for this mission to bring back the Uchiha. Tsunade said it herself. The use of force was authorized for this mission. I left Konoha because it was either leave or suffer before being killed. I decided to live life on my terms. Not Konoha's terms, not yours, and not Tsunade's terms. My conditions. As for the charge of plotting to betray the leaf, I was loyal to the village when I had every right to plunge a kunai into the back of everyone in it, and I have never sold out a single leaf shinobi to any enemy. Attack civilians? I was defending myself from a mob trying to attack me after I brought Sasuke back to Konoha. Attempted murder? I would have thought that the charge would have been the murder of several Konoha shinobi after I dealt with them, Naruto replied, seeing Jiraiya look away from him for a second and clearly missing something. There were charges in connection with this incident, but we allowed them to be dropped because at the time of discussion it was believed that you would most likely die from your injuries and decided to use the attempted murder charge in the event that you survived the fall from that sides of the rock, said Jiraiya, seeing his godson for the first time with his two eyes since the day Kakashi threw that exploding mark on the ground in front of Naruto, causing the boy to fall with the rubble far below into an abyss in which even a full-fledged adult shinobi would have little chance of survival. And again, they weren't Naruto and always did the impossible. So, basically, you can forgive me for all of the said charges listed, then arrest me for killing those leaf shinobi without being paid any money due for services rendered, and strip me of my promised position as clan head, replied Naruto with Jiraiya grimacing at his answer. We wouldn't do that. Tsunade wouldn't. Jiraiya said, stopping when Naruto gave him an icy glare. She can and would like to. Don't mistake me for some naive fool, Jiraiya. Those days are long gone and gone, remember? Removing my name from the Toad summoning contract on your initiative shouldn't be something that even you couldn't forget, Naruto replied, and Jiraiya sighed upon hearing this. Well, Konoha needs your help, Naruto. Will you even think about it? I can convince the Hokage to forgive you for all the crimes that people want to accuse you of, Jiraiya suggested with a mockery to Naruto. You have the nerve to try to bribe me into helping you with the mess you and the other people in Konoha have created for yourself. Why should I even bother with this whole? Naruto asked, and Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. Because it's your home, Jiraiya replied, and Naruto growled at him. You mean it was my prison? Which I ran away from to stop suffocating. People in Konoha don't like it when they don't get their way, and my escape was exactly that. They didn't get their way because the people in the village wanted me dead or Kami wanted me to die. My disobedience to their wishes felt like a slap in the face, and they don't like it. I know they want me back, just so they can feel safe knowing their pet is back home to be on a leash again, Naruto retorted with a cold, venomous tone in his voice that made the Sannin a strong shiver ran down my spine. If that's how you see it, Jiraiya replied, and Naruto's eyes narrowed at him. Go back to that bitch you call Hokage. Tell her that you have failed in your mission to bring back the village's stray pet, and know that any use of force on her part to bring me back will result in the heads of every shinobi she sends being thrown at her doorstep. Naruto said before Jiraiya moved to punch him, and the Uzumaki moved even further. He quickly deflected the blow by grabbing the outstretched arm with a kunai in his hand. Naruto's left hand was in Jiraiya's sight as it adorned a metal gauntlet with 3 claws emerging from their hidden location with sharp tips less than an inch from the Sannin's face, and the killing intent was clear in the Uzumaki's one blue eye. Jiraiya, for his part, was surprised that Naruto could move so quickly, counter him so easily, and was now beginning to wonder what kind of training his godson had undergone. Don't call Tsunade that word, Naruto. I'm serious. Jiraiya exclaimed, and Naruto simply grinned at him. I will call her whatever I want, whether you are around to hear me say it or not. Besides, I suggest you order the team of Konoha shinobi you brought with you to retreat, or your bitch Hokage will have to explain to the Spring Daimyo why Konoha shinobi are here when they know they are clearly not welcome here, replied Naruto said in a dangerous tone, and saw that Jiraiya was shocked. Did you know that Konoha shinobi were with me? Jiraiya asked, and Naruto smirked at him. I know a lot of things. How many people came with you? 10? 15? They're all jounin, right? Naruto asked, and Jiraiya frowned at him. 16 shinobi of Konoha if you include me, Jiraiya replied, and Naruto smirked at him. Actually it's 15 now if I include you, Naruto replied, and Jiraiya looked absolutely deathly pale upon hearing that. You killed one of them? Jiraiya accused, and Naruto smirked at him. Your point of view? Konoha shinobi are not allowed into this country by order of the Spring Daimyo and must be killed on the spot. I just had my shadow clone kill your now dead Jounin and kill him while listening to others listen to us. Even now, they are no doubt trying to figure out which of their number was killed, all the while trying not to draw attention to themselves, Naruto replied, squeezing Jiraiya's still outstretched hand to make the Sannin drop the kunai in his hand. Your window of opportunity to become a Konoha shinobi again has just closed, Naruto, Jiraiya said, and the Uzumaki grinned wildly at the Sannin. Okay. I don't need your so-called opportunity, Jiraiya. It's a joke. They wanted to play a cruel joke on me. Return to the Hokage like the good, obedient and beaten pet Sannin you are. Tell your master and those who rule over her. This is Konoha's chance to beg for mercy. Naruto replied before throwing Jiraiya into a nearby wall, and the people around them ran away. I tried to be polite to you, Gaki. I offered you a chance to return and all would be forgiven for your actions. But you decided to choose a difficult path in life and become a pain in Konoha's ass. Jiraiya exclaimed, looking at Naruto and his clothes since they first started talking. Gone was the naive, short, blonde, blue-eyed, orange-loving, and even wearing the color of the idiot Uzumaki. Gone was the kid who constantly bragged about being Hokage and gobbled up ramen like a fat kid making free chocolate cake from an assembly line. A child who had poor chakra control, knew so few jutsu, and summoned boss Toad Gamabunta out of sheer dumb luck had disappeared. In his place stood a shinobi warrior of the battlefield. Naruto was now dressed in black with orange around him in the form of flames around the black in shinobi attire, with several pieces of armor around his shoulders and legs reminiscent of a samurai. Now he walked with heavy steps, which meant that the Uzumaki in front of him were also carrying weights, and they were very heavy to boot. On his head was a shinobi helmet that strangely resembled the helmet of an orange fox with red eyes, and the other, having studied Naruto's appearance, realized that the orange flame, there was no flame at all in its design. It was tails. On Naruto's left hand was a clawed gauntlet that used to be near his face and had 3 jagged claw blades that the Sannin knew from the look of them could cause serious damage. The right hand was also gloved, but without claws on it, and it was then that Jiraiya noticed the sword on the Uzumaki's belt. He now had a demonic aura emanating from him, just like the rest of Naruto, and he saw that his eye patch was glowing red. It's as if the only thing holding back the incredible force about to burst out of the optic hole is the eye patch. Before Jiraiya could think about it further, he saw Naruto disappear and then reappear in front of him with his sword drawn. The sword itself was marked on both sides and crackled with yellowish, sometimes crimson, electricity. Jiraiya had heard stories about this sword and who currently wielded it when the Akatsuki came for it within 4 years of him being declared a missing ninja of Konoha. Zombie brothers, of the Akatsuki, who were considered by many to be invincible given their unique abilities, were the first to fall at Naruto's hands and received a reward at the exchange station. It was a neutral organization that didn't take sides in the shinobi world, but was ironically funded by all of them for the purpose of paying whoever collected the reward for any missing nin in the bingo book, and had to pay whoever came to collect the reward, provided that there was evidence of the marked target. It was well known that there was a very high price on the heads of the 2 Akatsuki members that Naruto killed. Naruto walked out of the exchange office a rich man. A fact that irritated Konoha and Akatsuki to no end for entirely different reasons. This sword. Jubi sword. Jiraiya said as he saw the weapon that was rumored to be in the maelstrom but was never found despite the man's attempts and was thought to be lost forever. Also called the Archdemon sword. I'm glad you heard about it. It is said that this weapon was forged from one of the fangs that the sage of the 6th path removed from the real Jubi. That its power is so great, Only someone who has a direct bloodline from the Sage of Six Paths can use it to its fullest. Naruto replied as Jiraiya burned the memory of the sword into his brain to tell Tsunade about it. Provided that he lived this moment with Naruto. Where did you find this? Jiraiya asked, and Naruto smirked at him. At the burial site at the foot of the highest mountain in Maelstrom. An ancient burial site older than the Maelstrom and all the elemental lands as we know them. It was there that I saw the spirit of the one who wielded this sword before me, and waited for his successor to take possession of it, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya looked from the sword to his godson. I understand. It was said that the Uzumaki clan also descended from the Sage of Six Paths, along with the Uchiha and Senju. That there was a third son, but although this man was in the blood of the sage himself, for unknown reasons, did not recognize him as one of his children and, according to rumors, gave his son absolutely nothing for this bloodline until his death. That the third son was considered illegitimate, unlike his other two sons, and therefore would not inherit anything from him. In an act of defiance, while the two legitimate sons fought, the third illegitimate son escaped with the Jubi sword and even gained the legendary Rinnegan, which the Sage of the Six Paths himself had achieved. That two legitimate sons of the Sage of Six Paths tried to take such powers from a third, and were almost killed in the process. They united for the same purpose, but were soundly defeated in battle, but were saved on a simple whim and warned by their illegitimate brother to leave him alone. That they were to do what they wanted, but not to interfere with him in their affairs, and never to seek in him the power which was his by right of blood from the father who condemned him. They both reluctantly agreed to his terms and never spoke to him again. After all, the Jubi sword was lost while the Uzumaki clan slowly grew along with the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya explained, and Naruto smirked at him before sheathing the massive sword into a very large scabbard designed to hold it. My predecessor's name was Uzumaki Genshin. Unfortunately, he felt that none of his own children or grandchildren were worthy of wielding the Jubi sword. He died with him in a secret burial place at the base of the highest mountain in Maelstrom. This man literally buried himself with all his might so that no one would know where the sword lay as his gravestone. After what happened in Konoha, I barely survived the fall and went to the land of waves to lick my wounds. I had to come up with an escape plan since it was only a matter of time before you would be there to bring me back. So I took a boat and headed to the whirlpool after old man Tazuna told me about the place that the land of waves itself split from many years ago, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya's eyes widened in understanding. So that's where he went. And the spirit he mentioned. Was it Uzumaki Genshin? Did this spirit teach him? Jiraiya thought as Naruto turned and walked away. Jiraiya was there. It was there that I felt my Uzumaki blood ignite and heard the cries of my relatives crying out for justice. Among these screams, one stood out from all the others and followed the voice that led me to the foot of the mountain where Genshin Sensei's grave was marked with this sword. His spirit stood before me and looked down to see the broken body that was the last of his line. I felt his spirit delving into my mind and seeing my memories of the life I lived in Konoha. I felt his rage that after all this time, the Senju and Uchiha were still trying to take what wasn't theirs when it came to power. While the Senju had relented in the takeover, they were still not beyond the ability to manipulate things so they wouldn't need it, and simply let the Uchiha make all the attempts for them before rushing down to pick up the pieces. It was at this moment that the spirit of Uzumaki Genshin decreed that he would teach me all of his skills and strength that he learned in his days as a shinobi, Naruto continued before stopping and turning around to see Jiraiya slowly standing up. Then you are more of an enemy than a friend of Konoha, Jiraiya concluded, and Naruto let out a deep chuckle. Stupid Sannin. I have always been an enemy of Konoha after the village betrayed me the last time. Don't expect our next meeting to be so polite. Next time, I'll kill you, Naruto replied as Jiraiya glared at him. You are a self-confident brat. Just because you have the power of the Kyubi and the Jubi sword sealed within your body does not make you invincible. When the time comes for us to fight, I will personally rip your head off. Jiraiya exclaimed as he formed a Rasengan in his hand to further intimidate Naruto. Really? This is the real threat, Jiraiya. Quite a good threat actually. However, the threat itself seems to be missing something. I know. Naruto exclaimed before he walked away and found himself in front of Jiraiya again. Only this time, Jiraiya screamed in pain as the hard steel cut through flesh, blood spraying from underneath the flesh everywhere, and the Sannin clutched his face in pain. Naruto's left arm was raised in a curved position, the claws of the glove he wore glowing with crimson chakra thanks to the Kyuubi. Before Jiraiya could even think about what happened in that moment of pain, Naruto delivered a powerful knee strike to the Sannin's torso that caused the man to double over on his knees. What was that for? Jiraiya asked, clutching his face, blood seeping between his fingers onto the ground. I thought it was obvious at this point. I'm giving you an incentive to kill me the next time we see you. I am giving Konoha, its shinobi, civilians, councils and clan heads an incentive to kill me. Even your Hokage bitch, who you can only look at but never touch, has an incentive to kill me the next time we all meet again, Naruto explained before he disappeared in a whirlwind of Kyuubi's crimson chakra. Could this day get any worse? Jiraiya thought before he found himself surrounded by the Spring Daimyo samurai patrolling the area. Jiraiya of the Sannin clan, you are under arrest, the samurai group captain said before the others picked him up and escorted him to the palace where their ruler would decide his fate. Yes. It only got worse, thought Jiraiya, hoping that the Leaf Shinobi were able to escape with him. Throne room of the Spring Daimyo. You have the nerve to come here to my land, Sannin. And with Konoha Shinobi no less, when everyone knows that they are banned from entering my country, Kazuhana Koyuki said with complete disdain for Jiraiya and the Leaf Shinobi tied on their knees in front of her throne with chakra blocking devices on each of them till they were shocked if they tried to use any energy. The samurai around them were armed with their swords to further influence the shinobi on the ground to be obedient, while Jiraiya was in front of them since he was their leader after all. After what happened to Naruto, who was betrayed and almost killed by Konoha, a mass movement against Konoha began throughout the land of Spring when they heard that the hero of their daimyo had suffered. Koyuki personally wrote a detailed 10-page letter to the Fire Daimyo, in which she expresses her anger at the hypocritical actions of Konoha Shinobi. The brave actions that Naruto took while in her country, and how she is stopping all trade with the land of fire until justice will prevail. No mercy was to be shown to any Konoha Shinobi who dared to enter her lands for any reason and knew of her displeasure at them being where they were not welcome. Of course, the Fire Daimyo wrote back to her, begging the woman to reconsider what she was doing, but Koyuki wouldn't hear of it and expressed her utter disgust for the land of fire when they met to negotiate. To add insult to injury, she actually broke the contract she had with Jiraiya to perform in his movie Ika Ika Paradise, right in front of the Sannin. I assure you, Koyuki-sama, my intentions for being here in the land of spring were strictly professional, Jiraiya said, and Koyuki narrowed her eyes at him in disgust. Are the Konoha Shinobi behind you? Koyuki asked, and Jiraiya laughed sheepishly, like the fool he was playing to make people feel sorry for him. They are my bodyguards. After all, Konoha has many enemies, and many want to see me removed to weaken the Leaf Village, and while I am not a weakling, you can never be too careful. Jiraiya replied, and Koyuki still didn't remove her expression disgust from his royal face. And for several good reasons. One of which is close to my heart and the hearts of almost all the other influential leaders in the elemental countries, Koyuki said in an all-knowing voice that made Jiraiya laugh shyly again. Yes. I think it's true, Jiraiya admitted, and Koyuki looked even angrier. Stop impersonating Jiraiya. Naruto already warned me that you would play the fool to make yourself look pathetic and pathetic in my eyes. So that I can take pity on you and your shinobi bodyguards who are here with you. Well, I'm not going to feel sorry for you or your bodyguards in the slightest. You can return to Konoha alone, Jiraiya, with what remains of your scarred face and wounded pride. On the other hand, your bodyguards, they should be executed for illegally entering my lands, Koyuki proclaimed, making a hand gesture to her samurai to lead all the shinobi out of sight. Wait! You can't kill them. Losing so many Jounin-level shinobi will greatly weaken the leaf. Jiraiya exclaimed, and Koyuki looked him straight in the eyes with the expression, I don't care. Then you shouldn't have brought so many Jounin-level shinobi to my shores. Remove it now. Koyuki commanded, and her samurai obeyed along with all the Konoha shinobi. Commander, as always, I see Koyuki-chan, Naruto said as he emerged from the shadows with a smile on his face, although it was hidden by the black cloth that covered all but his one eye. I had a good teacher Naruto-kun, Koyuki replied as she saw her country's champion walk up to her and he kissed her hand like a gentleman. If I may, I would like to ask a question regarding those leaf shinobi. Naruto asked as Koyuki looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Oh. What is the request? Koyuki asked and Naruto smiled behind the black cloth. I would like to be the one to execute them, Naruto replied and Koyuki thought about it. Why not? I don't understand why you can't. Besides, I'm sure those leaf shinobi were among those who hurt and humiliated you while you were growing up. I think it's only fair that you return the favor properly. Koyuki replied and Naruto kissed her hand once more. You are as kind as you are wise and beautiful, Naruto said and Koyuki giggled. Keep up the good work and you'll see how kind I can be in bed tonight, Koyuki said with a seductive smile on her face as Naruto let out a chuckle. I'm looking forward to it, Naruto replied before walking back into the shadows and Koyuki sighed in contentment, knowing what the man was like when they were together. If only I didn't have to share him with several other women. Well. If I didn't share it, it would be too painful for me to get out of bed in the morning or walk normally during the day, Koyuki said to herself with a smile on her face as the young warrior had stamina that women would kill to have. Their man had such energy. Konoha, some day later. What happened? Jiraiya, asked Tsunade, seeing that the Sannin had returned to Konoha after being beaten by the samurai, was bloodied from the heavy blows, and she saw the scarred face he now wore. The good news is that I have made contact with Naruto. Bad news, he basically told me that you should shove the sentence I was supposed to give him up your ass. Jiraiya replied, wincing slightly at the injury Tsunade was trying to heal, only to find that it didn't heal at all and seemed to glow crimson red when she tried. I hope those were his words and not yours, questioned Tsunade as Jiraiya made a sound that told her that this was his way of putting it in a nutshell. No, but that's what Naruto was mostly thinking about before he did that to my face moments before he left, Jiraiya replied, seeing Tsunade frown at the failed attempt to heal him. So the brat was in the land of spring, just as we thought, Tsunade replied with a growl soon following. Oh yes. He was there, and trust me, Tsunade, he's not just a brat anymore. Not anymore, Jiraiya replied before explaining what happened with Naruto's speed exceeding his own and the Jubi sword or archdemon as it was sometimes called among the ancient sword legends. I wish I could take him. Tsunade exclaimed, blaming Naruto for many things in her life, Konoha's greatness being one of them. Destruction of Konoha during the Kyuubi attack. Kushina's death during pregnancy, which caused the fox to be freed. After this, he forces his sensei to return to retirement. She even blamed Naruto for the Uchiha massacre as the Uchiha were planning a coup. Take control of Konoha because so many people didn't trust them due to their connection to the Kyuubi through the eyes of the Sharingan, which was the clan's bloodline. Even for the Sandame's own death, she blamed Naruto for being somewhere else when he was needed in Konoha to protect her rather than fight another weakened Jinchurikiza with his walls being chased by several other shinobi could cope with. Hokage-sama? Shizune asked as she entered the office and saw Tsunade trying to heal Jiraiya's face and apparently failing. What? Tsunade asked sharply, finding that her healing skills were unable to heal the scars that should have become permanent marks on Jiraiya's face. There is a large box here addressed to you, from the spring daimyo himself, Shizun replied with concern, and the two chunin carried the box into the room. Open it. Tsunade ordered as the chunin opened the box and stepped back when Tsunade saw its contents before letting out a cry of outrage. Contents of the box. All the heads of all Jounin-level Konoha shinobi who went with Jiraiya to the Land of Spring. And a note. Hello, old. A lot of time has passed since that day 4 years ago. I was hoping you'd leave me alone, but that was too much to hope for when you sent a pervert to find me and deliver your so-called offer in exchange for my help in fending off this new enemy you've angered. Did you really expect me to agree to your pathetic little proposal when I returned? That I will return to Konoha like some blind, deaf and dumb child you thought I was when we first met? It's clear you're dumb between us if you believed I'd come back like some humble pet. You, Jiraiya, the clan heads and almost everyone else in Konoha betrayed me that day. Now you are all alone and in danger of being destroyed by your enemies without any help from anyone around you. It must be painful for the village to know that they have to fight so many enemies without anyone's support for 4 years since the day you stabbed me in the back. Welcome to my old world, in which I lived for 12 years of my life, and to your new. Subscribe to your dissatisfaction. Uzumaki Naruto. P.S. In case you haven't figured it out yet, I was the one who killed them all. Every leaf shinobi in that box died with shock and horror on their faces. They died like cowards, begging me to show them mercy and saying other apologetic nonsense that they didn't mean. I just thought you should know. Damn you, Naruto. Tsunade screamed, tearing up his letter and slamming her fist on the death of the Hokage next to her. It's just one bad thing after another, Jiraiya thought as he looked at the faces of every Konoha shinobi in the box and truly saw the horror that was on them. In a secret place. Do we agree? Do you all believe that the time to attack Konoha is near? Asked the leader of the group sitting in front of him. He was the Shogun of Shadows. We are making Shogun-sama, answered a female voice, clearly ready for war. Will this be a problem for you, my red-eyed weasel? I know how you feel when it comes to certain things regarding Konoha, the Shogun of Shadows asked, and the man to his right shook his head. I tried to do everything in my power to protect Konoha. To protect the salvation of my clan, I destroyed the fruits of my labor, which were poisoned beyond repair. There is only one true path before me now, and I will do what I must, walking along it, answered the figure with a nod from the Shogun. How soon will Akatsuki be completely destroyed from the inside? The Shogun asked as Itachi looked at something in front of him. Soon. Our two key players in his elimination, besides me, are in position, but Tobi's patience is running out due to the fact that the organization cannot capture all the Jinchuriki. We need to speed up our schedule a little and make sure that there is nothing left of the organization to rebuild, the figure replied with a nod from the Shogun. Statue? Asked the Shogun, knowing that this was the key to holding the bijou. Several dozen explosive tags at key structural points should completely destroy it. The three-tailed bijou was sealed there after the death of the past Mizukage, as soon as he manifested a year ago. Once the statue is destroyed, the bijou should not appear again for the next 3 years and will manifest itself in the water again, the now former Akatsuki agent explained. This is wonderful. Let bijou live the way he wants when he manifests. How are things going in IWA and Kyumo? How are they now? Shogun asked, hearing papers rustling around him. Both are eager to fight Konoha. However, the IWA have not been as cooperative as we had hoped and are planning to attack without your consent, Shogun-sama, replied a rude man with a red beard flickering in the candlelight. No doubt they are doing this to me out of spite for taking you and Han from IWA, because I couldn't stand them treating you like a mindless weapon, Rashi, replied the Shogun of Shadows, and the figure, who was Rashi from IWA, nodded. It was you who beat the Sandaime Tsuchikage to a pulp when he tried to stop you from taking us away from IWA, Rashi added, and the Shogun nodded. Fortunately, his granddaughter was able to temporarily replace him and agreed to let you two come with me. Now it looks like the Sandaime Tsuchikage has decided to stop waiting for us to make our move. For someone who is known to be called a fence-sitter, he doesn't live up to his reputation, and I suspect it's because old wounds have opened up and it's affecting people," Seigen replied, and many of his council nodded. "Kyumo is on board. All they want is at least one Hyuga," answered a female voice from the past when this meeting began, and Shogun saw her cat eyes glow. "And the Raikage will have one. I am a man of my word. All I ask in return is that the Hyuga he gets is not the one I want," Shogun replied, and the woman nodded as it was a deal made between them. "I will remind him of this fact, Shogun-sama," the woman said simply. "Thank you. Besides, there is one last matter concerning Orochimaru," the Shogun replied as the others nodded. "He's still on his feet, surviving like the common parasite we all know him to be in life," said the red-haired woman with glasses. "Has anyone tried to make contact with him?" the Shogun asked, and the red-haired woman nodded. "Konoha sent him a message asking for help against you. They promise him complete immunity for all past crimes and a chance to continue his experiments in Konoha on the condition that they are all prisoners in the prison," the woman explained as the Shogun let out a growl. "Hypocrites. All of them. Let the Sannin go to Konoha. We will destroy every one of his bases before he is halfway there," replied the Shogun, and everyone nodded. "What about Willow and their growing impatience?" Rashi asked as the Shogun fell silent for a moment. "We'll deal with Iwa soon once Akatsuki is no more. Nagato and Konan will make sure that the Tsuchikage is humiliated," the Shogun replied, and the group nodded. When the meeting ended, the shadow forms of the Shogun's trusted council members left, and now only the Shogun himself remained. There was a little more basking in the darkness, but he soon left it before heading to his private quarters at his base and looked at the map that was his vision of the future. All the daimyo, with the exception of a few good ones, were weak and fearful people who could not control their own countries as they assumed when ruling their respected territories. For too long the world has been divided, fragmented, and without a leader to bring people together. This was what the Shogun of Shadows saw when he looked at the current map of the world, comparing it with his vision lying next to it. He ran his hand over his vision, closing his eyes, and imagined the dawn of his reign rising from the ashes of the old. When this happened, he had supporters on all key points, and each of them was waiting for him to give the signal to make his moves, which together would lead to global changes in the landscape of how he was governed. The time when daimyo were answerable to no one but themselves for their actions was coming to an end. This was the beginning of the era of the Shogun. Naruto panted as he dragged Sasuke along with all the strength that remained in his body as he dealt with the chest wound inflicted by the Chidori and the broken neck from the pile driver to the stone floor in the Valley of the End. Being a Jinchuriki was an advantage at certain times when it came to life-threatening injuries like his, and having to give the fox props to heal him. Even if the Kyuubi hated it, Naruto had a feeling that the Bijou was happy to knock the Uchiha off the pedestal the leaf had placed him on. "Trust me, Sasuke. It will be better if you stay here in Konoha. This Orochimaru guy screams bad news in all shapes and forms," Naruto said as he dragged Sasuke through the gates of Konoha before falling to his knees and gasping for air. Almost immediately, a leaf shinobi appeared before taking Sasuke away for immediate medical attention, but what bothered Naruto was that no one came to his aid when he was in a much worse state, and most of the blood was on Sasuke, was not Uchiha blood. Shrugging, Naruto headed to his apartment since the doctors and nurses at the hospital tended to ignore him no matter what his current health condition was as a child. The blonde had long ago learned at a young age to fix himself long enough to last while the fox did his job and healed his wounds. Less than 15 minutes after he was healed enough to walk with minimal pain, an ANBU appeared at the door, and Naruto felt that this man was one of those who hated him to the core. It was the way he stood, the aura the ANBU gave off, and of course the twitching of his hand by his kunai holster that gave him away. "The Hokage wants to talk to you, brat," the ANBU said with a hint of anger in his voice. "When?" Naruto asked, and the ANBU growled slightly. "Now." The ANBU replied before walking away with a grunt from Naruto. Moron, Naruto said to himself before heading off to meet the Hokage and hoped it was good news this time. Hokage Tower. You little asshole. You go against my orders. Tsunade shouted, throwing a paperweight at him, and Naruto barely dodged. What? Take it, are you talking about Grandma? You allowed the use of force if Sasuke resisted. And guess what? He resisted. Naruto replied, and Tsunade was now trying to tear him into pieces with her fists. And this gives you the right to use the power of the Kyuubi? Jiraiya told you to refrain from using his charm so that the Shinigami seal would remain as strong as humanly possible. Tsunade exclaimed before throwing a punch at the boy's head and sending him into the wall. And let him kill me? He used his cursed seal when I was holding back, and then increased the power when I used the Kyuubi's chakra to defend against his intent to kill me. Naruto countered, but Tsunade was far from listening to him as she simply grabbed him and punched him repeatedly. Until I call you to stand trial in my court for your crimes against the Uchiha, you will remain under house arrest in your apartment. You will be under ANBU surveillance, and if you come out of that door so often just to investigate the noise, they will kill you, Tsunade orders as Naruto smiles at her as blood flows from his mouth. So you are one of them, right? You hate me for holding the Kyuubi the same way they do. I thought you would be different from them after everything I did for you. Saving your life from Kabuto, overcoming your fear of blood, and winning the bet that inspired you to become the next Hokage. Instead, you're just another Uchiha-loving, Kyuubi-hating hypocrite. Naruto replied before spitting blood in her face out of shock, causing Tsunade to let him go, and the Uzumaki jumped out of the window without saying another word. Jiraiya! Tsunade exclaimed angrily, and Jiraiya appeared at the same window Naruto had left moments ago. That didn't go very well, the Sannin commented as Tsunade wiped the blood from his face. This brat dares to spit his own blood at me? He's lucky I'm not ordering him killed right now. No. That would be too merciful. After what he did, I want him to suffer, and suffer severely for his misdeeds, Tsunade replied as she sat down in her chair and saw a man waiting for orders. What do you mean? Jiraiya asked, and Tsunade narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. Seal his chakra. All this. I want him to be powerless. After that, you will send him to the maximum security cells of our prison, Tsunade commanded with a knowing look in her eyes while Jiraiya nodded in understanding. They'll tear him apart, Jiraiya replied, although it was clear that Tsunade didn't care, and frankly, he didn't care either. The boy deserves no less. He stole Kushina from me the night he was born, and he stole Minato from you the same night. The sensei was forced to return to his post instead of retiring as he deserved after a year of faithful service to the people. And now the Uchiha is back, but in the hospital, and Shizune is tending to his wounds while I deal with him. Tsunade exclaimed, and Jiraiya nodded. When do you want me to do it, and how long will he be locked up? Jiraiya asked, and Tsunade looked at him as if she wanted fire to come out of her eyes. Tomorrow morning. Grab him while he's sleeping. As for how long, it will be him for the rest of his days, Tsunade replied, and Jiraiya nodded. Okay. This gives me time to prepare proper sealing measures to seal Naruto and Kyuubi's chakra if he tries to summon it. Not to mention I have to remove him from the Toad summoning contract in case he tries to call them for help, Jiraiya said before leaving through the window. Unknown to either of them, the little bird was on the edge of the window, chirping before flying away, and then, there was a poof in the middle of the flight. With Naruto. Naruto felt the memories of the shadow clone reach him and was glad that he hid it under the henge of a simple bird native to Konoha so it wouldn't be surprising if it was seen. Any bird, from any village, always accidentally landed on the windowsill of the Kage's office. Since neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya suspected that the bird was anything more than a simple bird, Naruto was able to hear their entire conversation with his shadow clone and remember what was said in her office. Unfortunately, What they were talking about brought out Naruto's worst fears, and he realized that Jiraiya was in on it too. The Sannin had betrayed him just like Tsunade, and Naruto was sure that this was just the beginning, since the Soviets were about to fight too. He didn't know how the clan heads would feel, but none of them had ever given him a truly honest look at things, and Naruto wasn't going to hold his breath and hope for the best. No. He was going to prepare for the worst. So this is their plan, right? Strip me of my chakra and the fox's chakra before throwing my ass into a prison filled with depraved psychos until I die, or want me to? Well, let's go. To this village and its inhabitants. Civilians and Konoha shinobi can kiss my ass. Naruto exclaimed angrily, and the fox in his stomach growled in agreement. They are not worthy of your chastity kit. You forced yourself to bring the Uchiha back alive, despite your opponent's lack of restraint in the matter. And this is the reward you receive? From your godparents no less. Kyuubi replied, and Naruto tensed upon hearing this news. Kyuubi? How do you talk to me? Why? And what do you mean by godparents? Are you saying that these two should have taken care of me? Naruto thought as the fox portrayed himself in front of the boy. But since the Kyuubi was sealed inside the Uzumaki, only Naruto could see and hear him like this. No wonder you don't know. It was within days of your birth that many were calling for your death once it was known that you were my new vessel. The perverted toad Sannin came to visit you in your crib, and trust me, he didn't look happy to see you. I could tell he used all his willpower not to kill you in that moment, simply because you were more than just my vessel. Not to mention, he also knew that your death at that time would free me so I could take revenge on Konoha for sealing me twice. Anyway, I heard him talk about how he hoped your life in Konoha would be miserable and condemned you as his godson, while Tsunade did the same. That's why she didn't stay in the village after learning about your mother's death. She condemned you as her godson and her responsibilities to you as your godmother by going drinking, gambling, or both outside the village. Kyuubi explained, and Naruto began to breathe heavier due to the feeling, which is currently growing in the depths of his consciousness. You mentioned my mother. Who was she? Who was my father? Tell me please. Naruto thought as Kyuubi simply looked at him for a moment, contemplating the idea of giving the boy an answer. Your mother was my previous vessel and with a much stronger seal. I only left the house that night because she was giving birth to you. The seals on female Jinchuriki weaken when they are pregnant. Stress takes a toll on the seal, and your father was there to make sure I didn't get out. Unfortunately for them, things didn't go as planned, Kyuubi replied, and Naruto's hands clenched into fists. What happened? Naruto thought as he saw that Kyuubi looked calm this time, without the hatred or disgust at the great Bijou usually felt from their rarely several times in each other's presence. The story of the man who declared himself Uchiha Madara happened. Whether he is real or not, I don't know. But he broke through the barrier your mother was under during her pregnancy, held you hostage with explosive tags all over your minute body, and took your father from her before returning to snatch me away. He used his Sharingan eyes to make me go crazy and attack the village. The rest, as the kit says, is explained to Kyuubi. That Naruto is now shaking from this news. What about my father? You mentioned him and my mother, but you never mentioned their names. What were their names? Thought Naruto, and the fox now did not dare to say their names. Your mother's name is Uzumaki Kushina. She was born in the Maelstrom, but came here before its destruction in the Second Shinobi War and was a strong kunoichi for her age. As for your father? He was the Yondaime Hokage. The man who sealed me in you, and the one who is loved by every shinobi in Konoha. Kyuubi replied while Naruto looked furious and almost foaming at the mouth with rage. They love my father because he sealed you in my body, but at the same time they hate me to the core? Where is the justice in this? Naruto exclaimed loudly, not caring that the Anbu outside his room heard his conversation. Now, unfortunately, there is no kit. Not yet. We must get out of Konoha if we want to have any chance of survival. We have to leave, exclaimed Kyubi, and Naruto nodded, knowing that his body still hadn't fully recovered due to Sasuke's stupid Chidori and then Tsunade's fists slamming into him moments ago. It was a miracle that he was able to reach his apartment without fainting. Took the words right out of my mouth, Fox. I don't think you could improve the regeneration and healing abilities you give my body. If I have any chance of getting out of the village, I need to be at peak performance and be willing to do some crazy to get away, Naruto thought as the fox smirked at him. Consider it done, whale. You will gather everything you need and I will heal you faster so that there is no excuse in case something goes wrong with us. Kyubi replied, and Naruto frowned at his words. I won't let Fox down. It's not in my nature when it comes to my survival, Naruto thought, and the fox grinned even wider. I know, Keith. In this respect you are very similar to me. When it comes to survival, a wounded or cornered fox is far more dangerous than the most dangerous jackal. Right now we're hurt and cornered, so if you do fall, take all the shinobi with you. Kyubi said, and Naruto grinned at the image of the fox that only he could see before the image disappeared. Fox will do. Will do, Naruto thought before getting what he needed and decided to start his little escape attempt with a bang. He first looked at the photo of Team 7 taken after they were announced as the Genin team before smashing the photo on the ground and rubbing his sandaled foot against it. He then took off his headband, given to him by Irika, who once hated the Kyubi Jinchuriki, but stopped to look at Naruto to see Naruto. Now, however, Naruto didn't know what to believe anymore. If Tsunade and Jiraiya hated him all this time like Kakashi, what were the chances that Irika still hated him? The odds were too high and not in Naruto's favor. Shaking his head, Naruto crushed the bandage, knowing that his action would symbolize not only the end of his loyalty to Konoha, but also the end of the naivety and hope of the boy who believed that people would change. That they would stop seeing him as the Kyubi and instead see him as a leaf shinobi named Uzumaki Naruto. No. Those days are gone. Every moment he remained in Konoha with these fanatics was an insult to his honor, his life and his continued existence in the world. Throwing the destroyed headband onto the ground, the Uzumaki took out the explosive tag he had, with her. He stole this thing from a gun store that refused to sell him anything, and decided to take what they didn't want to sell. After being placed on the pillow on his bed, he made sure there were things under the sheets and some of the hay from his mattress was used on the blonde hair. Jiraiya was going to come in the morning to pick him up to seal his chakra, but what the old fool was about to get was his own rude awakening, and it had to be earned for the old bastard. The boy grinned at the thought of Jiraiya walking into his house, thinking it would be easy, and then bang. The grilled Sannin. With his trap set, Naruto decided it was time to get out of Konoha, and he had the perfect way to do it. In case the invaders who came to his house to break things decided to break it with their blunt or pointed weapons, Naruto made a hatch under his bed for an instant escape before anyone could reach the bedroom and made a direct tunnel from Konoha. Backside? It was a long tunnel, and it would take him the rest of the day and night to get beyond the walls of Konoha without being detected by the shinobi patrolling outside. This meant that he had perhaps half a day, if not a little more, a few measly hours before Konoha sent every Nin hunter and Konoha shinobi into the village to hunt him down. So why were you stuck here? In the next morning, Jiraiya snuck into Naruto's apartment. I'm not surprised that the boy was the only occupant in the building, since having the Kyubi Jinchuriki living here reduces its value. The Sannin snuck into the boy's room, which was on the top floor, and opened it without any locks preventing him from entering. Not surprising since the sides of the door looked like it had been replaced several times due to vandals knocking it down. Not that Jiraiya cared whether they did it or not. It wouldn't matter since the boy would no longer reside here and the value would increase again. Something the Sannin would have to tell his master once he was done taking care of Naruto. It's time to remove the fox from his lair for good, Jiraiya thought as he saw a lump of blonde hair on the bed, looking a little unkempt, but he ignored it and viciously pulled the boy's sheets off in hopes that it would disorient him before subduing the brat. What he got was a bed full of crap, straw from the mattress mistaken for blonde hair on the bed, and an explosive tag mounted on the proximity sensor. Becomes active. Taking a step back in shock, Jiraiya's foot broke something underneath it to find a photo of Team 7, and by the looks of it, it had been stepped on. Next to him was a destroyed headband from Konoha, which the Sannin knew the Chunin Irika had given to Naruto as proof of his graduation. It was then that Jiraiya realized that he only had a few moments to act before this place would turn into, and so would he if he didn't get out of there. Acting quickly, the Sannin jumped out of a nearby window moments before the explosion tore through the entire building, and rolled with his landing before stopping inches short of hitting the wall of a nearby building. It didn't take long for the Hokage and several of her ANBU to arrive on the scene with old Jiraiya's eyes that she wanted to know what happened. After the Sannin explained the situation, Tsunade ordered every available hunter nin, ANBU, Jounin and Chunin to search for Naruto before bringing him back. How severely they were beaten at their discretion, and the use of deadly force was authorized. Bring him back. I want him to appear before me in chains with a broken body and spirit. I want him to look at me with eyes of defeat. Go! Tsunade commanded as the leaf shinobi around her nodded before scattering. He couldn't have gone that far. I'll help in the search too, Jiraiya said before heading off to find Naruto while Tsunade fumed at the sight of the destroyed building in front of her. Team 7's image floated at her feet, partially illuminated by the flames, before the fire slowly consumed it. If Tsunade didn't know any better, she would have thought it was a bad omen for her and the rest of Konoha. She would probably think so too if her eyes looked to the right and saw the destroyed headband, which looked destroyed in its current state as the fire turned the metal into a molten slab. With Naruto. I need to hurry. I don't even have as much time as I thought at the beginning of this plan, Naruto said to himself before creating hundreds and hundreds of shadow clones and scattering them everywhere to confuse his pursuers. Go to the north, whale. The land of waves is full of people who really like you, Kyubi suggested, and the blonde nodded and quickened his pace. Unfortunately, the vast number of his shadow clones was rapidly dwindling, and all their memories of how they died began to flood his mind. Struggling to concentrate, the blonde soon found himself being pursued by a masked Konoha shinobi, although it was clear that the man was not an ANBU, but rather someone who had borrowed one of their masks and did not want his face to be seen. There was something very familiar about this man. Something he couldn't quite place yet and wondered why. Looks like I found the real you, the leaf mask shinobi said as Naruto glared at him. What do you want? Prize? Naruto asked sarcastically, knowing he needed to get out of here and continued to run despite being chased. Yes. Your head. Answered the masked shinobi with a drawn katana and moved to remove something from Naruto's body. Naruto dodged the sword strikes but barely, as he was still not in the best shape despite the fox's chakra repairing the damage and the Kyubi telling him that the Yondaime seal should hold most of his power to prevent possible possession. So, whatever Kyubi could do to heal his body was all Naruto could get, and he had to deal with it until they had time to rest. If they have such a chance, of course. The chase must have gone on for over 15 minutes before Naruto ended up on a large cliff face with nowhere to go. Jumping down would be suicide, and the Uzumaki doubted that even the Kyubi would be able to heal him if he fell from the jagged edge of the cliff. Looking down from the cliff at the masked shinobi, clearly trying to hide his identity from him, Naruto looked at the fake ANBU and beckoned the man to attack. If Uzumaki Naruto was going down, he was going to make sure that this guy was one of the first to die, and die painfully, before the others arrived. Kyubi, what are the chances that we will survive the fall below, if we jump, or if something causes us to be thrown off the cliff? Naruto thought as Kyubi thought for a moment. Let me put it this way, if you decide to jump, make sure it is the only course open to you. Oh, and warn me before you do that, Kyubi replied, and Naruto nodded, as it would take a while for the fox to gather chakra to flood the boy's body for him to heal. Unfortunately, this conversation with the fox cost him dearly, as the masked Konoha shinobi saw this moment to strike, and the Uzumaki took a quick step back to avoid the sword aimed at taking his head off. Unfortunately, Naruto was a second too late to escape unharmed, as the sword was coming towards him at an angle that he could completely dodge, and felt the blade of the sword pierce his flesh through his right eye. Normally Naruto wouldn't have to worry about such an injury, as the Kyubi could heal it in time, but the Shodame's necklace given to him by Tsunade after winning their bet was hit by the blade, and its tiny shards entered the wound around his eye. The stone itself had the ability to suppress Bijuu's chakra when combined with someone capable of suppressing Bijuu, like the Shodame himself. It also worked if someone sent a high level of chakra into the gem to awaken its properties, and unfortunately for Naruto at the moment, he was unknowingly doing just that. Clutching his face as he felt blood pour from his wound, Naruto glared at the Konoha shinobi, reaching for a kunai with his free hand just in time to block another blow with his sword. The blonde could tell that the man behind the mask was glad to see that he had injured the so-called spawn of the Kyubi in this way, and no doubt believed that the injury he caused would earn him a greater reward from the Hokage. Growling at the man, Naruto dodged and blocked several more attempts before closing his injured eye to use his bloody hand to grab the wrist of his opponent's weapon-holding hand before breaking it at the wrist. The man gave a short cry of pain as the sword fell to the ground, and Naruto channeled the Kyubi's chakra into his hand holding the kunai before stabbing the man in the stomach, twisting the kunai hard as the Konoha shinobi screamed in pain. Naruto took some satisfaction from this, as the kunai was coated in the Kyubi's chakra, so it would leave a permanent mark on the fool if he survived, something no amount of Tsunade's medical skill could fix. It hurts, doesn't it? It doesn't feel good when someone stabs you in the stomach, right? Looking at the attacker as he does it and seeing him smile with his eyes shining at you with a feeling of victory. Feeling proud of your work in hurting someone who didn't deserve to be hurt. The only difference between us in this situation is that you earned it along with the rest of the Leaf Shinobi in Konoha. People like you are the reason I couldn't live a happy life. You all spit on my name, my parents' name, and the reason they sealed the fox in my intestines. They wanted me to be considered the hero of the village. All this time, while you and everyone else like you were humiliating them every day, the village was making me suffer for something that was not my fault. Naruto exclaimed angrily to his enemy before he heard the whistling sound of a projectile flying towards him side, and jumped to the edge of the cliff, while his enemy moved in the opposite direction. Both shinobi looked at the ground to see a kunai with an explosive tag hissing loudly, and the explosion that was about to happen was imminent. Naruto looked to where the object came from and saw Hatake Kakashi among the trees with his Sharingan eye open. "This is for Minato-sensei," Kakashi said, and Naruto spat on the ground in front of him at his statement. Naruto fired back before jumping off the cliff just a second before the explosive tag went off and the Uzumaki fell down to his doom. "Do you think he survived it?" the masked shinobi asked before looking at Kakashi, who walked to the new edge of the cliff and looked down, rolling his Sharingan eyes. "It's hard to say. The Kyubi's chakra is there, but it is weak, as if it had recently been released, and yet it masks everything like a blanket, so I cannot determine the child's chakra signature. However, I doubt he's alive, but we'll make sure we're safe and walk around to find a safe way to get down there to search." "You are returning to Konoha to treat your wound before it becomes serious," Kakashi replied as the Konoha shinobi in disguise shook his head. "No. I need to do this. This chapter in my life needs to be closed forever and I need closure," the masked Konoha shinobi replied, and Kakashi looked at him for a few seconds before lowering the blindfold to conserve chakra. "Okay. It's your life, but I expect you to treat this wound when we get back, or come back if it gets too difficult," Kakashi replied, nodding to the masked Konoha shinobi. "I can accept that. My family would like me to endure this for their sake," the masked man replied, and the two headed back the way they came to find a way that could force them to go down. With Naruto. Naruto coughed up blood, his body shaking in pain as he struggled to get out of the hillside he had fallen onto and hit himself several times. His body no doubt had many broken bones, mostly along the ribs, one of his legs, if not both, and one of his arms was completely shot through in terms of movement. His face was slightly disfigured and mutilated, although that part of it was beginning to heal, with the exception of his eye. He was beaten, bloodied, and losing a lot of his last in the process with every painful step his broken body took. To die here, knowing that the 3 remaining Uchiha in this world have survived us. Don't you dare leave me, boy. Move. I won't let you. And accordingly the Kyuubi exclaimed in Naruto's head as he used his chakra to fight the cursed seal that was holding him back so that it would affect the brat's body, healing him. What do you think I'm doing with the fur ball? Sitting on my ass? My body is a mess. By all rights to all things in the universe, I should be dead. Naruto thought furiously as the fox smirked at him. Know that now you have a chance to survive, and we're going to squeeze it for everything it's worth, be dead. But that's not true. Whether it's because you're too stubborn to die, or because of my help, I don't know. What I should is true. By all rights, you answered the Kyuubi, and Naruto smiled slightly despite the pain he felt. Land of waves, here comes Uzumaki Naruto. Hokage Tower, someday later. What do you mean you lost it? I wanted this brat back alive. Tsunade said with anger and displeasure clear in her tone. He was giving me a hard time, and Kakashi threw a kunai with an explosive tag on it at the edge of the cliff. The brat Kyuubi jumped off the cliff moments before the explosion and fell down into the forest area below, the injured masked shinobi explained before being healed by the Hokage. The idea was for the stupid monster to jump off the cliff, but not the way he did, and I was hoping to make him think twice about ending up on the edge of the cliff, Kakashi explained, but he winced when Tsunade looked at him and resumed her work on healing the Jounen's partner in this. Well, that brat was never someone who thought like we did, or acted like we hoped he would, for that matter. The fact that you didn't find a body means he's still alive. I would have asked Jiraiya to summon him in the reverse order, but the stupid pervert has already removed Naruto from the Toad summoning contract, and now it is impossible to bring him back this way, Tsunade explained, and Kakashi sighed. There was a trail of blood, but it ended when we got to the beach, where it leads straight into the water. In the state he was in, I doubt the brat swam, so a boat is the only answer, and the Kyuubi Jinchuriki could go anywhere by going out to sea. Kakashi replied, seeing that the Hokage was even more angry at this. Put it in the bingo book. Put a reward on him with an order to return to us alive. Whether it will be in one part is not mandatory, Tsunade commanded, and Kakashi nodded and left the room. He will be found by Hokage-sama. I promise you that he will be found, said the masked Konoha shinobi as Tsunade continued to heal his wound. I know he will do it. As for you, this wound that the brat inflicted on you can be closed, but the scar will remain and he will constantly hurt you, Tsunade explained, and the man nodded. Everything related to that brat Kyuubi makes me sad. Why should this scar he left me be any different? The man said before leaving the room once the Hokage had finished. We have a problem, Jiraiya said as he entered through the window. Nore, the brat ran away and went into the sea, Tsunade replied, and Jiraiya shook his head. No. This is wrong. The Suna siblings are demanding an answer to the growing rumor of Naruto's arrest for carrying out a mission to bring back the Uchiha, Jiraiya explained, and the Hokage fumed at him. Tell them to get thee out of Konoha. I don't care if it interferes with our new union. I'm not going to deal with them right now, Tsunade replied, and Jiraiya nodded. If Naruto gets to the one area he helped and tells us what we were trying to do. Jiraiya said, implying what might happen was up in the air. He is seriously wounded, in a boat, at the mercy of the sea, with no food or fresh water to keep him alive. All the brat has is the Kyuubi, and even that monster won't support him forever. He might get lucky, but even Naruto's luck couldn't save him now. This boy is going to die a slow, painful death, and my only regret is that I wasn't there every step of the way to see him die," answered Tsunade, while Jiraiya looked at her with an impassive gaze. "The other places Naruto helped will want answers too, and the village isn't exactly keeping quiet about his escape," Jiraiya explained as Tsunade growled at this new irritation. "We'll lie for as long as possible, and then we'll lie some more when we apologize for lying," Tsunade replied, and Jiraiya nodded in agreement. "Fits me," Jiraiya replied before exiting through the window again. "This time when I bet on your life, I win." Tsunade thought with a victorious grin on her face, knowing that she had finally won, and this time, she wasn't afraid of any future consequences that would come to her, as is usually the case when winning a game of chance. What terrible thing could the world throw at her now? In the Senju clan's house, every photo frame containing physical memories of Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Kushina, and every other photograph of an Uzumaki that the house owned, crashed badly. With Naruto, 2 days later, his boat crashed into the shore. Not the shores of the Land of Fire, but a foreign land, and the Uzumaki knew from past experience that this land belonged to those in the wave. The smell in the air was unmistakable to him as he left the watery smell of the country in his memories and fell from the boat, thanking the fox for covering most of his wounds so that the salt water would not hurt those that were still there too much there. Looking around, Naruto saw that Lady Lucky was indeed throwing him a bone and found himself parked right outside Old Man Tazuna's house. Using all fours as best he could, the blonde crawled to the doorstep of the family he was protecting from the tyrant Gato and even to some extent Momochi Zabuza, whom the short fool had hired to do the job for him. Reaching the door, Naruto knocked on it with all the strength he had left before collapsing to the ground, barely hearing a gasp from the woman who answered. As the woman called his name, Naruto was plunged into darkness and could barely see the form of the boy who believed that heroes still existed in the world. Some day later, Naruto woke up to find himself lying in a comfortable bed. Much better than the piece of crap he had in his old, now broken down apartment. Sitting up on the bed, Naruto looked around and found that he was wearing a tank top and boxers that weren't his own. Ignoring it for the moment, the blonde slowly stood up from the bed, wincing at his still sore body, and walked downstairs to where the rest of the family was eating breakfast. "Naruto!" Tsunami exclaimed when she saw him coming down the steps and quickly walked over to help the boy sit on the nearest chair. "Damn child! You look worse than my hangover combined," Tazuna replied as Inari looked at his surrogate older brother with concern. "What happened? When we found you on our doorstep, you looked good, almost half dead," Inari exclaimed, and his mother gave him a reproachful look. "Inari! Don't say such things," Tsunami replied in a tone that told her son to watch what he said in front of their guest. "It's okay, Tsunami-san. Inari was not too far from the truth. I was half dead. I had been at sea for 2 days without food or water, and my body was already in rough shape. Someone up there must either love me or have a sick sense of humor," Naruto replied as he looked at the old man, then at Inari and finally at Tsunami heading to the kitchen to get him some food. "How did this happen?" Tazuna asked and Naruto looked awkward as he answered. "Dad. Don't ask him if he's not ready for it." "Oh, I almost forgot, Naruto-kun, your clothes will be ready to wear later. I need to wash and sew them. Although, to be fair, a boy like you should probably wear something more than just orange at all times," Tsunami replied with Tazuna smirking as he drank his coffee. "This child is not a child, my dear. Not from what I saw in this department when I had to put a shirt and underwear on him. Seriously. Does the kid have a royal horse in his bloodline or something? No child should be that gifted." Tazuna thought, trying not to let himself imagine what his daughter would do if she was the one who changed the gaki. He will be preparing to become a grandfather for the second time, and Inari will be preparing to have a younger brother. This is what was supposed to happen. It's okay. I don't want to wear them anymore. These are clothes from my old life in Konoha, and I have a few other pieces of clothing in my size that I can wear, but it's not, well, fashionably bad for the human eye, Naruto replied while Tazuna had a chibi version of himself dancing around with a drink in hand after hearing this great news. Old life? Inari asked and Naruto sighed. Yes. You know my teammate Uchiha Sasuke, right? The one with dark hair shaped like a duck's butt, he's brooding all the time and doesn't care about anything but himself? Naruto asked and Tazuna let out a grunt. I remember him. The kid was full of himself, Tazuna replied and Naruto nodded. Well, he decided to betray Konoha for the sake of power offered by another former Konoha shinobi named Orochimaru of the Sannin. A real nasty guy who did terrible things to people, which is why he became an outcast and not someone you should leave Inari with. Anyway, I was on the team that was ordered to pick up the idiot before he crossed the border of the Fire Country into the land of Rice, where Orochimaru would be waiting for him. We encountered some resistance in the form of the Sannin's personal bodyguards, and believe me when I say they were strong. We had difficulty trying to catch up with Sasuke, and it came down to a one-on-one fight between me and him. The team was allowed to use force if it came to that, but we were not allowed to kill him, so I held back and Sasuke, well, he didn't. Naruto replied, gasping at Tsunami and looking at the two in shock. Other members of her family. Did he really try to kill you? Tazuna asked and Naruto nodded. He did more than just try. Almost succeeded. Used a killing jutsu on me that hit me in the heart. Another time he drove a piledriver into me from a high cliff onto the solid rock below in the ravine over which we were fighting. I almost broke my neck that time, but my special ability that I had since childhood kept me alive and was able to bring the idiot back. Naruto replied, deciding to keep the Kyuubi secret from them in case they were afraid the fox and his even greater degree. So why leave? You completed the mission, so a hero's welcome was in order, right? Tazuna asked, and Naruto looked straight into his eyes, which were filled with pain. No. I was not welcomed. The shinobi who were awaiting our return took Sasuke, but left me there on my knees while my exhausted body screamed in pain from my wounds, and dragged the Uchiha back to Konoha alone. I barely get to my apartment, and people are already on the streets looking for me with the intention of killing me, when one of the Hokage shinobi knocks on my door. He resisted the urge to take a kunai and plunge it into my skull, saying that the Hokage wanted to see me. I'm not in her office for more than 5 seconds and she's throwing projectiles at me with her insane strength. She blamed me for Sasuke's condition when I brought him back, even though most of the blood on his clothes and skin was mine. She then possesses me before using my body as a punching bag, although something tells me a real punching bag would get more respect. I can see the hatred, anger and complete contempt she had for me, looking straight into her eyes. So I spat in her face, which allowed me to free myself from her grip, and jumped out of the window of the Hokage tower into my apartment. I had a shadow clone disguised as a bird to spy on her while she was talking to Jiraiya of the Sannin, who you may know as the author of those perverted orange books, and the sensei of the Yondaime Hokage. They were going to seal my chakra and then throw me into a section of the maximum security prison in Konoha for all the shinobi they catch who are sentenced to life in prison, Naruto explained, and everyone now looked shocked by this. But such a place would be on Earth for you. How long will they put you there? Tazuna asked, and Naruto smiled an empty sad smile. Forever, until the day I die. This means that I will either die in prison at the hands of the prisoners or at the hands of the guards themselves, considering that no one in Konoha cares about me. Not in the slightest. Dying from old age is a distant third option for me, but by that point I would probably want to die much earlier and just become a broken shell of my former self, Naruto replied as Tazuna and the others looked shocked by his words. But why would they do that? What could be the Hokage's reason for this? Tsunami asked, and Naruto seemed hesitant to answer. If I tell you, do you promise not to hate me? Naruto asked, and the family looked at him and then at each other in surprise. Of course. We can be open-minded, Tazuna replied, and Naruto nodded. The day I was born was the day the strongest of the Bijou known as the Kyuubi attacked Leaf. He growled, roared, and rampaged throughout the segment, causing many deaths in the process. The Yondaime Hokage knew that the only way to stop the Bijou from causing complete destruction was to seal it into a recently born child, and by recently I mean less than an hour after the child was born. The Yondaime Hokage sealed the Kyuubi in a newborn child and saved the village from complete destruction. Annihilation, at the cost of his very life, answered Naruto with the family that was with him so far in this story. So this man died a hero. What about the baby? Tazuna asked, and Naruto shook his head. They hated him. I hated it terribly. The child was either considered a monster for holding a Bijou, or was considered a Bijou that had become human. Therefore, people tried their best to harm the child at every possible step. Beatings, stabbings, food poisoning, and the food that was not poisoned became moldy. Ironically, the only reason the boy survived as long as he did was because his body was very heavy, because the fox's chakra would heal his wounds in a matter of moments, Naruto replied as Tsunade gasped. Inari now looked angry and Tazuna looked like he wanted to drown himself in sake. The child holding the Kyuubi was you. It's you, Tazuna finally said as Tsunami and Inari looked at Naruto and the blonde nodded. Yes. Do you remember that night when Inari yelled at my team about not knowing what real suffering is and I ran out and got punched in the face? Now you know why, Inari. Your life was bad because of Gato, but the life of a Jinchuriki is considered much worse, and there are 9 of us in total. Have you ever heard of Gaara Sabaku no in the Suna Shinobi village? His own father, the Kazekage himself, hired assassins to kill him, and Gaara's own uncle tried to do the same because they hated him so much. Gaara's father considered him a faulty weapon, while his uncle lost his sister in the process of turning him into a Jinchuriki. The Bijou inside Gaara protects him with what many consider to be the ultimate protection, so no one has ever physically harmed Gaara due to his sand protecting him from harm, Naruto explained, and Inari looked ashamed as he said these words to his older brother. When he was still moping. Damn child. It's, wow. Tazuna replied as that was all he could say. Yes. Now I'm on the run. It won't be long before they have the hunter Nin trying to figure out where I am or declaring me dead after falling off a cliff. Either way, I'm screwed because I can't stay here and risk your lives. I may be declared dead in Konoha, but that will only satisfy the Hokage until she sends Hunter Nin or other Konoha shinobi to places where I am welcome. Your house is one of them, and I doubt they would be polite if they sensed that I was here, Naruto replied as the family looked depressed as they didn't want him to leave. Wait. I think I know a super amazing place where you can lay low and no one can find you. Tazuna exclaimed, and Inari slapped his forehead. Grandfather. Stop using those words, or I'll help Mom make this dry house, Inari said, and Tazuna turned pale. Sorry. I'll be good. But seriously, I know the perfect place. Have you ever heard of the land of whirlpools? Tazuna asked, and Naruto nodded as Kyuubi told him about it during their 2-day boat ride. Yes. It belonged to the Uzumaki clan, which is where I come from on my mother's side, Naruto answered, and Tazuna's smile grew even wider. Waveland was actually part of Whirlpool centuries ago. The continent is not so far away from us after all these years. I know a guy who can take you there to tide you over until the heat subsides, and I'm sure there are some relics there that you can learn to use to become stronger. Just because the place is a mess doesn't mean those who did it this way were able to destroy everything that concerns the Uzumaki clan as a whole, Tazuna replied, and Naruto nodded as he truly wanted to see his mother's homeland. The sooner the better. No offense, guys, but the sooner I get rid of you, the better for you and for me, since Konoha is not following my trail. By the time they get here, Any scent I have here will be considered old or non-existent, Naruto replied as Tazuna nodded in understanding. I'll contact the boatman later today. You just relax now and spend time with my family, Tazuna said, patting the blonde firmly on the shoulder for reassurance. Kami knows the boy needed this. Whirlpool, a few days later. So this is Whirlpool. It's so new yet, so familiar. Kyubi, should I feel this way? Naruto asked as the Kyubi stirred in his cage. Perhaps. I don't know. You are Uzumaki by blood. I feel the souls around this place moving. Kyubi replied and Naruto nodded as he also heard something. They betrayed us. We demand justice. Avenge us. Punish them. Hurt them like they hurt us. Naruto could hear all the souls of his long-lost relatives as his blood came alive within him and he began to breathe heavily as he heard the different things they were saying. At first he didn't understand what they were talking about, but when the blonde walked through the ruins of his old house, crunch, a sound was heard and Naruto looked down to see that he had stepped on something metal. It was a ninja headband. Not just any ninja headband, it was a Konoha ninja headband. Naruto's eyes widened before he looked up, the screams of the Uzumaki clan now screaming louder in his ears and he was bombarded with images of the past. The Konoha shinobi were here the day Maelstrom fell and the Uzumaki clan was almost wiped out, at least a handful of people. But the Konoha shinobi were not here that day to save the land of the Whirlpool or the Uzumaki clan from certain destruction. They were here to kill almost all of them. How many have you killed? Quite a bit of. You? It's the same here. Where is Jiraiya-sama? Ensuring the safety of the Uzumaki girl chosen as the next vessel of the Kyubi. The other becomes too old to keep the beast. Just think, the Shodame Hokage married her and didn't even use the girl as a weapon against our enemies. Well, I hope the Sandame Hokage doesn't make the same mistake and teach this new bitch to do what she's told during the war. Don't worry. If he doesn't, then Danzo-sama will, and our enemies will be destroyed. Naruto wanted to hear no more about this long-forgotten moment from the past and crushed the symbol of his treacherous village in his hand. The cries of his people, of his true family, rang loudly and it was clear to him that the only path before him was to take revenge on Konoha. So here you are. My successor. Naruto's rage left him for a moment as he heard a voice that was the loudest and most commanding of them all. He drowned out all the other voices and began to walk towards the one that he felt was leading him to a massive mountain in the distance. Come, young one. Come to me, my successor. Struggling to follow him, Naruto made his way through the harsh terrain of the forest before him and killed the vicious wild animals the size of an adult. He had received several wounds on his body for his efforts and had yet to see where that voice was leading him. Was there even a spirit guiding him, or had he gone completely mad? When Naruto finally reached the base of the mountain, he gasped at the sight of so many swords marking the graves of fallen warriors and heard them calling out to him. I salute him for coming as if he were a hero of some great war, returning home after years of pain, suffering and rumors of his death as a result of the conflict. He felt like these souls were welcoming him and Naruto in turn was welcoming them because they were his long-lost relatives. Can you feel and see this Kyubi? Naruto asked and the fox nodded that he was on both counts. Yes, a kit. But don't prevaricate here. Find the one who is calling you. I feel something very powerful nearby. Something I haven't felt since, before my creation, Kyubi replied and Naruto frowned. What do you mean by, before your creation, fox? Naruto asked and Kyubi suddenly fell silent. Come closer, my successor. You're almost there. I've been waiting for you for so long. Focusing on the voice calling him instead of getting an answer to his question from the Kyubi, Naruto walked past a row of swords until he stopped in front of one that had a powerful aura around it and beckoned the blonde to touch it. Not one to go against his own instincts, Naruto felt himself kneeling before this great weapon and carefully placed his hand on the hilt of the sword. At that moment, all the things around Naruto and the sword disappeared, surrounding him with a bright white light. Behind the weapon stood a tall, muscular man with an eye patch on his face, who he could see had seen the battle due to the scars there, and stood like a warrior. He crossed his arms in front of him and looked at Naruto with an analytical gaze. He was dressed in a mixture of shinobi and samurai clothing, designed to balance himself out in terms of flexibility but take a hit when dodging was not an option. Welcome home, young Uzumaki. Although I'm surprised to see someone who is directly descended from my blood kneeling in front of me in this state, the figure with Naruto said without moving from his spot and just looked at him in awe. Direct descendant? I don't understand. Who are you? Naruto asked, narrowing one of the figure's eyes. My name is Uzumaki Genshin. One of the 3 sons of the Sage of the 6 Paths, wielder of the legendary Rinnegan and the infamous Jubi sword, Genshin replied, and one of Naruto's eyes widened at the sight of his ancestor. Yubi? Do you mean Kyubi? Naruto asked, and Genshin shook his head. Before the 9 Bijou appeared, they were all one Bijou named Jubi, and he was sealed inside the Sage of 6 Paths to make him the very first Jinchuriki. After being sealed, he took the fang that broke off from his battle with the Jubi to form this sword that you are now touching, which can only be wielded by someone directly descended from that person. Before he died, he split the Jubi into 9 different chakra-based animals that became the Bijou. Each of them could be controlled by someone from the sage's lineage, as each of his 3 sons inherited this power from him while he wielded the Jubi. I was the 3rd son, but he never considered me one of his offspring for reasons he never stated, and declared that I would inherit nothing from him. After the death of the sage, the 2 sons whom he recognized as his offspring soon began to fight for the right to become his successors, and in the process they ignored me. I didn't mind since I didn't care about such things and I never felt they were worthy of being called my brothers anyway. So, I took the Jubi sword and left before they quarreled with me for taking something that did not belong to a illegitimate child, unworthy of such power. I told them that they wanted the Jubi sword so badly, then they would fight me for it and see if they were truly worthy of being called the sons of the Sage of the 6 Paths. During the battle, I revealed the Rinnegan to both of my illegitimate brothers and easily defeated them, nearly taking their lives while they were both at my mercy. In the end, I spared them on a whim and told both of these tanks to leave me alone, or else. Eventually, seeing that they had no choice in the matter while they were helpless, they agreed to do just that, and I never saw them again while I created my own clan here in the Maelstrom, explained Genshin, seeing Naruto nod, absorbing this story told in front of him, with the events described by the spirit appearing around him. What happened to the 2 brothers? What happened to them? Naruto asked with Genshin's grin. They continued to quarrel with each other, leaving me in the back of their minds to forget about me until they were strong enough to confront me. They never did, and soon each brother created their own clans that would one day unite to build the Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. You may know them as the Senju and Uchiha clans, having the ability to manipulate Bijou just like the Uzumaki clan does, Genshin replied, and Naruto now looked shocked at the news. That's why they spoiled him so much. They want Sasuke Tima to activate his eyes and use me as his weapon so he can pull the strings while they pull the ones he has. Naruto exclaimed angrily as Genshin raised an eyebrow at his descendant. Show me your memories, boy. I can tell you've been through a lot in your short life with the Senju and Uchiha being at the center of it all, Genshin said as Naruto nodded and felt the Uzumaki spirit enter his mind to see his memories. At the end, Genshin had a face of pure rage and the aura around the sword grew to match the spirit's anger. Looking down at Naruto, the Uzumaki spirit could see that one of the boy's eyes had been damaged in a fight, and a very recent one at that. If you're looking at my eye, the reason the Kyubi didn't heal it is because there were pieces of the Shodame stuck in it, and the overall energy generated by my chakra increased the power of the stone. The fox can't heal it, so I'm stuck with only one good eye, Naruto said as he saw Genshin looking at his damaged eye. I know. I saw a memory of that moment. However, you don't need eyes to be a great shinobi, and thanks to me, you will become even greater than me. You will train here under my guidance, my tutelage, and make Konoha regret its decision to ever lay a hand on you, Genshin replied, and Naruto humbly bowed his head to him. I humbly accept this wonderful offer, Genshin-sensei. Teach me everything you know, and I will become a shinobi worthy of being called your successor. The Uchiha, Senju, Jiraiya of the Sannin, and every one of my enemies who rise in the process will fall at my hands. I will show them no mercy. I will make them beg for death like they tried to make me do many times in my life when I was growing up, Naruto proclaimed as Genshin now smiled at him. Get the Jubi sword out of the ground, my student. Now I will guide you from within your very body, Genshin replied, and Naruto, obeying his command, picked up the sword from the ground. The edges of the blade glowing with life. Smiling for the first time in a long time at something that was finally working in his favor, Naruto carefully sheathed his weapon before walking away from the sacred burial site, the spirits of his relatives cheering him on further. He was their champion. One who is capable of bringing justice, which the Uzumaki clan has been deprived of for decades, if not longer, considering the fact that Genshin himself was despised by his father, the sage of the Six Paths, being called a bastard. The time has come for the Uzumaki clan to receive the justice they rightfully deserve and have been denied for so long. It took 2 whole years of almost continuous training, but Uzumaki Naruto had finally completed the training that his sensei Uzumaki Genshin had set for him. The man knew Whirlpool better than anyone, even after all this time with the landscape changing in different places since he had been alive, and found a hidden vault filled with the ancient knowledge of the Uzumaki clan. From scrolls of jutsu to the art of sealing from beginner to advanced, and even one of Genshin's old shinobi armor that was a little dusty but still wearable. Of course, what surprised Naruto just as much was that someone else had found it too, as the place showed signs of renovation since Genshin's last stay at the warehouse, and further examination revealed that Uzumaki Mito herself was the one who found it. As it turns out, she was a big fan of Genshin since childhood, listening to the true stories of the Uzumaki clan and trying to find the Jubi sword in hopes of one day becoming a great leader of the clan. Unfortunately, the woman was unable to find the legendary weapon, but she found its secret storage and turned it into her own. Mito left a lot behind before leaving for Konoha to be with her husband Senju, to which Genshin frowned when he read that particular part in the journal she left behind and was still glad that the man she married was not like his ancestor. The two really liked each other and wanted to get married, despite the misgivings each clan had for each other, while the Uchihas were completely against it. After further exploring the vault, Naruto saw Mito's skillful work in the seals, which even now were more advanced than those used today, and Genshin told him that the oldest seals created by the Uzumaki would always surpass anything that Jiraiya Sannin or any another seal master to this day. Naruto had to agree, as the seals made by Mito were intended to help future Jinchuriki with weaker and possibly unstable seals become at the proper level to hold their respected bijou. There was even one for female Jinchuriki when they were pregnant and the seal was weakened from the stress of childbirth. Unfortunately, she never had the chance to use it due to being stuck in Konoha all the time, and the loss of the whirlpool itself caused the monkey to return to use them. Naruto didn't hold a grudge against her, although neither did Genshin, since the woman wanted to protect secrets from potential enemy shinobi. Deep down, Genshin and Naruto knew, Uzumaki Mito herself did not fully trust Konoha with this vast wealth of knowledge. And she was right, not too much. After reading the diary, Naruto began to study with great zeal what Genshin and Mito had left in this vault. Genshin didn't throw any punches either. Of course, the man was a cruel master, and it was no surprise that the Uzumaki spirit subdued his 2 brothers when they challenged him for his power. Naruto trained tirelessly every day until even the Kyuubi's rejuvenating chakra could bring him back to his feet. But, as they say, no pain, no winnings. And boy, Naruto has gained quite a bit since he trained with Genshin. Chakra control, surviving the maelstrom wilderness that made the forest of death look like a walk in the park, and mastering jutsu until he could literally make hand signs in his sleep. He performed sword katas as Genshin instructed, with 2 duels in his mind to further evaluate his skills, and each duel showed the boy improving. Naruto used the thick trees in the maelstrom as training posts, hitting them until his bones broke and waiting for them to heal with the kyubi before taking it on again once the bones had healed. It was of a training session on Earth, but Naruto loved it and excelled at it, just as Konoha should have if they had decided to train him properly at the academy. When it was over, Genshin realized his time was up as he had nothing more to teach Naruto and smiled one last time at his still-growing student. Naruto didn't want the spirit to leave, but he knew it was inevitable and it had to happen no matter what. However, the boy did not cry because he knew that Genshin would not want to, and bowed down in front of the man to show a sign of respect to his sensei. "I taught you everything I know, my student. You have exceeded Naruto's expectations. In the last 2, you pushed yourself to reach a level that would take others a lifetime to reach. You know why?" Genshin said, and Naruto looked at him with his proud single shining blue eye while wearing an old spirit uniform complete with an eye patch. "Because I do this for the greatness of the clan. To get the justice we deserve. I fight for a purpose greater than myself," Naruto replied, and Genshin nodded. "That's right. Fight for a cause greater than yourself and you will achieve a level of power that far exceeds that of ordinary shinobi who fight only for themselves. Shinobi like the Uchiha and Senju clans that my 2 stupid brothers founded many years ago," Genshin said, and Naruto nodded. "I will cherish our time together, Genshin-sensei." "Thank you for everything you have done for me," Naruto said, and the spirit's hand touched his shoulder. "As am I, Uzumaki Naruto. The time is near. Travel to the elemental lands and make the world once again reminded of the power that members of our bloodline possess." Genshin exclaimed, and Naruto nodded before the world around them turned from white to the remains of the maelstrom. "I won't let you down, Genshin-sensei. I promise." Naruto replied, knowing that the spirit would hear him even if the person had passed on to the afterlife. "And so it begins," Kyubi said to himself, looking at the 2 figures in the shadows that were here at every turn in relation to Naruto's life, and had not yet shown themselves to the boy. "Shut up, Kyubi," said the male voice of the 2 figures. "It's my own fault. Take it, Yondaime Hokage. Yours, or what? I'm not the one who sealed me into your only son and then expected fools to do what you wanted them to do." This is what the Kyubi exclaimed as the Yondaime Hokage growled at him. "And what do you know, fox? It's because of you that my wife died and couldn't raise him." The Yondaime retorted, and the Kyubi growled in response. "In the form of your son, weapon without using us in that particular order. What right did you have to imprison me when I was freed from the power of the Sharingan? You only sealed me because you wanted weapons and your personal slaves, pets. You tried to imprison me again. I never asked to be isolated. You people did this to me without paying any attention to how I felt." Using the bijou as if we were the Kyubi, he fired back when the Yondaime Hokage became stiff and tense from his words. "I only wanted Naruto to have a means to fight Madara and his future plans for Konoha. Naruto will need all the strength he can muster under his command, and you will be the advantage he needs." The Yondaime shot back while the Kyubi simply laughed at him. "You, in fact? Then why not meet him face to face here and tell him that?" Kyubi was interrogating and Minato was silent. "Because we are ashamed," answered the woman next to the Yondaime. "Try to appear before him, anyone he knew your names, and yet you never made me like you should be Uzumaki Kushina. After all the years of your son wondering about his parents," this was said by Kyubi as Kushina looked away from the fox. "We'll talk to him when the time comes," Minato explained, and the fox shook his head. "And when will this be? Today? Tomorrow? A week later? Month? Maybe a year? 2 years? 3 years? 10 years?" On his deathbed, if he lives long enough to die of old age? When? Kyubi asked as Minato looked away from the fox. It's none of your business. The yondaime replied, and the Kyubi shook his head. What a father you are, Namikaze Minato. No wonder the people of Konoha don't like your son. You don't love him either, Kyubi said before leaving the two of them to ponder his words. Is this true, Minato? Kushina asked, and Minato didn't meet her eyes. I really love our son Kushina, but I don't like the fact that he is going to destroy Konoha. I'm from Konoha and I don't want to see it destroyed, Minato replied while Kushina simply frowned at him. And what pain did he go through? The betrayal he suffered from those around us who we thought were trustworthy? Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi and the clan heads themselves are all guilty here, Minato. Are you saying that they don't deserve to know the wrath of our son and the wrath of every Uzumaki that your village has betrayed? Kushina asked, and Minato just sighed. What do you want me to say, Kushina? Why am I angry? Outraged? Cursing these fools for betraying us both? Of course it's me. I am all this and more. But Konoha is my home. I was born there. I've learned everything there is to know about being a shinobi, and this is my home. I don't approve of him destroying it, Minato replied as Kushina looked at him furious. Would you deny our son the justice he deserves just because of this? Would you side with Konoha, these traitors and abusers of our son, because this is your home? What about my pet Minato? The whirlpool was first my home, and it was destroyed by the very villager it was associated with, the one you were born into. Your loyalty should be to your son. Kushina almost yelled at her husband and Minato turned away. Well, I don't think so, Minato replied as Kushina looked absolutely furious with him. So you deceived your own son to protect the village. The first time you did it out of noble intentions in the hope that the fruits of your sacrifice would be wonderful and Naruto would be loved. Now this is for the stupid. All you care about is the survival of Konoha and having a weapon against Madara. You don't even see Naruto as your son. Well, I do not know. And I'm going to tell him about it. Kushina replied before walking away from the man. She'll come to her senses, and when it's my turn to talk to Naruto, he'll see things my way, Minato said to himself, feeling a chill of fear run down his spine. Konoha, 2 months later. Tsunade was unhappy. Why? Because Uchiha Sasuke decided in his endless and extremely arrogant decision to leave Konoha for Orochimaru. Again. Why? To gain the necessary power to kill his older brother. It was the same old tune with the boy. I must kill my older brother for the glory of the Uchiha clan, or was it, Itachi must die? That's all that matters to me, and other nonsense. To make matters worse, Konoha was in dire straits due to the loss of the Kyubi Jinchuriki along with the allies the brat had gained due to the village no longer being there. Many in Konoha blamed Naruto for this after rumors spread throughout Konoha about what kind of punishment he would receive for hurting the Uchiha, and how he was presumed dead after running away to avoid it. Afterwards, a party was thrown throughout the village and at first all was well. Naruto left and then was believed to have been killed during an escape attempt. Many were excited about it, but a select few were not, and they had to remain silent because the vast majority did not support it. Those who missed Naruto were Hyuga Hinata, Mitarashi Anko, Yuzuki Yugao, Tsunade's assistant Shizun, Tuchi and his daughter Ayame. Konohamaru Corps supported the Uzumakis, but abandoned their former idol after Asuma told his nephew that it was because of Naruto that his grandmother died the night of the Kyubi attack, and if the blonde had stayed in the arena during the invasion, his grandfather might have survived against Orochimaru. While it was a bit far-fetched considering how things happened, it had the impact Asuma had hoped for and the love the trio had for the Uzumaki was no longer there. Now they hated Naruto without question. Send me a search team here, Shizun. Everyone to the Jounin level. Tsunade commanded, Shizun obeyed, and in a few minutes they were all in her office. "Did you call us, Hokage-sama?" asked one jounin with a scar on his right cheek. "Yes." Uchiha Sasuke became an outcast again. "Bring him back to Konoha. The use of force is permitted, but nothing must happen to him that could stop his growth, ability to use the Sharingan, or have offspring that might have the ability to use the Sharingan." "I understood," Tsunade said, and the group nodded. "Yes, Hokage-sama," they all responded at the same time before she motioned for them to go, and they immediately obeyed. "This Uchiha is more trouble than he's worth," Jiraiya replied from the window, while Tsunade rubbed her temples. "I know he is baka. But we need the Sharingan, and we need it here to produce even more of them." "Why isn't Sakura pregnant yet?" Tsunade asked, knowing that the wedding took place months ago and Sakura was flaunting her new status as Sasuke's wife everywhere in front of everyone. "How should I know? I don't spy on them," Jiraiya answered, and Tsunade gave him an appraising look. "Please. You peeked into Kushina and Minato's wedding night before Kushina beat you so badly you were in a cast for 6 months, Tsunade retorted as Jiraiya turned away. Okay, you understand me. From what I've gathered from my observations, these two only had lemon, once, and it was on their honeymoon," Jiraiya replied, and Tsunade's eyes widened. "What? Are you telling me that they only had lemon once on their honeymoon, which we spent so much money on for them to have fun for 2 weeks before returning? What was he doing on a 2-week cruise ship all this time?" Tsunade asked, as almost everyone in the village had invested money in this trip as they didn't want Sasuke to spend any of the currency from his clan's accounts, and almost all the young women in the village were practically jealous, thinking that the Uchiha would rock Sakura's world. "From what I asked the ship's staff. Eat, sleep, and almost nothing. In fact, after he did his thing with Sakura, I found out from the captain of the ship that Sasuke almost demanded to sleep in another room, away from her, and did most of the time on the ship," replied Jiraiya, and Tsunade looked irritated. "I wish I could take this spoiled boy. We spend a fortune and then some on his honeymoon, and the investment is a bag of crap. Didn't Sakura at least try him in her sleep?" Tsunade asked, and Jiraiya shrugged. "I think she tried but was unable to accomplish it due to the fact that Sasuke was apparently a very light sleeper. So he demanded another room," Jiraiya replied as Tsunade let out an angry scream before slamming her fist on the table. "That's it. When they bring him back, I want him tied to the bed and Sakura with him around the clock, pumping him full of fertility pills. I want her to be pregnant by the end of the month and give birth to an entire army of Uchihas," Tsunade commanded as Jiraiya nodded and jumped out of the window, knowing that he would be the one to break the news to Sakura. With Sasuke, the Uchiha was fed up with Konoha. Simple and clear. Why? All they wanted from him was the Sharingan and his future offspring. The only reason he married Sakura was because she had finally gained a power worthy of his attention, that she would bear strong Uchiha children. So they got married, went on their honeymoon, and immediately everything went wrong for him as Sakura just wanted to stay in bed all day trying to get pregnant. He just wanted her once, to sow his seed, and if she didn't get pregnant, well, he'd try again another time when he was in the mood. The Uchiha set the pace in bed and only did things when they wanted to do them. With a few simple pushes and a quick grunt, his seeds were sown and his task for the night was completed. Afterwards, he slept on top of a shocked and unsatisfied Sakura as she didn't expect that everything he did was the bare minimum for what was required on his part. She tried to counter this with her fangirl mind, telling her that he was tired and it was the first night on the cruise, so it was only fair to let her husband relax in his own way. Of course, what Sakura didn't realize all this time was that Sasuke didn't care about Sakura's need for pleasurable stimulation. Only that she had fulfilled her duties by giving him offspring and leaving him alone for the rest of the trip until they returned to Konoha to plan his brother's death. Sakura, of course, tried to do more with him later the next night while he slept, but the Uchiha quickly put an end to that nonsense by forcing her to sleep with his Sharingan and then asking for a private room for the rest of the cruise. Of course, Sakura would never tell anyone the truth about her time on the cruise, as she was too loyal a puppy to tarnish the Uchiha clan's reputation, and told almost everyone in the village that her husband was a wild stallion in bed. It went on for hours, filled with passion, romance, and the way they rocked the room with such intensity that they almost single-handedly capsized the ship. He didn't care if Sakura said it or not, all he cared about was escaping Konoha, finding the serpent Sannin and gaining the power to kill Itachi. Konoha wouldn't care if he went rogue like last time 2 years ago when they forgave him for his crimes and basically blamed Naruto of all people for his actions. The Uchiha was hysterical that Naruto was being blamed for his actions, but Sasuke knew that was not true, but he went along with it as there was no point in arguing about the situation, as he benefited from their decision and enjoyed the fact that the village loved him. Of course, all good things came to an end, or at least for that moment, until Itachi was killed. Sasuke got what he wanted, and then, to show his repentance, the Uchiha would take Sakura again from time to time until she became pregnant, and then find another girl willing to carry his child. It was the perfect plan. This pathetic loser is probably somewhere in a ditch dying or dead, and his corpse is being fed by some other pathetic animal desperate for food to survive, Sasuke thought, finding himself back in the Valley of the End, and to him the feeling of that battle returned. "Hey Sasuke," came a voice from behind the Uchiha, who turned around to find a fist hitting him in the face and everything went black. When the Uchiha awoke from his unconscious state, he found his body racked with pain, and for good reason. His body was broken elsewhere. His right arm was bent at an odd angle and his fingers were curled all over the place. The left arm was similarly crushed from the shoulder down, and the legs were broken from the kneecap down. It also hurt to breathe. Looking up from his prone position, Sasuke saw a figure sitting on a rock in front of him, looking out with one eye while the other was hidden by a bandage. His head was covered by a crimson helmet resembling a fox, his face was covered by a black cloth, and he was dressed mostly in black with orange flames along his back. There was some samurai armor on the clothing here and there, but nothing that would prevent the body from being flexible and evasive when movement was needed in battle. The various pieces of armor were meant to ensure that any blow inflicted could be absorbed in battle, and Sasuke knew that this was a handy thing when fighting powerful opponents. The mysterious figure had gloves on his hands, but his left had claws, and the Uchiha was especially careful with that limb as each blade was jagged with the intention of tearing flesh to shreds. "Do you know who I am? The village I'm from? The elite clan you dared to attack?" Sasuke asked before screaming in pain. "I would preserve the little strength that is still left in your body, Uchiha. Both your arms are broken in many places, and your knees, from the tops down, are almost beyond healing. Be that as it may, only someone of Senju Tsunade's caliber can fix your body, and even then, you will never be the same," the figure replied as Sasuke simply looked at him. "You bastard! IAH!" Sasuke shouted, finding it difficult to move and breathe. "Did I also forget to mention that I broke quite a few of your ribs on both sides?" "I did it too while you were passed out," the man replied, seeing Sasuke staring at him, and ignored the fool's eyes. "Answer me. Do you even understand what you've done? Who did you provoke? Who am I? What clan am I from?" Sasuke asked, and the figure sighed before standing up from his seat and head towards the wounded Uchiha. "To answer your first question, I know who you are, Uchiha Sasuke, and I know what village you are from. I also know who you are. You are a spoiled child, raised in a village that catered to your every whim, no matter how big or small. They gave you everything you could ask for. Money, women, fame, and shinobi willing to train you to become something great. What do you do in response? You are running to the serpent Sannin for power," the figure replied as Sasuke spat blood from his mouth at the feet of the man in front of him. "Shut up. What do you know? Power is the only thing I need and I'll take it any way I can, no matter the cost. I will kill Itachi. Sasuke exclaimed before letting out a growing pain from the feeling in his chest as it became more and more difficult to breathe with each passing moment. And what kind of power is Orochimaru going to give you? Does this have something to do with your curse seal? We both know that he will never let you go after Itachi, said the figure who was currently walking in a circle around the Uchiha. He will. I have something the Sannin wants, and the only way Orochimaru will have my body is if he gives me the power to kill Itachi. Sasuke exclaimed, fighting the pain he felt as the figure laughed at him. You stupid arrogant fool. This man holds all the cards for your future if you go to him. Orochimaru will make sure that you never become stronger than him, so when the time comes to take your body, he can take it without questions, the figure explained as Sasuke frowned at him. I would have left before that happened, Sasuke retorted as the figure taunted him. Of course you would. Do you really expect Orochimaru to not take any steps to ensure that you will always be by his side? The figure asked, still looking at Sasuke. I would have stopped him. I come from an elite clan. The blood of greatness flows in my veins. Sasuke fired back when the figure had enough of his voice. I will challenge you by looking at you, and punched the Uchiha right in the face to break his jaw with the force of his fist, almost knocking the boy out. Blood of greatness. Ha! More like blood of traitors. You are weak. There has always been and always will be Sasuke. You were weak when I defeated you 2 years ago, and you are weak now. I hit you with one blow and you went out like a light. You claim to be so good at describing your lineage, but we both know that you got where you are today because people suffered. You've never pulled your own weight with your own strength. There was always someone else who tried their best to make the last Uchiha happy and take a weight off your back. Return to the Hokage. Go back to that bitch and tell her that Uzumaki Naruto is alive. Tell her that because of me you are not in Orochimaru's clutches, Naruto said before walking away from the Uchiha, canceling the barrier he had placed around them and then releasing his chakra, knowing that the team looking for the runt would come running. They always did this. It can't be Naruto. Naruto is a loser. Dead last graduate of the academy. There's no way he would do that to me. Sasuke thought as darkness enveloped him before the team arrived to pick him up. Hokage Tower, someday later. You are idiots. I told you not to hurt your Uchiha so much that it would affect his performance. Tsunade shouted, and the Jounin huddled in a corner, cowering from the angry look of their Hokage. Hokage-sama, you must understand that we had no choice. Explained the chosen leader of the group, who was simply pushed forward and left to fend for himself in front of the Hokage, while the others had their backs pressed against the wall. You don't have a choice. Because of your stupidity, Uchiha Sasuke will not be able to reach his peak as one of my shinobi. Tsunade shouted as the Jounin looked back at his team who put him in this situation. We had to stop him from getting to Orochimaru. He was determined to get there, no matter what we did to try and stop him. The Jounin quickly explained, keeping his stuttering to a minimum and seeing that Tsunade was less pleased. Umbu. Arrest them all until I come up with a suitable punishment for them. Tsunade commanded as an Anbu appeared and led the group of Jounin out of the room. So, how bad has the Uchiha gone? Jiraiya asked, and Tsunade gave him such a fierce look that the Sannin feared for his life. Terrible. I don't know why the team didn't obey me when I gave the order, but they will be punished for it. Tsunade exclaimed, and Jiraiya saw that the woman was endlessly angry. Unsurprisingly, considering that the village was repeatedly attacked by its enemies on all fronts, Suna didn't lift a finger to help, and almost every other Naruto ally who had received the leaf said, while giving Konoha the finger. From then on, it was a fight for survival against their enemies and the Jinchuriki that every village had against them. And all this time, the Soviets, along with the heads of the clans, were whining about how they should send a search team to find Naruto and turn the boy into the perfect weapon to fight other shinobi villages. Jiraiya partly agreed with them since it was the only way to make their enemies foam at the mouth to defeat them. The only reason other villages like Kyumo and Iwa weren't doing this right now was because the Akatsuki organization had been trying to expel Jinchuriki from the villages with several barely failing attempts. I understand. Well, I'll bring even more bad news when I say that Naruto has yet to be found no matter where I look. I went everywhere looking for him. Wave to Vesna in Suna and any other place where he became famous. Wherever he is, it's not one of those places, Jiraiya explained as he worked overtime to find the brat and got nothing at all. Take it. Where could he have gone over the past 2 years that we can't find a single hair of him? Questioned Tsunade as she marked on the map every place Naruto had been outside of the village and the marks next to them indicating that he had never been there. I don't know, Tsunade. I honestly thought he would be in the land of waves, considering the brat was heading north and the boat was possibly heading in that general direction. But the natives didn't tell me anything, they practically gathered a crowd, and I had to run for my life just to escape them, Jiraiya replied, and Tsunade sighed at how much this was stressing her out. Find him, Jiraiya. I don't care how you do it. Just find him, bring Naruto back, and make sure he's in such a state that we can turn him into a suitable weapon against our growing number of enemies, Tsunade commanded, seeing the Sannin nod. There is also the matter of transferring the Kyubi to another host, and for that we need a future vessel of Uzumaki blood, Jiraiya said, and Tsunade frowned for the first time since she knew what he was talking about. Human reproduction and the creation of children. Since Hyuga Hinata was so interested in the brat from the beginning, I will talk to Hayashi about allowing his daughter to receive this honor, and play it off as if the village would be indebted to the Hyuga clan if he agreed to it. She'll have the cage bird seal on her in a few years anyway, so it's not like her father will lose any real control over the woman during pregnancy. Tsunade stated as Jiraiya nodded as the Hyuga girl adored Naruto even now. Although why the Hyuga girl did this was a mystery to Tsunade, but to be honest, the fifth Hokage didn't care as love was overrated in her mind, and if the slime princess couldn't be with the one she loved with all her heart, then Hinata couldn't either. What about child development? Hayashi and the Hyuga clan will also demand the cage bird seal for the child, Jiraiya stated, knowing that this would be one of the first things the Hyuga clan would demand. And force them to control the child because he is their personal weapon? No. The child will become a weapon to protect Konoha as a whole. We will have a modified bird cage seal made to ensure protection of their bloodline, but it will not be made to harm the new Jinchuriki, simply by using the necessary hand sign that only they can use, Tsunade explained, and Jiraiya sighed, knowing that this will require a lot of study in terms of research in the art of sealing. I'll arrange everything and you can deal with Hayashi when the time comes, Jiraiya said before climbing out of the window again. Where are you, brat? Stop hiding and show yourself. Tsunade said to herself as she looked at the map where all the possible places the brat could go were marked as having no chance of him being there. With Naruto, a few days later. Naruto sat in meditation with his sword in his lap as he focused on the sounds of nature around him. The beating he gave Uchiha Sasuke was something the Uzumaki considered good and long overdue in his mind. He could kill the idiot, but where would the fun be in that? Naruto knew that the Uchiha's pride would never allow a fool to admit that the last dead man in the academy attacked him and knocked out the idiot with one blow. Besides, he wanted Sasuke to die when the time came, and Naruto knew there was still a lot to do from now on. However, the Uzumaki was not yet satisfied with his work and wanted to see what Konoha was doing after learning what happened to their precious Uchiha. No doubt they will be as thirsty for blood as he is when they hear, the last Uchiha lost dead last. Maybe now some of those shinobi who were punished will know how I felt before they meet their end, Naruto thought before summoning a shadow clone in front of him. Did you call the boss? Shadow clone asked Naruto. Infiltrate a random person and keep an eye on current events in the village. I want to know every detail regarding the punishment the retrieval team receives regarding the Uchiha returning corrupted, Naruto ordered, and the shadow clone smirked at him before taking off. Moments later, Naruto felt his world go dark and found himself in the depths of his mind. However, what stood in front of him was not the Kyuubi, who he thought did it because the fox wanted to talk, but a woman with red hair and a smile on her face filled with sadness. Tears were streaming down her face, but her eyes were shining with joy that she was seeing him after so many years had passed since they were last together. "Hey son," Kushina said, and Naruto stared at her in shock. "And Mom?" Naruto asked with a questioning look before finding the Kyuubi in his cage, watching the entire event. "Don't look at me, whale. I didn't take part in this." "She brought you here," Kyuubi replied, seeing the boy's questioning look at him. "You are truly my mother. I somehow feel it. But how is this possible?" Naruto asked, and Kushina smiled slightly at him. "When the Kyuubi was sealed inside you, I sealed some of my chakra into a seal as a security measure so that the fox couldn't break free and protect you from his chakra. I am the last line of defense against him along with your father," Kushina explained before she surprisingly quickly moved and hugged him, crying into his neck. "If this is true, then why are you here?" "The Kyuubi didn't do anything to warrant your interference," Naruto said, looking at the fox, who snorted at them and turned away. "As I said, I didn't have a hand in this. She came here to see you of her own free will," Kyuubi said as Kushina continued to cry into her son's body. "I came here to apologize for what happened. It was never meant to be like this for you," Kushina sobbed as Naruto hesitantly placed his hand on his mother's back. "I know. Kyuubi helped explain to me what happened that night," Naruto replied, and Kushina looked at Kyuubi, who turned away, which told the woman that the fox had not told the boy everything. She could understand why though. "You really should tell him, Kyuubi," Kushina said as Kyuubi grumbled, and the two Uzumakis opened their arms to look at the tailed beast. "Tell me what?" Naruto asked as the fox grumbled some more. I could have done it, was responsible for your mother's death," Kyuubi replied, and Naruto's eyes narrowed at him. "What?" Naruto asked as his voice turned deadly. "Naruto, let me explain. After the man who called himself Madara Uchiha lost control of the Kyuubi, the fox saw that we were planning to seal it in you since I was too weak to bring it back into my body again, and he moved to kill you to maintain his newfound freedom, which he had not had for over a century. To protect you from harm, I stood in front of the Kyuubi and repelled his attack to save your life. At that moment, your father used this action to seal the Kyuubi into your body, and in the process, turned you into the third vessel of the Kyuubi before he died," Kushina explained as Naruto glared at the fox. "Why didn't you tell me this? After so much time." "Why?" Naruto asked, and Kyuubi now looked annoyed. "And how exactly was I going to explain this to you? Oh, by the way, whale, it was from my claws that your mother died, saving you from me, and played a key role in my sealing done by your father." "Oh yeah. It sounds so cool when I say it. You were hurt enough when you found out about the terrible betrayal that Konoha unleashed against your mother's clan, while you were told who your parents were days before this information. You were beaten mentally and physically. Your mind could not withstand another blow like that, no matter who told you this fact, be it your mother, your father, or me. I remained silent because it was a wound that you didn't need to have in your already wounded soul." Kyuubi explained, and Naruto's gaze softened as the blonde Uzumaki knew it was true. "Thank you for this. You are right. Such a truth would destroy me. It would ruin whatever friendship or partnership we had until now. But you were going to tell me eventually, right?" Naruto replied, and the fox nodded. "In the end. Your mother kind of forced me," Kyuubi replied, giving the woman a knowing look while Kushina looked a little embarrassed. "Oops," Kushina said with a nervous chuckle, but soon became serious and turned to her right to see the figure of the Yondaime Hokage appear. You have the nerve to show your face here." Unlike Kushina, I know you're not here to make amends with your son. Kyubi exclaimed furiously behind his cage, striking the bars and trying to impale the man with them, aiming his claws between them. Unfortunately, he was out of reach, although just barely. Shut up, you pathetic animal, Minato snapped as he walked towards his son as Kushina and Naruto looked at him warily while Kyubi growled at him. If what he says is true, why are you here? Naruto asked and Minato looked at him and then at Kushina. To talk, Minato replied, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. About what? Naruto asked, still remaining cautious. About your plans for Konoha and to convince you to stop these attempts at pointless revenge, Minato replied. Naruto frowned at him and Kushina did the same. I knew it. You care more about this village than your own son. Kushina exclaimed, and Minato gave her a fierce look. The village is full of people I have known all my life growing up. They deserve a second chance. They deserve the right to redeem themselves. Minato explained as his son chuckled and the Kyubi let out a cruel laugh that told the Yondaime Hokage that the fox thought his answer was a cruel joke. Atonement? Are you serious? These fools have practically tortured your son from day one. They didn't care about your dying wish, and you want to give them a chance. Where was your son's chance? His shinobi training at the academy was sabotaged, his sensei, who was your student, taught him almost nothing, and his godfather, who was your own sensei, betrayed the kid in the blink of an eye. The Sannin removed your son's name from the contract with Toad. Keith's godmother planned to seal his chakra and throw him into a maximum-level prison filled with many of the most psychopathic and depraved leaf criminals they had captured so far. What do you think would happen if they succeeded in you, fool? Kyubi explained as Minato frowned at him. We're not here to talk about what-ifs, Kyubi. We're here to talk about the present and the future, Minato replied as Naruto growled at him. Do you want to talk about the present? Great. This is what is happening in the present. Your village, which you love so much, has become a whole of their own making. The current Hokage betrayed my mother, the village betrayed my clan and the country they lived in because they wanted to control the future Jinchuriki from the Kyubi along with everyone who came after my mother. This means me and any offspring I might have had before they killed me if I survived the process. The souls of the Uzumaki clan are crying out for justice, and I am going to help them achieve it. Naruto replied as Minato looked at him with a disappointed frown. You were born in Konoha. The blood of Konoha shinobi flows in your veins. How can you betray me like this? Minato asked as Naruto glared at his stupid father. Betray you? How can you betray me? You side with Konoha over your own son simply because you feel they deserve redemption when they would rather spit in your face. I tried to prove them wrong, but the entire time I tried, they didn't listen and still don't care about proving them wrong. All they cared about was hurting me and they knew they could get away with it no matter what. Who was going to stop them? You? You were dead. Sandaime Hokage? He was part of it. My godparents? They hated me just like everyone else. Your student Hatake Kakashi? He would have shoved the Chidori into my chest himself if he thought it wouldn't free the Kyubi from my body. They don't care whether they are right or wrong. They only care about themselves and how much they can hurt me no matter what I do to show them the error of their ways as they are too blind to see the truth. In fact, they don't want to hear it either and would silence me to make sure I never told anyone that. Naruto replied as Minato shook his head. I don't believe that, Minato replied as Kushina mocked him. Then it's clear that you're in denial, Kushina answered him. No matter what you two think, I won't let this happen and I'm going to stop you from getting your pointless revenge, Minato replied as Naruto looked ready to fight. Try to live in my shoes for a few years, when you were lied to, beaten, and then betrayed by the very people you once trusted, to see behind the veil of blind arrogance. Come back to me after a few years of patience before you tell me to my face that there is no point in taking revenge on such people, Naruto said as he pulled out the Jubi sword and looked at his father with contempt. Konoha is my home. I won't let him be destroyed, even if it means I have to kill my own son. Minato replied as he now had one of his special kunai in his left hand and Naruto saw it too. I am not your son, the yondaime. No more. Uzumaki Genshin was more of a father to me than you ever were now. All you are is a sperm donor. A means to end the cycle of human reproduction and a symbol in the equation that is the creation of life. Now I will write the equation, which is that I take your life with my sword, Naruto said as Minato materialized his own sword into his right hand. So be it, Minato replied before they clashed violently. Are you going to stop this? Kyubi asked, seeing Kushina watching from the side. Only if it's necessary, Kushina replied, seeing her husband and son going for it, but neither of them using any of their jutsu as the risk of them getting into the seal was too great to take risks. Don't you see that what you are doing is wrong? I gave my life for you and Konoha. Minato exclaimed, looking at his son, being stumped. And look how they repaid your sacrifice. Hating me. He's mocking me. Trying to make sure I'm too weak to do anything or think regardless of their way of thinking. What kind of life is this? Life without free will? I had the right to life. Naruto shot his so-called father. You had a purpose in life. The life of a Jinchuriki is to sacrifice your free will in exchange for the power given to you, Minato explained as Naruto pushed him away. And my mother? Naruto asked, looking at his father with a calculating gaze. Kushina's life was different because at that time we couldn't let people know that she was a Jinchuriki. War was all around us. This was one of the reasons why Konoha was victorious in the war against Kyumo and Iwa, as they never knew about her status as a Jinchuriki. Even if they knew, it would be impossible for them to use her against us as a weapon since her seal was much stronger than the one I placed on you and could not use Fox Chakra unless a seal master of my level could change the seal enough to make it happen, Minato explained before they went at it again with the sounds of metal clanging on metal. So it was just a matter of time that stopped you from using my mother as the weapon that Konoha wanted from me? To be weak-willed, with no free will, and to obey every command, no matter how life-threatening, as long as the job gets done. Said Naruto, having found out how things are with his parents now. This is how Jinchuriki Naruto should be. I really loved your mother. I still believe. When the war ended, the Soviets asked me to transform the Kyubi Jinchuriki, which we had secretly locked away, as if I made them believe that it was a weapon and told them no. If we do this now, at this stage of the war, we will look like villains, and I did not intend to do this, Minato replied, dodging the sword strike, blocked the clawed blades from the glove with his kunai and, unfortunately, received a knee to the stomach before taking a punch. A kick to the face. If you loved her as you claim, we wouldn't be having this fight or discussing the future destruction of Leaf. If you loved her as you claim, then you would truly understand the reasons for my desire to burn Konoha to the ground, and with it the people living there. Your sensei, your student, and the people in the village will be disgusted with you for spitting on your dying wish. Naruto exclaimed as he swung his clawed hand, which Minato blocked again but not with his knee to the face, and slashed at the man with the death sword, Jubi. Only for Minato to block it with great effort. I guess that makes me a sentimental fool, Minato said, struggling to push Naruto away. No. Just a fool. You backed the wrong horse when it came to choosing sides, Naruto replied, knocking the sword out of the man's hand, the kunai out of the other, and stabbed the Jubi sword into the yondaime's chest. Naruto, I know how you feel, Konoha deserves this, to burn, but, not everyone must die, exclaimed with blood running down his mouth as his son looked down at him. I know that. There are some worthy of my mercy. They will be spared my wrath, but everyone else, they won't be so lucky. Naruto replied as he turned the blade and began to cut the flesh from his father's body. Naruto, no matter what exactly, what you could, think of me or my reasons, for protecting Konoha. I'm sorry, about what happened to you. Minato exclaimed, grabbing his son's wrist to stop him. I believe you're sorry, but we both know we're past the point where you say you're sorry, it just doesn't cut it. Replied Naruto as he cut Minato and then ripped his head clean off. The Yondame's body disappeared into a kind of smoke while Naruto sheathed his sword and looked at his mother, who was currently watching him with an impassive expression. Naruto could tell that she was unhappy with how this conversation between father and son had turned out as the two of them fought to the death. However, he also saw that she was happy to see her only son come out of this safe and sound. You did what you had to do, Naruto, Kushina replied, and Naruto nodded, fighting for a goal greater than anything else, and all those who stood in his way will die. I know, and I'm not going to stop just at Konoha. I'm tired of the elemental countries being the way they are. Divided, scattered, fighting each other for crumbs of power that they do not properly distribute to those who need it in their territories. The poor suffer and the rich get more of everything they already have. That time has passed. The time of these spoiled rich weaklings ruling over us will come to an end, and everything that follows them will die. Naruto exclaimed, and Kushina saw fire in one of her son's eyes. Naruto was an Uzumaki on a mission, and only another Uzumaki on an equally important but opposite mission could stop the Uzumaki. No matter what happens, I will always love you as my son and will always be proud of you. Don't believe someone else telling you something different, Kushina said before she hugged him again and felt her spirit leave him. I won't. Goodbye, Mom, Naruto replied with a tear rolling down from his only eye. Goodbye, son. I left you a gift that you can use if you need it. Kyubi will help since he saw me using it against him, Kushina replied before her spirit disappeared, and Kyubi was shocked to hear this. What gift? Naruto asked, and the fox sighed. It's good that your physical body is sitting, because I have a story to tell you about your mother's bloodline and how she was related to the Bijou. If she gave you what I think your mother gave you, the chances of things going in our favor only increased, Kyubi replied as he began to explain what this gift was, which Kushina left for her son, and how it will help him in the future. Konoha, someday later. While Naruto fought his father in his imagination, Naruto's shadow clone was busy maintaining his traveler appearance by using a henge and staying under the radar of the Konoha shinobi. It just so happened that shadow clone entered Konoha at the perfect time, when a big event was happening in the village square and almost everyone was present. Both shinobi and civilians gathered. At the center of it all was the Hokage with her ANBU bodyguards, and Jiraiya of the Sannin himself was present. Well, what do you know? This is what a public execution looks like from the viewer's point of view, and when it is not the boss's head on the chopping block, Naruto's shadow clone thought with interest, knowing that the boss would think the same when he dispelled all his memories by moving on to the real Uzumaki. People of Konoha, you are all here to witness the execution of several Jonin shinobi who disobeyed my orders to return Uchiha Sasuke, with only minor injuries that could be quickly healed. These Jonin here defied my orders, severely wounding the last loyal member of the Uchiha clan, and thwarted his ability to be a shinobi when he is a fully grown adult in the prime of his life. Tsunade exclaimed as the crowd cheered for justice being done for the Uchiha, booing the Jounin responsible for the action. Or who they thought was responsible. So she's going to execute them, right? I thought she sent more than this small group of 3, no 4 Jounin. The rest must have been punished for another matter. Well. They won't skin me, thought Naruto's shadow clone as he saw Tsunade playing with the crowd, demanding justice for the injured Uchiha who was harmed by these Jounin. As your Hokage, I have decided that the only true punishment I deem appropriate is a public execution to remind my shinobi under my command that disobeying my orders will not be tolerated and you will face Konoha justice. Tsunade proclaimed as the crowd ate. This happened and the Jounin, ready to die, looked to their Hokage for mercy. Konoha justice is my cloned ass. A cheating guy getting an STD from a prostitute is a higher level of justice than this, Naruto's shadow clone thought before Tsunade gave the order and the 4 jounin were hanged in front of everyone as the crowd's screams grew louder. Not a bad show, huh? Hatake Kakashi said with a sense of pride in his voice, although he was currently reading his book, so it was difficult to tell if he was really interested in the death of 4 jounin because of his porn book. Huh? Oh, you mean that public execution? Yes, I think. I mean, you've seen one, you've seen them all, Naruto's shadow clone replied casually and Kakashi nodded, still reading his Ika Paradise. It's true. However, there is one that I would like to see more than all the others, Kakashi replied as Naruto's shadow clone continued to play the surprised traveler. Really? Who? Anyone I know? Naruto's shadow clone asked in a joking manner as Kakashi shrugged. Uzumaki Naruto, Kakashi replied, and the shadow clone feigned surprise. Really? Isn't he the container of the Kyuubi? One of the 9 bijou? Shadow clone asked while Kakashi shrugged. Yes. This is the one. First, he injured the Uchiha with the demonic chakra in his body. Although I guess all the secret training I gave Sasuke since my genin team was formed wasn't enough to deal with the fox's power, Kakashi said casually with Naruto's shadow clone trying to control his emotions. It makes me wonder what would have happened if the Gaki had been properly trained to the fullest. Shadow clone asked and Kakashi snorted in disgust. This brat? Trained to be unstoppable? Hardly. This should never have happened, Kakashi explained calmly, still reading his book. Really? How can you be so sure? Shadow clone asked as Kakashi looked at him with his one eye. What do you mean? Kakashi asked as he looked at Naruto's disguised shadow clone. Well, the baby has a mind of its own, right? So he's going to train to become stronger, whether it's with help or if he does it on his own, Shadow clone explained and Kakashi looked at him a second longer before turning back to his book. It's true. To answer your question, the brat was never going to train to his full potential because the Sandaime Hokage's order was put in place to stop him from achieving it and Tsunade was doing the same. Such a powerful beast needs to be kept on a short leash, and training needs to be carefully monitored so that we know when to pull the leash tight, Kakashi replied as Naruto's shadow clone purred in false agreement. But pull too hard and the beast will close its jaws on the hand that's pulling, the shadow clone countered as Kakashi shrugged. We'll look at it. Personally, I'm looking forward to seeing the brat Kyuubi defeated and humiliated in front of the Hokage, Kakashi said casually. Yes. I'm sure it will be a very interesting experience for everyone. This day will no doubt be remembered for a long time, Shadow Clone said before waving goodbye to the Jounin and leaving to go somewhere in an alley to unwind. Just being around Kakashi made the Shadow Clone want to kill himself. With Naruto. Naruto absorbed the memories of his Shadow Clone, smirking knowing that Konoha had lost several soldiers who were innocent in this whole affair, but were thrown to the blood-hungry wolves, and boy, did they understand it. Ha! This one is old. Killed 4 innocent Jounin-level shinobi, and they didn't even do anything to deserve it. Walking down the road, Naruto noticed where he was on his map, which he easily bought in the last town, that he was on the border of the Land of Fire, leading to one of the smaller countries, and there was a small village of shinobi named Taki. Frowning, Naruto remembered his history lesson at the academy about how the Taki shinobi tried to kill the Shodaime Hokage, and no doubt to keep the peace, the Senju gave them the 7-tailed bijou that was sealed within the Jinchuriki. And Naruto was willing to bet his remaining eye that the Jinchuriki in Taki were treated like trash. Easy set. Don't start creating more enemies faster than you can defeat, Kyuubi warned as Naruto stopped for a moment. Who said I was going to make more enemies? I'm heading to Taki to make a new friend and ally, Naruto thought, but Kyuubi didn't see things that way. This won't end well, Kyuubi said to himself. Ignoring the Kyuubi completed at this point, Naruto headed towards Taki in an attempt to gain more friends to help level the playing field against his considerable size of enemies. Konoha, Orochimaru, Kabuto, Akatsuki and everyone else who wanted a piece of his Uzumaki skin. To counter this, Naruto will need allies in those who will also be targeted by his enemies and turn them into his allies. Or as the old saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Less Taki, someday later. Fu sighed from her place in the tree, looking out over the village she swore to protect and the people within it from harm. Normally shinobi loyal to their village wouldn't worry about this, but for Fu it was different, as the simple fact that she was the Jinchuriki of the seven-tailed Bijou made people despise her. They hated her with a passion, not caring that she would one day die protecting the village and them from an outside force on destroying them. They would have been more likely to show mercy to enemy invaders than to her, and would likely have let those responsible for her death go free if they had been among those captured after the battle. Where was the justice? Hey Chome, do you think we should keep Taki? Fu asked as the bug inside her buzzed for a second. It's hard to say, my little larva. While it would be nice to move somewhere where you could be assessed, the chances of that are slim, and if you get caught, I'm sure there will be consequences. Chome replied, and Fu nodded, as that possibility was always significant. You're right. And yet, if the opportunity presents itself, when I can free myself, should I take it? Fu asked, hearing more buzzing from her bijou and knowing that the demonic entity was weighing everything. Given that this will probably be a one-time thing that will never happen again in your life? I would do that. Tamei replied, and Fu nodded, but the girl sighed again, looking at Taki in the distance. Well, I'm not going to hold my breath on this issue. The chances of us getting away from Taki are slim to none, Fu replied, jumping from the tree to the ground below. Don't be so sure about it, answered a voice from the shadows, and Fu instantly became wary. Who's there? Show yourself. Fu commanded as laughter echoed around her before a figure stepped out of the shadows. Is this okay? The figure asked, and Fu was careful with him. Name yourself. Fu commanded, sensing that her bijou suddenly became a little agitated. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I am the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. And you are Fu, Jinchuriki from Nanabai, right? In response, Naruto Fu took a step back, but took out a kunai with both hands and examined it carefully. What if I am? You may be a Jinchuriki, but all Jinchuriki belong to the hidden village, and last I checked, the Kyuubi belonged to Konoha, Fu retorted as Naruto narrowed his one blue eye at her. The Kyuubi does not belong to Konoha. And his vessel does not matter. We are free from their chains and shackles simply because we are free from them, Naruto replied with his cold blue eye piercing Fu's orange eyes. So you say, Fu retorted as Naruto pulled out the lotto book and threw it at her feet. Look at page number 167. Marked halfway among those listed under the Lost S-Rank Ninja. Naruto countered as Fu first kicked the book to see if it was a real bingo book and then picked it up to the suggested page he was referring to without taking his eyes off him. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Home village, Konoha. Shinobi status, missing S-Rank Ninja from an Jinchuriki. Information, Uzumaki Naruto, Jinchuriki Bijou. Most likely the Kyuubi, given the attack over 10 years ago when the Yondaime Hokage fought him. Believed dead, but there is no body to confirm, and evidence is shown that he survived an attack by Konoha shinobi following his defection from Konoha. Considered hostile, unstable, and extremely dangerous, the extent of his bijou's abilities is unknown. Approach with extreme caution and in large, strong groups. Reward, 300 million Rai for capture and return to Konoha alive. Is this your reward? It's amazing! Fu exclaimed and Naruto laughed. It'll get bigger in a few years, Naruto replied, knowing that it wouldn't be long before he caught Konoha's attention and really hit them hard. And you want me to join you, despite the bounty on your head? Fu asked, knowing that if she did this, Taki would make a fuss and also receive a significant reward. Why not? Two strong Jinchuriki working together are better than one of us, and considering that the Akatsuki organization is hunting us, we need a united front. Naruto replied, and Fu raised an eyebrow. On him. Who? Fu asked Naruto with a frown. You mean no one from your village has told you yet? Naruto asked, and Fu frowned even more. Told me what? Fu asked with a demanding tone in her voice. The Akatsuki organization is hunting Jinchuriki for their bijou. The group intends to extract them from their hosts for some big master plan. The group consists of 9 S-class lost ninjas who pair up, with each pair having the ability to neutralize a Jinchuriki's ability to use their tailed beast's chakra. This gives them an advantage as almost all Jinchuriki are isolated, abused and controlled in terms of how strong they can become. We will never be allowed to reach our full potential, Fu, because the villages that created us to be their living weapons are afraid of our wrath if we decide to lash out at those who hate us. Naruto said as Fu looked at the side where she knew where Taki was and bit her lip. And you're suggesting we team up to fight them? Fu finally asked, and Naruto simply nodded at her. They expect us to be alone. No support, no friends, no help from anyone because of who we are in life. By teaming up with Jinchuriki, we make them sweat, we make them tremble in fear, not the other way around, and we make them pay for trying to push us around, like so many have done to us in the past. It's time to fight back. Naruto exclaimed as Fu thought about all this until she finally nodded in agreement. I'll do it. I'll probably never have another chance like this, so I'll help you in any way I can, Fu replied, as it was either this or be here until the Akatsuki came for her to take Chome away. Fu was going to fight. It's spirit. Let's. We should go before one of Taki's patrols shows up to check on you, Naruto said as Fu followed him. How do you know this? Fu asked while Naruto just smirked. Because I know how shinobi villages handle their Jinchuriki. They always keep an eye on them, making sure their Jinchuriki doesn't know about it. They give us a false sense of freedom which they use in their secret surveillance and when they want to organize surprise attacks before rescuing us, so we are grateful to them, Naruto replied, nodding to Fu as she took the hits here and there from people in the village, although nothing too cruel that she was scarred for life. What if they try to follow us? Fu asked curiously. We'll kill them, Naruto replied in a firm voice that told Fu that he would do it too. Hokage Tower, 2 days later. Hey! I got a tip on Naruto! Exclaimed an excited Jiraiya from the window of Tsunade's office. What? Where? When? How? Tsunade asked, practically jumping out of her chair. One of my spies overheard a guy calling himself Naruto walking through a town in the land of waterfalls after being near the village of Taki Shinobi. He was traveling with a green-haired girl named Fu, who, after checking with my other sources, determined that she was in fact the seven-tailed Jinchuriki from Taki, and they were both covered in dried blood, Jiraiya said, and the latter part made Tsunade's eyes widen in surprise. Dried blood? Do you mean they? Tsunade asked, and Jiraiya nodded. Killed several people? Yes, and not just a few people. They killed a Taki shinobi who was patrolling where the girl should have been while guarding Taki's wall, and pursued her to find out why she was not at her post. The group following them consisted of 4 jonin and 3 chunin to be exact, Jiraiya explained with Tsunade's narrowed expression. So the brat doesn't mind killing people, Tsunade replied while Jiraiya nodded, knowing it wasn't good. Murder is an understatement, Tsunade. The group that pursued them was killed and mostly cut into pieces. Judging by the amount of blood on each of them, I would guess that Naruto killed more than Fu, but only because she still wasn't used to the idea of killing someone unless it was necessary and probably forced those whoever she killed will die painlessly, Jiraiya explained, and Tsunade clenched her teeth. What does Taki do about this? Asked Tsunade, knowing that the youngest shinobi village would not like this at all. They put the Fu girl in the bingo book and put a bounty on both of them, although their bounty on Naruto is if he's dead. Luckily for us, the reward we have set for him is much higher, Jiraiya explained, seeing that Tsunade looked furious and ready to hurt someone. Find out where he is, Jiraiya. Determine the exact location, then have Kakashi go with a platoon of Konoha shinobi to bring it back. Tsunade ordered as Jiraiya smirked at her. I already did. He is in the land of Moss. Both Jinchuriki are currently being actively pursued by several shinobi. Obviously, the reward for them is too great to give up on Iwa and Kumo, since they will want these two for themselves, Jiraiya said proudly. While these teams are thinning out, our team will attack and capture both Jinchuriki for our own use. Tsunade exclaimed, knowing that victory would soon be theirs if they planned everything correctly. I prepared Kakashi to perform with a large team of ANBU. Tenzo is also heading there as his ability to stop the Jinchuriki from using their power is crucial until I can put some seals on them. Jiraiya explained and Tsunade nodded in agreement. Go with them. Bring these two here immediately. Tsunade commanded, while Jiraiya grinned, gave a playful salute and instantly flew out the window. Moss country, for now. That wasn't exactly what I had in mind when I joined you, Fu shouted as she took down the Iwa Jounin and Chunin using her high speed while holding a pair of kunai in each hand. And what exactly did you mean? A walk through a flowering field? Naruto asked as he impaled one Kumo shinobi with his clawed hand and another with the Jubi sword before using the latter to slit the throat of another Kumo shinobi, spraying blood everywhere. Maybe. It's better than being constantly chased by shinobi, Fu retorted as Naruto let out a cruel laugh and cut down two Iwa shinobi trying to team up against him. There's no arguing with you here, Naruto said before kneeing one Kumo shinobi in the face, grabbing one of the Iwa by the throat, crushing him and throwing his body to the ground. When it was all over, Naruto and Fu emerged victorious and were covered in the blood of their enemies. Taking what they could from the corpses, they placed them in two separate piles and burned them, taking their shinobi ID cards in the process, knowing that he could see which of the group they had killed. Another positive was that several of the Iwa and Kumo shinobi had a substantial amount of money, so expenses while traveling were now easier. So what exactly is the plan? I know we have to get the other Jinchuriki on our side, but that's easier said than done, and every shinobi wants to hunt us down, Fu asked as they walked away from the carnage, and one of Naruto's eyes narrowed in thought. We need to get to Suna first. I need to talk to my old friend Gaara since from what I heard he is now the Kazekage. Once we deal with our affairs in Suna, we will act accordingly from there and switch to our side, Naruto explained as Fu frowned at him. Even if we get the other Jinchuriki on our side, it won't be enough and we practically need a country to support us in this regard, Fu explained and Naruto chuckled. Only one country, right? I just happen to know two such countries that would be more than willing to help us. But first I need to get to Gaara in Suna and ask for his support in any way that can benefit us. He's a Jinchuriki too, so we won't have to worry about him turning us over to Konoha since they're not allies anymore. Naruto replied as Fu's eyes bugged out of her skull. Seriously? What did you do to win over so many influential people? Fu asked and Naruto looked at her for a moment with a smile on his face. Ask them yourself when we meet each one, Naruto replied before laughing as she pouted. Moron. Fu thought while Chome hummed inside her. My little larva may be, but you can't deny that the boy should be feared and respected for his skills. This sword he is holding is older than even the Bijou, and for him to wield it, this boy is walking the path of greatness, Chome said, and Fu looked a little scared after hearing this. Seriously? Fu thought as she didn't want Naruto to know about their conversation. Bloodline could wield this weapon like he does now, straight, yes. This sword is none other than the Jubi sword. Forged from the Jubi's Fang itself, which all 9 bijou possessed at some point in their lives long ago and were lost to the centuries. I don't know how this Uzumaki Naruto took possession of the sword, but I know this: only one of the sages answered Chomei with the words of the bijou, plunging the consequences of this information into Fu's consciousness. And to think that he's about my age. Fu thought as he looked at Naruto's back, with the blonde unaware that she was looking at him in awe. Not to mention he is the vessel of the Kyubi. To contradict him is to contradict death itself. Chomei replied, and Fu agreed. Maybe traveling with him won't be so bad after all, Fu thought with a smile on her face, and something stirred inside her. Although what it really was, Fu still had to find out. Suno was a village that lived in a place where few people had the courage to live, let alone endure the harsh weather of the desert region. Sharp gusty winds, sand as far as the eye can see, intense heat during the day and freezing cold at night. Water in this place was considered more valuable than gold, since you cannot bribe the desert to give you water with paper money. If you had water, you used it sparingly in this place and did not share it with anyone in the fight for your own survival. I hate this desert. Fu shouted as she struggled to walk through the huge ocean of sand around her and looked at Naruto, who was currently acting as if nothing had happened. Seriously? Was he even human? Calm down. This way you will save your energy, Naruto answered while Fu grumbled at him. How can you be so cool and collected in this place? I'm wearing less clothes than you, and I'm sweating. Fu exclaimed before blushing at the realization and her clothes were soaked as they were slightly see-through. Thanks Kami, he walked in front of her. Practice and patience, Naruto replied before making hand signs and shooting a gust of wind across the sand to create an easier path to walk on. How soon will we get there? Fu asked as Naruto turned to look at her, and the girl blushed as she was sure he could see right through the wet see-through clothing. Not long. Less than an hour, Naruto answered with a sigh of Fu, as she really wanted to get away from the scorching sun. Okay. The sooner we're in the door, the sooner I can cool down, take a shower, and put on some nice clothes that won't show through when they get wet. Fu thought to herself. By the time they reached Suna's gate, it was almost dark, it was cold, Fu was completely irritated, and they were surrounded by Suna shinobi demanding their identification. So far so good, considering the circumstances. However, Fu's patience failed to keep the peace, and Naruto asked Gaara to meet with him regarding urgent matters. The Suna shinobi were hesitant to comply with the request, which angered Fu even more, and the girl exploded in anger, her voice echoing throughout the land of wind. Listen here, Baka. I want to go inside, put on new clothes, get myself in order and get a little sleep. Now go follow the Kazekage or help me, I'll do something that will make the bijou wet. Fu shouted with a look of rage on her face that told the Suna shinobi around them that she wasn't playing. Beautifully said, Naruto replied, and Fu growled at him. Don't push me, buddy. I want to get inside and have a chance to regain the strength that this desert has sucked out of me, Fu replied with a grin on Naruto's face. Just stating the obvious, Naruto replied with a chuckle, and Fu snorted. Did you want to see me? Gaara asked as he appeared in a swirl of sand with his siblings right behind him. Gaara, it's been a while, Naruto replied, and Gaara frowned at him. Do I know you? Gaara asked, and many of the Suna shinobi around them tensed. You, of course, have not forgotten me in 2 years? Naruto questioned before removing the cloth in front of his face, and Gaara's eyes widened. Naruto? Is that you? Gaara asked, and Naruto chuckled at the reaction of the Kazekage and his siblings. Who else, at the age of 12, could summon the Toad Boss Gamabunta and destroy you while your body was possessed by Shikaku? Naruto asked, and Gaara nodded since few people knew the details of this fight. You've changed, Gaara replied, and Naruto smiled sadly at him. Unfortunately, yes. But I assure you that the changes were for the better. I need your help, Gaara. We need your help, Naruto said, and Gaara smiled at him. And you will have it, my friend, Gaara said, shaking hands, and the tension disappeared just like that. It's hard to believe that this is Uzumaki Naruto. A few years ago he was a short, loud, red-haired shrimp, and now he's this. Temari thought as she was very impressed and felt her face become warm for some reason. Who is she? Gaara asked, and Naruto turned his head to look at Fu. One of us, Naruto replied, and Gaara's eyes widened in surprise. What number? Gaara asked Fu as the girl raised 7 fingers. Lucky number 7. I heard that you take first place, Fu replied, and Gaara nodded. Yes. Come inside. You must be tired from your travels, Gaara said, as the desert was a harsh place at any given time. You have no idea. I sweat a lot walking through an endless wave of sand, and this guy barely even broke a sweat. Fu exclaimed while Naruto smirked at her. My clothes are designed to withstand any ambient temperature, and the built-in climate control seals won't hurt either, Naruto replied as Fu looked shocked and then angry. Your clothes had seals on them all the time, and you didn't bother to share them with me while trekking through the desert. Why? Fu asked, looking daggers at him. First of all, you never asked how I cope with the weather. It was your fault. Secondly, while I could put these seals on your clothes to make things less uncomfortable, it would require me to have you shed all your clothes for me to properly put very complex seals on them before returning them, and I believe that what you are wearing right now is the only form of protection you have at your disposal. Not to mention there was no real place to cover your body while I was making such changes in the first place. Naruto replied as Fu wanted to argue but was speechless and couldn't find anything wrong with his answer. He caught you, my young larva. Besides, I don't think you're ready to show him your body yet. You need to grow up a little more before you can find him before doing a mating dance and luring him into bed. Chomei replied as the girl's face turned red and she shook it furiously to get the idea of being with Naruto this way. Can you make changes once I find a few sets of clothes to wear? Fu asked, and Naruto nodded as he could do just that. Of course, but only after you have another set of clothes. I don't want to be accused of being a pervert for working on your clothes when you're not wearing anything. Naruto replied as he saw Fu and, to Temari's surprise, blush at his words. Although he didn't know why Temari blushed. Kazekage Tower, someday later. How are you doing? Gaara asked as Naruto sat in a chair in his office while Fu was in the apartment they had been given for free to sleep in. I'm really good. 2 years away from Konoha does wonders for the mind. It allowed me to put some things into perspective, Naruto replied calmly, looking at Gaara and then at his 2 siblings standing on either side of him. I can only imagine. After my defeat at your hands, I had time to think about myself and become someone worthy of the title of Kazekage, Gaara explained before telling Naruto how the population had changed thanks to information about what his own father had done to force him to understand things. I'm glad to hear that. You achieved in Suna what I could not in Konoha. I take my hat off to you in this regard, Naruto humbly replied to Gaara. Thank you. I see you've become quite famous since you left Konoha. The big bounty they put on you is quite impressive, and Taki recently put out another bounty on you for taking Fu away from them, Gaara said, handing the book of Lotto on his desk to Naruto for the Uzumaki to look at. Fools. They don't know what they are doing because their hearts and minds are blocked. Iwa, Kyumo, and Akatsuki will hunt me. They won't care about the reward, but rather only seek me out for the Kyubi, and the same can be said for Fu. Konoha will seek to weaken us by attacking at the most opportune moment and seek to control 2 Jinchuriki instead of 1 now. Naruto explained, and Gaara nodded as this was a good tactic to use. What exactly are you planning to do? Gaara asked Naruto curiously, who smiled at him, followed by the information in the bingo book. It's simple. I'm going to fight them. To Akatsuki. To Taki. To anyone and everyone who wants a piece of me. I'm going to war with Gaara, and I need allies, Naruto explained, and Gaara thought about everything in his head for a long time. You know that I would fight next to you, Naruto. Anytime, anywhere. Akatsuki is a threat to every Jinchuriki. Suna and I will help you fight Akatsuki, but for now, fighting Konoha is out of the question. Gaara replied, and Naruto nodded as Suna was still suffering from their allies' invasion of the village during the exams on Chunin 2 years ago. It's not a problem, Gaara. We will focus on the Akatsuki first, informing and possibly involving other Jinchuriki in this matter. We will destroy the Akatsuki in groups, just as they planned to do to us while they were in pairs. Once we do this, we will remove the various agents in each village, such as Iwa and Kumo, who believe that Jinchuriki should be treated just above the status of slaves, Naruto explained as he stood up from his chair and showed it all to map of the elemental countries, which Gaara hung on the wall of his house. Office. Weakening each village to a certain level, but not so much that they can be conquered by any of the others. Very smart. I know that Mist is being restored after the previous Mizukage was overthrown and killed by the rebels and the leader became the new Mizukage. A woman named Terumi Mei. She could be a useful ally in the future, although considering that her predecessor was a Jinchuriki like us, I would still stay on guard around her, Gaara explained, and Naruto nodded. I will do so. Don't worry. Before I go to the Mist, I'm going to go to Iwa and at least try to meet the Jinchuriki there, Naruto replied as he was currently close to Iwa. Iwa has 2 Jinchuriki, something I learned from my days as Kazekage. Apparently my father wanted me to be a weapon to counter you in Konoha if Leaf drew first blood, and Iwa if they ever wanted to take us out before going after your former village, Gaara explained, while Naruto raised his eyebrow at this information. There are 2 of them? Well, that makes my life a little easier, although how they take the news I'm about to deliver is something else entirely. Not to mention, if the Tsuchikage found out, he could do something terrible to these 2, and I wouldn't tolerate that on any level. Naruto replied, knowing that he would have to talk to both Jinchuriki at the same time or at least talk to one, making sure one talks to the other. I don't know much about Kumo and their Jinchuriki. Although I've heard rumors that they also have 2 Jinchuriki, and that one of them is also the Raikage's younger brother, Gaara said as Naruto grumbled at the news before frowning in thought. That leaves one unaccounted for, Naruto replied as Gaara shrugged. I only know what I heard from spies and rumors that were told to me, Gaara explained, and Naruto sighed, although they both knew it was to be expected. I learn of the last unnamed among us during my travels. If I run into anyone from Akatsuki, I'll deal with them with Fu and come back here when they decide to come after you, Naruto replied, knowing that the organization would do just that. I'll be waiting for you when that day comes, said Gaara, who held out his hand, and Naruto took it before they shook hands to further cement the promise of one to come save the other. Hokage Tower Conference Hall. So the Kyubi Jinchuriki has finally been found? Danzo asked, and Tsunade nodded, looking at the other council members and clan heads who heard this detail. More or less. Some time ago, he was spotted in the land of Moss by Jiraiya's spies, but was pursued by teams of Iwa and Kumo shinobi, who tried to capture him. Although I doubt it was because of the reward we received for him, as I doubt the value of the Jinchuriki or bijou they possess is so low in the minds of the other Kage wanting to use their power for themselves, replied Tsunade, but decided to keep the 7-tailed Jinchuriki away from this meeting, as she did not want them to scream and demand that she find the girl too. Were any teams sent to capture the Kyubi spawn before the other villages did? Hamura asked, and Tsunade nodded. Jiraiya, along with Kakashi and the team he chose, are now on their way. I hope they find the weakened Jinchuriki and capture him with ease, Tsunade replied, hoping that the group had indeed succeeded in their mission. What's wrong with the Uchiha and his wounds? Koharu asked. Knowing that the sooner the boy was healed, the better. Sasuke is still in the hospital and he needs more time to heal all his broken bones. He should be released from the hospital by the end of next week, Tsunade explained, leaving out the fact that his ability to reproduce was damaged during her examination, but, nevertheless, it can be fixed and the Uchiha will not be able to make any attempts make his wife Sakura pregnant soon. Half the search team got off easy with demotion to Chunin. They should all have been killed, said council member Haruno, as she wanted her daughter to become pregnant with the Uchiha's offspring so that they could have ties with the clan and henceforth live a luxurious life. For this to happen, her daughter needed to bake a bun in the oven and give birth to a child. Well, it's not for you to punish them. It's up to me since they are my shinobi. Anyway, I'm sure Jiraiya and the team will be back soon, with Naruto in tow behind them, Tsunade explained with the agree group before the doors opened and Jiraiya walked in with Kakashi holding a bag in each hand. We have a problem and his name is Naruto, Jiraiya said before dumping the contents of the bag onto the group to show Iwa's headbands while Kakashi did the same with his bag to show off Kumo's headbands. He killed teams from every village that pursued him? Tsunade asked surprised and Jiraiya nodded and sighed. When we got there, the signs of the battle were at least 3 days old, and the bodies were placed in 2 separate piles before they were burned. All we could find were each team's headbands in separate piles near the burning ones, Kakashi explained before telling the Hokage how they suspected Naruto did it to get their attention since the leaf symbol was carved nearby with a tree with a kunai stuck in it. This demon dares to threaten us? After everything we did for him, allowing that bastard to live, breathe and eat food in this village, exclaimed a civilian council member who was a bit overweight and one of the many outspoken people who called for Naruto's death when he was still a child. Apparently so, Kakashi replied as Tsunade sighed, knowing this was bad for them. Where is he going now? Tsunade asked while Jiraiya looked a little nervous. We don't know. His trail has gone cold and none of my spies have told me anything yet, Jiraiya replied, while Tsunade gritted her teeth and looked furious when she was told this. I think it's time to train our children to hunt down Naruto. We need to strengthen our ranks to find him, Inoichi stated as the others nodded in agreement. I agree. The fox needs to be hunted, and Inuzuka would be a good choice for forming such a hunting party, Tsum said to give her own opinion on the matter. Not to mention, my own son can come up with the brilliant strategy needed to destroy the brat, and create several backup plans in case the one used turns out to be unsuccessful, replied one Nara Shikaku, knowing that his son could handle an Uzumaki brat if given enough time and preparation. I agree. We will begin training the clan heirs to specifically hunt down Jinchuriki, Tsunade said, and the clan heads were glad to hear this. When the meeting ended, Tsunade headed to her office and found Yumino Irika there waiting for her to see him. Unsurprisingly, she had been treating him for serious injuries for the past 2 years and found that the Chunin had once again sought help with his medical skills. Hokage-sama, I need your help with the pain. It's getting worse and worse. Irika exclaimed, wincing and holding his side, holding the injury. I did everything I could to heal you, Irika. I did everything I could to prevent this old injury from causing phantom pain. It's all in your mind, Tsunade replied as she began to work on numbing the pain and using her healing powers to stop the pain from lasting so long. The injury continues to throb with pain and gets worse every day. Whatever I do to stop it, it works. I took painkillers, all kinds of therapy and your medical skills to name a few. Nothing prevents the pain from getting worse. It turns on and off at different times at random moments, Irika explained. Wincing in pain and almost being forced to his knees by it, even as Tsunade worked to heal him. This is bad. No matter how many times I healed him, Irika still hurts from this injury, and this injury is no less. What does this mean? Tsunade thought before deciding to send Irika to the hospital for observation. Did you call Tsunade-sama? Shizun asked in a harsh tone that no longer held any warmth towards her former teacher. Yes. Please keep an eye on Irika while I check something in my medical research library. His injury is causing him uncontrollable pain and even my skills can't seem to heal him, Tsunade replied, ignoring the frown on the young woman's face as she walked out of the room, leaving them alone. "What's with that frowning look on your face?" Iruka asked in a tired tone as sweat quickly dripped from his forehead and he looked at the woman throwing daggers at him. You and your stupidity," Shizun replied, and Iruka frowned at her. "What nonsense is this?" Iruka asked and the man tried to sit up. "Your stupidity lies in betraying Naruto. I know it was you that day. Only you were able to catch him when the ANBU were chasing him. I've heard stories. Naruto does it and you catch him. Naruto does this and you find him where other ANBU cannot. Now look at yourself." Wounded by his hands, and everything hurts, Shizun replied with a hint of joy in her voice, seeing how Iruka was struggling with the pain that his torso was now experiencing. "The Kyuubi inside him killed my parents. I'm tired of looking at him and seeing their dead faces, knowing that they died while he was alive. I wanted to finish and I still want to," Iruka said before he winced in pain again. "If that was the case, then why save him from this Mizuki character?" interrogated Shizun and saw that the man's open wound was burning crimson. "I don't know. I guess I thought that if anyone should have the right to kill Naruto, it should be me. Mizuki only did it for glory, while I would do it for closure. After it was over, I was so tempted to do it when I told him to close his eyes and accept his gift. I could take a kunai, slit his throat, and just watch him bleed. But I couldn't as the Sandaime was no doubt watching us and he had plans for Naruto to become the weapon of the village. So I stopped my hand. After the third Hokage died, I felt another part of me die and I blamed Naruto. I still believe because he could have stayed in Konoha to protect its people instead of chasing after the already weakened Jinchuriki," Iruka explained bitterly to Shizun, looking at him with shock and horror in his eyes. "I can't believe you. Naruto bleeds for this place, proves time and time again that he is not a monster, to the idiots of this village, and what do? You're trying to kill him. I hope the pain you feel from this wound never goes away. I hope it eats you until you die and follows you too," Shizun exclaimed before leaving the room. "Hey! Where are you going? You cannot leave me here in this state on the orders of the Hokage," Iruka retorted, and Shizun froze in the doorway. "I am leaving this room, Iruka. You can suffer in this bed alone and in silence, just as Naruto suffered growing up in this village. It's time to feel his pain for once and then ask yourself if he owes you anything," Shizun stated quietly before leaving the room and ignoring Iruka who called out to her. Shizun didn't care what he did or even if Tsunade punished her. Earth Country. This is the third IWA patrol we have killed here. There shouldn't be such heavy security here, Fu said, looking at the bodies of the shinobi around them. These shinobi were not patrolling the Fu area. They were guarding something. Or rather, some people they don't want to be found, Naruto explained and shook the blood off his blade before sheathing the weapon. "That's right," came a gruff voice from the shadows, which made both Naruto and Fu stop in their tracks. "We won't hurt you," Naruto replied with a rough chuckle coming from the trees. "Those IWA shinobi you killed say otherwise," the skeptical voice said now. "We are not your enemies. We are just like you. We are Jinchuriki," Fu exclaimed, and Naruto shook his head as she was too hasty in telling them that. "Really? Which ones exactly and from which village?" asked another voice, although its tone was quieter. "Fu has Nanabai here, and I have Kyuubi. As for the villages, we don't respond to any of them," Naruto replied with deathly silence soon following. "Not a good sign." "Your lie," a gruff voice replied before a flash of chakra was felt and lava was sent in their direction. "Definitely not a good sign." "How do I lie?" Naruto asked as he dodged the attack and saw Fu roll to the side as heavy steam enveloped them. All Jinchuriki belonged to the village. No one left and lived long enough to enjoy their newfound freedom. The gruff voice explained before shooting more lava at them. You clearly weren't brought up to speed on some things. Not surprising since the Tsuchikage would be afraid that you would do the same. Naruto replied as he felt the steam surrounding him and Fu before sensing a large figure behind him. A very large figure aiming with a very large fist. Naruto gritted his teeth, palming his massive fist as he looked the man straight in the eyes with his own. The two stared at each other's faces as the armored Uzumaki man narrowed his eyes at him before it turned into an all-out taijutsu battle. Naruto had to admit that the big man could move quickly when needed and was still able to take hits to his body thanks to the armor he wore while delivering powerful blows of his own. It was more like a dance than a fight, though in Naruto's mind as he dodged, blocked, hit, blocked, dodged, leaned back, jumped with his legs, took a hit, then another hit, dodged another, blocked another one, punching and punching before jumping back to keep it at a distance. As for Fu, she was fighting a red-haired man with a beard who forced her to fight from a distance and she had to use her superior speed to dodge. Each one looks closely at the other, assessing them with a critical eye. The lava that the bearded man sent towards Fu was fast, but the girl was faster and more agile, so it was not difficult to evade them. He was close enough to hit the man, which was difficult since the area was now covered in hot fiery liquid around him. One wrong step and Fu would end up with more than just a hot foot that would require a lot of water to cool down. "Stop!" shouted a voice that belonged to either Naruto, Fu, or the girl's opponent. It was Naruto's opponent. "Kan?" asked the red-haired and bearded man, seeing that his fellow Jinchuriki had stopped fighting the blonde. "I saw and felt everything I needed from this." "He's telling the truth, Rashi," Han explained, giving Naruto a bow that was meant to show his respect for the one-eyed Uzumaki. "Are you sure?" Rashi asked, knowing that when Han told him something about someone, it was usually correct. "Yes," Han replied simply before walking around Naruto and approaching Rashi while Fu had a stunned look on her face. "Is that all? One fight and now we're all friends? You could just ask us for proof, like asking for a bingo book or something like that." Fu exclaimed as Naruto chuckled and shook his head. "True, but I believe the best way to learn about someone is to fight them." Your friend held back. His eyes did not betray his purpose for being here, and my Biju told me that each of you has a Biju stronger than any of us. If you wanted to harm us, we would have lost if you called on their power, Han explained as Rashi looked at the Uzumaki straight into his blue eyes. "I have seen eyes like this until today, Gaki. Eyes I haven't seen since the last shinobi war Iwa fought with Konoha. Are you his son?" Rashi asked and saw one of Naruto's eyes narrow. "Why? Do you want to fulfill the blood oath you swore to a long-dead comrade and kill me for revenge?" Naruto asked and saw Rashi shake his head. "No. Just curious. Judging by your hair and eyes, I would guess that you were the son of the Yondaime Hokage. Few people have his hair and eyes. In fact, you're the only one I've seen with these. And considering how young you are." Rashi explained with a hint of accusation in the air that his assumption was correct. "Yes. I'm his son. Although I didn't get any of the fame and glory that came with being his son. For obvious reasons that you both know well, considering who all four of us are to the shinobi villages," Naruto explained while Han and Rashi nodded in understanding. "You came here on business, to talk to both of us. So, speak up and tell us why you are here," Han responded as he wanted to know why these two rogue Jinchuriki ended up in enemy territory, something that could have caused an international incident or war if ever it turned out that they were here. "To warn you about the Akatsuki organization. They are hunting us and we need to form a united front against them." Fu explained before Naruto detailed his own encounter with the two of them and their abilities that rendered the Kyuubi's chakra useless in battle. And that the other Akatsuki members were no doubt the same when they nullified the power of the Biju during battle. "Iwa would never allow anything to happen to either of us. We are too valuable to them to lose to such an organization. Rashi said firmly while Fu turned away from them for a moment and Naruto sighed at the man's stubbornness. Are you sure? Naruto asked as he doubted that Sasuke or Iwa cared about them at all. We had several skirmishes with the Akatsuki before your arrival. Han and I, along with several jounin, were able to repel them, Rashi explained confidently, although Han looked serious. With difficulty, although not without some casualties on our part, while the Akatsuki members were able to escape in the process, Han added and Naruto nodded. And they will keep attacking until Iwa gets tired of protecting you two before they leave you to your fate. Your value to them only lasts as long as Iwa and the Tsuchikage allow, until the death toll in the village becomes high. Sooner or later something will make itself known, and the Akatsuki consists of missing S-class ninjas who have no problem killing everyone in their path to get what they want, Naruto explained, and the two Jinchuriki in front of him they looked at each other. And without a doubt, your run-in with the 3 squads here before coming to us will prove you right, Rashi replied, since the mess these two had created would greatly upset the Tsuchikage. Given that a team of Iwa shinobi were sent after the two of us not too long ago, what would you expect me to do when they suddenly attack? Naruto asked as Han and Rashi looked a little confused. Good point. However, we will keep an eye on Akatsuki, and thank you for the warning, Han said, as it wasn't often that they were told something useful to them. We are Jinchuriki. We need to stick together no matter what. Besides, I think if you get really bad in terms of life in Iwa, you should come with us, Naruto said and saw the two were shocked by the proposal before looking at each other for a moment. I don't want to seem ungrateful, but we have to respectfully say no, bye, Rashi replied, and Han nodded in agreement. Loyalty to your village until the very end. I understand your reason and I respect that, Naruto said before bowing to them as a sign of respect and walking away with Fu right behind him. You could show them the sword. Made them follow you like that, said Fu, who was clearly surprised that he didn't do it and saw Uzumaki shake his head. I won't force them to join this way. It would be forced. When we come together for our common cause, they will join of their own free will and not through what is in my blood, Naruto explained and looked at Fu to see her absorbing his words with sudden admiration in her eyes. What's next? Fu asked curiously. Kyumo. We have a long way to go. Don't expect these two to be as polite as Han and Rashi were to us. No two villages use similar methods of raising Jinchuriki, and one of them is the Reikage's younger brother, Naruto explained and Fu nodded. We still need at least 2 countries as allies when you go ahead with the master plan you told me about on the way here, Fu reminded while Naruto nodded as he hadn't forgotten. The country of waves is one thing, but spring is another. Once I reach the spring daimyo, I will connect her with Wave and continue our journey from there, Naruto explained as he did not want any of his plans for the future to reach the ears of Jiraiya's spies hiding deep in the shadows. He also mentally reminded himself that he needed to acquire his own spies to fight the Sannin network. Konoha, for now. Dude, this training sucks, exclaimed Kiba, as he hadn't been put under so much pressure since, well, ever. His mother drove him into the ground with this new training to hunt down and capture Naruto to bring him back to Konoha. Kiba had no problem with this since Naruto was a fox in human skin and the dogs were supposed to hunt them. So, Tsum, with Hana's help, began teaching Kiba how to track using his sense of smell, hearing, and look at the area for possible signs of deception along the several trails leading everywhere. And Kiba wasn't the only one who was driven into the ground by this training. Shikamaru received the same training in terms of using strategies, planning ahead, developing contingency plans, and manipulating shadows to incapacitate, if not kill, an opponent. Even Yoshino gave them a place to train as she had never seen her husband work so hard with their son and decided to let them do it without interruption because it was a rare sight. Inoichi basically banned his daughter from almost everything she liked to call fun and forced her to work on family jutsu that targeted the mind. How to disable, possess, manipulate, erase and steal information from the mind. Not only that, but he made her give up the stupid diet she was on and work on building muscle on her skinny bones. He also used Sasuke to help motivate his daughter to do so, telling Ino that the Uchiha would not even consider the idea of marrying her to revive his clan unless she demonstrated physical strength to match her mental strength. It worked like magic. Shibi was currently assisting his son Shino in an attempt to force his hive to learn to sense the Biju's chakra signature by breeding certain insects to create new ones that could do so naturally. The idea that Shibi came up with was that such insects, under Shino's command, could help ensure the pinpoint accuracy of the Jinchuriki. That by using the Kyuubi chakra trail that Naruto always missed, they would be able to find him no matter where Naruto went and would be able to slowly drain his power once he was attached. Hinata and Neji were both trained by their Hayashi to disconnect Naruto from his chakra and the Kyuubi to some extent. No one outside of the Hyuga clan knew more about the chakra network than they did thanks to the Byakugan, and Hayashi was going over the key points about where they needed to strike Naruto. Neji respectfully pointed out to Hayashi that Naruto had reopened his chakra network, but his uncle told him that it was because Neji gave him time to recover and did not kill. In this case, Neji would need to hit him like before, but instead of killing him immediately, Neji or Hinata was going to disable Naruto before he could summon the Kyuubi's chakra. Neji picked up the training easily, but Hinata was hesitant to learn it, knowing what, or rather who, it would be used on when the time came. She didn't want to hurt Naruto. She never did this. In fact, the Hyuga girl didn't understand why Konoha treated him poorly after the success of Sasuke's return 2 years ago, and still doesn't to this day. She knew about the Kyuubi since it wasn't a big secret anymore, or at all when Hinata was younger. For Neji, this was an opportunity to say that his loss in the Chunin exams did not count, and that fate smiled on him once again to get a chance to atone for such an unfair defeat. Hinata wasn't so sure. Tenten was more of a weapons-oriented group with a few jutsus, but couldn't contribute outside of that, and was instead instructed on the body's vital points when dealing with a Jinchuriki, and causing him to lose a limb was not a problem, it was not an encouragement either. They also told Tenten that she should stick to long-range throwing weapons, as her accuracy was unmatched for the entire group her age, and only switched to close range when Naruto was weakened. Her weapons were also coated in poisons and sedatives to further increase the chances of knocking Naruto out of the game. As for the rest of the newcomers and Team Guy, they will now team up with their Jounin sensei and train their students on the ground. They learned what their parents taught them and saw it in action, while simultaneously reporting their own impressions of what they saw to their home teachers. If they lacked expectations for the clan's techniques, then their parents would train them harder, and the Jounin would pick up the slack while a new Jounin named Tenzo would explain to them the nature of his abilities so that they would expect his intervention during their inevitable meeting with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Get over it, Kiba. This is meant to increase your stamina so that you have a chance to fight Naruto himself. He has more stamina in his body than all of us combined, and that was before he left 2 years ago. Without a doubt, this is several times more than it was before, and you will need to improve your game in order to have at least a part of this to fight him, Kakashi explained with the newcomers and Guy's team, realizing that this was indeed the case. Kakashi is right, my young students. Remember, in the Chunin preliminaries, Lee fought Gaara Sabaku but was pushed to his limits, and soon as Jinchuriki still had the power to fight, albeit barely. Gaara holds the weakest of the tailed beasts, while Naruto holds the strongest. If the weakest of them could do this to Lee, imagine what Naruto could do with the power of the Kyuubi and no means to stop it. Guy exclaimed, and many of them shuddered at the thought. It was not a pleasant thought to imagine. So, we have to hit him with everything we have in our arsenal, otherwise we will fail, Ino said and saw Asuma nod. It's also teamwork. You will need to perfectly coordinate your attacks to defeat him. Even without the use of the Biju's power, the brat is unpredictable, and moves in ways that even Shikamaru doesn't expect, Asuma explained as Shikamaru groaned as he knew that whatever strategy he came up with would require thinking outside the box and the usual plans he would make to fight anyone else. Don't worry too much as we will be there to help you, and Jiraiya-sama will also provide additional assistance when needed so that Naruto cannot be stopped, Kurenai said to reassure the group that will be hunting the demon brat. The woman also glanced at Hinata, who was less than thrilled about this, and frowned slightly as she had an idea of what was going on in this girl's head. What if Naruto-kun wants to be left alone? Hinata asked curiously, and the jounin around her looked at the girl with raised eyebrows. The growing pile of dead bodies at his hands says otherwise, Hinata, Kurenai replied, and Hinata didn't meet her gaze. And I'm sure the shinobi he killed weren't after his bounty or because he had the kyubi sealed in his stomach, Hinata countered and saw Kurenai looking at her with narrowed eyes. That's enough. I know you have feelings for Naruto, and I was hoping that after these 2 years they would go away. If you're going to jeopardize our mission to capture Naruto, then you better leave and continue your training elsewhere. Kurenai replied, and Hinata shook her head. She will stay to train. To become stronger. She will begrudgingly help them, but only to a certain extent, and if the need arises to sabotage their plans to capture him, the Hyuga girl will do just that. I'll do what I have to do to complete the mission, Hinata stated, keeping her eyes on her sensei as she glared firmly at the genjutsu master among the adults teaching them. Okay. I'll remember this for you, Hinata. The day you break this, you'll regret ever having feelings for Naruto. Kurenai replied in a stern tone, but Hinata surprisingly narrowed her eyes at the older woman and didn't flinch. And the day we all finally face Naruto, you and the others here will regret betraying him, including me, Hinata replied as she already was, but decided to continue knowing what to do when the time comes, and figure out how to do it without getting caught. Unless she could somehow sabotage the group. Then Hinata could only hope that Naruto would understand that she didn't want to bring him back to become their pawn. Land of Lightning, near Kyumo. Yujito was dealing with the bandits when they arrived. At first she didn't know who they were, but Nibi told her to beware of whoever wields the sword and not to cross his path. He cut up everyone in his path and used a powerful fire jutsu against several bandits who were trying to get around her from behind. The girl with green hair flew at high speed, striking at everything that was in her path. She knew that it was the enemy. Yujito could tell that the girl was obviously a Jinchuriki given the yellow chakra from the bijou she possessed, but the boy was a different matter and she was trying to figure him out. Stay focused. You can ask me questions later when this is over. Naruto commanded, making signs with one hand and stabbing his sword into the ground. The end result was streaks of crimson-yellow lightning streaking through the ground toward some unsuspecting bandits, who exploded shortly after being caught in such a powerful explosion, causing the remaining enemy forces to flee in fear. It was interesting to hear them call him a demon, a monster, a beast, and even the fiend of all things, without feeling any pain from the words. In Konoha, Naruto was called these things, and worse, that he would rather not bring to the forefront at the moment. Here he was, brutally killing bandits, calling all these names, and yet Naruto felt nothing but pride at being called that. To his enemies, he was all of that. To his enemies, Uzumaki Naruto was a monster. I want answers right now. Take it, demanded Yujito, who walked up to Naruto and would have grabbed him by the neck to force the answers out of him if not for the girl standing in her way. Or I'll show you how many ways there are to skin a cat. Fu exclaimed, getting into a fighting stance with 2 kunai in her hands. Do you think I'm afraid of you, girl? Ha! Nibi's power is completely under my control. I'm not afraid of some upstart punk who probably can't control his bijou's power at maximum level, and considering you've expended more energy than me, I'm sure I have the advantage here. Yujito replied confidently with a Fu growl while Naruto himself simply turned slightly to look at her. Enough. Don't test her or me. We came here to talk to you and the one called Killer Bee. This man is another Jinchuriki from Kumo, right? Naruto asked and saw Yujito tense up upon hearing this. So what if he is? Why do you need to talk to us? Yujito retorted questioningly and saw the Jubi sword emitting crimson yellowish electricity around the blade. It's about Akatsuki. I'm sure you've heard of them or even fought a couple of them at some point. Naruto replied and saw Yujito tense up upon hearing the name of the organization. I have it. They came for me 2 weeks ago, but there were several patrols at the time and they were able to stop them from taking me. They were very strong, Yujito said, and Naruto nodded in agreement. They are missing S-class ninjas, so the fact that you were able to survive and escape is not just legs in itself. How many sacrifices did Kumo make to help you? Naruto asked as Yujito hissed at him. Why? So you can mock Kumo for being weak? It's none of your business. Yujito shot back and Naruto narrowed his eyes at her before turning fully to face the woman. Descendant of the sage himself, direct, kitty. Do not be an idiot. This weapon is the Jubi sword. Forged from the fang of a beast that all 9 bijou were one being before the sage of the 6 paths split us into our own individual forms. Using it like that means the blonde exclaimed Nibi in fear and Yujito's eyes widened in shock with a hint of fear in them. Answer my question. How many have you lost? Naruto asked and Yujito went from being a dominant woman to being nervous. Apparently her bijou told her about the weapon in his hand and its connection to the past. At that time, we had 3 ANBU squads patrolling. We lost 2 and the 3rd squad was heavily wounded. Yujito replied and Naruto nodded as it seemed right for an S-rank ninja to cause so much damage while fighting so many ANBU and Jinchuriki while in complete control the powers of his bijou. You're lucky to survive like the Jinchuriki in IWA, Naruto said and Yujito looked shocked to hear that she wasn't the only one being targeted. Have you met them? Yujito asked as she didn't expect the Jinchuriki to come into contact with each other because they were from different villages. I did. I met Han, Rashi and Sabaku, but Gaara is my old friend in Suna. Fu here was from Taki, and I was from Konoha. Our goal is to reach all the Jinchuriki in the elemental countries and warn them about the Akatsuki. However, the Mizukage is dead, we can't get to Kumo to see Killer Bee, and there is one Jinchuriki missing who has yet to be identified from his village. We wanted to form a united front against them and destroy the organization before they could use us for their own hidden agendas. They see us as mere pawns in their plans for something sinister, Naruto explained as Yujito looked like she had been punched in the stomach. I heard rumors about the organization, but nothing definite, we couldn't find out more about them, Yujito answered and Naruto nodded in understanding. Talk to Killer Bee and even the Raikage if you want. This organization poses a threat to all hidden villages. Not just Kumo. How do the people in your village treat you? Naruto asked curiously and Yujito frowned upon hearing the question. Like a normal person. Why? Have you been treated unfairly? Yujito asked and saw the 2 Jinchuriki glance at each other before laughing. Are you serious? They treated us like slaves. Like a weapon. Like tools that need to be thrown away when they are useless, Naruto replied and Fu nodded in agreement to show Yujito that he wasn't lying. I'm so sorry. I had no idea, Yujito explained, since she had never seen any of this. As I already told Fu about the Jinchuriki in the village they came from, no 2 villages work the same when raising their Jinchuriki, Naruto said and Yujito nodded, taking it to heart. What's your name? Yujito asked curiously, since she still didn't recognize him. Uzumaki Naruto, formerly from Konoha, Naruto answered and saw Yujito's eyes widen even more. Uzumaki? As in, son of Uzumaki Kushina? Yujito asked and Naruto frowned at her. Yes. How do you know my mom? Naruto asked in a tone that told the woman she better speak now or there would be to pay. Kyumo tried to capture your mother many years ago. Back during the Third Shinobi War, the Raikage then wanted her to be in Kyumo due to the Uzumaki bloodline she held since Maelstrom was destroyed in the previous one. The current Raikage and his younger brother Bai Assassin were among those assigned to the mission before Konoha's Yellow Flash and the future Yondaime Hokage intervened to save her. When I grew up, I asked him about rumors of mistreatment of Jinchuriki and he said, most villages do this, but I won't be like them, thanks to the man who told me a secret and wanted me to protect my family. Before looking at B with a smile on her face. I think the Yondaime Hokage was the one who gave him this advice, Yujito explained, and Naruto closed his eyes, hiding the rage that burned within him. This idiot that is my father even betrayed the words he preached to the enemy on how to help a Jinchuriki reach his full potential, Naruto thought before opening his eye and looking at the woman in front of him. What if I could grant you an audience with the Raikage? Yujito asked and surprised both of them. Why? So he can add 2 more Jinchuriki to his arsenal of weapons? Fu asked as she didn't trust anyone other than Naruto at the moment. No. He's not like that at all. But there is more to the story of how Uzumaki Kushina almost got captured, and there is a second reason for this, Yujito explained, and Naruto looked her straight in the eyes. Is she telling the truth? Thought Naruto Kyubi, and the fox looked at him intently. Every word, Kyubi replied, and Naruto turned his attention back to Yujito. Great. I will speak to your Raikage personally, but only I will go, and I want this man's younger brother to be there too. Ugh. Come here for a second, Naruto commanded, and Fu was there instantly. Yes, Naruto-sama? Fu asked while Naruto groaned internally as she had recently started calling him and had no intention of stopping. Keep your ears open and vigilant while I'm gone. If I don't return in 2 days, something has gone wrong and I've been taken prisoner to be restored. I want you to go to the Land of Waves. It's a safe place and there are people you can trust there, Naruto whispered, and Fu turned to look at Yujito for a moment before looking back at him before nodding firmly. Do you think it will come to this, Naruto-sama? Fu asked, and Uzumaki thought for a second. Maybe. Maybe not. I hope this doesn't happen and it doesn't turn out badly for either of us. Just be on your guard until I return, Naruto replied and saw the girl nod as the 2 of them were a prize for any shinobi village. Yes, Naruto-sama, Fu replied before jumping into the trees, and Naruto sighed. And just call me Naruto. Not Naruto-sama. It's like I'm some kind of kage or daimyo of the country, because I'm not like that, Naruto said, although he knew Fu wouldn't listen and just accepted it for now. Maybe not, but you don't have to be either of these to earn that kind of respect, Yujito thought as she took a closer look at him and had to admit that Naruto was something else. Oh, how sweet. My kitten is in love. Nibi teased and Yujito blushed, mentally looking at the demonic cat. What? I do not do this. I just met him. Yujito thought, and Nibi giggled. True, but I feel your body's sudden reaction to him and my words. I don't blame you for feeling this way either. The boy is only a few years younger than you, but I can tell, seeing him through your eyes, that he is well built and a very strong warrior worthy of you. So if you decide to settle down and make a betting for yourself, this is the guy you can do it with, Nibi said as Yujito blushed even more and began mentally screaming at the cat demon. We will have a long talk about this in private after we escort Naruto-kun to the Raikage. Yujito thought while Nibi smiled slyly at her. Naruto-kun? Such affection for his name. Oh, I'm looking forward to our little discussion later. This will be so much fun. Nibi exclaimed, and Yujito had to hold back the moan she wanted to let out. It was going to be a long day for Yujito. Raikage Tower. The Raikage, the man his family called, when he wasn't a cage in his office, was a man with an impressive body, heavily toned from years of intense training that rivaled, if not surprised, Might Guy's own, and a sharp mind to match. Many years ago, he had the honor of attempting to kidnap Uzumaki Kushina for her bloodline due to her rarity under the orders of his predecessor, and another honor of surviving a fight with the future Yondaime Hokage. It was thanks to Namikaze that A was able to learn the secret to help his brother control his tailed beast, and this revelation changed everything in Kumo when he became the Raikage. His younger brother B grew up in a semi-good life, as E's predecessor believed that his Jinchuriki should be tough and take the hits in life that would make them better in the long run. B survived all this thanks to E and his timely intervention when the situation got out of control, while B himself came to terms with who he was in life. After A became the Raikage, the man decided to change the way things were happening in Kumo, just in time for Yujito to receive Nibi into her body. The girl grew up without the hatred that Jinchuriki usually receive in life, and yet she knew about the rumors behind the way things used to be. She had once asked B about this when she found out about the bijou, but E's little brother had not said anything on the subject, and yet the blonde knew from his unreadable expression that it was true. Sometimes not having an answer to the question you are asking is itself an answer. But this may not be the answer you need or like. Why was he thinking about this now? Akatsuki organization. They attacked in pairs, probing the defenses of Kumo and no doubt other villages if rumors were to be believed that they were hunting Jinchuriki. Although E would put his favorite set of barbells at home, that the rumors about the organization are targeting all Jinchuriki. This means that he will need to find a way to make sure that steps and measures are taken to ensure that this organization gets to his brother or Yujito. Raikage-sama, I need to talk to you, Yujito called from outside the office doors, the sound of some of his bodyguards calling for someone to stop, and the sound of a fight taking place before the doors opened to reveal a woman with a familiar face from the bingo book. Obviously, if you brought the infamous Uzumaki Naruto to my office, that's some kind of sign. I think congratulations are in order, he said for a while, looking at Naruto with a calculating gaze, and noticed that the blonde had eyes that he had seen a long time ago. But even now, the Raikage could still recall the memory of that eye color looking at him with that level of intensity from another man of incredible skill who was still alive, and it made the hairs on the back of the muscular man's neck stand up. He is not here to join Kumo, and I did not capture him, Raikage-sama. He's here to talk to you and Ms. B. Killer, Yujito explained, raising an eyebrow as she looked at Naruto and then at the pile of unconscious bodies in the hallway. So it seems, considering the bodies on the ground outside my office, A said calmly, but his tone told Yujito that it had taken him considerable effort not to act violently yet, and there was a very good reason for it. They stopped me from coming in to see you regarding the Akatsuki organization and the Jinchuriki living here, Naruto explained to Yujito, as it seemed unfair that she took responsibility for his actions. What about them? A asked, referring to both Akatsuki and his two Jinchuriki. I want to help you protect Yujito and Killer B from the Akatsuki, but as a free agent, not bound by your authority or anyone else's in Kumo, Naruto explained, and saw that the Raikage did not like this idea. Besides the fact that I am the Kyubi Jinchuriki and an Uzumaki at the same time, what else can you offer? The Raikage asked, knowing that the boy's status as the Kyubi's jailer was enough to make him almost salivate at the thought of having a stronger advantage over his rivals. He wields the Jubi sword, Yujito stated, dodging the Uzumaki's gaze, and saw the Raikage's eyes widen. The Jubi sword is a myth. A legend from ancient times. Any blade that is said to be a fake copy, strikes back, looking at Yujito before turning to look at Naruto. Or rather, where Naruto was and only now saw the empty space he once occupied. Take a closer and more personal look at yourself with your own eyes, Naruto replied in a cold voice as he pressed the Jubi sword to the man's throat and his mouth near his ear. I was surprised that the brat could move so fast, and saw that Yujito was also surprised, since she had never seen him move from his previous position. As for the Raikage himself, he could stare at the blade near his neck that, if Naruto wanted, could cut through his flesh and end his life in the blink of an eye. An act that would greatly weaken Kumo since there was no real successor to replace him as Raikage except for B, but it was unknown if the people in Kyumo would accept this, considering the previous Mizukage in Mist was a Jinchuriki and went down with crazy about power before he was overthrown. This only proved to those who despised the Jinchuriki that they were unfit to lead and would seek revenge on those who had wronged them. Of course, it can be argued that perhaps the Jinchuriki would not have done this if they were not despised, hated, and/or abused by the village that would have appointed them as Kage. Gaara was proof of this, and he was once considered an insane psychopath before becoming the Kazekage. This is the real deal, Reikage-sama. Nibi told me what it was, Yujito said after the tension in the room became so strong that she could almost see it. Yes. The way it is. Please remove this from my neck if you would be so kind, Uzumaki Naruto. You're here to talk to me politely, right? A asked, and Naruto smirked at him slightly before complying with the request. Yes. I did. Please ask your brother to come here. I want to talk to him too, Naruto replied. And the Reikage sent a messenger bird to fly to his brother to visit him. Hey bro. What's got you so angry? Killer Bee asked a few moments later, and Naruto could only sweat at the horrible way the man spoke. Is he always like this? Naruto asked Yujito, who could only sigh and simply rub her forehead. You have NOCLUE, Yujito replied and saw Killer Bee staring at Naruto's sword. Is this the same ancient sword? Doesn't look like there's an inch of mold on it. Killer Bee asked, and Naruto looked annoyed, as did the Reikage, for completely different reasons. Take it, B. What did I tell you about rapping in my office? AI exclaimed, throwing an angry look at his younger brother. Not to do this. I may be a bee killer, but you, bro, just enjoy killing. B answered and dodged a heavy paperweight thrown at him. Look. I don't have time to deal with your packaging, and there's someone here who wants to see you. No, he's not interested in your packaging either. This is the business of a shinobi and, it includes what you have sealed inside of you, I replied and saw his brother become serious before looking at Naruto. What do you want to talk about? B asked, since the rap could wait later. 2 words. Future. Or to be more precise, our future, Naruto replied before motioning for B to sit down and doing the same before talking to everyone. It's going to be a long day. Konoha, a few days later. I'm on Naruto's trail. Jiraiya exclaimed in Tsunade's office while the woman was dealing with mountains of paperwork that seemed to never end. Where? Tsunade demanded that Jiraiya take out a map and indicate the location where Naruto currently resided. Here, in the land of waves. A merchant friend of mine was setting up shop there and saw him and Fu heading to the docks to board a ship to the land of spring. The ship itself won't leave for another 2 days. Jiraiya explained, and Tsunade's eyes widened and she smiled. Gather the team together. I want you out the door to the land of waves in 15 minutes and not a second longer. Bring both Jinchuriki here, Jiraiya. I want these 2 on a leash and tied to my office chair by the end of the week. Tsunade commanded, and Jiraiya smirked at her. I'm already doing this. Jiraiya exclaimed before saying, poof, to show that he was a shadow clone. We have you now, Gaki. You will soon pay for your wrongdoings against me and Konoha. You will regret that you were even born and took Kushina from me. I only withheld my hand when we first met because Jiraiya was with you and took control of your person. After you've deprived me of the few people I have left, I'm going to enjoy making the rest of your days miserable and a living on earth. Tsunade said to herself happily. Waveland, 1 day later. I can't believe we're about to meet the spring daimyo. Fu exclaimed happily while Naruto could only smirk as he saw the girl next to him looking excited at the prospect. Naruto was too, but to make sure Jiraiya's spies didn't spot him, he purchased 2 cloaks with hoods to keep their faces hidden. After he returned from meeting with the Reikage and Killer Bee about his plans for the future, Fu bombarded him with questions. After answering and explaining everything to Fu, the girl was excited to know who they would meet next, since the spring daimyo was a famous actress completely wrapped up in him. It was an honor in itself to meet the daimyo, but one who was an actress and considered the best to ever grace the movie stage was even more impressive in the mind of the green-haired Jinchuriki. And all this thanks to Naruto-sama. When she started calling him that, Fu had no idea, but once she started, there was no stopping her, and considering Naruto-sama's bloodline was royal in the shinobi world, it was kind of fitting. He could in some ways surpass the rank of a Kage or even a daimyo, since his mother, as Naruto learned of her from the Reikage, was Uzumaki royalty. Moreover, Kyumo had an Uzumaki summon scroll, intended only for those with Uzumaki blood flowing through their veins. A confessed in his office to the blonde that after the fall of the maelstrom, in which he denied that Kyumo had anything to do with the fall of the place, his shinobi, under the leadership of the newly minted second Reikage, ordered to lead a team there to find anything useful, and found the scroll. Of course, upon learning that it was a summoning scroll, the shinobi wielding it were tasked with summoning the animal within, and they failed miserably. And failing miserably, told Naruto how the particular animal they summoned bit the shinobi who summoned him in half, before explaining to those around him that only someone of Uzumaki blood could summon their relatives and would therefore not serve anyone to another. Therefore, one of the reasons why Naruto's mother was considered a prime target for capture was not only because of her bloodline in Kyumo, but also because these future offspring could use the summoned animal and strengthen the village. Naruto himself, upon hearing the name of this summoned animal, wished that the summoning scroll would be in his possession again, since it was a family item of the Uzumaki clan. He was hesitant at first, but Naruto's expression told the Reikage that if he didn't comply, the blonde Uzumaki would turn violent, and the rumors of how destructive an Uzumaki could be when angry played heavily in Kage's mind. Didn't want this, as he felt there was more to the boy than what he saw, and the control Naruto had over the Kyuubi's power was still unknown, not to mention the other skills the boy had, which he could have received from his mother's bloodline. Moreover, the boy came to help him fight the Akatsuki organization to protect his little brother and did right by Yujito. The boy had honor and should be respected for it. Not to mention that Naruto also wanted revenge on Konoha for their actions against him, which seemed stupid considering what the Yondaime Hokage himself believed at the time regarding the Jinchuriki, and was even willing to help him, for a small price. Naruto already knew what the man wanted and agreed to the terms of the agreement they had come to make, on one condition that the Reikage thought was more reasonable. Killer Bee was about to reveal the reason why Naruto made this little condition, but Yujito, seemingly in a fit of jealousy, punched Bee in the face and broke his jaw, so that he could not speak for the next few days until the medics fixed it. This Naruto found it funny, to say the least. Yes. Naturally, we will be respectful, but you don't have to become so submissive in her presence, and watch what you say. Just be friendly and treat her with the respect she deserves, Naruto replied, and saw Fu nod as the boat they would soon be on tomorrow morning departed for the land of spring. Naruto! Naruto! Inari called, and Naruto turned around to see the boy running towards him with a worried look on his face. What is this, Inari? Naruto asked, seeing the boy trying to catch his breath. Shinobi of Konoha. Large group. They crossed the bridge. There's a whole bunch of them looking for you. Someone mentioned that a dog said, I caught his scent, and one with bulging veins around his eyes said, I picked up his chakra trail, before they followed the two deeper into the city. They could be here any minute. Inari exclaimed in concern, while Naruto winced and Fu looked a little worried. Go and find your mom and grandpa. Tell them and everyone else to stay away from us along with them. I don't want anyone at Wave to get hurt because of us. Ugh. Tell the ship's captain to be ready to sail. Tell the captain that I will pay him 3 times what he usually charges if we leave now. Naruto commanded, and Fu disappeared after a few seconds, while Inari nodded and ran off to spread the word to give both sides a large gap to keep losses to a minimum. Sure enough, Naruto found himself staring at the Konoha shinobi, who had now cut off any chance he had of leaving the way he came, and many of them looked pleased to see him once again. Well, satisfied is not quite the right word. Rather, they were happy to see him, but not in the way a friend greets a friend you haven't seen in a while and wants to sit and have a drink before reminiscing about old times. No. Their looks were those of someone they had hunted, found, and were now going to bring back to show off as a trophy. And right now they were looking at him as if he were a future trophy with certain body parts chosen by each to be mounted on the respective walls of their houses. That someone would get an arm, then another, his leg if not both, his various organs in a special storage case with a label indicating who they belonged to, and of course, someone was planning to hang the Uzumaki's head on the wall. Naruto could only imagine that it was similar to some animals, that some hunters have that look at you with pleading eyes that want you to die even if they are already dead. "Hey, brat. You have changed. I see he's gotten a little taller," Jiraiya said, seeing that the boy was now dressed completely differently. "And you are still the same stupid pervert who cares little about his godson. Tell me, old fool. Does Tsunade know?" Naruto asked, and Jiraiya frowned. "You know what?" Jiraiya asked, and Naruto was now looking at him with cold eyes filled with rage. The same as his favorite student, who became Hokage, once had. "Your hand is in the fall of the maelstrom. That leaf killed all the Uzumaki there just so that control of the fox sealed in my gut could remain under Konoha's control. Tsunade was an Uzumaki on her grandmother's side, right?" Naruto explained as Jiraiya tensed, and some of the group were now looking at the Sannin. "I don't know what you're talking about," Jiraiya said, seeing Naruto frowning at him, and the Sannin could tell the boy didn't believe him. "You keep telling yourself that. But I know you had a hand in this. Konoha betrayed my clan, betrayed my mother, and the village will burn for it. I promise you that many things are certain," Naruto replied as Jiraiya and the others prepared to fight. "Not if we take you out first, Naruto. It's quite difficult to get the so-called revenge, Konoha, if you're in a cell and you can't summon the Kyuubi's chakra," Jiraiya explained, and Naruto let out a chuckle of amusement. "So that's why you have so many of my old so-called comrades here to fight me? Are you hoping that I'll be a little hesitant to kill them all just because of old memories of the fun we had together?" Naruto asked, and Jiraiya narrowed his eyes at him. "I'll say it one day, Naruto. Surrender and no harm will come to you," Jiraiya commanded while Naruto laughed at him. "It's like a cat asking a bird to come down to the ground in front of him." This, of course, if the cat could talk, and the bird was so trusting. "Who do you think I am, Ero-sennin? Uchiha? The fool will do anything if you tell the Uchiha that it will give strength to his already pathetic body. He is like a blind rabbit, and power is a carrot. Wave it in front of his nose and he will run towards that carrot without worrying or fearing the consequences it may have on him or others. Although, considering that Sasuke does not care about others, but only about himself, there is no point in telling you about this, because no one here will listen," Naruto explained, looking at Shikamaru's slightly crouched figure behind Choji and knowing what Nara was doing at the moment. "You're coming with us, Naruto. It all depends on how you want it to happen, and the Kyuubi's powers won't help you here," Shikamaru said as he quietly lured Naruto into a trap with his shadow control jutsu, and saw Uzumaki smirking at him. "Oh. Is that why you slowly move your shadow to grab me, Shikamaru? Is that why so many of you are here too? To tie up, wound and incapacitate me? To be dragged back to Konoha where unspeakable things will be done to me? You all look at me and think that I am some kind of monster or demon in human form. The truth is that I am just a prison, a warden, guards and walls for the prisoner within me. We are talking? Yes, sometimes we do. Like all prisoners, when they are in a cell, all they can do is talk to the guards to prevent the boredom of serving a life sentence. But that's all. And yet people in Konoha hate me because they hate the fox sealed in my body. They can't harm him directly, so aim for the next best thing. They made you believe that I am a real monster because they don't want you to see how wrong they really are about me. Either that or they don't want you to have any funny ideas about how they're wrong about me. That they don't want to admit this important fact to you so that no one will know that the level of stupidity they possess is very high, Naruto explained with Jiraiya and several older jonin frowning at him. You are a demon. That's all we need to know, Ino retorted, and many in the group agreed. Naruto noticed that Hinata didn't and was hesitant to fight him. Something the Uzumaki would save for later, reminding the Raikage of their deal later. You are saying this to me now, but ask yourself one question regarding your life. What would you do if the Yondaime Hokage sealed the Kyuubi inside you? Would you put up with all the hate, pain, insults and their belief that Jinchuriki are lower than the trash they throw away? Imagine yourself as a Jinchuriki. Imagine your such loving parents when they abandon you for holding a demon that everyone hates, and people trying to get their 10 pounds of flesh from you because they can't get it from the fox itself, Naruto countered. And the adults frowned at him. They would never do this to us. Tenten exclaimed as the rookies and team guys stole their resolve while Naruto just laughed. Are you sure? Ask them directly to their face. Look them straight in the eye. Make them swear on everything they hold sacred that when they tell you their answer, it will be the truth. That in their eyes, in their hearts and in their very souls there is not a single form of lie or hint of deception. Ask them what they would do if you, their offspring and child were turned into the Kyuubi Jinchuriki instead of me? The answer might surprise you, Naruto replied, letting out a cruel chuckle as he saw something flash in the eyes of his comrades around his age. Enough. Take it now. Jiraiya commanded. One half of the group moved to the left, the other went to the right, and Jiraiya attacked in the middle. How can you expect to take me with you? When I won't even be here? Naruto asked before he said poof, to show that the person they were talking to was actually a shadow clone of the real him. What? Where is he, Niji? Jiraiya asked with Niji's Byakugan active and saw that the boy frowned. The Kyuubi chakra is everywhere. All I see is a thick orange fog and it makes it difficult for my eyes to determine if the Naruto in front of us was real. He must have covered this area earlier to trick my eyes. Niji exclaimed angrily, deceived by the Uzumaki. There is another source of chakra in this area, similar but different from Naruto's chakra. My bugs tell me that they feel it on that ship, Shino said, pointing to the large ship that left the port during their conversation with the shadow clone a few minutes ago. Even if they walked through the water to get to the boat, it would take too long and take up a lot of their energy needed to fight the blonde. Take it. This ship is heading to the land of spring, and you cannot enter, Jiraiya said, rubbing his forehead. But you can, Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi replied, and Jiraiya shrugged. Even if I did, the spring daimyo would undoubtedly be keeping an eye on my activities there, and if she knew that I was hunting Naruto, well, let's just say that that alone would be enough to she arrested me, Jiraiya replied, as the land of spring had effectively banned all shinobi from Konoha, and he was the only exception due to his Sannin travel rights. Even though it wasn't worth much right now in terms of getting to where he needed to go. In other words, we can pursue him and let the demon spawn get away? Asuma asked and Jiraiya sighed again. Look. Nobody here is delighted with this turn of events. Especially me. But this is politics, and when the daimyo prohibits you from entering his or her lands, you obey. Koyuki may have a small shinobi village, but she has the love and support of her people, as well as all the advanced technological marvels she contains. This chakra armor and the airship creature are examples of them. We may have a rich village. But even building one of these airships and maintaining it would bankrupt us in almost every possible way. In any case, we must behave well while the river of politics flows in our favor and wait for the right moment to strike, Jiraiya explained and the group nodded. And how long do you think this will take? Shikamaru asked, and Jiraiya shrugged. Honestly, I have no idea, Jiraiya replied before the group turned around to head home, and none of the adults in the group understood what Naruto's words about being hated by the village if one of them was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki instead, were scrolling through their heads. Springland, 3 days later. Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto, is that you? Koyuki asked as she stood up from her throne and walked over to the blonde shinobi warrior before pulling him into a hug. And apparently not seeing the green-haired girl next to him struggling with the frown that wanted to appear on her face. Hello, Koyuki-chan. It's been quite a while since we last saw each other, Naruto replied warmly and made sure his claws were tucked into his gauntlet before walking in with the safety mechanism engaged to prevent the instantaneous release of the deadly weapon. Yes. During the mission to bring me here and become the new ruler of the country. Not to mention fighting off my uncle Doto and his snow shinobi, Koyuki replied, remembering the fights and how Naruto never gave up no matter what. Now these are your shinobi from what I've seen, and by the looks of it there are more and more of them, Naruto said as he saw quite a few of them around the castle despite their best efforts to be hidden. That's how it is. Although some of them will probably need some extra training if they can be seen by your eye, Koyuki replied, and only being as close to him as she was now, the woman saw that the boy who saved her had lost one eye. And she suspected that the source of all this was Konoha. She heard what happened, despite the Hokage's efforts to keep it from becoming known. The Kazekage and the people of the Land of Waves spread rumors of Konoha's cruelty against Naruto, and the news soon spread like wildfire. Uncontrollable, unrestrained by anything, he moved through the elemental lands like a raging storm, from one place to another. When the news reached all the people Naruto helped, they realized who to blame and decided to punish Konoha for their actions. The end of trade law, alliances, and Koyuki herself, a movie deal that would bring Ika Ika Paradise to the big screen. After this happened, Konoha's enemies immediately attacked the village mercilessly and left the shinobi village alone to deal with the attackers. Koyuki herself thought it was appropriate since Naruto was no doubt in the same situation in the village where he was attacked from all sides without any help. The turn was fair game, and it was. They are well hidden in the castle, but I just feel them. I'll teach them a few things while I'm here over the next few days. I'm actually here on business and have to go to the mist to talk to the Mizukage about some things, Naruto explained while Koyuki looked a little sad about him leaving but was still excited that he was here in palace, for several days. Well, you are certainly welcome here. Although I have to ask, who is this girl with you? Girl? Koyuki asked with a mischievous smile on her face and saw the girl blush while Naruto smirked. Nice try, Koyuki-chan. This is Fu. She is a Jinchuriki like me and was from Taki village, although because of this she did not live in the village, Naruto explained, and Fu bowed to the woman out of respect for her position. Really? It's terrible how they treated her just for being a Jinchuriki. Koyuki replied, half considering writing leader Taki a letter of reprimand, but changed her mind since such an act would cause more problems for Naruto, and Fu since she doubted that the green-haired girl was allowed to leave with the Uzumaki. I know. I'm actually gathering friends and allies to fight an organization that is trying to bring the Bijou back together by extracting them from the Jinchuriki. I was told by a reliable source that such an effect on Fu, me, or any Jinchuriki for that matter would be fatal, Naruto explained as Kyuubi explained that moving away from the blonde was similar to what happened with Kushina, only several times worse. Kushina barely survived the extraction process Madara did to her, and that was after she gave birth to Naruto. Well, you have a friend in the land of spring. What's your plan? Koyuki replied while Naruto smirked at her. Let's all sit down somewhere alone and talk about this. We have a lot to discuss, Naruto said. Koyuki nodded and motioned for her two guests to follow her. Everything was coming together. Terumi was a beautiful woman. She had a flawless body, flowing red hair, legs that, when exposed, could turn heads almost all the way until they said, snap, and well-developed breasts that made men drool before their girlfriends or wives hit them on the head with a frying pan. She was also the Mizukage of Mist Village and had a knack for scaring her subordinates if they did something stupid. While the male mages of the 5 shinobi villages would have given their subordinates a severe reprimand, Mei found that sweet, painful threats of being killed by her own hands were much more effective, and the fact that she could back it up without any hesitation was either helped. Many a male Kaga in the past had scolded one moment and then shrugged off the entire incident hours later when the motto, "Boys will be boys," came to mind, but Mei was not one to adhere to that philology in the slightest, nor did she play favorites with either gender. Did you screw up big time? Terumi Mei will spoil you badly, and then kill you in a very painful way. Unfortunately, the disadvantage of this act and the fact that she was the Mizukage of the Mist prevented potential male suitors from approaching her for courtship. There were quiet whispers among her shinobi that she really needed to find herself a man so she could settle down and have children who would no doubt inherit the red-haired woman's personality. If only a man would walk through that door and boldly want to date me. The cost of being so strong and beautiful, Mei thought to herself, wishing for a strong, fearless male warrior to walk through those doors, sweep her off her feet, and bring the female Kage into his home to rape her form repeatedly. Unfortunately, no one has done this yet. Well, a woman can dream. Mizukage-sama? Came the voice of her assistant and the best sensory shinobi named Ao. Yes, Ao? Mei asked, trying to be polite to him as she suspected it was his fault that the shinobi were whispering to each other about her needing a man. There is someone here who wants to see you, Mizukage-sama. He claims to be Uzumaki Naruto, formerly from Konoha, Ao replied as he poked his head through the door and saw the red-haired woman looking very surprised. Uzumaki Naruto? Here. Send it to you, baka. Do it now, or I'll kill you. Mei exclaimed, quickly inspecting herself to make sure she looked like the stunning woman every man knew when he saw her form. Although Mei had never considered herself a cradle robber, the red-haired woman recognized a young, handsome, strong, and competent man when she saw him. A few days ago, the bingo book updated the picture showing what Uzumaki Naruto looks like now compared to the picture Konoha released shortly after the boy left. Not that she could blame him for leaving, as he had been through his entire life and wanted to be free of their machinations before they destroyed him. Self-preservation was a wonderful thing at times, and there was no shame in it when the life you lived leading up to it was crap. As for Naruto himself, the female Mizukage nearly drooled from her mouth at the sight of the updated photo, and she knew that this child was no longer a child in the slightest. He was taller, stronger, and was not afraid to fight those who got in his way in order to use him for their own purposes. He was perfect. All Mei had to do was play the happy hostess, show a little skin, talk in a way that would make the bees think honey was a weak substitute, and Naruto would be her man by the end of the day. I hope we are not intruding on an important moment. Mizukage-sama, a deep strong voice that belonged to Uzumaki Naruto rang out as the man walked in with Ao, who was now sweating nervously, and with good reason considering the blonde companion. Of course not. I'm really surprised that you came to me, considering your status as Konoha's lost ninja. I hope my shinobi didn't cause you too much trouble when they came here, Mei replied sweetly to him, ignoring the green-haired girl who was clearly around Naruto's age and the mark she wanted to put, sending a quick glance at Ao for letting this young whore into his office. They were polite. While they were understandably hostile at first, I only disabled them with a few broken bones before your assistant came here with more of your powers and tried to calm the situation. Very balanced. Praise to your powers, Naruto explained with Ao clearly pleased with the praise and saw that Mei had praised him as well. A very rare thing to get from the Mizukage, even with a guest that the woman actually wanted in her office. Yes. I take it the girl next to you is Taki Jinchuriki? The one whose name seems to be Fu? Mei asked, smiling at the girl, while Fu herself frowned slightly at being called girl as if she were some little 10-year-old girl. With all due respect, Mizukage-sama, I am not a girl, but a woman like you, although I consider myself much younger than you, Fu replied, with Mei now blushing slightly and Ao sweating from nervousness. No matter what happened in this room now, Ao knew that he would feel the brunt of it later. I'll remember that before you leave my office to look for the nearest toy store that the kids here love to visit, Mei retorted, and you could see the lightning bolts the two women were shooting at each other. Thank you for the kind thought on your part, Mizuki-sama. I'm quite sure that the nursing home you are going to visit within a month is beautiful at this time of year, Fu retorted and saw Mei's eyes narrow dangerously, although she still had a smile on her face. Ao looked ready to jump out of the window with a hint of peeing himself. Enough. Ugh, you shouldn't insult our master here since we are on business, and insulting a beautiful woman by calling her old is unwise in building a future relationship. Naruto said, deciding to intervene before things got nasty, and by nasty he implied a full-blown cat-like fatness between two Kage-level kunoichi. They were turning the mist into a crater, if he was lucky. However, what Naruto didn't know was that Mei had blocked out most of his words that he had just said to Fu and was focusing on certain keywords that related to her. The words she took out of context, which happened from time to time when she only heard the words, beautiful woman, and, of course, future relationships. This caused Mei to admire being called a beautiful woman and her own interpretation of his choice of words in relation to their future relationship, which now turns to the erotic nature of what it might entail. Sorry, Naruto-sama, Fu said in an apologetic tone, although he could tell she only meant it to an extent. He called me beautiful and wants to have a relationship with me in the future. The man of my dreams has arrived and my wish has come true, Mei thought to herself, imagining how they would get married, have children, and this green-haired slut would be their maid, wearing a sign that read, property of Terumi Mei, and a collar on her neck that would shut her mouth. A harlot if she even thought about looking at the red-haired woman's husband erotically. Mizuki-sama. You're daydreaming again, whispered Ao, who decided to stand next to Mei and prevent the woman from completely disgracing herself in front of the two Jinchuriki. And took it out on him after the meeting was over. What? Oh yeah. Thank you, Ao. Sorry about that. I was just distracted by something. So, what is this matter that you want to discuss with me, Uzumaki-sama? Mei asked, focusing on the task at hand and deciding to put off her plan to seduce the warrior in front of her until later. Without the green-haired whore by his side, ruining her every attempt. Yes. As you may already know, there is an organization called Akatsuki, which is made up of missing S-class ninjas, and they are hunting the Jinchuriki. I was wondering what your official position is regarding them and Jinchuriki in general. Well, your late predecessor was one of us, Naruto explained as Mei nodded and yet did not frown at the mention of the previous Mizuki. I understand. The truth is that I hold no grudge against the Jinchuriki or Yagyu himself, despite what happened under his rule. In fact, I found evidence that Yagura was not as cruel a person as everyone made him out to be, as he was in fact being manipulated by an outside force, Mei explained before opening a folder in her desk and taking out a small book, before then to give it to Naruto. Diary? Naruto asked and Mei nodded. In Yagura's own handwriting. He wrote this during his time as Mizuki and kept it well hidden in this desk in such a way that only his successor could notice where the item was kept. Read a few pages and you will see for yourself, Mei explained, while Naruto opened the book and began to read its contents. Page 13. Yesterday a man in an orange mask appeared behind me. How he got into my office undetected, I don't know, but I couldn't do anything, and my bijou didn't do anything. The man's only visible eye was the eye of the Sharingan, and I could feel my mind warping to suit his wishes. Manipulate things so that bloodline users are perceived as terrible inhuman beings who deserve to die. That they were unnatural with their abilities and should be hated like most villages hate Jinchuriki. So I manipulated events as he saw fit, spreading propaganda and watching hatred grow throughout my village. Eventually hatred will spread throughout the country and no one will be immune from this action, as my name will be what people say when they talk about how it all happened. Page 30. The masked man was back again, his Sharingan eye spinning again in his sick and twisted desires at the forefront of everything. He wants me to sow confusion and weaken the mist with new atrocities that will cause an uprising to keep me occupied. This would weaken mist to the point that it would take years to fully recover, even with a competent Mizukage capable of replacing me. My Biju can't help it because he too is under this man's control and hates everything like I am now forced to hate others. It pains me to see the Biju inside my body become something against his will, just as it pains me to see my actions in life without any control over them. p. 50. This time the masked man has not appeared and I feel the influence around me weakening, but I know that it is only a matter of time before he appears again, and this may be my last journal entry before his power is lost will be completed by me. I wrote here as much as possible when the power of the Sharingan eye's influence on me is weak enough to gain some control over my body. I have documented everything I could about my enemy, who is the enemy of the entire world and everyone who lives in it. This man claims to be Uchiha Madara and he hates the entire world with a passion. This man was denied to be Hokage after losing to the Shodame Hokage in the Valley of the End and somehow cheated death during their battle. Whether this man is Uchiha Madara remains to be seen, as I only see his one Sharingan eye and nothing else. Just a mask based on orange algae. He hates Konoha for denying him what he believes is his right, and will not tolerate anyone being superior to him. It doesn't matter if you are a daimyo, a kage, a shinigami, or even the kami himself. If you outrank him in any form, he will seek to destroy you. I don't know what his goal is for the Jinchuriki, but he has gloated several times in my presence about how we will be used to give him absolute power and fulfill his dreams of becoming a god among all. How he can do this I have no idea, but the Bijou with me and all the Jinchuriki is the key to his plan. My successor, I don't know if you will find this or have time to read what is in this book, which is most likely what remains of my soul forged in these pages. I don't know if the Uchiha will find this book, but by chance this documentation of my time. Imprisoned in my own mind, I implore you to fight this man with everything you have and don't let him win. This will only lead to something worse than even death itself. Enslavement. Uchiha Madara, Naruto said to himself as the Kyuubi howled with rage within him. This man was there the night your mother gave birth. It was because of his actions that I became enraged and attacked Konoha. Kyuubi exclaimed, seething with intense rage in his heart at the man who dared to call him a weapon and affectionate to his face when they met many years ago before the battle with the head of the Senju clan. So the enemy has a face. Well, a masked face, but a face nonetheless. And which we can work with now, Naruto said, and Mei nodded. Although I find it hard to believe that this person Yagura described is Uchiha Madara, it cannot be ruled out since the Sharingan is shrouded in mystery and rumors of mutations. Madara had the most advanced Sharingan of the entire Uchiha clan. It was said that he was the only one who could use the dojutsu associated with the Sharingan to its maximum potential. The fact that he is now wearing a mask could indicate some kind of terrible scar on his face or a burn that cannot be healed, Mei explained, and Naruto nodded as that would explain the mask. Anyway, this proves that Akatsuki is connected to him, and it is more likely that he is the leader of the group, Naruto replied, since Madara's ego would never allow that. I believe that too, but even with Yagura's diary it would be difficult to prove, as many would assume that it was written by a deranged Jinchuriki who went crazy when he gained power and wanted to justify his actions in the mist, said Mei, and Naruto could understand her point, as many would question the validity of this diary considering the horrors her predecessor had commanded over his troops. Then we need to collect more evidence. Since his members are hunting me, I can get him if I capture one alive and confirm the names of the other members, Naruto explained, and Mei nodded as the top Akatsuki members would know each other and getting information from one of them is even more would confirm who is who among its members. Ranks. Anyone you know who should be considered a target for such a plan? Mei asked as Naruto smirked at her and the Mizukage had to fight a blush rising. That grin alone was so ishly sexy. There are two of them. They tried to capture me many years ago when I went on a mission with Jiraiya of the Sannin to find Senju Tsunade of the Sannin so she could become the new Hokage of Konoha. Their names are Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, Naruto explained, and Mei's eyes widened at the sight of his chosen targets. Kisame is the former seven swordsman of the mist, and Itachi Uchiha is famous for what he did to his own clan many years ago. Mei exclaimed, as these two were very strong individually, but together they were practically invincible. I know. No doubt they are still trying to find me right now on the orders of their common master. I'm almost ready to fight them, Naruto explained while Mei now looked at him with a calculating look before smiling as if checking if his words were true or not. I believe you are ready. Although Fu here might need something sharp against them when the time comes for her to fight, Mei replied while Fu looked a little upset by her words, but the Mizukage did not intend to hurt the girl's feelings, but was simply stating a fact. What did you mean? Naruto asked curiously. During the battle with Yagura, I heard rumors of a legendary gunsmith living deep in the forest region of the Land of Water. It is also rumored that this person is an Uzumaki himself, who may have been around during the founding of large shinobi villages and made some very powerful weapons. During this time, several of my best scouts and sensors were looking for him, but they could not find out where he was, and I had to stop searching. They had a general idea of where it was, but if the old man is an Uzumaki, as I suspect, there are seals in place that somehow blind my shinobi, and considering that you are an Uzumaki. Explained Mei, and Naruto smirked at her again and she had to fight the sigh of happiness that threatened to escape her. I should be able to clear him up to the point where we can at least talk, Naruto finished for Mei, and the woman simply nodded at him silently. Mizukage-sama, Ao whispered to snap the red-haired beauty out of her daydreams. Yes. I mean, yeah, you should be able to contact him. Hopefully he will help Fu here and perhaps provide weapons to the other Jinchuriki as well. Yagura himself had a weapon made that was supposed to look like a weapon made by a weaponsmith, but it's a cheap knockoff compared to what the old Uzumaki made, Mei explained, and Naruto nodded, knowing that everything he did Uzumaki, made everything else look like crap. What is the name of this supposed Uzumaki? Naruto asked as he needed a name to match the man. This is Muramasa. Uzumaki Muramasa. And for the record, you can count on Mist to help you when the time comes to fight the Akatsuki and any other endeavors that prove beneficial to the village, Mei replied before Naruto stood up from his chair, took her hand and kissed it like a gentleman. Thank you for your help, Mizukage-sama. It was a pleasure to chat with such a beauty like you. Rumors of your beauty do not justify you, and those who spoke such weak words describing it should be killed, Naruto replied, Mei's face now matching the color of her hair. Oh, I'm sure you say that to all the beautiful women sitting in Kage's chair, Mei replied shyly while Ao sent Naruto a death glare, knowing that if the woman didn't leave this office in a good mood, she would unleash her rage on the only person left but herself. And the name of this other person will be Ao. No. You would be the first female Kage I've ever called beautiful. The only other Kage who was female is Tsunade, and she is an old witch. Not like you, my red-haired Harem, Naruto said as Fu gave him an "I can't believe you" look, since the blonde was also like that with Koyuki before they left the Land of Spring. However, Fu took the woman's autograph before leaving so that she could leave it alone with the Spring Daimyo. But that Mizukage slut? No. No. Take it, no. Oh, Naruto-kun. You're such a flatterer. Mei said while Naruto simply smiled at her. I strive to please. I hope to visit you when time permits. Until that day, Mei-chan, Naruto said before walking out of the room with Fu right behind him with that look shooting daggers in her eyes. An interesting meeting. Wouldn't you say, Mizukage-sama? Ao asked and Mei nodded happily, letting out a small chuckle before turning to face him. Ao-san, Mei replied, letting out a sigh filled with happiness. Yes, Mizuki-sama? Ao asked before the woman looked him straight in the eyes. Please leave my office so I can be alone to collect my thoughts, before I kill you, Terumi Mei replied in her sweet and happy voice, but it was a tone that Ao knew all too well from the hidden I'm drowning in her words. Yes, Mizuki-sama, Ao quickly replied before jumping out the open window. Now if only I could get him to use a door instead of a window. Well. Maybe Naruto-kun can teach him something after we get married, Mei said to herself, imagining the wedding, followed by the honeymoon, and finally the children she would bear. And of course, forcing Ao to look after the little creatures of that she knew they would be, imagining the children threatening the man to kill him if they didn't get their way. This won't remain just a dream forever, Mei thought as she just sighed from this dream, and decided that she could wait a little longer until the day of the promise. Meanwhile, Ao suddenly felt a very cold chill slowly run down his back, and did not want to know what caused it. Elsewhere, with Naruto and Fu. Have you ever flirted with the Mizuki like that? Fu asked and Naruto looked back at her with a raised eyebrow. Are you jealous? Naruto's questioning look and Fu huff in annoyance. About her? Why would I be jealous of her? Because she's an old woman? In a few years she will have gray hair, wrinkles on her face, crow's feet around her eyes, and don't get me started on the tits she's flaunting. Fu exclaimed while Naruto just laughed at her. You're jealous. I can see it in your eyes. Your face and your voice when you talk about the Mizuki. Naruto retorted and Fu growled at him. Maybe I have a reason to be jealous. I saw the look on her face the moment we entered the room. Her loins frothed the moment you walked in and she was practically boiling inside because I was there. It's actually funny because this is the first time someone has disliked me for being a woman and not for my status as a Jinchuriki, Fu explained and Naruto just smirked at her. I would have thought you would take that reason as a compliment. It means she doesn't despise you for being a bijou container like so many others would. Naruto stated as he already knew that the green-haired Jinchuriki had feelings for him that went beyond their usual bond of friendship. Oh yeah, that's great. It's much better to be despised by a woman who is older than me and hates me because I am a young woman who is now with the man she wants, and not because I am a Jinchuriki, Fu replied sarcastically at the time as Naruto shook his head. Ugh, I'll tell you what I told Koyuki when we were in the land of spring on the last day there, when she proposed that we get married to cancel my status as missing Koyuki. When it comes to the woman I care about, it's not the body or looks that make my heart beat faster. It's their spirit, the kindness they show to others, and the inner strength that most women I've met in life just don't have anymore. Most women aren't as strong as you, Mei, or Koyuki. Naruto explained as he saw Fu raise an eyebrow at him before placing her hands on her hips. Oh, really? What about that Sakura chick in Konoha? From what I heard, you had a thing for her and got hit a lot in the process. Fu asked and Naruto let out a chuckle. I tried to reach out to anyone who is capable of loving me. I thought it would be Sakura after I saved her from some bullies one day and she wanted to be my friend. Just a few days later, she disapproves of our newfound friendship because her parents knew I was the Kyubi Jinchuriki and told Sakura to never be my friend, no matter what. Even when I proved to the girl that I wasn't the monster or demon that her parents portrayed me to be for years on end, she still hated me to the core. Naruto explained after hearing all about Sakura from the conversations around Konoha spreading throughout the country fire and the rest of the elemental countries around it. So every girl in Konoha is a lost cause, huh? Fu asked with a hint of hope in her voice. No. At least, one of them I saw in the group hunting me didn't have eyes of hatred. She had sad eyes. She didn't want to fight me. I saw it as clearly as I see you right now. Everyone else wanted to hurt me. To kill me. But the girl I saw among them was not like them. I could tell she wanted the group to fail the mission and I could see her eyes begging me for forgiveness, Naruto explained with sadness in his voice. This could be a trick, Fu stated as they continued walking through the forested area. No. I looked into the depths of her soul as she looked at me. I saw love. Naruto said with shock in his voice and a feeling of sadness. Are you sure? She was with them, stated Fu as she didn't want Naruto to have any ideas about having someone from Konoha as a possible girlfriend. There were no lies in it. Besides, being with only one woman is not necessary at the moment due to my position as the last one in the clan. Do you remember? Naruto said and Fu's eyes widened in shock. You mean you should have more than one wife? What about multiple wives? Fu asked with her jaw dropped and her finger pointing at him. If I want, then yes. Considering that I am the last or one of the few remaining members of the Uzumaki clan, I am allowed by international shinobi law that anyone from a clan that is almost destroyed can have multiple wives to revive the clan, Naruto explained before he simply stopped and frowned for a moment. You could have told me earlier so I wouldn't be so jealous, Fu grumbled, seeing him suddenly become deadly serious and reach for his sword. Don't move, Naruto stated, expanding his senses even further. Is there someone here? Where? Is this Akatsuki? Fu asked, looking around in search of her enemy, but saw nothing. No need. Move. Naruto commanded a second time before cutting down a tree, then turned around and his sword slashed at another, attempting to cut it in two. Your senses are as sharp as the sword you wield. Is this the Jubi sword? I haven't seen this for ages, came the old man's voice before he jumped back a few feet, despite his advanced age. Have you seen this sword before? When? Naruto asked as this old man could really be an Uzumaki with a long life, or he could be a big fat senile liar. In the whirlpool, of course. Where else? It was at the foot of the highest mountain. Quite a treacherous path to walk. I myself almost died in my youth, reaching this place in search of weapons so that one day I could master them myself, the old man explained, while Naruto and Fu just looked at him. You're an Uzumaki, aren't you? Uzumaki Muramasa. Naruto stated and the old man, now called Muramasa, smiled. Yes. This is true. I knew Uzumaki Mito many years ago. I was several years younger than her when she married the head of the Senju clan. Many were against it on all three sides due to the bad blood that each clan shared with each other and ours, especially the sword itself along with the Rinnegan that we inherited from the Sage of the Six Paths pedigree. But Mito loved the head of the Senju clan, and he loved her back. I supported their alliance, knowing that there was no foul play on the part of this man, and I hoped that he would keep them in line. They had several assassination attempts on them by Uchihas and even a few members of the Senju clan if I remember correctly. But there are no members of the Uzumaki clan. We were made of stronger stuff, and it showed in our support of the marriage. The marriage was pure and faithful, so we did the right thing for the Senju clan to follow our example. Muramasa explained and Naruto nodded. If you knew where the Jubi sword was all this time before I took it, why didn't you try to take it yourself? Do you own it yourself? Naruto asked as Muramasa sighed and sat down on a nearby rock. Because I wasn't meant to have it. Believe me when I say that there was a temptation to take the Jubi sword. The sword that the Sage of Six Paths had once wielded after forging it from the Jubi's very fang before it fell into Genshin's hands was right there for the taking. The very same grave marker indicating where Uzumaki Genshin was buried was within my reach to pull him out of the ground. But I felt it was wrong for me to have such a powerful weapon. It's as if the very power behind the sword will consume and destroy me, Muramasa explained and saw Naruto nod as the power of this weapon was as strong as the spirit that was within it. How did you survive the fall of the maelstrom? Naruto asked and Muramasa sighed again and he looked even older, which the blonde thought was impossible. It wasn't easy. Nobody saw this coming. Konoha shinobi were everywhere under the guise of strengthening our defenses based on information about a possible invasion. They made a quick and decisive attack on our positions, where we could retreat after being cut off by their forces. A few managed to escape during the fight, but we had no way to contact each other and we felt it was for the best until things calmed down. Muramasa explained as Naruto frowned slightly. And you've been waiting here in the land of water all this time? Naruto asked and the old Uzumaki nodded. Yes. The only people I can trust at this point in my old life are Uzumaki like you. I spent my time creating weapons for the day the Uzumaki would rise to reclaim the honor that was stolen from us. You are the same Uzumaki that the ancient dragon sage predicted for Mito several years before her marriage, Muramasa explained and Naruto frowned. I thought the toads foretold a prophecy. Fu asked as Muramasa scoffed at the idea of the toads taking credit ere they deserve credit. The toads heard about the prophecy from the dragons, as do all animals who are summoned when such a monumental thing arises. However, the toads broke their sacred oath to never tell their current summoner about this because he had a hand in its outcome and wanted to control how it would end, Muramasa replied and Naruto's eyes widened and then narrowed. Jiraiya. That's why he took me on as a student for a short time. To make it come true and then manipulate things to make the prophecy come out the way he wanted Konoha to be on top, Naruto stated with fury in his voice. Yes. No doubt he told the Sandaime Hokage and they set it all up to stop if not control the outcome of the prophecy because Dragon Sage said that the prophecy was tied specifically to the Uzumaki that this man taught, Muramasa explained with Naruto's blood burning with rage. Well, he managed to teach me very little at first, and then the whole thing with Uchiha Sasuke returning no doubt led to the decision to end it before they got too far out of his control, Naruto concluded, and Muramasa nodded. I sense that you also have an ancient contract that is considered lost forever to our clan. Have you signed it yet? Muramasa asked and Naruto nodded and showed the old man the contract. To see. Would you like to sign this? You are an Uzumaki and moreover worthy, stated Naruto, but the old man shook his head and waved him off. No. I'm too old to summon any of them. These days I barely have enough energy to get up in the morning and cook my own food. I doubt I can summon a dragon egg, Muramasa replied and Naruto grinned at him. I don't know. You're moving pretty fast for a super old man, Naruto stated and Muramasa laughed lightly. I use the ancient art of conserving energy throughout the day, so when I need to move, I can move the way a third of my age moves now. It is an art that all members of the Uzumaki clan instinctively master when they reach old age, Muramasa replied, letting out a small laugh. This will serve you well. But the reason I'm here is to find out if you're willing to help me and my fellow Jinchuriki by providing them with weapons. We need them to fight the enemy who intends to extract the Biju from our bodies, Naruto stated, and Muramasa thought deeply for a moment. Before suddenly dozing off and causing his two guests to collide with the plant. Wake up, old man! Fu shouted, and Muramasa woke up abruptly and looked around as if he didn't know where he was. What? About? You wanted to know if I could help you, right? Muramasa asked, angry at his slightly forgetful nature. Yes. Could you help me and the other Jinchuriki? Naruto asked and Muramasa sighed before stepping off to the right and motioning for them to follow. Let's see what I have in stock. Tell me about each Jinchuriki and I'll see which weapon suits them best. Muramasa replied and Naruto smiled at him. No problem. One is still missing, but I'm sure we can find it before Akatsuki does, Naruto said and Muramasa looked back at him thoughtfully. Oh. You mean Utakata? He lived with me for a while, Muramasa replied and Naruto and Fu were shocked to hear this. How did this happen? Fu asked curiously. It's really sad. The boy thinks that his old master named Harem betrayed him for what he was holding, and I found Utakata wandering through the forests of the land of water, fighting off the hunters who were pursuing him at the time. He finally came upon me after passing out after days without rest or even an ounce of food. So, I took him, kept the mist shinobi and the rebels from finding the boy until he was ready to leave. His view of the world hasn't changed much since I found him, and even now he keeps me at arm's length out of fear that I might betray his trust, Muramasa explained before they entered the room that seemed empty until the old man crossed the invisible barrier and the two Jinchuriki behind him did the same to find the old Uzumaki's house. Clever. A camouflage seal designed to camouflage the surrounding area and no doubt designed to block even the power of the Byakugan, Naruto replied as he looked around to see that the old man's house and the weapon-making hut were an appropriate distance apart. That's right. I'm well aware of the Byakugan's abilities and that the current Mizukage has someone with one such eye. Muramasa stated, and Naruto frowned before realizing it was that AO guy with the eye patch. For an old man, he is certainly smart and skilled in his work, Fu stated calmly as she saw several weapons on display. He's an Uzumaki. Did you expect anything less? Naruto countered with Fu, who looked a little shy. Good idea, Fu replied before they noticed Utakata standing on the porch of the house with wary eyes. It's okay, Utakata-san. They look like you, Muramasa said as Utakata looked at them with surprised eyes before walking up to them. What are you holding? Utakata asked with a hint of desperation to find others like him that he could trust to not stab him in the back. 9, Naruto replied. Lucky number 7. Fu answered. 6, Utakata, and Naruto, and Fu nod. We have a lot to talk about, Naruto explained. Utakata nodded in agreement and they all headed into the house to have a very long conversation. Akatsuki headquarters, months later. The time has come. We have waited 3 years since the Kyuubi spawn left Konoha. We waited until the 5 shinobi villages were weakened enough to attack their Jinchuriki without receiving the necessary support or protection from their villages. For the three-tailed bijou to rebuild itself again after the death of its master. Now is the time to strike at them and gather their forces to bring the elemental countries to their knees, stated the dark figure, looking at the other members of the group. The Jinchuriki Kyuubi and Nanabi are the most elusive of the entire group, they travel to different locations. Konoha tried for years to catch him with the help of Jiraiya, using his spy network, but failed every time, stated the dispassionate voice belonging to a certain Uchiha Itachi. Not to mention, the six-tailed Jinchuriki has reappeared to join them on their travels through the elemental lands. We tried to find out what they were doing in each place, but so far it seems that they were just passing by, and in each place there is a secluded place for training, the white half of Zetsu explained. It doesn't matter. Itachi and Kisame will take care of them. I want these 3 to be found and apprehended before the extraction process begins. It must be done in a certain order, the man explained, looking at the group. Yes, Pain-sama, Itachi and Kisame said at the same time. Sasori and Deidara will attack Suna while Haiden and Kakuzu will target the two-tailed Jinchuriki of Kyumo, Pain commanded and the group nodded. Yes, Pain-sama, they all said at the same time. Forward. You have your orders, Pain said, and everyone disappeared from their positions until only one remained. Before another shadow appeared. This is not going as planned, Pain, said the voice, while Pain himself simply looked at the shadow. Konoha's actions against the Kyuubi Jinchuriki were an unexpected event that we did not foresee, Madara, Pain replied while the man in front of him simply narrowed his only visible eye. Your incompetence in running the Akatsuki up to this point has allowed the Kyuubi spawn to grow stronger and possibly become a problem if allowed to grow further. Deal with this decisively, Pain, otherwise. Madara commanded before disappearing into the shadows. Make no mistake, Madara, when the time comes for the world to know peace, you won't be around to see it. Pain thought, planning a way to take the man out of the game when everything was almost in place. With Naruto, Fu and Utakata, someday later. The trio made their way down the road, heading to a nearby town to stop for a good night's rest and buy some supplies. They traveled for several months after their meeting and spoke with Muramasa about the weapons he asked the old man for each Jinchuriki. They had to do it stealthily though, to make it seem like they were all over the place in different random places, and to make it seem like they were just avoiding the hunter ninja who was chasing them. Naruto received Muramasa's blessing to use the weapon, which he made for the other Jinchuriki to use to fight the Akatsuki organization. Now the trick was to get it across to each of them. Utakata was given a pair of swords, which Muramasa called the Dragon Claw and Tiger's Tooth, which, once mastered, were both a brutal and deadly combination. Muramasa felt that the boy's natural agility would give him an advantage in battle as he used both swords with a trial run to prove the old Uzumaki right. Fu received a pair of Fuma Kodachi that would help the girl in battle with her speed and agility to get closer to the enemy before she deals a fatal blow to her target. The girl practically danced in a circle, dreaming of her new weapon, and almost killed Muramasa with a crushing hug. Naruto was fine with the Jubi sword. However, Muramasa felt that the blonde Uzumaki should have something else to help him and provided a scroll about his mother's bloodline, which included chakra chains. Despite the rarity of using the Rinnegan, in all cases where someone from the Uzumaki clan used such power, information about it down to the smallest detail, as well as the methods associated with it, were documented. Obviously, Muramasa knew about Kushina's ability to use them, since he knew her parents, and how she inherited it from one or both of her parents. He wanted to give it to her before he left, but never got the chance because Jiraiya left with a girl and Whirlpool fell shortly after. Naruto humbly agreed and thanked him. As for the other Jinchuriki, Naruto received the Berserker sword Dabalaro, which seemed perfect for an already tall man and could be used while covering an area in a thick layer of steam. The enemy would be so overwhelmed by this that they would never be able to block, dodge, or counter the powerful weapon designed to mercilessly chop up their enemies. Rashi received Enma's Fang, which went well considering its affinity for lava, and the weapon itself will use it if you add some Bija chakra into the mix. Naruto had to discreetly visit Suna to give Gaara the moon staff, which was a good combination of offensive and defensive fighting when there simply wasn't enough sand. Naruto also told Gaara that the staff becomes even more powerful when the moon comes out and reaches its peak at the full moon. Naruto then went to Kyumo where he gave Yujito the hammer and Killer Bee the Eclipse Scythe, knowing it would give the man an advantage that rivaled his usual multi-sword style. It would really take the enemy by surprise, considering they undoubtedly knew that the tall, muscular man was a master of such things, and a new weapon would add a new element that the Akatsuki would not be prepared to handle. "We're being watched," Naruto stated with a growl in his voice. "Hunter Ning?" Utakata asked, pretending to be calm, but his body tensed. "Akatsuki. 2 members with high-level chakra signatures. If they are who I think they are, then be always on alert," Naruto ordered and his group nodded. "I hope they're ready to die, because I'm pretty sure I'm ready to kill them." Fu exclaimed before he saw 2 members of the organization standing in front of them. "You 3 will come with us peacefully," Itachi replied while Kisame looked ready to fight. "How about you 2 get a room and stick this sword up your ass?" Fu retorted as Naruto smirked at the 2. "You heard my beautiful companion. Until you do what she said, we won't go with you," Naruto said with a growing grin. "We don't need them safe and sound, right, Itachi?" Kisame asked, freeing Samahata from the packaging. "No. I was hoping to avoid confrontation, but sadly, it's inevitable," Itachi replied as Kisame's grin grew even wider. "My thoughts are exactly the same," Naruto said before drawing his blade and bringing the 2 Akatsuki members to the brink. "This sword. I get goosebumps. But why?" Itachi thought as he felt something inside his body tremble in fear and instantly activated his Sharingan, staring at the engraving on the side of the blade. "Praise be to the order that has emerged on the very edge of chaos." These were the words Itachi saw with his Sharingan eyes, deciphering them. Unusual sword. It even shoots some kind of lightning. Did you go to Kyumo or somewhere else for this? Kisame asked while Naruto smirked at him and covered his mouth with a napkin. If I told you the truth, it would only scare you, Naruto explained before letting out a chuckle. We'll see about that later. Itachi, you take on the two behind the blonde. I want to see if his sword matches my Samahata, Kisame said as Itachi stood motionless, looking at the sword in Naruto's hand and felt like death itself was standing behind him. Watching what was happening. Ugh. Utakata. Be careful with Itachi. His Sharingan eyes should not be underestimated, and remember what our special teacher told us about the bloodline restricting the use of the Biju's chakra, Naruto said, having no intention of calling Muramasa by his name to the two. Will be Naruto-sama, Fu said while Utakata simply nodded silently as they pulled out their weapons. Kisame smirked as he rushed forward, moving fast for a guy his size, and collided with Naruto's weapon of choice. The crimson-yellow energy of the Jubi sword crashed down on Samahata as the spiked blue sword howled in pain moments after making contact, and Kisame was shocked that something like that could happen. However, this did not surprise Naruto as he had spent his time knowing every detail of the weapon he wielded and how it worked while fighting the enemy. The missing mist ninja was so shocked that it gave Naruto a chance to increase his attack and temporarily put Kisame on the defensive. What's going on? Samahata is in pain. I'm literally screaming in pain. What kind of sword is this? Kisame thought as he blocked another blow, dodging the claws from Naruto's left-hand glove and receiving a blow to the ribs that knocked him back. Something seems to be confusing you, Kisame. Are you even remotely surprised that you have such a hard time defeating me with just a few swings of your sword? Naruto asked before lunging at the swordsman and clashing with their blades again. Shut up, brat. Water style, flood jutsu. Kisame exclaimed and shot a huge water wave at him. Naruto jumped into the air to dodge the massive stream of water while everyone else around him did the same as the jutsu was known to cause pain to both friend and foe if used recklessly. Right now everyone was using the water walking technique to stay above the flooded area that Kisame had created, and Itachi didn't look happy with this new development. Both Fu and Utakata were on either side of the Uchiha, holding their weapons ready to strike, but kept their distance from him and saw that the Sharingan was active. One wrong move and they would be at the mercy of the Uchiha. Ready, Utakata-san? Fu asked, and the six-tailed Jinchuriki nodded. Don't look him in the eye. They are the key to him incapacitating us, Utakata replied, and the two quickly moved against the Uchiha, looking down at their target's legs as they could see his eyes in the watery reflection below. How insightful you both are. I applaud you for that, Itachi said as each of them stabbed him before he turned into a flock of crows that flew into the air and began to swarm at them. Hiden, sinking bubble jutsu. Utakata shouted as he made a huge amount of bubbles appear in the font of the crows heading towards him and Fu before every crow but one hit him. The remaining crow flew away from the two Jinchuriki before manifesting back into Itachi, and the Uchiha frowned as he didn't expect his crows to die or that the Jinchuriki had figured out a way to defeat them so easily. To his left, Fu was already on top of him, her eyes not looking directly at him, and she was trying to cut him into pieces with her favorite weapon. She was clearly deadly with them, as her speed allowed the girl to get close and get to know her target personally before gutting them like a fish. Itachi was able to dodge each attack, but with some difficulty, given that his legs were being watched and Fu acted according to their position. Using his Sharingan to subdue her or Utakata was out of the question because they both wouldn't look him in the eyes. Even if he used water reflection, it would only delay one or both for a second and not have enough time to make either of them fall. Even if he did, it would leave his body open to attack, and Itachi was experienced enough to know that leaving himself open was deadly. Utakata. Close your eyes now. Hiden, hiding in the scaly powder jutsu. Fu exclaimed as she unleashed her powder attack on Itachi, who closed his eyes to prevent further damage to his optics. Then already there, and moving quickly, thanks to the fact that he was a shinobi, to dodge Utakata's sword strikes before jumping away. When Fu made her move against him. While this was happening, Naruto fought Kisame in a ruthless battle for sword supremacy. Kisame found the strength to stand up to the young man, and this was a bit scary for the shark man since few could compare to him. Not only that, but the physical blows Naruto threw hurt like, and every blow he landed with a direct hit felt like a sledgehammer. Damn child. Did you eat vegetables or what? Kisame asked after a kick to the face sent him flying backwards. Something like that. I've been through. The only thing I regret about being there is that I didn't have the opportunity to send you or anyone else a postcard. Naruto replied, and Kisame just smiled at him. I like you, baby. It's a shame things turned out this way. You would be a great partner for Akatsuki or the 7 Warriors of the Mist, Kisame explained while the blonde Uzumaki smirked, although the shark man couldn't see it. Thank you. It's really a shame you chose the wrong side. Akatsuki will fall along with all the members in its ranks, Naruto stated, seeing that the shark man was simply laughing at his statement. Really? And how will Akatsuki fall? With your hands? Please. I know what the leader of Akatsuki is capable of, and you are nothing compared to him, despite the bijou in your gut. Kisame exclaimed, swinging his sword at Naruto, and the blonde Uzumaki found himself in a dead end again, their blades colliding with each other. So you know that Madara Uchiha is alive? Naruto asked with a shocked look from Kisame while Itachi tensed upon hearing the man's name. Madara? That's not his name, Kisame stated, clearly embarrassed by Naruto's words. Then the Akatsuki leader is not a real leader. He is a puppet for the one who hides in the shadows, Naruto stated, and Kisame grinned at him even more. Even if it's true, it just proves that you're not a good fit for the organization, no matter what. Kisame exclaimed as they clashed violently with each other, but Naruto dodged at the last moment and plunged his sword into the shark man's stomach. It's a shame you won't live long enough to see which of us is right, Naruto stated as the steel of his sword cut through Kisame's flesh and bones while the man screamed in pain. It was a slow, painful death with blood pouring down the front of Naruto's body. Take it. Kisame is dead. The situation is now more unfavorable than ever before. I need to go back to Pain and inform him of my findings before informing Jiraiya about this new development, Itachi thought as he started to run, but Fu along with Utakata were in his way and Naruto was looking right at him. Where do you think you're going, Uchiha Itachi? Naruto asked Itachi, feeling that the boy's chakra was increasing significantly. I'm not going down without a fight, Itachi explained, looking at Naruto, who wasn't looking at him, but rather at the man's legs, and knew when the man moved. Yes. You will, Naruto replied before untying his chakra chains which wrapped around Itachi, and the man was too surprised to move and ended up on the ground with one of the chains wrapped around his eyes. How? Only Kushina-san could, no. Itachi thought, and the terrible realization hit him hard. Death has overtaken you, Itachi. I'm going to get the answers I need from you, and then your life will end. I will be very pleased to see Sasuke's face when I tell your psycho brother about how I killed you. How I deprived him of his goal in life to take revenge for the damned clan, said Naruto, standing over Itachi and preparing to hurt the Uchiha. How? How could I have missed this? He was the son of Uzumaki Kushina. But the Sandaime said that it was only in honor of Kushina's sacrifice. That I shouldn't look at the boy and feel any form of loyalty to Kushina since the child is not hers. But she was pregnant. I know that she must have given birth shortly before the Kyuubi attack because her father knew and he was one of the few who knew about her whereabouts thanks to what Kushina told her mother. So why did he lie? Itachi thought as he found the world he thought he knew turned upside down again and felt a conflict arise within him. We will start with truth or falsehood. Is Madara Uchiha the true leader of Akatsuki? Naruto asked while Itachi was now breathing heavier. That's right, Itachi replied while the three Jinchuriki were surprised by his answer. Wait. How do we know if his answer is true or not? Fu asked while Utakata nodded, as there was no way to tell if the man kneeling in front of them was telling the truth. I wouldn't lie to the son of Uzumaki Kushina. I wouldn't lie to my true sensei. Itachi replied, and Naruto frowned at him. Explain yourself, Itachi. This is your one and possibly only chance to tell me what you're talking about, Naruto said, and Itachi took a deep breath and collected his thoughts for a moment. It was many years ago. Back when I was still a child, and the Yondaime had yet to become the Yondaime Hokage. Kushina had thought about taking on an apprentice, but there was little choice and few were even less worthy than the one who would be currently in Konoha. She walked by one day, saw me training hard in one of the most open training grounds, and saw my potential before anyone else. So, she asked me. Your mother asked me to be her student in the shinobi arts. Itachi replied while Naruto simply frowned even more. If that were true, she would have taught you the art of sealing, Naruto replied as the chains held Itachi and the man hissed slightly in pain. No. She didn't have time to teach me this at all. My idiot father found out about this and went to the Sandaime Hokage before his resignation to completely ban her from ever continuing her training. He felt that the pride of the Uchiha clan was superior to teaching the Uzumaki how to be a shinobi, no matter the subject. The Sandaime then told your father that Kushina would stop teaching me, otherwise the Hokage mantle would pass to my father. I don't need to tell you how your father felt about Kushina being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, or the fact that your mother refused to marry him when he asked. My mother was his silver medal, and he was always jealous of your father for taking away what he felt was rightfully his in life. After it became known that you were the new Jinchuriki, my father made an attempt to accept you into the clan, but only to turn you into a pet and a weapon that could be used against the newly restored Sandaime Hokage when the time came. To keep the Uchiha clan from receiving such favor, the Sandaime, Shinobi Council and Danzo spread a rumor that the Kyuubi was associated with the Uchiha clan as a whole to create rumors among the masses about our loyalty, Itachi explained, and Naruto nodded. The Uchiha clan wouldn't trust me and people still hate me, Naruto replied, and Itachi nodded slightly. Yes. This caused the Uchiha clan to despise the ruling powers leading Konoha and want to take it from them by force. While this was going on, I, along with Yuzuki Yugao, were tasked from time to time to protect you and the few who did our work from harm. In the following years, the Sandaime removed me from this duty, wondering about the reasons why I was so good at my job, and when I told him it was in honor of Kushina-sensei, he told me that you are not her child. That your last name was named after her, and that just because your last name is Uzumaki, doesn't mean you're an Uzumaki. At that time, I believed him without question, since he had no reason to lie and was assigned to spy on the Uchiha clan for the Sandaime Hokage. I told him everything I knew about the coup against Konoha and soon received orders to kill my fellow tribesmen in order to maintain order in the village. It was made to seem like I killed them out of some sense of madness, rather than making it seem like they were rebelling. It was believed that if the truth about the Uchiha clan's uprising was revealed, our enemies would consider us weak, but if they believed that one shinobi like me killed his entire clan, they would fear the capabilities that other shinobi had. Konoha, Leaf, Itachi explained as he heard Naruto lean in front of him, his breath near his ear. It was clear that the Uzumaki wanted another truthful answer to the next question coming out of his mouth. And what did you do with Sasuke? Naruto asked, and Itachi tensed slightly. I did this so that Sasuke would hate me to the point that he would not feel guilty for once ending my life. To repay the debt I owe to the Uchiha clan for killing so many people when I didn't want to, but I had no choice, and I did what needed to be done for the village. Itachi replied, and Naruto growled in his ear like an angry animal. Your brother is a power-hungry asshole because of you. Sasuke got everything he ever wanted from the village without lifting a finger. Discounts in stores. Additional help at the academy from instructors. Everyone shows such love and devotion to their spoiled brother no matter what he does in life. He became a traitor twice, and the reason the second time was the same as the first time, when my intervention caused him to still be separated from Konoha on both counts. Your brother doesn't care about anyone. Nothing in this world calms him except his power, and only then it must be a power that only he can use and that no one else can use. I spared your brother's life a second time because I wanted to see what the Hokage would do to your brother after he was returned to Konoha. Do you know what she did? She didn't punish him. She punished the shinobi search team by publicly executing the first half and then demoted the second half to Chunin. Does this seem fair? Naruto said, and Itachi shook his head. No. No, Itachi replied, and Naruto nodded before letting out a chuckle. Konoha has become corrupt. They are investing in an Uchiha who has no consciousness, no empathy and no loyalty to the village like you. Your brother will kill everyone around him for power, and he will do it with a smile on his face. I will kill your brother the next time our paths cross, Itachi. I won't spare him a third time, and we both understand why that is. The bastard you have as a brother expects everything to go his way, and when Sasuke finds out that there is someone who can destroy his image as an invincible god for the Uchiha, he removes them before anyone can see the truth, Naruto said, and Itachi sighed, knowing it was true. Defeat. What do you want from me? Itachi asked, almost feeling Naruto smiling at him. Okay. Now we come to the heart of the matter. What I want, Itachi, is to overthrow Akatsuki, Orochimaru, the Sanin's right-hand man, Konoha, and bring order to chaos. We both know that most daimyo are greedy, power-hungry fools who make the rich richer while the poor suffocate under their rule. Their samurai are feared to prevent any uprisings, and the shinobi from the village are used to silently kill anyone who wants to become the leader of such uprisings, lest they be made martyrs. While killing is the job of a shinobi, I have always felt that the shadows a shinobi walks in should serve the light and keep the balance of the world intact. Sasuke will be a counterweight if he is allowed to grow further and become the new Hokage of Konoha with everyone in his pocket. The world will drown in darkness, and with its coming the light will fade, and everyone will be too weak to resist it. I know that you saw this future the same way I saw Itachi, and it disgusts you to no end. Is this what you want, Itachi? To be remembered as the man who not only killed his clan in some crazy act, but also turned his brother into a real monster and helped cause this endless chaos? Naruto asked as Itachi tensed, and the Uzumaki realized that the man was imagining the horror of this reality if it came true. No. I do not want it. This is not what I wanted for Sasuke or the world. I'm tired of the chaos, darkness and violent deaths caused by those around me. Itachi exclaimed, and Naruto nodded, knowing that he had now almost defeated the Uchiha before deciding to commit a literal kill. Okay. We can fix everything. We have a chance. There is a window of opportunity, and only if we act now can such a terrible thing be avoided. Hoshigaki Kisame is dead. You can make up whatever you want about how the battle took place here, and no one in the Akatsuki ranks can refute it. You know all the members of the organization. All the key players. You can help me play both Konoha and Akatsuki as they expect your loyalty to them to be absolute. First you tell me everything about Akatsuki. I want their names, their abilities, what shoe size they wear, everything down to who their children's doctor is. I want to know who is assigned to which of my fellow Jinchuriki and what to expect from them. Naruto explained. Itachi nodded slightly and felt the chakra chains wrapped around his eyes leave him. Naruto-sama? Fu asked as Naruto raised his hand to tell her it was okay. I'll help you. I will help you end the chaos in the world. What is the first thing you want to know about Akatsuki? Itachi asked, his eyes no longer active. Let's start with the who's who among the best participants, Naruto said with a grin on his face, and Itachi told him everything he knew about it. It had been 3 years and 6 months since Naruto left Konoha. His departure was a glorious moment for Leaf, which did not last long, as the village was attacked from all sides by enemies, losing all its allies and the rights to trade with those around it. To make matters worse, the Uchiha had yet to produce any offspring from his new wife because his only attempt was weak and pathetic to anyone who called himself a man. After he went rogue for the second time, the search team, officially, beat him so badly that the Uchiha clan head couldn't breed with his equally pathetic wife Sakura until his wounds were completely healed. As for Naruto himself, Konoha's fall from grace was his rise to everything he should have become in life if the village had fulfilled his father's dying wish and simply treated the Uzumaki as a hero. The Uzumaki gained insight into his maternal side of the family, the clan's secret history, and how he was betrayed by those considered their most trusted allies. Even more surprising to Naruto was that the source of this information was the spirit of Uzumaki Genshin, who was the illegitimate son of the Sage of the Six Paths and wielded the Jubi sword along with the Rinnegan. Genshin entrusted his sword to Naruto to use as he saw fit and to achieve the justice that the Uzumaki spirits of those who died in the maelstrom called upon from the afterlife. Since then, Naruto trained, became stronger every day and endured for every second he spent to become the man he was now. Along the way, Uzumaki gained allies in the form of his fellow Jinchuriki and even in several countries he visited while still a Konoha shinobi. Each of them promised to support him in his mission to destroy the Akatsuki organization, which planned to use the power of the Bijou within each Jinchuriki against the entire world. So far, Naruto has managed to deal a major blow to the organization by killing one Hoshigaki Kisame and turning Uchiha Itachi into his spy against them. As an added bonus, Naruto learned the truth about the Uchiha massacre and that it was not exactly as Konoha portrayed it, discovering that the Uchiha had also been secretly spying on Konoha. So, Naruto was able to pass on fake information through the Akatsuki when Itachi gave his report of events to the group and his old village to confuse Jiraiya when the Sannin gave his reports to Tsunade. And where was Naruto now? He was in a house deep in the land of waves by the water. Another gift from Tazuna, which turned it into a sort of refuge for Naruto when traveling through the elemental lands became too tiring and a place to stay for a short time was needed. He had a nice big boat ready in case the missing Uzumaki Nin needed to make a great escape from any possible pursuers that might come his way. There was a significant bounty on his head from Konoha and Taki. Speaking of Taki, it seemed that Fu's own bounty had increased and Konoha was apparently trying to collect it as well. Although from what Itachi learned from Jiraiya during the transfer of information between them, Leaf's plan was to capture Fu, reprogram her mind and remake it so that it would become a weapon for the Leaf village. They even wanted her to become the wife of Uchiha, which would be an official title for her, but only a title, and in truth, they would simply force Sasuke to impregnate a woman by force if necessary. The powers that be believe that the stronger a woman is, the more inspired Sasuke will be to revive his clan with the help of that particular woman, and considering Fu is the current Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails Nanabi, they assumed that he would definitely want her. Naruto-kun? Asked the dozing naked girl and snuggled up to him. Yeah, Iu, Naruto replied as he caressed the woman's form next to his and she purred in pleasure at the contact. When this thing with Akatsuki, Orochimaru and Konoha ends, do you think we could get married? Fu asked as she saw Naruto close both of his eyes despite one of them being dead for years and smiled at the idea. The two were intimate for the first time since Fu first traveled with him after leaving Taki, and the green-haired Jinchuriki had confessed her love to him last night. Fu couldn't bear the thought of holding back her feelings for Naruto any longer, seeing him care for others like him, fighting against the oppressors who kept the Jinchuriki and others like them under their thumb. She saw strength, greatness, compassion, understanding and almost everything Fu would ever want in a man. With that in mind, Fu admitted what she really felt as she passionately kissed him, and to prove that she was sincere in her feelings, she stripped down in front of the Uzumaki. She wanted to be his mind, body and soul, looking straight into his single passionate blue eye, which Fu could tell was filled with love and growing lust at the sight of her athletic form that stood before him. Naruto admitted that he had fallen in love with the green-haired Jinchuriki, admitting that she was one of the few women in the elemental lands who could make his heart swell and ache with longing. However, he asked the girl what she thought about sharing him with other women in his life who were worthy of being with him, but Fu surprised Naruto with a kiss on the lips and simply whispered her answer in his ear. "All I want is you. If I have to share you and the love in your heart, so be it. All I ask is my fair share, just like every other woman." And with this answer, as they say, is history. "Of course, Fu. I would like to marry you," Naruto replied, kissing Fu on the chest. "Can we get it here? In Volna?" Fu asked, as she really liked this place and its people, as they never criticized her for being a Jinchuriki. To them she was just a woman. She was now a woman and Naruto's future wife. One that would be one of several, but one nonetheless. "If that's your wish, Fu. I'm sure the wave people would love the idea of having such a grand wedding here," Naruto replied as the woman moved on top of him, straddling his waist and moaning lustfully at the feeling of them being joined at the hips again. "I can imagine it now. Blooming flowers are raining down, birds are chirping, singing their beautiful melody in the air, the people of Wave are watching us with joy in their hearts seeing us together, and the warm spring weather makes it all even sweeter," Fu said, moving her hips, now sensually spinning. She moaned when she felt his hands on her chest. Naruto smiled at Fu. His friend, fellow Jinchuriki, and now his lover, was currently riding him at her own pace, which she had been setting up for this morning romp her heart desired. He could only imagine how different people in Konoha would react to the two of them doing this right now. Kurenai would call him a pervert who deserved to be castrated. Kakashi would hate the idea of Naruto being with any woman who wanted to marry and have children with him one day. Shikamaru would think he was causing trouble by wanting to be with any energetic woman. Kiba would like to take his place and make Fu his bitch, regardless of her wishes. Niji would say, "It's fate that two demons come together to commit adultery and do abominations to children," while Tenten would agree, preparing her own weapon to castrate the two lovers. The others would most likely be in the same general area of thought process when it came to the two Jinchuriki, but Naruto was sure that Hinata would be heartbroken to hear such news, and he knew that talking to the Hyuga girl was a priority in his consciousness, which ultimately had to be resolved. First things first, Naruto thought as he moved one of his hands to Fu's ass and began to take control of the pace, pushing her towards her womanhood as she began to descend. This sent shocks of pleasure right through the girl's body, and her cries of passion intensified with each new powerful thrust. "We have a guardian, my larva. Although after mating yesterday, I should probably call you a butterfly," Chomei said while Fu ignored the bijou due to the pleasure she was receiving right now. "You can say it again, Chomei. And if anyone tries to take it from us, like Konoha or Akatsuki, I will show everyone in their ranks what a sting this particular butterfly has." Fu thought before she found herself flipped onto her back with Naruto smirking down at her. "Let's pick up the pace a little," Naruto said before kissing the woman passionately on the lips while pestering her with one hand and placing the other hand on the girl's leg on his shoulder. "Oh yes. Definitely a match for me," Fu thought as she liked the way Naruto began to take her from this new angle, this new pace, and the force of his blows almost doubled. Not to mention Naruto's own stinger was also large and pointed. The two would be stuck in bed for most of the morning. Konoha, someday later. They say that seeds of doubt can be planted in someone anywhere to question someone's beliefs on a particular issue, regardless of their loyalties. However, they can only take root and grow if there is a basis in a fertile soul for them to do so. Using only the right choice of words, questioning one's beliefs with observations about various people in that person's company, seeds of doubt can cause more damage than any physical weapon ever created by man and leave the most lasting scars on the mind, if not the soul. The question of loyalty, the arguments that will follow, the very thoughts of betrayal that will grow, the commission of said act of betrayal and the chaotic consequences that will come after it happens when those who were betrayed see who betrayed them. Such seeds of doubt were sown the day Naruto spoke to his old friends some time ago. From Konoha and their sensei in the land of waves. The idea was to make people his age or those around his age question the leadership of Konoha and those who taught them all the greatness of their village. For many newcomers, seeds of doubt were sown with Guy's team, waiting to take root and grow in their minds. Their pride in themselves and denial of the possible truth kept the seeds at bay at first, but human curiosity is a funny thing when the mind begins to question things and the painful truth becomes known to those who would rather go blind than see it staring them in the face. Unfortunately for some in Konoha, the cold hard truth can force your eyes open and force you to see things as they truly are. This ignorance and arrogance is bliss until it is destroyed. Yamanaka Ino found out about this while she was having dinner with her parents, and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face that she usually didn't have. The usually happy girl, who had yet to win Sasuke's attention and earn the future right to become his wife along with Sakura, was completely serious on this particular evening. Something that did not go unnoticed by her parents, and it was her father who decided to find out what was on his daughter's mind. "Ino-chan, dear, what seems to be the problem? You suddenly became so serious," Inoichi asked. The girl shrugged slightly and he looked at his wife Kaoru, who was watching their only child pick at the remains of food on her plate. "Mom. Dad, if I ask you a simple question, will you promise not to get angry and tell me the absolute truth?" Ino asked as Inoichi and Kaoru looked at each other with confused expressions on their faces. "Of course, honey." "What's the question?" replied Kaoru, hoping there wasn't anything too embarrassing about them not actually being able to answer. "Well, do you remember when my group encountered Naruto a few months ago?" Ino asked and the two nodded. "Of course, Ino." The demon spawn retreated. "What about him?" Inoichi responded curiously. Although he already had the feeling that he didn't like the direction this was going. "It's just, he told us something and I'm not sure if I should ask you," Ino replied with uncertainty in her voice. "What exactly did he say, honey?" Kaoru asked as he saw Ino take a deep breath. "He said we shouldn't be so quick to believe everything you told us. That if things had been different, any of us could have become Jinchuriki and been abandoned by our parents. What if I, for example, were made the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? You both would keep me as your daughter and leave me alone to suffer like he did growing up." He practically forced all of us to ask this question and told us that the answer we would get would not be the answer we expected. "So now my question is, would you leave me to suffer like Naruto at the hands of the village?" Ino asked as her parents looked shocked by this and couldn't answer right away. "Did he ask you that?" Kaoru asked Inoichi with a grimace. "Yes. It's stupid, isn't it? You two left me alone to suffer in pain and suffering as a baka because he was a Jinchuriki. But I told myself that deep down you wouldn't do this, and love me no matter what." Ino exclaimed, laughing heartily and looking at her parents to see that they weren't laughing with her. In fact, they looked completely serious at the moment. "I can't believe he invited you," Inoichi exclaimed furiously, gritting his teeth. "Why? He's wrong about you, boy. Right?" Ino asked as her mother and father looked at each other for a second. "Ino, honey, we love you. You know that, right?" Kaoru replied and Ino nodded as fear filled her stomach. "Yes. I know it. But would you love me no matter if I was a Jinchuriki?" Ino countered and, to her horror, saw that neither of them stood up to fight the implied fear of the question. "Ino, you must understand. Being a Jinchuriki is not something any parent would want to happen to their own child. For a long time, Konoha's policy regarding Jinchuriki was that they should be given almost nothing in life. No contact with family if any, no friends unless required, and the Jinchuriki sensei must be prepared to kill the vessel if the command is given if it is determined that the demon within the body is becoming a potential threat to the village. If you became a Jinchuriki, we couldn't contact you or acknowledge that we are your parents, Inoichi explained as Ino looked at him with shock and horror on her face. You mean you would let people beat me up? Digging through the trash like a stray dog? Endure harsh cold nights and pouring rain with no way to protect yourself? Ino asked with tears in her eyes. It's not like we would have done this on purpose, Ino-chan. It's just, that's the way it is. Besides, why should you obsess over the what-ifs? And what would your life be like as a Jinchuriki? This is wrong. You are Yamanaka Ino. Our daughter. End of discussion. Kaoru exclaimed, and her words upset Ino even more. No. It's not over yet. You just admitted that you wouldn't love me if I were a Jinchuriki. Ino said, now hysterical, getting up from the table and stepping away from them. Ino. Sit down. We really love you, Inoichi retorted, and Ino glared at him. Only because I'm not like Naruto. If that were the case, you would probably be among those in the village who would beat me at every opportunity and make my life miserable. Admit it. Admit it now. Ino shot back. Ino, stop this right now. You are being unreasonable. Inoichi exclaimed while his right hand was under the table making hand signs and saw his only daughter looking at him. Me? Everything about my adult life has been wonderful. I had friends, birthday gifts, a roof over my head, 3 meals a day, and the almost perfect childhood life one can have growing up. But it would only be a dream if I were a Jinchuriki, and you know what's even worse? You're going to let this happen. Ino exclaimed before she felt her father's chakra surge and he hit her with the mind shutdown jutsu. Inoichi! Kaoru exclaimed, while Inoichi himself silenced her with a look. She was hysterical, Kaoru-chan. I need to take her to the Hokage and see what needs to be done about this, Inoichi explained and Kaoru nodded. Just be careful with her mind, Kaoru replied and Inoichi nodded. With Shikamaru. Shikamaru has always been a smart guy. Lazy, but still bright, if not brilliant, like his father, and his father's father before him. So, after what happened with meeting Naruto in the Land of Waves some time ago, the Nara man processed the events from that moment in his head from every angle and every word spoken during their confrontation with their target's shadow clone. While there wasn't much to talk about, it was clear that the cloak and hood were intended to keep them from knowing what lay behind it. There were rumors that Naruto was some kind of kenjutsu master, but there was no real evidence of this, and yet Shikamaru knew that such rumors would not exist if there was no truth to them. So maybe Naruto had a sword with powerful properties like the 7 swordsmen of the mist. The blonde wasn't one to show his cards too early in a card game, and if he did, it was only because Naruto knew that no one else had an ace up his sleeve to beat him. There was also a conversation between Naruto's shadow clone and them. Not their former sensei or Jiraiya of the Sannin himself, but rather the rookies and Guy's old team, who were all able to fight. The way the blonde spoke told Shikamaru that Naruto was sure that the question each newbie asked their respective parent would and could be something they wouldn't want answered if it was given. Naruto had a look in his eyes when he asked them to ask a question, and it was the look of a man who knew the answer without any doubt. Shikamaru, however, also knew the answer as he wasn't naive like maybe Ino or even Choji for that matter when asking his parents the question Naruto wanted each of them to ask. Shikamaru knew the history of General Jinchuriki and how their village constantly bullied them into obedient weapons. Shikamaru knew that if the Yondaime Hokage chose him to wield the Kyubi, his life would be, and the Nara calculated a 98% chance, with a 2% error, that he would end his life before reaching his 10th birthday. The sad thing was that Shikamaru knew this before he so foolishly, in his own opinion, decided to confirm his suspicions and ask the very question Naruto wanted them to ask. Would Nara Shikamaru's parents love him if he was the Kyubi Jinchuriki? The answer to this question? It's simple. He received no comment from his mother on the matter, while his father didn't even glance at him, and Shikamaru knew that Naruto had struck his very soul and hit the nail on the head. His own parents, who brought him into this world, showed him love, care, gave him a roof over his head, fed, clothed and taught Shikamaru while he was growing up, would say, now he is a Jinchuriki. He went to Y, before leaving the child, who was their son, alone to fend for himself. Unpleasant. Is this what you want, Naruto? Make us question our loyalty to Leaf, knowing that your life could have been ours if we were in your shoes? Knowing that our parents will eventually leave us for being who we are now? Take it and be damned, Naruto. Shikamaru thought angrily as he looked up at the sky to see the clouds moving, but even they couldn't calm his mind and think about things clearly. There was no turning back now. You couldn't hit the reset button and start your life over to change anything. No. The pieces moved on the shogi board. Naruto had his chips, and Konoha had theirs, and no one was backing down from the fight. Shikamaru knew that this was an inevitable outcome that would happen between the two parties sooner or later. Tsunade hoped to capture Naruto with the team she sent, but no luck, and Orochimaru once again caused a ruckus in the rice country at one of his many bases. Other shinobi villages began to stir again, and with each passing day it seemed increasingly likely that the hunt for the rogue Kyuubi Jinchuriki would need to be called off. Oh, who was he kidding? Shikamaru wouldn't be surprised if Tsunade had Jiraiya seek out Naruto to offer the proverbial olive branch. Not that he expected Tsunade to keep any of her promises to Jiraiya on her behalf, as the woman was not known for honoring any of the deals she made unless there was no other way out. Even though he wasn't there yet, Shikamaru knew that Tsunade would use the olive branch offered to pull out a quick one and lure Naruto into a trap before doing what had been planned all along. Turn Naruto into a mindless obedient weapon, or make sure a replacement is found for him so that the new Jinchuriki will be more smug to do things Konoha's way. The second part of this plan made Shikamaru frown as he was told that only an Uzumaki could hold back the fox's power, which meant that Naruto had to impregnate a woman, and there was only one woman in the village who wanted his child. Of course, she wouldn't want the child to turn into a Jinchuriki, but nonetheless, it was something that had to be done, even if it meant destroying Hinata in the process, and killing if not banishing her from Konoha to ensure that all contact with the child will be lost. While Shikamaru didn't like Naruto, the idea of taking Hinata's child away from him, even if the child had become a Jinchuriki, seemed somehow wrong. She was human. Wasn't Konoha against harming its own people, who were all normal, and even more so when they came from respected clans like the Hyuga? You think too much, son, Nara said to Shikaku, who was Shikamaru's father, as the man sat down next to his son to watch the clouds and chat for a while. Me? If we bring Naruto back, he will become a pointless weapon, or we use Hinata to create an Uzumaki who can hold a fox. By doing this, we deceive one of our comrades, who is a normal person, and who comes from the Hyuga clan. It seems, it's wrong to hurt one of our own, Shikamaru replied as his father sighed. I know, son. It really doesn't seem right, but we must make sacrifices to gain the power to protect the village. Overall, only 3 creatures were harmed here. The demon, the child he would one day have with the Hyuga girl, and of course Hinata herself. Only one of them is truly regrettable, and it doesn't take a genius to figure out which one is worth going through, Shikaku explained as Shikamaru sighed. It still doesn't feel right, Shikamaru replied as Shikaku smirked at his son. You'll get through this, son. We've all done it at one point or another, Shikaku said before walking away and leaving something for his son to think about. We've all done this at one time or another. What does he mean by this? Shikamaru thought as he looked at his father's back and wondered what the man meant by saying that. With Niji and Tenten, that night. Where Niji was when he regained consciousness was dark, as he was now struggling to free himself from his bonds and felt like his arms down to his hands were tied behind his back with a chakra-suppressing rope. Around him were oil barrels filled to the brim with a dark liquid, each had several explosive tags with wires attached to them, and all of these wires were connected to a large timer counting down from 5 minutes onwards. What the? 1 minute 1010 and I are training, and the next, why can't I remember? Niji thought as he felt the ropes were tied by an expert and looked at his legs to see that they were tied as well. You seem surprised that someone could easily attack you, came a muffled, dark voice from the shadows. Who's there? Show yourself. Niji exclaimed as the figure grinned and revealed itself. You have courage despite your current situation, Hyuga Niji. I am. Shogun of Shadows, replied the shogun, wearing a unique purple and gold design that covered him from head to toe to protect his identity. Shogun? There is no shogun. This has not happened since the time of the Sage of the Six Paths. Niji thought, and Shogun just looked at him without moving. The man was dressed in a purple robe that hid his figure and prevented his true identity from being revealed. The sides of the purple robe were lined with gold on each edge. There was a mask of a similar color with 2 tinted lenses to prevent anyone from seeing his eyes, and a large purple round-rimmed hat that hid his hair. His face mask also had a seal on it that glowed when he spoke, so Niji could easily deduce that it was some kind of voice-scrambling seal, so even the shogun's voice was not identified. You should feel honored to be in my presence, Hyuga Niji. You are the first Konoha shinobi to meet me, the shogun said, and the bound Hyuga stared daggers at him. Where am I? Niji asked as the figure stood about 15 to 20 feet away from him. You are currently in an abandoned building. One of many in the slums of Konoha, the shogun replied, and Niji glared at him. What about my teammate Tenten? Niji asked and the shogun laughed lightly. Don't worry about her. Tenten is fine. She is currently tied up like you, but otherwise unharmed, the shogun replied, and Niji found it impossible to use his Byakugan to see behind his enemy's mask. Are you in league with Naruto? Are you his secret ally, sent to scare us all into feeling guilty for our decisions? Niji asked and the shogun laughed hysterically, his laughter echoing throughout the room. And people say that the Hyuga clan members lack humor, Shogun replied before walking over to the television monitor with his back to the Hyuga and turning it on. To show Tenten in the same position as her teammate. Tenten. Niji exclaimed as he saw Tenten look up and it was clear that she saw him on her television monitor. Niji. Tenten exclaimed in response, glad that her teammate was alive, and horrified that he was in the same position as her. I'll leave you lovebirds alone, Shogun said before instantly disappearing into the shadows. We have to get out of here, Niji. Where are you anyway? Tenten asked, trying to run away with renewed vigor. Apparently, in some abandoned building. Can you free yourself? Niji replied, and the girl with the top knot shook her head. These ropes are pulling my arms and legs very tightly. This guy didn't give us any chance to free ourselves, Tenten replied while Niji winced. It's the same here. Whoever he is, this so-called Shogun of Shadows, I'm serious, Niji replied, seeing that the timer was counting down to less than 3 minutes. We must warn the Hokage. You have to get out, Niji. Came Tenten's voice as she struggled to free herself from the rope that was binding her and could see her teammate doing the same. I'm trying. What about you? Can you free yourself? Niji asked before falling to the floor, still tied to his chair. Unfortunately, the chair was made of metal and did not break upon impact. No. Are you all right? I cannot see you. Tenten exclaimed with concern as Niji continued to struggle to free himself. I'm fine. I just fell, but I'm still tied up, Niji replied, continuing to move, but stopped when he felt something wet and slippery behind him. One of the barrels fell with him, and the oil spread over half of his body. Not a good thing when the liquid is flammable and explosive tags that could wipe it out are everywhere. So, with that in mind, Niji closed one eye to keep the oil from getting into his optic organ, and kept his mouth closed for the most part to keep the oil from getting into it. And time was running out. 2 minutes left. Hokage's office, 20 minutes earlier. Where are you, brat? Come out and meet us face to face. Tsunade exclaimed, but more for herself, and tore up the report on Jiraiya's last attempt to find Naruto, which turned out to be a failure. Are you having problems with something? Asked a muffled voice, and a figure stepped out of the shadows. Who are you? Take this one. Tsunade demanded an answer, rising from her chair and ready to beat the crap out of this unknown enemy. Who I am doesn't matter. What is important is the location of two subordinates under your command. One is Hyuga Niji and the other is Osamu Tenten, formerly of the 9th Genin team, right? The figure replied, and Tsunade's eyes widened before narrowing at him. What did you do with them? Tsunade asked as the figure let out a chuckle from his throat. What will happen to them if you don't find them within the next 22 minutes to be exact? Well, the question you have to ask yourself is what confronted the figure while the 5th Hokage looked livid with rage. Ibiki will make you talk, and then I, Inoichi, will destroy your mind when I order him to dive into your head. Tsunade exclaimed, and the figure laughed again. Lucky, I don't think so, 5th Hokage. You can't afford to waste time on me. You have a time limit to find them for some reason, and none of the shinobi are in the same place. In truth, you can only save one of them, and that's if you feel the dark masked figure exclaim, and he returns to it before disappearing completely. Shizune. Get me all the available shinobi in the village. All of them. Tsunade shouted into her intercom system. Within moments, all available shinobi were in front of her as Tsunade explained what had just happened to Niji, and Tenten was captured for the pleasure of some sick people. This was further confirmed when shinobi went to search for the two in their usual places, landmarks, and residence where they lived. Unfortunately for Tsunade, the two missing jounin were nowhere to be found, confirming that this was not some cruel prank played by someone in the village. This is not good. We need Niji to find Naruto and Tenten's skills with her weapons filled with various poisons and sedatives to weaken him. They are part of our unit, and without them we are at a disadvantage. Asuma thought and immediately blamed Naruto for this situation. Scatter. Find Niji and Tenten however you see fit. I want these two jounin to be saved, and the person in charge is the one in charge. Tsunade commanded, and the shinobi around her nodded before they left. Do you think they will find them, Hokage-sama? Shizune asked, seeing the blonde frown even more in thought. I hope so, Shizune. This mysterious figure in my office could possibly be a new threat to Konoha and is testing us how strong we are after everything that has been thrown at the Leaf Village in recent years, Tsunade replied, and Shizune nodded as that was possible. With Niji and Tenten present, time was ticking for the two Konoha shinobi. With only 1 minute remaining, the time for the explosive tags to go off was close, and neither of the two bound captives were close to freeing themselves from their bonds. By this point, Tenten began to cry, her usually calm and cool demeanor shattered, knowing that she would die in less than a minute. The cold hand of death was approaching her, and Tenten could do nothing to stop it. Here's one. A voice suddenly rang out as the doors of the room swung open and several Konoha shinobi of jounin rank entered to free the prisoner. Hurry up. Quickly untie me. We need to look for Tenten. Niji commanded, feeling that the rope binding his body had become untied, and looked at the timer counting down. They had less than 10 seconds. Don't worry about me, Niji. I'll be okay. Just, be strong, Tenten replied, while she saw on her monitor how two Konoha shinobi freed him. Run! One jounin exclaimed as he and his comrade dragged Niji towards the door, the timer showing 0 as soon as they reached the door. Kaboom! It was the sound that came from two buildings several blocks away from each other as two Jounin and Niji were thrown out of one of them and the fire from the explosion hit the Hyuga. He screamed in pain as the flames practically consumed half of his clothes, and his face was able to extinguish it for several agonizing minutes before his two saviors could shake the cobwebs from their minds. By the time Tsunade arrived on the scene to assess the situation, Niji had passed out from pain and allowed the blissful darkness to consume him. On top of the Hokage monument. "You'd think they'd upgrade their defenses to keep enemies out of the village," said the man watching the other. "Yes. The price of arrogance, I suppose," replied another figure who was watching Konoha while standing on the head of the Yondaime Hokage. "Do you have any mixed feelings about this? Am I helping you?" asked the character with a permanent grin. "Does it really matter?" retorted the masked figure, and the other shook his head. "Not in the least, Shogun-sama. Just curious, I suppose, given my own history with this particular village," replied the still grinning character with amusement in his voice. "Indeed. And to your so-called master, have you served so far? What was he like?" "Still mad as always?" interrogated Shogun. "Yes. He is still obsessed with getting the Sharingan from Sasuke since Itachi is out of his reach. Although, if you consider how powerful the Sharingan eyes are and what they can do when pushed to the limit, it makes a person drool at the thought of possessing them," the figure replied, and the Shogun turned his masked head slightly towards the figure. "For the sake of the Sharingan that I hear in your voice, love and ambition," is what the Shogun asked with a hint of warning in his tone. "No. No. Of course not, Shogun-sama. It would be foolish of me to think along these lines and understand what it means to betray your trust," the figure quickly responded, acknowledging the raised hands, his tone sounding like a humble man. "Sounds like a humble person. I hope for your own good you will do." "Kabuto," Shogun replied before the two disappeared. Konoha Hospital, a few days later. "I can't believe she's gone," Niji said as Guy and Lee in the room looked saddened by the loss of the kunoichi that had been a part of their lives since the Genin 9 team was first formed many years ago. "Don't worry, Niji. We'll find out who did this to you and Tenten," Guy exclaimed with calm but righteous rage in his voice. "I was going to ask her to marry me," Niji suddenly replied, and his former sensei and former teammate looked at him in surprise. "Were you two that serious?" Lee asked, and Niji groaned in pain, turning his head slightly towards the man. "Yes. We kept it a secret from everyone. I was going to surprise you with news after we captured Naruto, but now," Niji replied with sadness in his voice. "How is your treatment going?" Guy asked, knowing that changing the topic would be for the better. "There is no cure," Niji replied firmly, which shocked the two Jounin standing in front of him. "What? Why? Tsunade can heal you like she healed me, and with a little application to your skin you'll be good as new," Lee exclaimed, and Niji shook his head. "Because the pain of losing Tenten far outweighs the pain my body and face feel," Niji replied bitterly. "I'm sorry for your loss, Niji." "We're both sorry," Guy said sadly as Niji turned completely to look at them and they flinched at the sight of his burned face. "No. No, that's not true. Not yet." "That's what makes it even worse," Niji replied, before gesturing with his hand, the one that wasn't burned, to order them to leave. "Stay with him, Lee. We need to wait until Tsunade comes here with Inoichi to look into his mind for the kidnapper's identity before finding him ourselves," Guy commanded, and Lee nodded, remaining in front of the door. "No one will pass me by, Guy-sensei," Lee exclaimed proudly with determination in his voice. Hokage Tower Conference Hall. "Is he refusing treatment?" Hayashi asked with shock on his face upon hearing the news. "Yes. Obviously, from what Guy told me a few minutes ago, Niji and Tenten were secretly dating, planning a wedding in the future," Tsunade replied, and Hayashi now frowned. A frown appeared on her face. As if the Hyuga clan would allow this to happen, Hayashi replied coldly, as he knew that such a thing was impossible with his clan. I would have thought that you would have been more supportive of your nephew Hayashi-san. Considering he just lost someone close to his heart, Tsunade retorted. Someone he would never be allowed to marry in the clan. Something I'm sure Niji is already well aware of, Hayashi countered, and Tsunade narrowed her eyes at him. Anyway, we now know that we have a new enemy thanks to this attack, and I am instructing Jiraiya to find out the identity of the person who I believe is responsible for this outrage, Tsunade replied, while the others nodded, knowing that Jiraiya's spy network could find the answers to their questions. All the more reason to capture the Kyubi Jinchuriki and the two who are now with him, Danzo answered and saw everyone nod. Having the Kyubi Jinchuriki in your pocket was one thing, but having two more, both with high-numbered tails, was even better. There is also the matter of Orochimaru hiding in the rice country. The recent infiltration into Konoha proves once again that we need to improve our defenses and procedures to keep spies or any other threat in the village away. Tsunade stated, and many in the room agreed. Take it. These new protocols will no doubt prevent Orochimaru's spies and my route from leaving Konoha undetected. If they did, Tsunade would suspect internal help from the governing council, and look at me, because route is mine. Danzo thought, making a mental note to figure out how to bypass the new protection after some time so that suspicion would be minimal. And maybe use it to discredit Tsunade in the process. Konoha Hospital. Lee hurried to Niji's room. Cursing himself and his young bladder, which had recently demanded that he go to the nearest toilet to relieve himself. He stood obediently outside Niji's hospital room on guard for several hours, but the Jounen's bladder was perhaps more insistent than the Jounen himself, and even the springtime of Lee's youth could not contain the internal organ's need to rid itself of all the biological waste that the body had processed. As the energetic Jounen made his way to Niji's room, he found the door slightly ajar, and the man opened the door to reveal a tall doctor with spiky blonde hair and a clipboard in his hand. Who are you? You're not Niji's doctor, Lee said, looking at the man before he turned to look at him. Hey Lee, Naruto said as the Jounen in front of him got into a taijutsu fighting stance. You will destroy Naruto. Lee exclaimed before he was stabbed in the back with a sword, a hand covering Lee's mouth preventing any screaming. This is Lee Hospital. Your voice shouldn't be loud, Naruto replied, although the one who spoke was the one standing behind Lee, who was stabbed in the back and had his neck broken, so the last thing the Jounen saw after his death was the Uzumaki shadow clone. Close the door and place Lee's body in a nearby closet before scattering. Niji and I need a little talk to each other, the real Naruto replied before sitting down in the chair positioned in front of the calmed Hyuga, who was slowly waking up. The shadow clone did what was asked of it and dissipated while the real Uzumaki Naruto set up a sound barrier to prevent anyone from hearing their conversation. To further ensure there was no interference from the outside world around them, Naruto created another shadow clone to capture Lee and remove any suspicion from any passing shinobi wanting to see Niji. You! Niji exclaimed weakly as he saw Naruto smirking at him. Hello, Niji. I like your new sporty look. Suits you. It's a nice look that reminds me of the yin-yang symbol. How does your bird seal hold up in the cage? Has your sight been taken away yet? Naruto replied as Niji stared at him with his one good eye. The seal was damaged to the point that it could not be activated, Niji replied with clenched teeth and showed which part of the flesh Naruto could see from. Well, at least you can see, somewhat clearly. I'm ashamed of what happened to you and whatever. Remind me what her name was? 10-5? 10-2? 10-80? Naruto asked as Niji reached for his neck, but the bonds that tied him to the bed prevented that and his face was filled with rage. It's 10-10. Not 10-5. Not 10-8. 10-10. Niji exclaimed angrily. Okay. 10-10. As I already said. I'm sorry for the loss of your teammate and your future wife. You two made a great couple, Naruto stated while Neji still looked furious. It's like you're really sorry. It's all your fault, Neji replied, and Naruto frowned at him. My fault? You do realize that while you and Tenten were MIA here in Konoha, I was elsewhere with other things to do, Naruto countered as Neji still looked at him. Your people. Your subordinates. Your plan. Neji shot back. Do I really look like the guy with a plan? Naruto asked in a calm voice. You always had a plan. Always. Neji exclaimed while Naruto chuckled. When I'm in battle. And usually when I'm in the thick of things. Do you really think I wanted things to go the way they did? Naruto asked with doubt in Neji's eyes. I don't know. I don't know anything else, Neji replied with defeat in his voice. I understand. Although you shouldn't be surprised that they chose to save you over Tenten, Naruto said. And Neji's good eye filled with rage. About what? Take it you say? They got to me first. Neji exclaimed angrily while Naruto raised an eyebrow at him. Is that what they told you? That they found you first and didn't have time to save her? I would have thought that, given the various tracking Konoha shinobi at the Hokage's disposal, they would have found and rescued you both. I mean, how many surveillance-oriented shinobi are there in Konoha? You have the Hyuga, Inazuka, Aburame clans that Fifth can order to use their bloodlines to find you both. And yet we only have one survivor left. Why do you think this is so, Neji? Naruto retorted, and Neji was now grinding his teeth in pain, anger and disappointment. I don't know, Neji replied, but deep down he didn't want to know, and yet, part of him wanted to know. Even if he later regrets it. I'll tell you why, Neji. It's because you have more value than Tenten. That when it came down to it, they chose to save a member of the Hyuga clan branch family over your dear sweet teammate and future wife. Honestly, Neji. I'm not surprised, Naruto stated as Neji frowned at him. What do you mean? Neji asked curiously. Come on, Neji. Don't be naive. This doesn't suit you. We both know that this outcome was predetermined from the moment the situation first occurred. You really think that Tenten has a value equal to or greater than yours when it comes to Konoha's future? That the Hyuga clan wouldn't be able to influence the situation so they could save you and leave Tenten reduced to nothing more than a burned body? That they will allow you to marry her if they find out the truth about your relationship? Why did they risk saving her and not you? You have Hyuga blood flowing through you. You have a pedigree. Your father was the head of the branch family, and your uncle was the head of the clan. It wasn't a competition when it came time to choose, Naruto asked as Neji turned away with anger and denial in his eyes. She was a loyal shinobi of Konoha. Strong kunoichi in the ranks, Neji objected, and Naruto nodded his head in agreement. It's true. But she's not from an influential clan, is she? She has no pedigree. She has no wealth. Tenten worked at her family's gun shop, right? I don't think the Hyuga clan uses weapons that much, so there's really no need for them to even come here unless it's cheap and by the standard shinobi weapons we all use in this life, Naruto stated. And each point hit Neji hard because they were true. She was strong, though. The Hyuga clan values strength, Neji objected, but even his words sounded weak. Hyuga value the power they can have in the long term. They value politics and those who have power over others in the political world. Why do you think they prefer to use the concept of arranged marriages with nobles? Or the daughters of the mentioned nobles? They can use them to put the clan in a key position and not have to worry about inbreeding with the clan as it provides a way out of such things. It's actually simple. One generation can marry outside the clan, the next cannot, then the next one marries within the clan, and the only time they marry outside the clan is once every few generations. Unfortunately, You are not in a generation gap where you have the opportunity to marry outside the clan, and even then the decision will be influenced so that the woman has an influential status that the clan can stand behind, Naruto explained and saw Neji. He clenched his teeth angrily. I know. That's why I wanted to keep this a secret until your inevitable capture and use it as a means for the Hyuga clan to consider her worthy of becoming my wife. She was going to use her weapon, filled with poisons and sedatives, to weaken you in battle. Her ability to accurately throw and use weapons in close combat made your defeat very likely, Neji stated, and Naruto grinned. You really think she could live with that of all things? Even if you guys combined your skills, she would have been one of the first in your group to die, and she would have died a painful death. Naruto replied before freeing Neji's normal hand from its restraints and quickly grabbing it as the Hyuga tried to aim for his throat. I have to kill you now, Neji exclaimed, while Naruto held the man tightly by the wrist so that he would not try to go for the kill. It's true. You could do this because this is what schemers like Tsunade, Jiraiya, even the head of the Hyuga clan that you consider an uncle would do and try to end my life. Or you can just stop being a schemer and be more like me, Naruto stated and saw Neji narrow his eyes at him. Intrigue? What are you talking about? Neji asked and Naruto smiled at him. Intrigues. You know who I'm talking about, Neji. Schemers are plotting. They are plotting. They are planning. They manipulate others to do things for them. Surely you have noticed what an intriguer looks like, right? You see the Hokage so often on missions, your uncle as the head of the clan and almost everyone else sitting in the chairs that rule the governing body of the leaf. They are intriguers. They tried to make you into a schemer like them, and look what happened. You're here, half of your body is burned, you have one eye, and the only reason it wasn't taken away is because the birdcage seal on your head didn't work due to the fire damage, Naruto explained as Neji growled at him. You said I should be more like you. Who are you really? Neji asked and Naruto smiled at him. I thought that was pretty obvious, Neji. I am who everyone here takes me for. I'm a monster. A demon created from the hatred of the village itself. For them, I disgorged Neji. But in one thing I am above all others thanks to my former comrade in arms, is chaos. I am an agent of chaos in this stagnant world. And do you know what Neji's chaos is? This is 100% fair. Naruto stated, looking Hyuga straight in the eye as he spoke. Honestly, questioned Neji before Naruto placed a Fire Country coin into his hand. Yes. Fair. I don't like your so-called fate, which, if it exists, and does not say that it exists, well, it plays on the side. Actually taking sides. Like the Hyuga clan and the division of the family in general in a sense. Both of them are biased, prejudiced and unfair. Not like the chaos and fair chance you get to make a name for yourself. For example, if I made some announcement over the emergency public address system that Konoha had and announced that I had killed a civilian or a group of shinobi, no person does anything. Why? Because this is all part of the plan that Konoha has imprinted on everyone. But if I announced that the Hokage or the fire daimyo would die by the sword, well then everyone would lose their minds. Why? Because it is not included in the plan. People don't expect the Hokage or the fire daimyo to die from outside forces. They are considered untouchable. You saw the worry in people's eyes when Orochimaru killed the Sandaime Hokage, didn't you? They feared for their lives. The same could be said when the Kyuubi attacked Konoha and the Yondaime was killed. Nobody expected him to die. This caused panic, fear and more importantly, chaos. Naruto explained, and now understanding appeared in Neji's eyes. Okay. I understand now. So for this reason, should be more like an agent of chaos rather than a schemer, Neji stated with a smile to Naruto. Wow. Lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen from the lands of the elements. Hyuga prodigy learned something new. Naruto exclaimed dramatically while Neji frowned at him. That's why I want to test this theory on you, Neji stated, and Naruto looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Oh, really? How? Naruto asked curiously. With this coin. I throw him into the air, and depending on which side he lands on, will decide everything between us, at least for now, Neji replied, and Naruto grinned at him and realized, oh, which the man said before releasing his burned hand from its hold. So how exactly does it work? Naruto asked with a hint of amusement as the blonde found the fingertips of the Hyuga's uninjured hand at his throat and a coin in the burnt one. Heads, you will leave here, and I won't warn anyone, Neji declared, showing the heads side of the coin with the fire symbol on her. What about tails? Naruto asked, and Neji narrowed his eyes at him. You will die. Neji replied with hatred before turning the coin over to reveal that it was deformed from his brief manipulation of chakra through his injured hand. Now we're talking. Turn over. Naruto exclaimed with a smile as Neji did just that, tossing the coin into the air before landing in his burned hand as they stared at each other for a few seconds. Naruto's smile never leaves him. Suna, a few nights later. It was a full moon. It shone brightly, almost like the sun itself, but it was nicer to look at without the risk of going blind, and it was one of the things Gaara liked to look at when night fell. However, on this particular night things were not pleasant and they were not peaceful. The sounds of explosions were heard throughout the village. We are under attack. All shinobi to combat posts, shouted the Suna shinobi, and the alarm was raised. Gaara! Temari exclaimed, running into the Kazekage's office and seeing her brother standing on the balcony of the Kazekage tower with the moon staff in his hand and looking up at the sky. But he didn't look at the moon. He looked at the figure on the bird-like creature flying below him. I know, Temari. They came just as Naruto warned us. Activate the special seal he gave us before his last departure. This will allow him, Fu and Utakata to come here to help us fight the Akatsuki, Gaara replied, knowing that another member of the organization was nearby. After a few moments, Temari activated the seal and within minutes the trio appeared almost as if by magic. For her part, the Suna Kunoichi blushed at the sight of Naruto again and remembered how she caught the pervert peeping at the Suna hot springs they had at their disposal. It was no surprise that Suna had a hot spring just like the other villages, since their village was founded around the largest oasis in the land of wind, and thus they were able to create one in the process by carefully studying the irrigation methods used by the first Kazekage. Either way, while Temari was beating up the pervert, she didn't realize that in her current surroundings, she was on the men's side of the hot springs, wearing only a towel. Did she forget to mention that Naruto was right there, relaxing in the water, while visiting Suna for a few days while leaving the moon staff? No. Well, he was, and by the time Temari got her anger out of her system, did she realize that Naruto was there, looking at the towel-covered body of the Suna Kunoichi. Only the towel fell at the last moment, when Temari finished stomping her foot on the pervert's head. As you can imagine, it was a shock and a surprise for both of them to see each other wearing so little clothing. Naruto looked away respectfully with a slight blush on his face, remembering that this was his friend's sister. A hot thing too, but seeing Temari in such a state at the moment was not worth causing Gaara to have a fit of rage and bring a huge wave of sand down on his head. Luckily, Temari realized the situation, screamed in realization, and ran back to the women's side of the hot springs. Although, when Gaara arrived when he heard that his sister was involved in an incident there, Temari placed the blame on the pervert she beat up and kept Naruto away from it all. Needless to say, no one saw the pervert again and Naruto kept his distance from her until his departure from Suna. Of course, Temari had to let him know that everything was okay when she kissed him on the lips and told Naruto that she hoped he would come back soon. I take it they are here? Naruto asked and Temari nodded, shaking the blush off her face along with the memory that brought it on. Gaara is preparing to fight them now, Temari replied, and Naruto nodded and turned to his fellow Jinchuriki behind him before nodding to them. The two quickly sprung into action, running out the window, and Naruto now walking towards Gaara, who turned his head slightly to look at his first true friend. They shook hands in greeting before jumping off the balcony, with Temari flying out on her iron fan to help protect Suna from harm. "Look at this, Sasori. This is a whole group of Jinchuriki," Deidara exclaimed from his clay bird, and the puppeteer looked down to see that he was right. "We must retreat from Deidara. We don't have the strength to deal with them all," Sasori replied, knowing that they could easily deal with Gaara since their skills were counter to his, but dealing with the other Jinchuriki without the support of the other members was impossible, and suicidal for them if they tried. "That's what you say. I'll make them regret ever fighting us by blowing this entire village into pieces," Deidara stated before his bird was suddenly and violently pulled down by the chakra chains that Naruto had removed from his body. "I can't let you do this, Deidara," Naruto said as his chakra chains tore the bird into pieces and grabbed the man's face before throwing him to the ground. "So, you've heard about me. I guess I should be impressed," Deidara replied, despite the fact that his face was broken. "No. Not really. Our spy told us everything about you, Sasori, Haiden, Kakuzu, Zetsu, Pain and Konan," Naruto stated, not involving Tobi in this, since only Itachi knew this information and did not want this news to be what, and thus reached the Uchiha. "Who is this? I'm going to kill him," Deidara demanded angrily as his hand quietly reached towards the backpack where his hand began to consume it, turning it into a powerful explosive. "No, you won't do that," Naruto replied, but just before he could snap the man's neck, his own survival instincts kicked in and he jumped back as Deidara threw a piranha-shaped explosive at him. The explosion knocked Naruto back, but he was unharmed despite the explosive object striking downwards, and saw Deidara running away. Narrowing his one eye at the fleeing explosives madman, Naruto gathered a small army of shadow clones to pursue him, pursuing Sasori, who released an army of over 100 puppets, and recruited other Jinchuriki. "There are so many of them," Fu stated as she and Utakata destroyed puppet after puppet while Gaara tried to get close enough to Sasori to crush his skull. "Just keep destroying them. The more we destroy, the greater the chance of defeating Sasori in the end," Utakata stated before Naruto appeared and began to cut his way through the army of puppets. "Ugh! Utakata! Find Deidara and follow him. One of my shadow clones just dissipated, telling me that he was fighting against Temari and Kankuro. Support them," Naruto commanded as he launched a spinning kick that used the chakra covering his leg to destroy the top half of the nearest doll. "That's right." Fu and Utakata responded and the two Jinchuriki rushed to aid their fellow allies in the battle. "Deidara will not give up without a fight, Kyubi Jinchuriki. He'll go so far as to kill them both by tearing them to pieces," Sasori exclaimed as his puppets were mercilessly destroyed. "You underestimate my friends. They are very inventive. Unlike you." Naruto fired back before turning into a living tornado and firing a wave of crimson and yellow energy from his sword that destroyed every puppet around him. Sasori would have made his own comment, but Gaara broke through the puppeteer's defenses and began mercilessly beating the surprised Akatsuki member. Piece by piece, the puppeteer's body was destroyed, revealing that he himself was a living puppet after jumping out of his own hunched body, and looked almost like Gaara's former brother due to his red hair and the wild look in his eyes. The irony of fate. "The puppeteer himself is a puppet," said Gaara, and Sasori laughed at him. "You don't know anything. Thanks to this means of survival, I have become God and can never die," he exclaimed with a crazy laugh. "Everyone dies. You just have to figure out how to kill them," Naruto stated from behind Sasori after getting behind the puppeteer and cutting his head clean off. And yet the body remained active. Well, until Gaara crushed the puppet's ribcage and pierced the body to stab the one thing that gave Sasori life. His heart. Lifting his body using the hole in Sasuke's chest while the moon spear was inside him, the Kazekage threw him back to the ground and then smashed the legendary puppet master's chest. After wiping the remaining blood from his weapon, Gaara used his sand to absorb the remains of the Akatsuki member and turned to Naruto as he heard the Uzumaki crush the red-haired enemy's doll head. One killed. There's only one left, Gaara stated, and Naruto nodded. True, but let's not start Gaara. This guy was chosen to stalk you because he can take elements like sand and use them to his advantage. Essentially, your ability to use it became your greatness weakness until his death, and I would advise using only the moon spear, Naruto replied as Gaara nodded as Itachi was very open about the abilities used by each Akatsuki member. Not to mention Sasuke's secret spy in the Suna Council, who was the head of internal security, who was eliminated by Baki and the Jounin team under Gaara's orders during the first bombing of Deidara. Let's go support the others, Gaara said as the two disappeared from the area to arrive at the battlefield to find Deidara overwhelmed and slowly dying from multiple stab wounds to his body. Clearly the work of Fu. Is there anything you want to tell us before you die? Naruto asked, and Deidara glared at him and Gaara. Do you think this is the end? That my death and Sasuke's death would end this? Akatsuki is everywhere. We know everything. Sooner or later, the organization will capture all the bijou before they bring the world to its knees. Deidara shouted, and Naruto looked at him with a skeptical expression on his face. How funny, Naruto said with an expression of dissatisfaction in his voice. Oh yes. One more thing for the record so all you freaks can hear this, I find art to be an absolute blast. Deidara exclaimed before his chakra flared and seals appeared on his hands before they revealed that his body was armed with explosives. It's about to explode. Kenkuro shouted as each explosive on Akatsuki's member was enough to take a third of Suna in the process. Acting quickly, Naruto released every chain of chakra he could release and wrapped it around every inch of Deidara, with the chains overlapping each other. When Naruto finished, the chains completely engulfed Akatsuki's body many times over, with the Uzumaki holding him in place. For a long time, no one moved, spoke, or even dared to breathe, knowing that this was the moment of truth when the legendary chakra chains of the Uzumaki clan would be tested against holding anything other than the bijou. A powerful impulse was felt, a breach of the sound barrier that could be heard as a loud explosion occurred and the large mass of chains surrounding Deidara's body now expanded. Naruto and everyone else saw smoke rising from within him, though they waited a moment before the Uzumaki nodded to them that it was safe. Slowly, he returned the chains back to his body. All they saw of Deidara was a small piece of ash, and even then he was carried away by the wind blowing on this cold night in the desert. 2 killed. There are still a few more to go, Naruto stated as the others nodded, knowing that they were one step closer to defeating the organization. This is an important step in this direction. The news of the mysterious Shogun of Shadows spread across the elemental lands like wildfire. This mysterious figure was said to have powerful sway over several countries, even the Kagami themselves, and was secretly taking steps that would one day make him master of the world. No one could get his exact description, but what Tsunade saw when they met was drawn as a sketch and placed in the bingo book with a large bounty on the man's head. As it was, many large countries with their daimyo began to get nervous, as some of the small countries that were corrupt and cruel, oppressing the people in their lands, met a very cruel end. On the heads of each of them there is a kanji meaning, shogun's justice, and the wealth taken from the people is returned to the people. When it came to running the country, the shogun appointed one of the daimyo family members who was in exile, was not corrupt, and would rule them fairly. Other family members who would try to do the opposite were either maimed to the point of extremes or killed for crimes against their people. In short, Shogun of Shadows was becoming a hero to the people. And Senju Tsunade hated every second of it. It's bad enough that I have to deal with the damned brat, but now this new figure announces himself to the world and then kills one of my jounin while the other is practically broken beyond repair. Tsunade thought angrily, trying to understand that Niji's wounds, which she could heal, were not. She was confused by this. The burns she could treat were from a fire caused by an explosion when the explosive tags went off along with the oil in the room. But even if the oil caused the burns, it could not stop her from healing them, and she concluded that they were not healing due to some external element that she did not see. It was possible that there was something in the explosive marks that could alter the elemental properties of fire, but they were extremely rare, and she would have to be older than her late grandfather or know someone still alive from that time to know such places. Even Hamura, Koharu and Danzo didn't know where to find such things since all three of them were among the oldest people in the village. So what could have altered the elemental compounds of fire itself that could have burned Niji at such a level as to prevent her medical skills from healing him? She felt like the answer was right in front of her, but Tsunade couldn't see it, and that just pissed the woman off more than anything right now. "Tsunade-sama, the fire daimyo is here to see you," Shizun replied before she left the room without a response from the older woman. "She's still unhappy with my actions against Naruto." Typical. Tsunade thought as she stood up as the fire daimyo walked in with an open fan and waved it in front of him. "Hello, Gondame Hokage. Normally, I would be happy to visit here, but the circumstances of the world are making my life unbearable, and this village was the source of it," the fire daimyo said before sitting down, his two samurai bodyguards standing next to him. "I sincerely apologize for this daimyo-sama, but the source of all this is not Leaf, as others have undoubtedly said, but the rogue Kyubi Jinchuriki and his accomplices he surrounds. They turned themselves into a thorn for us, which means for you too," Tsunade explained, and the fire daimyo nodded, continuing to fan himself. "Perhaps. How are the Uchihas doing? Some time ago he was beaten by your search team. Is the boy still recovering?" asked the fire daimyo, and Tsunade nodded. "Unfortunately, yes. The injuries he suffered a few months ago were brutal. I still find it hard to believe that the search team would ignore my orders to return the boy relatively unharmed," Tsunade replied with a sigh after her statement. "This means that Konoha shinobi unfortunately lack discipline. I also heard about what happened to the Hyuga boy, who had half his body burnt, and the suspect was this Shogun of Shadows that I heard about," the fire daimyo stated, and Tsunade flinched at his words. "I have been working with Jiraiya for this purpose, to find out the identity of the Shogun and his known associates in hopes that they can lead us to him so that justice can be done," Tsunade explained as the daimyo nodded his head. "I must confess that Tsunade-san, my court and family feel, well, I am a little nervous about this Shogun and want this matter to be settled immediately. He receives too much support from minor countries, and even some of the major countries are no doubt showing that they are not against him. My people in my own country are now siding with some who support my rule and others who support the Shogun, and the same thing is happening to other major countries. He becomes a threat to my Tsunade rule, and if this Shogun teams up with Uzumaki Naruto, who do you think will feel the Shogun's wrath if he is allowed to rule the land of fire?" replied the fire daimyo, and the Hokage looked nervous as the Shogun could order the destruction of the Leaf if a person reached that level of authority. "Rest assured, daimyo-sama, we will destroy Uzumaki Naruto, his accomplices, and this Shogun of Shadows as soon as possible," Tsunade stated, and the fire daimyo frowned at her. "For your sake, Tsunade, I hope you're right, and if you fail, his possible dislike of Konoha will be something we both have in common," the fire daimyo replied before he stood up from his chair and walked out from the room. "Anything about Akatsuki?" asked Tsunade, knowing that Jiraiya was outside the window and heard the entire conversation. "Some. My spy told me they've suffered a lot recently. Hoshigaki Kisame was killed first in a clash with Naruto earlier this year. Sasori of the Red Sands and Deidara, master of explosives of IWA, recently died not long ago in Suna when they fought Garasabaka no. Since Akatsuki is greatly weakened, my spy believes that the leader of Akatsuki himself will deal with everything and personally go after Naruto for the Kyubi," Jiraiya stated, and Tsunade nodded. "Hopefully we can make a move in time for this to happen and capture Naruto in a weakened state along with the rest of his group," Tsunade replied with a grimace from Jiraiya. This Akatsuki leader is no joke, Tsunade. To be the leader of Akatsuki, you have to be incredibly powerful and keep someone like Itachi in line. Jiraiya said, leaving the rest unsaid, knowing that Tsunade would get the hint. I understand, Jiraiya. However, I want your spy to let us know as soon as this leader makes his move against Naruto so that the team can be ready to capture the brat and possibly kill the Akatsuki leader in the process, Tsunade commanded as the Sannin-faced nodded to her. One more thing, Tsunade, I think Naruto may have received another summoning contract, Jiraiya said, and Tsunade narrowed her eyes at him. Which one? Tsunade asked while Jiraiya looked nervous. I don't know. Or rather, the toads didn't tell me anything, they were ordered not to tell me anything, Jiraiya said, and Tsunade's eyes widened at such a hint. Few summons have such power, Tsunade stated as Jiraiya nodded as he remembered the conversation he had a few days ago with his mom and dad when they told him about Naruto's newly acquired summon inflicted on them visit. I know. When I asked who was visiting them, I saw fear in the eyes of mom and dad, and the elder toad, who is higher in rank than them, looked so humiliated. It was like nothing I've ever seen with them before, Jiraiya explained, scratching his head. Do you know what calls have such power? Tsunade asked and Jiraiya shook his head. Not that I can remember. What I know is that this call is very strong and very high on the hierarchy ladder. For the toads to be shocked by this can only mean that Naruto has found an ancient summoning contract that is far superior to the toads, and it is clear that this new summon is angry at them for excluding a certain Kyuubi Jinchuriki from the contract with toads, Jiraiya said as Tsunade frowned and decided to get some answers from her own summoning. Making her way outside the Hokage Tower, Tsunade summoned Slug Boss Katsuyu to see how a female Slug Boss, one of the few in existence, was looking at her, and the fifth Hokage was surprised that she was so exhausted. Jiraiya also noticed this and saw the same symptoms in Boss Slime that he saw in Pa, and the Sage Elder Toad himself. Jiraiya was willing to bet a week of research materials from the hot springs that Orochimaru's snake call Manda was suffering the same way right now. Katsuyu? What's happened? Tsunade asked as she was going to ask her about the news of the summon making a power move against the toads, but now she was wondering what happened to her own and saw the slug boss looking on with tired eyes. Uzumaki Naruto happened, milady. He has a new summon that paid me and the toads a visit. I wouldn't be surprised if they paid a visit to Manda as well. Katsuyu stated and Tsunade looked at her in horror while Jiraiya winced as his current suspicions about the boy having a new summon were indeed true. What's the name of this brat's challenge? How can they push you, toads and even snakes around? Tsunade asked and Katsuyu trembled. I can't tell you the name of the summon that Uzumaki Naruto has because they forbade us all to tell anyone. What I can tell you is that the reason for their authoritative power is because they are one of the most ancient summons in all of the elemental countries. They were thought to be lost forever, but Naruto found them and signed the contract. The boy told them of your betrayal, and if there's one thing this particular summon despises the most, it's betrayal. They're holding a tribunal against me. The toads, and the snakes for crimes against Uzumaki Naruto, Katsuyu stated as Tsunade looked shocked and furious that one of the summoners had the nerve to do this to her. What? Are you serious? Tsunade exclaimed, and Jiraiya didn't like it at all. We'll be there to preside over it, and various other calls of bosses of all kinds will also be present on it. Depending on what is decided, we will be cut off from being summoned by you, Orochimaru's snakes, and Jiraiya's toads ever again. In short, if you go into battle against Naruto and try to summon us, you will fail, yourself, extremely my lady. I'm not kidding. Not only that, but the Shinigami explained to Katsuyu when Tsunade looked furious and Jiraiya was the same. This means that my sage mode will also be removed. Jiraiya thought, knowing that without the help of mom and dad in this state he would be virtually crippled. I'm sorry, my lady. I tried to defend your actions from the draft, but they didn't hear my words and called them pathetic excuses for years of being subjugated to an evil woman who forgot half the bloodline she comes from, Katsuyu stated as Tsunade looked furious. They had the nerve to say that about me. Great. Let them say it. I know where I stand in my position against this brat and I'm going to stick to it no matter what, Tsunade replied and Katsuyu nodded. The tribunal will not go in our favor. The contract that you, Jiraiya and Orochimaru entered into will remove your names. I expected no less from you, my lady. However, Katsuyu stated before leaving them, and Tsunade slammed her fist on the ground in anger. Damn this brat. His call for dares goes against us. By threatening to take away our own subpoena like this through the summons tribunal, no less? There has never been a moment in the history of the elemental countries when a call first appeared. I'll tear this maggot's body in half. Tsunade exclaimed as Jiraiya thought about what the slug boss had just told them. At least Orochimaru is in the same boat as us, with Manda facing the tribunal, Jiraiya said with some hope in his voice. I don't care about Orochimaru now, Jiraiya. All I care about now is beating the crap out of Naruto the next time I see him. Tsunade shot back with a deadly glint in her eyes. Earth Country, a few miles from IWA. You have the nerve to ask me to meet you, do you hear, boy? Give me one good reason why I shouldn't order my troops to destroy you. Answered the Sandaime Tsuchikage Inoki with his granddaughter Kuratsuchi and a large man named Akatsuchi. Because this is the action of stupid, newly minted Kage. You don't look like me, considering your age, Naruto replied as Inoki looked at him with a frown. Is there any other reason besides my age that makes you underestimate me? Inoki asked and Naruto smirked. I took care of the tramp, missing without a message for you, who was not part of the Akatsuki organization. I believe his name is Deidara, Naruto replied as Inoki looked shocked that one of his rogue shinobi was destroyed by Uzumaki while Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi showed angry faces. You killed Deidara? Kuratsuchi exclaimed, preparing to destroy him, and only stopped when Inoki raised his hand. What evidence do you have that he died at your hands? I heard that he attacked Suna recently, Inoki replied, knowing that only those who fight Deidara know how he met his end. I was there fighting him. The Kazekage can confirm this. As for Deidara, he blew himself up, trying to kill us all in the process. I was able to stop him using various and personal means that saved Suna from being destroyed, Naruto explained, and the Sandaime Tsuchikage nodded as that was what Deidara would actually do. I understand. I guess I need to thank you since Deidara is out of control, Inoki replied while Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi looked at him in shock. Grandfather! Kuratsuchi exclaimed, while the old man didn't even look at her. Stop it, Kuratsuchi. We both know that Deidara was out of control and only lived to blow things up no matter who he targeted, Inoki said as he saw Naruto nod. I'm also here to inform you that I am taking Han and Rashi away from IWA. They're not safe here anymore, Naruto added while the Tsuchikage looked annoyed by this. I can respect the fact that you killed Deidara. However, I do not respect the fact that you are taking Iwa's Jinchuriki and have the audacity to say it to my face. Inoki retorted as Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi slightly shifted into a fighting stance. You seem to be under the impression that your side can stop me. Khan. Rashi. Come here, my brothers, Naruto replied, and two Jinchuriki came out of the shadows and surprised IWA by standing next to the Uzumaki. Khan? Rashi? What are you doing? Why? Inoki asked and demanded from the two Jinchuriki. Because he came to help us, the Sandaime Tsuchikage. We've never been like we were in IWA. We are hated for what we have and seen as nothing more than a weapon to be thrown aside. Uzumaki Naruto is like us, came to us when he couldn't do anything and provided weapons to defend ourselves against the Akatsuki. He gave us the opportunity to live, to be treated fairly and not looked at with hatred just because we are Jinchuriki. We're going to help him fight the Akatsuki and achieve something that none of us have had before, a chance at a life we can call our own, Rashi stated as the Tsuchikage frowned. Your life is here in IWA. You're both IWA shinobi. Anoki stated while Han and Rashi shook their heads. If that were true, you would treat us as IWA shinobi and not as cheap weapons that you can throw away whenever it suits you, Han replied quietly while the Tsuchikage looked ready to explode. I'm warning you too. Don't join him. Your goal in life is to protect IWA from any threats to it. This includes the Kyubi Jinchuriki. I order you two to put it down immediately. Anoki commanded as Han and Rashi looked at each other before their eyes turned to Naruto, who was currently glaring at the Tsuchikage. Whatever you two decide to do regarding the Tsuchikage's order, I will respect your decision and will do absolutely nothing to stop you from killing me, Naruto replied as the two Jinchuriki looked at him, then at the Tsuchikage, and back at the Uzumaki, before kneeling at his feet. Our loyalty, respect and power, sealed in our bodies, belongs to you to command Uzumaki Naruto, our one true master and master, Han and Rashi answered simultaneously, while the Sandaime Tsuchikage looked deathly pale. Insolent puppies. I'll teach you upstarts a thing or two about respect after I deal with the brat you claim to serve in my stead. Anoki exclaimed as he began to move to engage Naruto, but discovered two important things about the blonde, and it happened in a matter of seconds. First of all, Uzumaki was very fast. Secondly, Uzumaki was very strong. Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi were quickly driven back by Naruto before they could move to aid their Tsuchikage in the battle. If that's what you call it. The Sandaime Tsuchikage was the oldest living Kage to date, having survived 3 shinobi wars, countless battles, and gained years of wisdom in the process, as well as the battle scars on his wrinkled old body to prove it. Not to mention that sometimes, due to his bad back, there were times when he quickly jumped up from his chair at important and shocking moments in his life when he did it instinctively. Among these old wounds, scars and memories of the past, Tsuchikage remembered the speed of an Uzumaki fighting in pure taijutsu. The last time he saw it was at the end of the First Shinobi War, and at that time Anoki was a newly promoted Chunin on a mission with his squad. They came across a lone Uzumaki who was on his own mission from Whirlpool, and the idea of capturing him for information appealed to the Jonin squad leader Anoki. It turned out that this was the last mistake IWA Jounin would ever make, as Uzumaki in particular beat the entire squad except Anoki himself literally to death, and the future Tsuchikage was very close to falling into this category. It was pure chance or luck that medic IWA Ning returned with her squad a few minutes after Uzumaki left and brought him back to IWA for treatment before the second Tsuchikage requested a report on what had happened. It was later discovered that the Uzumaki shinobi who destroyed Anoki's team was one of the sons of the late Uzumaki Genshin, and was taught this violent style of taijutsu by his own father. It was also because of this terrible beating that the same Iwa Kunoichi for the medical ninja who healed the future Tsuchikage fell in love with him during his recovery and became his future wife. If only the Sandaime Tsuchikage knew about the irony that was happening right now. Now it seemed like history was repeating itself as Uzumaki Naruto was beating the wind out of him just like the blonde's predecessor had done all those years ago. All the movements, the punches, the impact of Naruto's fist, and even the pain itself brought back the Tsuchikage's memories of that moment. A painful knee strike to the lower torso now caused the Tsuchikage to bounce violently on the ground, making holes with each strike like the ones you see when you pass a stone through water, and went through several trees. Moving quickly, Naruto dodged a blow from the large Iwa shinobi, grabbed the attacker's arm, broke it, and then threw the man 100 feet. Acting on instinct, Naruto ducked under the strike aimed at him just a second after the impressive throw and performed a low kick to disable Kuratsuchi from being grounded beneath her. She quickly jumped to her feet, but immediately received a strong blow to the face and flew back with a bloody, broken nose. Is that enough? I can do this all day, Naruto said as Kuratsuchi growled at him from her prone position and Akatsuchi struggled to get up, his one broken arm acting as a dead weight. "Why, you insignificant little..." Kuratsuchi began, but stopped when Naruto pointed at her grandfather's fallen body and saw that he was indeed corrupted. "Take your Tsuchikage back to your Iwa shinobi village. I feel this without immediate medical attention, you will need to find a new Tsuchikage soon," Naruto stated as the kunoichi in front of him looked at her grandfather to see that he was indeed in a serious life-threatening situation. "Take it," Kuratsuchi thought, looking from her grandfather to Naruto, and stared at the Uzumaki. "Don't look at me like that, Kuratsuchi-san. Your grandfather was wrong. He will soon realize this when he recovers from his injuries, provided you return him to Iwa in time for this to even happen," Naruto stated as the Iwa kunoichi limped towards the badly injured Tsuchikage and Akatsuchi did the same. "We won't forget this. You've made an enemy in Iwa," Kuratsuchi stated before they left with Old Cage while Naruto simply shook his head. "Do you think Iwa will take revenge on Naruto-sama?" Han asked when they were further away from Iwa. "First of all, don't call me Naruto-sama. I am, firstly, your friend, and secondly, a leader. As for Iwa, I say give the Tsuchikage and his granddaughter time to think about everything. If they become a problem for us in the future, I will take care of them myself," Naruto replied, feeling the two Jinchuriki next to him on both sides now looking at each other. "Do you want them to join our cause against Orochimaru and Konoha?" Rashi asked and Naruto nodded. "Yes. Does it bother you?" Naruto asked and Han and Rashi looked at each other again. "We have mixed feelings," Han replied and Naruto nodded. "Got it. If you don't want to be a part of Iwa's downfall if that happens, I won't be angry with you, and will even consider making some kind of negotiated concession to Iwa if it helps prevent conflict," Naruto stated. And they became less tense. They didn't care much about Iwa, but they didn't want to see her destroyed because of this. Summoning World. The summoning world where all the summoners lived was a huge world in itself, where all kinds of summoning animals lived. In this world lived dogs, cats, insects of all kinds and animals of all sizes. It was governed in terms of territories. No conscript could even enter another conscript's territory unless he was given permission or risked a possible war that would not end well. Of course, in order to prevent an endless war, it was decided that if a dispute arose, a tribunal would be convened and the matter would be resolved with all other summoners in the summoning world witnessing the tribunal. And right now, the first of them that ever took place has been called. Manda, Gamabunta and Katsuyu were chained in a large circular room, and their bindings had the power to prevent them from being summoned by those who had signed the contract. Ma, Pa and the Toad Elder Sage were in front of Gamabunta with their own chains that would prevent them from being summoned. Around them the various calls of their world spoke as men did, with their own public tribunals, before they began, before a loud roar silenced them all. Descending from the sky, or in this case, the large ceiling of the building, the massive, ever-imposing presence of Boss Dragon Bahamut flew down and landed on the platform, further intimidating the accused in front of him. Boss Dragon's eyes were full of rage as he looked at everyone. They trembled in fear without meeting his eyes and tried to look at something else. Each of them had met Bahamut on several rare occasions in their lives, when they were small slugs, tadpoles and baby snakes who hid behind their parents in the presence of the powerful creature. "I hear you. Listen, yes. This tribunal is now in session. Summoning the dragon from the Uzumaki clan versus summoning the toad from Konoha, summoning the slug from the Senju clan and summoning the Orochimaru snake from the Sannin. Charges: betrayal of a summoner, aiding one summoner in the betrayal of another summoner, breaking an oath to never reveal a prophecy to a summoner, and conspiracy to control the very outcome of a foretold prophecy. There are also additional charges of negligence, dereliction of duty, and false accusations made against the summoner. An evil voice proclaimed before a frightening figure that not even Bahamut dared to challenge appeared and sat on the throne above the summoning boss dragon. How will you three respond to the charges against you? Bahamut demanded, eyes blazing with rage. Not guilty. Manda exclaimed. Not guilty. Katsuya shouted. Not guilty. Gamabunta, Ma, Pa and the elder toad sage answered simultaneously. Will witnesses come forward and be presented with evidence? Shinigami said as he watched the dragon boss nod and then look straight at them. The prosecution calls Kyubi no Kitsune to testify on our behalf. Bahamut replied as the summoning animals watched from all sides, whispering, talking and clicking to each other in their own language. Silence. Kyubi no Kitsune, come forward, the Shinigami roared, and soon everyone felt a second ominous presence, which made the group of accused tremble even more in fear. I am here on your orders to speak on behalf of the summoning of Boss Dragon and my ship Shinigami-sama, Kyubi declared as he bowed respectfully to the almighty deity and then looked at the accused with bloodlust in his eyes. Then speak. Tell us the whole life that your vessel lived, and how those around him treated him, ordered the Shinigami. Shinigami-sama. I have to protest against the Kyubi speaking. He is a demon who will tell lies and distort the truth. Gamabunta exclaimed before a blast of lightning from the Shinigami shook the massive toad boss. Punished, be silent. There will be no lies or half-truths in this tribunal, because I see everything that would come from such words. Do you say them here or prevent the truth from being heard, then you will exclaim the Shinigami sternly, and all the calls around him visibly trembled. I am Kyubi no Kitsune. One of the 9 Bijou, I swear on my 9 tails that what I say today is the absolute truth. My ship's name is Uzumaki Naruto, formerly from Konoha in the Land of Fire. He is the son of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, the latter formerly belonging to the Land of Whirlpools along with the Uzumaki clan. My vessel's life has not been pleasant, and that was partly due to the summoning that is accused of crimes against him along with the dragon summoning. My vessel suffered for holding me. He was beaten, stabbed, poisoned and forced to live alone, eating garbage to survive. He was betrayed by the toads, 2 Sanins who have the audacity to call themselves his godparents, and abused in almost every sense of the word. Yet he remained faithful to one day prove the people in the village that they were wrong about him. That he is not a monster, not a demon, and certainly not me in human form. I sense that many of you doubt my words, despite Shinigami previously stating that he sees lies and half-truths. Therefore, I request that the memories of seeing him with my own eyes be shown now to all of you so that you can see for yourself whether I am telling the truth or not. Kyubi explained and the Shinigami nodded before using one of his many the deity's abilities to bring back memories of Uzumaki Naruto from within the fox's mind to appear above them all to watch. The summoners around them watched in horror as they saw the violence that Naruto was subjected to while more severe forms of violence were on his birthday. What should have been a day of joy for the child turned into a day of suffering and agony that caused many conscripts to shudder with rage at the actions of these people in this village. They finally saw a memory of Naruto fighting Uchiha Sasuke, winning albeit barely, carrying the wounded traitor back to the village, and being yelled at by Senju Tsunade for hurting a fool even though it was part of the mission on the use of force. How the shadow clone, under the henge of a simple bird, overheard a conversation between Tsunade and Jiraiya about the dark future they had planned for him. Needless to say, this caused all the members of the accused group to tremble with rage, which they had not experienced since then in all the years of their lives. What's even worse, Shinigami-sama, is that we learned from Naruto himself that Konoha betrayed Maelstrom and destroyed it from within after the toads told Jiraiya Sannin about the prophecy the dragon sage told me. They wanted to control the future child of the prophecy, knowing that the child would hold the Kyubi and only an Uzumaki could do that. They knew that by capturing Uzumaki Kushina after she became the next vessel of the Kyubi, they would be able to keep her and any descendant of hers safe who would become the next vessel along with the potential child, Bahamut explained and the toads looked away in shame. I am not a part of their plans, Bahamut-sama. All this time I served only Orochimaru, and he always hated Konoha. I don't deserve to be punished along with Thesaaa. Manda exclaimed as he was shocked again by lightning from the Shinigami. Have I given you permission to speak yet, Manda? No? Then you will be silent. Shinigami roared, and Boss, summoned Snake, lowered his already aching body low as a sign of submission. The snakes are guilty due to the fact that Orochimaru was their summoner, and despite the Shinigami himself. The Toads and Jiraiya of the Sannin are both guilty of their actions against my summoner, as you saw from his memories. The Toad broke a sacred vow and law never to divulge information about a prophecy when it was given on a call. Their summoner dared to manipulate the Uzumaki prophecy and dared to control the Uzumaki bloodline, reducing their numbers to at least a handful. Katsuyu's own summoner is the current Hokage of Konoha and reveals the very Uzumaki blood in her veins, which she inherited from Uzumaki Mito. She roared Bahamut and saw Katsuyu looking down while Boss Dragon growled at her. Of the listed crimes and much more, of which all of you have yet to be accused by the dragons. Do you have anything to say in your defense before I announce your punishment? Guilty, I've heard enough. I saw Kyubi's memories of how the boy was treated. I heard from Bahamut about the crimes committed against Uzumaki Naruto and the entire Uzumaki clan as a whole. It is clear to me that you have all been declared Shinigami, and the accused are looking at each other. We only did what we thought was right, Shinigami-sama. Jiraiya was our summoner. He had the right to know about his influence on the prophecy, Pa said before he was mercilessly struck by lightning from the Shinigami. Don't take me for a fool, old toad. You knew the rules, and your acquittal is an empty phrase, Shinigami retorted and saw that the other bailiffs watching the process demanded that the accused be sentenced. It didn't take a genius to figure out what they thought about them. Guilty. 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 The spoken words drown out all the calls around them, uttered by their mouths, the clicking of mandibles, the angry buzzing and stomping of feet, while they loudly beat their chests. Bahamut, for his part, remained silent the entire time, watching as the Toads, Slug and Snake trembled in fear, knowing that the Shinigami was thinking the same thing. The god of death didn't want to hear sweet, honey-dripping words full of remorse, or that they wanted to atone for their guilt in his deadly eyes. Even now, they could see that the Shinigami barely paid them any attention due to them being worthy of staying in the challenge or even not honoring their contracts at all. If the Shinigami so wished, he could strip them of all their powers, skills, summoning rights, and their very territory would be given to the dragons as compensation. Regarding the summoning of Toad, Slug, and Snake, who are accused of grave crimes against the dragons and their summoner, I find them all guilty. The Shinigami proclaimed, and the witnesses in the stands went wild with delight to see justice being done. Show mercy to the snakes. Please, Shinigami-sama. Manda exclaimed before he was struck by lightning again. Silence. I hereby pronounce judgment on the guilty parties. Neither toads, slimes, nor snakes can ever be summoned by their current summoners again. Each summoner's name, Jiraiya, Tsunade and Orochimaru, must be removed from the contracts immediately. Your territory will be placed under the control of the dragons so that they can manage it as they see fit. Any decision you make must go through them for approval. No one will be allowed to sign the summoning scrolls of toads, slugs and snakes for the next 500 years. Shinigami commanded, and each guilty party looked at the deity in shock. How will our summoners know about your decision so that they cannot summon us? Katsuyu asked. Each of you will send a subordinate to each of your summoners to inform them of my decision. They will not reveal what happened here, only that you were found guilty and that your contact with them has been terminated. Nothing more. Since the snakes have a summoner other than Orochimaru under their contract named one Mitarashi Anko, she will be the only person for the next 500 years to summon them. unless the dragons themselves give Manda permission to sign a contract with someone else. The Shinigami commanded, and everyone nodded with a look of defeat in their eyes. There is one more thing I would like to say before this tribunal puts an end to Shinigami-sama, Kyubi said, much to everyone else's surprise. Even Bahamut did not expect the Bijou to speak and talk to the god of death. "Speak, Kyubi," ordered Shinigami, and gave the floor to the fox. "As you know, the Akatsuki hunt the tailed beasts, and they don't care if our master dies in the process of capturing us. However, due to the fact that the Yondaime split my power in half before sealing it into himself, I am incomplete, so in case my master dies for any reason, I will not return like the others," she explained. Kyubi, while everyone took it in. "What's your point, Kyubi?" asked Bahamut. "Before I leave here to return to my ship, I ask that Shinigami give me back my other half, so that if Uzumaki Naruto dies, I will not be lost to the ages and can one day return to the world. Only Shinigami-sama can do this, since the soul of the person living in his stomach is attached to my other half, which must return to life," answered Kyubi, and Shinigami narrowed his eyes at him. "Your explanation sounds selfish. Why should I even consider granting such a request to you?" Shinigami asked, and Kyubi bowed his head. "Because that's what my vessel wants," Kyubi replied, much to the surprise of everyone, even the Shinigami himself, since there was no lie and he felt that the fox was only telling the truth. "Lies. You would strive to break out of your prison and kill everything around you, including Konoha," Gamabunta exclaimed before being hit painfully by lightning from the Shinigami. "Keep up, Boss Toad. Are you saying that your vessel wants you to be whole, Kyubi? Why is this?" Shinigami replied, as he wanted the boy to explain the reason for this request. "My vessel is strange. Always has been and always will be, in my opinion. When I told him how his father split me in half and sealed a part that would allow me to rebuild myself after some time if he died, he wanted to know if he had the ability to change that. I told them no. I told him that only you had such power, and calling you just for this was not worth sacrificing his life. I was pleased that for the rest of my life I was with a vessel with whom I could truly be friends for the first time in many years since my creation. When I was about to be summoned before this tribunal, he told me to ask you for this small favor, since it was probably the only time I would ever have the opportunity to ask, and I would never receive anything like it again." Kyubi explained, and Shinigami nodded, as this was the Tochi's only chance that the fox could ask this without Naruto calling him. "Indeed. Your summoner is as wise as he is brave. You made his life miserable for the first 12 years and even tried to kill him several times. However, for your vessel, the fact that you ask me such a question not for yourself, but on your own behalf, is nothing short of remarkable in my eyes." "I will grant the request," Shinigami replied, and everyone looked shocked. "Shinigami-sama, you can't. The fox is an evil, vile beast. He has clearly poisoned and corrupted the mind of his vessel." The elder Toad Sage exclaimed before lightning from the Shinigami struck him and nearly killed the oldest of the toads. "Enough. I've had enough of you and others speaking out of turn. Leave my sight immediately." The Shinigami roared before the group disappeared. After they left, Shinigami opened his mouth and reached into it before pulling out Namikaze Minato's soul. Holding his blade in one hand, the deity cut the soul before reaching inside and extracting from it a huge ball of energy that was the other half of the Kyubi. Namikaze's soul begged the Shinigami to stop what he was doing, but was ignored by the god of death, and allowed the white energy that had transformed into a nine-tailed fox to howl in release before charging straight at the other. The Kyubi itself howled at the feeling of being whole again, its body growing larger again, and stopped at its original height it had before the Yondaime split it in two. "Thank you, Shinigami-sama. You won't regret this," Kyubi replied before leaving the death god's presence. "I'd rather not, for your own good, Bijou," the Shinigami retorted. "Elsewhere, some neutral place. You showed up. I'm glad, Naruto said as he stood in front of the man known as Pain and his partner Konan. It depends on your point of view, Pain replied as Naruto smirked at him. You still want to imprint me for the Kyuubi. Even now, the temptation to just fight me and pull him out of my body is too great for you to resist, Naruto said as he saw Pain narrow his eyes at him. Your message said that it was worth my time to talk to you. Keep going before I change my mind, Pain retorted, and Naruto's smirk left him as his face turned deadly serious. Indeed. Tell me one thing, Pain, do you value family? Those with Uzumaki blood flowing in their veins? Naruto asked as Pain's body tensed and Konan tensed. I see Itachi has told you a lot about me. He's spying for you, Pain suggested, and Naruto shrugged as there was no reason to deny it. Yes. He also spied for Konoha before I kicked him out of the village. Now his loyalty is only to me, Naruto replied, narrowing his eyes at him. Not much longer. I'll kill him myself, Pain objected, and Naruto shook his head. You might want to put this off for later, Pain. Right now we need to talk about ourselves and our future in working together to establish eternal peace, Naruto replied as his opponent looked at him like he was crazy. Then you will hand over yourself and the other Jinchuriki to be used in our cause, Pain stated, and Naruto chuckled and shook his head again. Hardly. What I'm proposing does not include killing all 9 Jinchuriki for the bijou they hold, Naruto explained, and Pain narrowed his eyes at him. Then we have nothing to discuss, Pain replied, and Naruto raised an eyebrow at him. Are you sure about this? Even the fact that we are both related to the same clan? Uzumaki clan? Naruto asked, and Pain's body tensed again. You don't have the usual red clan hair on your head, Pain replied as Naruto grinned at him. My hair is on my father's side, but my mother was an Uzumaki and she was the previous Jinchuriki before me, Naruto replied, and Pain's eyes widened in surprise. I understand. Before you, there was only one Uzumaki in Konoha, and her name was Kushina, Pain said, and Naruto nodded. Yes. The man you called Toby broke the Kyuubi out of his prison to be controlled so he could attack Konoha on the night of my birth. That asshole never told you about this, did he? Naruto said, and Pain's eyes narrowed. He didn't mention that part about his connection to Konoha, Pain replied as Naruto nodded in understanding. Indeed. Did he also tell you about his plans for all 9 bijou? That they were once in a statue and actually tricked you with their Moon Eye plan to turn themselves into a god who enslaves all of humanity? Naruto asked as Konan looked from Naruto to Pain and then back to the blonde Uzumaki. No. The idea was to use the statue as a weapon of higher power and make the world become peaceful, Pain replied, and Naruto shook his head. All you will do is force them into another kind of slavery. Do what I say or die is not something you should try, as it will make some people crazy enough to turn against you in the long run. Toby's plan is to have absolute rule without opposition, with free will eliminated. My plan is much better than what I have already implemented to make the world unite under my banner, Naruto explained, and Pain's eyes widened. I understand. Although your concept is more humane, it will not bring eternal peace, and time has a way of destroying things, Pain countered, and Naruto smirked at him. As if your way is any better? Or Toby's, for that matter? How long will it be before people come together to fight the tyranny of your organization? How long can Toby keep people locked in the state of serving him? Even he would one day run out of chakra and be forced to end the illusion long enough to recharge, and people would act quickly to prevent this. Besides, do you really want to kill so many innocent Jinchuriki for your dream? Did you even consider bringing any of them back to life to possibly live without their bijou sealed in their bodies? Naruto asked while Pain fell silent for a moment. I haven't considered that idea, Pain replied, and Naruto shook his head. These Jinchuriki had no say in whether they wanted to become one or not. It was forced upon them, and then they were hated for it simply because they could be hated. Your plan involves taking the bijou away from them and then simply throwing their dead body somewhere like trash. I didn't think that you would betray the beliefs of the Uzumaki clan and be more like the Uchiha or the Senju clan. Naruto replied with an angry look from Pain, and Conan did the same. What do you know about the Uzumaki clan? Pain shot back while Naruto imagined the person behind the doll's body was now crying slightly. I know enough. Do you see this sword? Naruto replied as he unsheathed his blade, and Pain instantly felt his blood ignite for some reason. Is this what I'm thinking? My Rinnegan tells me that this is a genuine item, but I need to hear it from you, Pain said as Naruto's sword passed through dark yellow energy. The red marks on the flat surface of the blade glowed crimson, and the Rinnegan saw the same words as Itachi. Praise be to order brought from the very edge of chaos. This is the Jubi sword. From our very homeland, Whirlpool at the foot of the highest mountain. The spirit of Uzumaki Genshin himself appeared before me as I reached for that sword. He taught me everything I needed to know about being an Uzumaki and worthy of wielding these weapons. It turned out that I am his longtime descendant and myself from the Six Paths, Naruto answered while Pain looked at the sword and then at the blonde Uzumaki. You are Uzumaki. I thought there were more of us besides me after the death of Uzumaki Kushina, Pain answered, and Naruto nodded. Itachi said something similar. The Sandaime Hokage told him that I was not a real Uzumaki. It's just a name given in honor of the woman who once bore it before me. Although we both know better now, don't we? Naruto stated, and he could see that Pain was digesting his words. I'm not like the Uchiha or the Senju, Pain retorted, and Naruto smirked at him. Prove it. Help me unite the world. I have several major countries, minor countries and other shinobi villages besides Konoha that support us. All that needs to be removed from the world is Orochimaru, Tobi and Konoha by forcing the Fire Daimyo to make the destruction of the Leaf Village legal. I ask you to help me, not as a member of the Akatsuki, not as the man known as Pain, but as an Uzumaki in a fellow clan that has long been thought to be destroyed. This is our chance to unite and establish peace and order without the oppressive tyrannical threat of destruction that will arise if the rest of the world decides to stand against it, Naruto replied as Pain and Conan looked at each other. Conan and I are the only remaining members of the original Akatsuki before Tobi turned it into what it is now, Pain explained. We have to deal with Tobi first before we go after Konoha and Orochimaru. Since he poses the greatest threat to everything I have worked so hard for, it is imperative that this man is destroyed, as well as the other members of the group that still remain. Once we remove all those who could threaten the vision of peace and order, the world will have a chance to catch its breath. Naruto replied. Pain nodded and looked at Conan to see that the woman was pleased with the idea of the two Uzumaki working together. Conan will remove Zetsu since he is more loyal to Tobi. Haiden and Kakuzu I'll leave to you while I plan to deal with Tobi when we get together to fight him. Pain said, and Naruto nodded as it would work out well for everyone. I have to admit, Pain, I'm a little surprised that you so easily took my side on this issue rather than fighting me for the Kyuubi. Why is this so? Naruto asked, seeing how Pain's usually blank Rinnegan eyes showed emotion in them. Because you reminded me that we are family, you and me. That we are connected by blood, it's just that the Jinchuriki are connected to each other through the bijou. To extract the Kyuubi, another bijou, and kill the Jinchuriki according to a plan not of my own creation, I would become lower than our sister clans. I refuse to tarnish the honor of the Uzumaki clan. I'm not like a Senju or an Uchiha. I'm not from Akatsuki. I am Uzumaki Nagato. I have Uzumaki blood in me, and I will not betray the beliefs or principles of our family. That would make me the lowest scumbag in the world, Nagato exclaimed with a sense of purpose in his voice that he hadn't had in a long time. That's good to hear. I'll see you again soon, Uzumaki Nagato, Naruto replied before moving away from the man into the shadows. That's the name. No one has called me for so long. It's been so many years since I've been called by that name, Nagato finally said before he turned to look at Conan, and the woman smiled at him. I agree. Many years have passed. One day without calling you by your real name is too long in my opinion, Nagato, Conan replied, feeling happy at the thought of calling him by his real name more often. Calling him Pain all the time just felt wrong. Thank you, Conan. But we don't have much time. We have work to do and the window of opportunity to act is closing quickly, Nagato said, and Conan nodded as it was true. Time was of the essence. Rice Country, weeks later. I can't believe this. Orochimaru shouted so that everyone in his base could hear. What happened, Orochimaru-sama? Kabuto asked, seeing the Sannin looking at the now burned snake tattoo on his arm and the snake contract taken from him. I was just informed that I was just released from my contract with the snakes, Orochimaru explained, cursing whoever did it. So this is happening. Just as the Shogun of Shadows predicted. It seems it's time to perform the second phase, thought Kabuto, who made a sound, I think, and this attracted Orochimaru's attention. What is this, Kabuto? Orochimaru asked, and Kabuto smirked inwardly. Well, Orochimaru-sama, if that's the case, perhaps your former teammates are also suffering from lack of summons? Our spies have informed us that Konoha has been in dire straits for some time now, Kabuto explained as Orochimaru considered what the medic had just told him. Perhaps. The snake who took the contract said that my teammates were in the same boat as me, thanks to Uzumaki. Perhaps I should make contact with them. Yes. Brat is a threat to me with his potential, and Konoha doesn't hide its displeasure with him. I think it's time to consider forming an alliance with my old teammates to further protect ourselves from the common threat. Besides, this will give me a chance to possess Sasuke and take the Sharingan eyes right from under their noses when this is all over, Orochimaru replied, letting out a cruel chuckle, and the thought of sticking him to his village again when they least expected that he would do this, filled the old Sannin's heart filled with joy. Everything is going according to Shogun's plan. Gather all your enemies in one place and of their own free will to prevent suspicion. Before an invisible trap is triggered that they will never see. Truly a cunning master whom I serve, Kabuto thought as he stared at the fake and saw Orochimaru preparing to send a message to Konoha. Akatsuki headquarters, some day later. Zetsu was on the ground. He has blood everywhere. The Akatsuki member was dead. His body is cut into pieces by Conan in the plant man's room itself. Conan entered under the pretext of talking to him about an important mission and a spy for the organization. By the time Zetsu sensed that this was not true, it was too late, and the woman used her power in her abilities to manipulate the paper on him. He didn't stand a chance. To divert attention from others, Nagato, under the guise of Pain, ordered Haiden and Kakuzu to look for the Nibi Jinchuriki. The Uzumaki secretly sent a message to his fellow blonde-haired Uzumaki about this so that Naruto would prepare for their demise. Itachi himself was here at the base to make sure Tobi wasn't there to stop Conan from killing his target and disposing of the body before the man even realized what was happening. It's almost time. Once Haiden and Kakuzu are dead, we will wait for Naruto to appear before we kill Tobi. Nagato said as she saw Zetsu's body turn to ash with the fire jutsu from Conan. It shouldn't take long. I'll let Itachi know that we're almost ready, Conan replied before leaving the room. Soon. The world will soon know peace and order thanks to Naruto. The major shinobi villages, with the exception of Konoha, are on board, with minor countries and a few major ones fully supporting the new cause. Once Konoha is destroyed, no one will be willing to stand up to the new order, and all that will be left are the various missing ninjas to be collected, who will try to threaten it in their own way, Nagato thought, thinking about what Naruto had planned for the future. It had to be something really amazing. Killing Haiden and Kakuzu was not as difficult as Naruto thought when he and his allies engaged the two Akatsuki members in battle. Nagato proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that he could be trusted when helping them, as he sent the zombie brothers to Kumo to capture Niyujito, but what they got was a trap with Naruto, the other 8 Jinchuriki, and several squads of Kumo Anbu waiting for their arrival. It didn't take Kakuzu long to realize that he, along with Haiden, were betrayed by Nagato while Priest Jashin was cursing the storm. Naruto dealt with these 2 alone while the others watched and became backup if he needed it. He didn't. Memory. Stand still. Heretic. Jashin-sama needs your blood, Haiden exclaimed as he attempted to stab Naruto with his weapon to obtain the blood needed for his ritual to deeply wound him. Tell your Jashin-sama that he's a pathetic little bitch imitating God, Naruto retorted, and Haiden looked furious. What did you say? Oh, you're such a dead asshole. Can you hear me? Dead. Dad. Dead. Haiden exclaimed with rage in his voice as Naruto dodged all of his scythe strikes and bounced away from the last one before dodging Kakuzu's flying strike. He's not going to give up easily, Haiden. Even if you use the ritual, the Uzumaki clan was notorious for being able to take hits that most shinobi couldn't escape from, and that was one of the reasons they were feared. Keep your temper in check, Kakuzu said as he saw Haiden staring at him and then shooting at Naruto. Let's go. Abilities of the Uzumaki clan. Either way, they were a bunch of pathetic heretics and weak bitches, Haiden retorted before being hit by a powerful wave of murderous intent from Naruto. Don't insult my clan again, Priest Jashin, or even your puny god won't be able to save you, Naruto replied coldly as he unsheathed his sword, sounding much more animated than usual. Naruto suspected that it had something to do with the Kyuubi becoming whole again, although there was no evidence to support this theory. Careful, Haiden. This blade emits a power that makes my 5 hearts beat unevenly, Kakuzu said, but Haiden ignored the money-hungry Konoha X Taki and rushed forward with a scythe in his hand. I don't care what kind of sword he holds. He is the heretic Jashin-sama, and all heretics must die for his glory. Haiden exclaimed as he began to fight with Naruto's sword and tried to cut through the Uzumaki's flesh. Fool! Even his god cannot withstand the power of this weapon and the Kyuubi itself. Kakuzu thought as he saw Haiden receive several blows, but they all hit the Jinchuriki's armor and shrugged them off as nothing. Naruto pulled his claws out of his gloves and charged them with the now much more powerful Kyuubi chakra, throwing Haiden away from him, and then swung his claws at Priest Jashin, knowing that the chakra would leave the blades to hit its intended target. Haiden screamed in pain as he stumbled a little, his knees hitting the ground, his blood pouring onto the ground and his organs visible in his injured body. You bastard! When I get to you! Haiden ranted but was interrupted when Naruto plunged the Jubi sword into his neck and began slashing downwards, deliberately cutting through bone as well as flesh to make it hurt even more. All Haiden could do was make some kind of pained sound reflecting his agony as he looked into the single cold blue eye of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki who told Priest Jashin that he was with the wrong guy. Kakuzu seemed to realize this as well as he tried to run away, only to be thrown back by the others, just in time to see Naruto remove his weapon from Haiden before sending it back into the psycho's head. Uzumaki clan style, purification of the possessed. Naruto shouted after going through the signs with one hand and channeling his chakra into the sword which now pierced Haiden's brain. The man let out an inhuman scream, his already mutilated body being shocked and ignited by Naruto's power before the connection Jashin had with the priest was seen moments after the severance. Naruto almost heard the curse of the god that gave Haiden his power, but chose to ignore it and watched as Jashin's loyal student finally tasted death after spending so much time avoiding it. Oh! Kakuzu exclaimed as he didn't back down from Naruto, who now turned his attention to him, and the Akatsuki member did the only thing he could do at that moment. He began to beg for his life. Praying will not save you from me, Naruto replied, as he knew that this man was a threat to everything if left alive, and would one day come for him for revenge. Additionally, there was also a small chance that he could somehow revive the Akatsuki and target others for their Jinchuriki. If not now, then later, years from now, or if they pass on to other children to become the next owners. Wait. Wait. I can help you destroy Akatsuki. I have deep knowledge of how they work and I will give it to you for free in exchange for you sparing me. Kakuzu pleaded as he didn't want to die at Naruto's hands or the sword he was holding. Calling jutsu. Naruto shouted. And a huge dragon appeared in front of him. Why did you, Uzumaki-san, call me here? Responded a large red dragon with crimson eyes that matched the color of his scales, while his form almost towered over even the tallest trees in the area. To feast on him, Draconus. He's a member of the Akatsuki, Naruto explained as the red dragon Draconus narrowed his eyes at Kakuzu, who had been afraid of the big summons long enough and had only seen them in battle once many years ago to know it would be foolish to cross them. Yes. I heard about Akatsuki from Bahamut. Is this one of those fools? It's my honor to kill this larva, Draconus replied before he quickly bit the screaming man in half and crunched loudly on his upper body. Is it delicious? Naruto asked and Draconus shrugged. I had it better, Draconus replied and Naruto nodded as he could see it. Without a doubt. Thank you for your help. Naruto said and the dragon bowed slightly. It was an honor for Uzumaki-san, Draconus replied before he walked away poof and returned to the world of summoning. What's next? Roshi asked and Naruto looked at him with a smirk on his face. It's simple. Now we are going to kill the true leader of Akatsuki, Naruto replied, knowing that the time had come to destroy the man who had caused so much harm to the world, like a rabid animal. Akatsuki headquarters, some day later. Toby knew something was wrong when he saw that the statue that was supposed to contain all 9-tailed beasts was missing. In fact, the air was thick with bloodlust, and he was now beginning to suspect that a trap had been set to keep him here, to end his life. Though for this to even happen, Toby would have to be betrayed by Pain, Conan and several others, as well as various unforeseen circumstances to ensure that their target would not escape. Hi, Toby. We meet for the second and last time. Naruto said before appearing from the shadows with Nagato, Conan, Itachi and the other Jinchuriki ready to fight. A second time? Toby asked Naruto with a grin. You once held me as a child with explosive marks covering my body. Or don't you even remember? Naruto replied and Toby narrowed his only visible eye. Yes. Yes, I did it. If I had known you would be such a problem in the future, I would have blown them up and destroyed both your parents' spirits in the process. Toby replied and Naruto looked at him with hatred. Well, now that missed opportunity is going to come back to bite you in the ass, Naruto replied before he pulled out his sword and watched as Toby himself unsealed a scroll to reveal his own strange fan-shaped sword. I was saving this for later, but you forced me, Toby said before his Sharingan I activated. Your eye won't help you here, Naruto replied as Han released a huge wave of steam that covered the entire room. Someone told you about ways to counter the Sharingan, Toby said with a hint of intrigue in his voice. Yes. Someone did, Naruto replied simply before the two charged and collided with their weapons which shook the ground around them. Do you really think that the Uzumaki prophecy will save you from me? Prophecy is a double-edged sword that says that you will either save or destroy the world as we know it. Since it's almost all bijou here, I think it's pretty obvious that you're going to do the latter. Toby said as they locked arms. And you shouldn't believe everything you hear or read in Toby's topic. Prophecies are left to interpretation and can be misinterpreted. Konoha already did it, Naruto retorted before throwing the man back. Do you really think that you can defeat me? I'm Uchiha Madara. The most terrible Uchiha of all time. Toby exclaimed as Naruto mocked him. You are not Madara. Madara Uchiha doesn't hide in the shadows like you did. His pride wouldn't let him, no matter what. You're a wannabe, Naruto said and Toby looked deathly pale under his mask. Fire style, infernal jutsu. Toby said before shooting a massive wave of fire at Naruto, who was going through his own marks. Uzumaki wind style, chaos wind jutsu. Naruto exclaimed before releasing a huge gust of wind that lived up to its name. The two jutsu clashed just like their users as they were thrown back in front of Naruto, and the Toby attacked each other with their swords. During their fight, Naruto had to admit that this fake Madara was good, and Kyuubi himself told him that this Sharingan was the same one that Madara himself used. While this guy was definitely not Madara, he was someone that many would consider a good imitation and had skills that would make the real one praise him. As for Toby himself, he was surprised that his Sharingan did not work on the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, and felt a drop of water hit the back of his head. At first he tensed, wondering how a drop of water from the ceiling of the cave could fall on him, but he soon realized that it was not drops of water from the ceiling of the cave that hit his neck. It was most likely sweat that had accumulated and formed a bead that hung from a strand of hair on his head. Was it fear? Was he really afraid of anyone? Impossible. The two continued to hack at each other. Their wounds meant nothing to them as Toby's sword stabbed Naruto several times and the Uzumaki did the same. The battle intensified every time they fought furiously with their swords and jutsu that were in the other's arsenal. You are a strong boy. Even stronger than your father, Toby replied, and Naruto grinned despite everything. You seem surprised, Naruto retorted. Given how people in Konoha deliberately slowed down your growth, I expected you to be, well, weak. Toby replied as Naruto grinned a wild grin. You must learn to expect the unexpected, Toby. Madara Uchiha would do it, Naruto replied, seeing the anger behind his mask. I am Madara Uchiha. Toby exclaimed furiously at Naruto. You may have Uchiha eyes, but you are not of their blood. Naruto retorted, pushing Toby back and throwing a kunai at him. Fool. A simple kunai can. Ah! Toby thought as the kunai suddenly released a sudden flash of blinding light and protected his eyes from harm. And this proved to be his downfall as the sound of metal slicing through flesh was heard by everyone and felt by Toby, who looked to see Naruto's sword piercing his chest where the heart is located in the human body. Surprised? The Sharingan is all about perception. It zooms in on objects thrown at objects to tell the brain where it's going, how fast it's going, and when to move. The kunai I threw at you had seals that went off within 1 second of being thrown and exploded in a blinding flash of light. For the average person, it's a minor irritation that makes them flinch, but it's especially painful for those with dojutsu-based vision as they tend to magnify everything, and it's like looking at the sun with a magnifying glass instead of an eyeball. In short, it hurts like. Naruto exclaimed before running the blade down the man's torso. He then smoothly rotated the blade to cut Toby horizontally and then moved it upward to cut the other side of the dying man's chest. Make the letter U similar to the letter that meant Uzumaki to others. However, Toby was unwilling to give up without a fight, and during the process of cutting out Naruto's letters, Uchiha attempted to bring his sword down on the Uzumaki in a last-ditch attempt to hit him. Quickly moving from his position, Han surprised everyone with his sudden speed and brought his massive sword down on Toby's sword arm to cut it off at the elbow. Toby looked at the other Jinchuriki in horror when he saw Han, now stained with his blood, staring at him, and cursed the man for his interference. You bastard! Toby shouted, although one could only guess whether it was aimed at Han or Naruto. It was probably aimed at both. Coming from you, Toby. We'll take it as a compliment, Naruto replied before pulling the Jubi sword from the man's body, and then, to make sure the man was truly dead, he removed Madara's fake head from her bodies. Should we see who is really behind the mask? Han asked as he picked up Toby's head and handed it to Naruto. I doubt it's anyone we would recognize. This man was nobody. The fact that he chose the name Uchiha Madara is further proof of this. Still, It feels wrong not to see the face of the one who planned the events that ruined so many lives, Naruto responded before ripping off his spiral mask and staring at Tobi's face. This man really looked like Madara Uchiha. From what the Kyuubi showed Naruto from his memories upon first meeting the Uchiha before the bastard used his Sharingan eyes on the fox. The hair was black, but it had also turned slightly gray, and the man's own Sharingan eye was only active in one socket. Frowning, Naruto wondered how this could be, since he knew from his experience with Kakashi that the implanted Sharingan eye had to be closed to prevent chakra depletion and ultimately, death. So how could Tobi do the opposite? Looking closer, Naruto channeled a small amount of chakra into his head and saw a seal above his normal eye that connected to where the Sharingan eye was still active. Making a sound indicating that he found it interesting and impressive, the Uzumaki began to study the seal with a calculating gaze. "What did you find, Naruto-sama?" Rashi asked as everyone walked up to him to see what he saw and the seal on Tobi's head. "This is Rashi's seal. Very clever, if you think about it." Tobi had a Sharingan eye implanted in his head, similar to Kakashi's Hatake. However, unlike Kakashi himself, Tobi was able to keep the eye active for long periods of time without losing too much chakra after such exposure, and did not suffer from chakra depletion. Tobi made this small seal around his normal eye to trick his Sharingan eye and his own body into allowing this optical thorn to work without causing strain. All he had to do was channel some of his chakra into the seal and it tricks the body and the Sharingan eye into acting as if they were naturally part of him. No intense chakra draining and all the benefits of using the eye for its own purposes. Not bad, Naruto explained before jabbing his thumb at the Sharingan eye. Will never be used again. Throwing their heads to the ground, the group watched as Tobi's face suddenly scrunched up and fell in on itself. Apparently, the once active Sharingan eye in Tobi's head was the only thing keeping this man alive, and now that it was destroyed, so was there any life form still connected to him? Good riddance, Yujito replied as Naruto nodded. Indeed. Now we have one more problem to solve before we can have lasting peace. Naruto stated as the others nodded. Konoha? Gaara asked and Naruto nodded. Konoha. And not just the village itself. We're going to make sure what we're doing is 100% legal, so no one can complain when Leaf Village burns to the ground and turns to ash all around us. For too long, Konoha, its Kage, its Sannin, its shinobi, and the daimyo himself of the Land of Fire have ruled with arrogance. They no longer care whether they are right or wrong about something. They consider themselves untouchable. That in this world created by Kami there is no force that can stop them. But there is power, there is strength, and there is a way to make these arrogant fools become humble again. We are this power. We are this power. It's time for the people of Konoha to give us what is rightfully ours to call our own. Our honor. Our revenge. Our justice. These things are ours and it's time to take them back. Naruto exclaimed with passion and fury in his voice, making everyone feel stunned by his words. I hate to ask you, Naruto-kun, but how exactly are we going to make it legal to destroy Konoha? Fu asked curiously. It's simple. We're going after the fire daimyo, Naruto answered and everyone looked at him like he was crazy. Fire daimyo? Hey bro. It's a little cool and his powers make me think we're going into something too deep. B replied and Naruto chuckled. I see where you're going with this, B, and I really can't believe I understand you when you say it like that. However, I have a plan to make it work, but in order for this plan to work, I need all of you and our forces to work together. I know that the fire daimyo has a huge army and he hides behind his massive walls. What daimyo doesn't have such things? I also know that this man is no doubt becoming paranoid considering the number of corrupt daimyos killed in the various countries we've been to, so I don't expect an easy victory, Naruto explained with B scratching his head. What are you waiting for? Naruto-san? Itachi asked with a raised eyebrow. I expect Itachi's complete victory. One where the fire daimyo has no choice but to surrender his country to us, along with Konoha, and on whatever terms we want to set, so that it is without reproach, Naruto replied, looking at the Uchiha. We must strike the fire daimyo after Orochimaru's bases are destroyed, Conan replied, and Naruto nodded. My agent close to Orochimaru has already marked every base and everyone we can bring to our side, Naruto explained, and the others nodded. It was finally time to put an end to everything, as Konoha was the last obstacle on their path to peace and order. Konoha, some day later. Hello, Tsunade. You look as beautiful as always when I see you. I thank you for agreeing to let me return to the village. It's so wonderful to be back in Konoha again after all this time, said the snake Sannin Orochimaru with a smile on his face, looking at Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the small squad that made up the female Hokage's bodyguards. Spare me your posturing, Orochimaru. We both know that you're in the same boat as us when it comes to the Shogun of Shadows and Naruto, Tsunade retorted. Straight to the point, as always, I see. You're right, Tsunade. I'm in a desperate situation right now thanks to Uzumaki Naruto. Although I suspect it was more your fault than mine in terms of his upset. I have yet to earn the wrath of the Shogun of Shadows, since I have not yet met him, Orochimaru replied, while Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at him with frowns. It may be true, Orochimaru, but if Konoha is destroyed, who do you think will be the next target of the brat or the Shogun? Jiraiya asked, and Orochimaru frowned at him. Unfortunately, you are right, Jiraiya. I will become their enemy whether Leaf stands or not. At least when we both perform together, we have a much better chance of defeating any opponent. Orochimaru replied while Tsunade reluctantly nodded to her teammate as their combined power would make the enemy think twice before getting involved into a costly battle. Orochimaru-sama. A beaten, bloodied and panicking Kabuto exclaimed as he ran towards the surprised snake Sannin before kneeling at his feet. What is this, Kabuto? What's happened? Orochimaru asked, seeing the fearful look on his right hand's face. This is the Sound Village. The Shogun of Shadows destroyed Orochimaru-sama's Sound Village, Kabuto replied, and Orochimaru looked surprised and angry while everyone behind him looked the same. So he destroyed one base. There is nothing to be afraid of. Orochimaru said with anger in his voice to his personal medic Nin, who was shaking like a wet genin behind his ear. It's not just the base I was at, Orochimaru-sama. These are all the bases we have in Rice Country. I barely escaped his forces as they broke through the one I was in and went towards several others that he had already destroyed. Kabuto exclaimed and saw that Orochimaru was now afraid, since at all his bases there were prime candidates for bodies that needed to be changed after 3 years with the body in which he lived. It's impossible. How did he find out where they were? Orochimaru asked as Jiraiya laughed behind him and gave the toad Sannin a furious glare. Looks like you underestimated the Shogun. Well, it looks like you need us more than ever, Orochimaru, Jiraiya said, his gloating only angering the pale-skinned snake-like man even more. Shut up, Jiraiya. Without your precious toads, you are absolutely useless to this village. Orochimaru said angrily as Jiraiya frowned at him. Do you have a better fairing? We both know that snakes are lost to you. I see a burn mark where the tattoo for him was located, Jiraiya objected, and Orochimaru just narrowed his eyes at him. Perhaps, but I have a lot of skills that don't require me to call on them for everything I do. Unlike you and these four-legged creatures, I have other skills that are far superior to your own, Orochimaru boasted with a smile on his face. If under other skills, you mean touching little boys in their private parts, then yes, you are far superior to them in this area, Orochimaru, Jiraiya retorted with a smirk. And Orochimaru looked at him with hatred. When this is over, I'll rip your throat out. Orochimaru exclaimed angrily. Enough. Save your bickering for another time. We need to come up with a strategy to fight Naruto and the Shadow Shogun, Tsunade said as she looked at her two former teammates. My assistant needs medical attention from Tsunade. Perhaps your own could help speed up his recovery? Orochimaru asked while the woman nodded and motioned for several of her ANBU to take the man to the hospital for careful treatment of his injuries. No one saw the man being dragged smirk when he was out of their sight. Everything is going according to plan, Kabuto thought to himself. So now that's taken care of, we need to. Tsunade said, but was interrupted by a battle cry from above as one Mitarashi Enko descended upon her former teacher, intent on killing him slowly, painfully, and loving every second. Die, you bastard! Enko screamed, pouring out her anger, hatred and disgust towards this man with every missed blow. Now, Enko-chan, is this any way to greet your old sensei after all these years? It's been almost 4 long years since we last met, and you still can't land a single blow on my body, Orochimaru taunted, while this only angered Enko further. Stay quiet and die already. Enko screamed, doing everything in her power to destroy him and summoning her snakes to coil around him. And he succeeded. Enko! Move away immediately. Tsunade commanded, but the special Jounin didn't even listen and looked straight into the Sannin's eyes. Fill the bastard with poison to the brim. Enko commanded her snakes and they were about to obey when Tsunade intervened, grabbing each of them by the base of their heads. When I give you the command to put Enko aside, I expect you to obey it. Tsunade exclaimed as several Jounin held Enko back. How can you save him, let alone keep him alive? After everything he's done? He deserves to die and you won't take this once-in-a-lifetime chance to do it. Enko snapped angrily and Tsunade narrowed her eyes at him. Orochimaru is much more useful to us alive than dead. We need him to help protect the Kyubi Jinchuriki and the Shogun of Shadows, Tsunade replied, and Enko spat at the Hokage's feet. As if this village deserves to survive. You drove the Gaki out of Konoha. You and the pervert over there are the reason he came here to kill everyone. Maybe if this village didn't treat him like trash, you wouldn't have this problem, Enko retorted and the Hokage looked angry at that remark. Get her out of my sight and demote her to Chunin. She is not worthy to be a special Jounin, Tsunade commanded, while the snakes disappeared into Enko's cloak and the woman herself was dragged away. You're dead, Orochimaru. Can you hear me? You are dead. You just don't know it yet. Enko exclaimed loudly for everyone to hear. Enko-chan is such a sweet girl. I can only imagine a brave soul willing to marry her, Orochimaru said as if he had not heard her threats. Save him, Orochimaru. We need to talk to Narashikaku and the others to plan a defensive strategy against our common enemies before they can attack us first. Tsunade replied and her former teammates followed her. Enko's apartment. Enko threw a real tantrum at home. She broke things, destroyed things, and caused all sorts of destruction. She had one, perhaps the only chance in 100 years to kill Orochimaru, and this one was stupid. Senju for the Hokage missed it for her. Not only that, but she had been demoted to a lower rank and now had to obey the commands of other shinobi who were higher in rank than her, many of whom had hated Enko for years. They didn't dare push her around after they became special Jounin because it was a rank where they couldn't do it without risking the sadistic wrath of themselves or Enko if crossed. Now all these idiots, now higher in rank, will order her around, laughing at the same time, and rub even more salt in the wound. They would probably throw it in her face the simple fact that she couldn't kill the bastard Sannin when she had the chance because of the Hokage. I don't care if I'm executed for treason. Just see how this one is. And the bastard die, more than enough for me before I meet my end on the execution block. Enko exclaimed before she sensed another person in the room and turned to fight that enemy until she saw who it was. It was Shogun of Shadows. In justice, against them I can understand your disappointment with the Gondame Hokage. Not everyone gets a chance to get justice for the said Shogun of Shadows, as he saw Anko looking at him warily and expecting him to kill her. What do you know about injustice? How did you even get into Konoha without being discovered? Anko asked, and Shogun chuckled. Level. There is no passage, no secret tunnel, no entrance to this village that I do not know about. Intimately, I know more than you understand, Mitarashi Anko. As for how I got to Leaf Village, I know how she works on. Shogun replied, and Anko looked at him with narrowed eyes. Why are you here? Anko asked, still remaining vigilant. To see you, of course. You know that Konoha's days are numbered. You know this village will fall and burn. Few will survive only thanks to my favor and those whom I deem worthy of life behind its walls, the Shogun replied, and Anko looked at him in surprise. And am I one of them? Former student of Orochimaru? Anko asked incredulously while the Shogun chuckled again. Does this really surprise you? I know your history with Sannin, and I know that you hate him with all your heart. I also saw how Tsunade denied you the revenge your heart desired. It must really hurt to be deprived of what you wanted most at that very moment in time, the Shogun stated, and now Anko was on the verge of tears, although she fought against it. Orochimaru deserves to die. The Hokage had no right to deny me revenge, and deep down she knows it. Anko exclaimed, and the Shogun nodded. I agree. Join me and I will help you get your revenge. Not only Orochimaru, but also Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the entire village that hates you, the Shogun replied, and Anko's eyes widened in shock. I can support the need for revenge on Orochimaru and Tsunade, but why would I seek it against Jiraiya of the Sannin? Anko asked while the idea of revenge against two of the said targets was tempting at the moment. Jiraiya has a means to remove the cursed seal that Orochimaru gave you from your body, the Shogun replied, and Anko's eyes widened. What? Why didn't Tsunade ask him to take it off? Anko asked as she wanted to free herself from this cursed seal. Simple. To keep you under control. As long as you still had the seal of curse on your body, people would continue to hate and despise you, Anko-san. Yamanaka Inoichi compiled a complete psychological portrait of you and updated it over the years. I read the most recent report myself. It says that you have a stubborn streak and a strong desire to prove yourself to others. That with proper care you will endure all their hatred just to prove how wrong they are and take the opportunity to one day break the cursed seal if you stay in the village that is the key to it all. No doubt Tsunade told you how she attacked him using his own medical expertise, as the seals of the curse are passed through Orochimaru's mouth while Jiraiya tries to remove it using his own knowledge when it comes to seals. Hope and the promise to take it off you is the only thing that has kept you faithful, isn't it, Anko? The Shogun stated as Anko nodded, as that was the only real reason she stayed in Konoha. Yes. I still don't understand why they deny me what I want. If only they would remove it, Anko said without even finishing that sentence. You would have their unwavering loyalty. While this may be true in terms of serving the Hokage, the village itself would not be so happy about the idea, and they were undoubtedly afraid that you would leave Konoha with no real purpose of staying longer. With all the dirty little secrets you know, this has undoubtedly scared the authorities into believing that you will sell them to another village, thus making their worst fears come true. The Zero Seal of the Curse was not only Orochimaru's way of controlling you, but also of Konoha, and we both know that they will not throw away anything unless the value of that something or someone is absolute, the Shogun said. Then, while Anko hated to admit it, there was truth in his words. So, I'll join you and take revenge, right? Anko asked, and the Shogun nodded. No questions asked, no strings attached, the Shogun replied, and saw Anko thinking deeply about it. And can you remove this seal of curse from me? Anko asked, as it was the only thing that matched her desire to kill Orochimaru. I can do this right now as an act of goodwill. We both know that Orochimaru would use this to incapacitate you if he was given the chance to face him, the shogun replied and saw that Enko was shocked by his words. "You are the master of seal?" Enko exclaimed, and the shogun nodded. "Yes. I studied the seal of curse a lot more than Jiraiya. I figured out a way to remove it in a fraction of the time it did." To be fair, the Sandaime ordered Jiraiya to drag his feet on the matter, and Tsunade basically continued the order when she took on the Hokage mantle. The shogun explained and could see that Enko was upset that she had been betrayed so long ago. "How do you know all this?" Enko asked, as it was not common knowledge, and she saw the shogun take out a small black book with the leaf symbol highlighted in crimson in the center of the cover. "Konoha's dirtiest secrets are here. Everything is here, from the reign of Sandaime Hokage to the present. It took me a while to find this, given the strict security that surrounds it for obvious reasons. All the village's dirty deeds, backstabbing, who they killed to get their way and increase Konoha's influence. Not to mention all the secret experiments and such that, if the general public ever found out, would easily lead to the complete destruction of Konoha without the need for my direct involvement. Long after his retirement. And even the Fire Daimyo himself is not immune to the events described here, as he is mentioned in several transactions by the Sandaime himself during his reign as Hokage, both before his retirement and during his retirement. Naruto explained before putting the book back in his pocket. "His robes." And Tsunade picked up where he left off, Enko concludes as the shogun nods. After all, the Sandaime Hokage's student was not that surprising. She said, "Shogun," while Enko looked at him with fierce determination. "Remove the damned bastard seal from me and I will do whatever you want. I will be whatever you want me to be under your command. And I mean anything." Enko exclaimed with passion in her voice and saw that the shogun paused for a moment to consider her proposal. "Take a chair and sit down. It will take a little time to perform the breaking of the curse seal," the shogun replied, and Enko quickly grabbed a nearby chair before sitting down just 5 feet away from him. Hyuga clan settlement, several hours later. Hyuga Hinata sat in her room. Her father ordered his daughter to remain there until further notice since she stood up for Naruto at a meeting with the Hyuga elders. They went on and on about how they couldn't marry her off to a noble or the daimyo's son they wanted for political power since all the potential targets they had their eye on were now dead. While these political figures were killed by the Shogun of Shadows, it was no secret that Konoha as a whole blamed Naruto himself for the Shogun's actions, with the Hyuga clan being one of the most vocal in their dislike of the Uzumaki Jinchuriki. Hinata also spoke out, but against the Hyuga clan as a whole, and told them that Naruto was not the monster they believed him to be since his birth. The Hyuga elders were furious that she stood up for Naruto, and even more so when she did it against them with her father at the meeting. Hinata felt deep down that they were seriously discussing the idea of branding her with the cage bird seal and making Hanabi the heiress of the Hyuga clan. The only reason they held back until now was due to the training she received to hunt down and incapacitate Naruto when her command was needed. She couldn't even talk to Neji anymore. Not because he didn't want to talk to her, but because Hinata's father insisted and the clan members had orders to keep the woman away from him. Her cousin was wounded, beaten, defeated, humiliated, and generally lost his Hyuga spirit, while the faith in the clan's absolute power was completely shattered beyond repair. Hinata knew that Naruto had something to do with how Neji turned into who he was now. Maybe even more than she first realized, considering Tenten's death. Did Hinata hate Naruto for this if it was true? No. How could she? Her family didn't care more about Neji than they did about her, since he was from the Hyuga branch of the family and also crippled. Her cousin wasn't even half a Hyuga in the eyes of the clan, thanks to the fact that one of Neji's eyes was useless and the doctors said the man wouldn't make it to the end of the month without further medical treatment to combat the burns on his body to prevent infections. Father is a fool. He provokes Naruto-kun and doesn't even realize it. He just wanted to be left alone, but no one listened and just called him a threat, all because of the Kyubi inside his body. Now Naruto-kun has gathered powerful allies and seeks to destroy the village with their help, Hinata thought, feeling torn by her desire to be with Naruto and stay in the village to fulfill her sworn duty. "Do you love Uzumaki, Naruto?" asked a figure from the shadows, which made Hinata turn around and activate her Byakugan. "Name yourself," Hinata commanded, looking out for her invisible enemy. "Uzumaki, Naruto, love, I'll ask you again. You asked the figure before he stepped out of the shadows. It's you," Hinata exclaimed as she was told everything about the Shogun of Shadows and what he looked like to identify him. "Indeed. Please answer my question," replied the Shogun of Shadows, and saw that Hinata was looking at him with uncertainty, as she did not know whether it was the right thing to say to a stranger. "Why, yes. Yes, I know," Hinata answered carefully, finding that her eyes did not allow her to see beyond the mask and hat. "I thought so." He had suspected this for some time now, but was sure it was true given his history with Konoha. His heart had suffered great damage, but he found those who had the power to heal it. "Would you leave this village to be with him and heal his broken heart?" Shogun said while Hinata glared at him. "When you say he has found those who have the power to heal his heart, do you mean?" Hinata asked, almost afraid of the answer as Shogun nodded. "Healed like the mistresses?" "Yes. He has quite a lot of them. As a member of a dying clan, he is under the CRA and can have multiple wives. Everyone who loved him for him and not for his clan. Just like you loved him for him and didn't care about the QB sealed in his body." The Shogun explained and saw that Hinata was sad that Naruto was with others all this time, but there was a determination in her eyes to be among them. "And if I join you, I can be with him?" Hinata asked as she saw the Shogun nod. "Yes. It is quite possible. He wants to get to know you first before the wedding bells ring, of course," Shogun said with a chuckle, and saw Hinata blush when she heard him mention wedding bells. "Naruto-kun and I got married?" Hinata thought, as she had dreamed about this day several times while growing up, but had long been afraid that it would be impossible due to her shyness, Konoha in general disapproving of such things, and, of course, Naruto's own rejection. "Focus, my dear. The question you have to ask yourself is whether you want to leave the Hyuga clan and Konoha for him. Can you do this?" Shogun asked and saw Hinata close her eyes and think about it for a long time before opening them again. "Yes. Yes, I will," Hinata replied, feeling that the Shogun was smiling under his mask. "Okay. Arrangements are being made for you and several villagers to be transferred from here. Be ready to leave by the end of the week, Hinata," Shogun responded before retreating into the shadows and disappearing from her sight. "I'll be ready," Hinata herself thought. Yugao House. The ANBU captain sighed, took off her Nico mask and looked at herself in the mirror with sad eyes for what seemed like the 1000th time in the last 4 years. Hayate felt guilty about just a few things in life. One of them was unable to save her deceased lover from his death before the finals of the Chunin exams. Secondly, I had a child from my union with him before his death. And thirdly, she failed to continue her sworn duty to protect Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha's betrayal. At first, Yugao hated Naruto just like everyone else for holding the Kyubi and wanted nothing to do with him. She only protected the boy because Hayate was in the same defense group as Itachi. When she confessed these things to Hayate, he got angry at her, even punching her in the face, and he told Yugao that if she doesn't see people tagging him, then their relationship is over. In a way, she would have to choose between her love for Hayate and her hatred for the Kyubi sealed inside Naruto. Calling upon her ANBU training to be astute to all things dark, Yugao decided to secretly observe the boy and decide whether he deserved any malice at all. It wasn't hard to see how her own hatred of the fox was completely stupid as she saw the boy put up with so much crap and yet he didn't lash out like a demonic creature in his place. No snarling, no cutting claws, no sharp fox teeth ready to bite someone's face off, and certainly no tails of any number jumping out to swing with mountain-shattering force. He was just an innocent boy. An innocent boy who was forced against his will to become a general prisoner, prison cell, guard and overseer of the giant nine-tailed demonic fox that almost destroyed Konoha. With this in mind, Yugao made the decision to voluntarily protect Naruto from rapists, even if it was not her shift, and prove herself worthy of Hiate's love. She wanted him to see that her love for him was stronger than the hatred for the fox sealed within the poor boy trapped within him. But everything changed 4 years ago. Hayate was dead. Naruto disappeared, was reported missing and was considered a threat to Konoha with a huge bounty on his head that could put the village in the red financially if it went higher. Yugao hated Tsunade for betraying Naruto, as the Senju made no secret of her hatred towards him, and so did Jiraiya of all people with his own knowledge of the seal mastery. Toad Sanmi knew that the boy was not a monster, but still decided to hate him for being a fox due to the fact that the Bijou killed his valued student, and wanted to achieve some form of righteous justice against Naruto for the death of the Yondaime. This man was as stupid in his hatred of Naruto as he was a pervert. What I wouldn't give to turn back time and do everything differently from that day. I would have gotten closer to Hayate sooner, stolen Naruto from the village and protected him from Konoha's abusive hypocritical hierarchy, Yugao said to herself before looking in the mirror and seeing that she was practically mocking her with those eyes. You had your chance, remember? He was 10 years old. You had the opportunity to tell Hayate, gather your things and run away with Naruto in your arms. Why didn't you do this? Because he was already too accustomed to staying in Konoha. He would never believe what Hayate or I told him about Konoha. Naruto would go to the third and everything would get out of control, Yugao answered her mirror image. I can't argue with you here. However, would it be so bad to try and force Naruto to ask questions earlier so that when the truth came out he would do something? You're right. You're so right, Kami. Take it. I had to try. If Naruto were here, I would tell him that I'm sorry. Yugao said before she heard movement behind her. I'll be sure to pass on the message, said the distorted voice of the figure behind her. Shadow Shogun, Yugao whispered, looking at where she had placed her katana. There is no need for violence, Yugao. I'm not here to kill you, the Shogun replied and saw that she was skeptical. Considering what happened with Hyuga Niji and his teammate, you'll have to forgive me for being skeptical, Yugao countered, and the Shogun chuckled. I did this to teach Konoha as a whole a lesson in humility and to show Hyuga Niji the truth about how this village works. You, of all people in your position as an ANBU captain, should know what I'm talking about, considering what happened in the past and your dear lover Gekko Hayate, the Shogun said and saw the woman narrow her eyes at him. Be careful what you say about Hayate, or I will make sure those words are your last. Yugao exclaimed furiously. I won't talk bad about him. You don't need to be angry. What I was referring to was Tsunade's decision not to return to Konoha and be the true godfather of Uzumaki Naruto. We both know that if she had returned to fulfill her oath duty, Tsunade would have been working part-time at the hospital and Hayate's cough problem would most likely have been cured. We both know that Tsunade's medical skills are unmatched and she could cure Hayate of his illness, the Shogun explained as Yugao looked furious at this cold hard truth. What exactly do you want from me? Yugao asked, holding back the tears that wanted to form around her eyes. Konoha's time is running out. Even now, my troops are on the move, and the village will be destroyed, and all its hypocritical fools will burn, along with the very houses in which they live. However, I am not so heartless as to leave those worthy of my mercy to suffer and burn those who deserve it. I give you the opportunity to join me and leave Konoha by the end of the week without fear of persecution. Would you like to take it? Will you grab this opportunity by the throat? Or will you hesitate and be left with a sinking ship filled with infected rats? Shogun replied and saw Yugao weighing his options. On the one hand, Yugao grew up in Konoha, trained to be one of the village's most experienced and trusted shinobi. She did everything without asking questions. She never backed down when orders were given by those higher in rank, unless it involved Naruto's guards growing up. Konoha was corrupt, no one's friend, and no one missed her outside of her own walls. When it came to Naruto, she was ordered twice to simply leave her post, protecting him twice, and both times it was given, she refused to obey the order. Then the Sandaime scolded her, since it was his order, and both times she told him that he could go to Dotyu. What if she was going to be killed for treason, then let him do it in front of Naruto, and then tell the boy the truth. Both times she was right about the Sandaime, but the third time she couldn't get her way, and was just glad that the old fool couldn't threaten her either, since Yugao hinted that if she died, some things, bad things for those who are outside the village, will come to light, that the Sandaime Hokage is involved and will make the situation look bad for Konoha. All the old man could do in terms of punishing her both times was suspend the woman from work without pay, but for Yugao it was worth it, and it even caught Hiate's attention in terms of proving that she didn't hate Naruto. Now she had the chance to prove it to Hiate's spirit. "I'll do it. You have my loyalty and support, Shogun-sama," Yugao replied, and the shogun nodded his head once. "That's a good thing to know. Bring what you need when the time comes. Whether you want to be part of the force that will destroy Konoha is your choice. Let me know in advance before that time," the shogun said before stepping back to leave. Wait. When you see Naruto-san again, could you tell him that I'm really sorry? That I wish I had done more to help him, Yugao asked, and she saw the shadow shogun pause in his movements. "I will be sure to convey this message to him," the shogun responded before leaving moments later. Capital of the Fire Nation, some day later. The fire daimyo was starting to get nervous. "I'm very nervous. I'm getting more and more nervous." According to one of his samurai, several key outposts around the fire capital have fallen silent. Even now, the proposal from the head of his elite guard included a possible evacuation for him and his family just in case. The fire daimyo initially ignored this idea simply because the idea of invading the capital was simply impossible and would require an unfathomable amount. In the fire capital were the shinobi of Konoha, an army of highly trained samurai, and the warrior monks of the fire temple. All here to defend this country with their lives. But now, with the sudden loss of several key positions around the capital, the idea of him leaving now sounded more promising. "This shogun is truly brave if he thinks that my troops will simply kneel before him if I leave or he takes the capital from me." Indeed, shogun. No country has a royal bloodline capable of being one, and this is, without a doubt, a peasant trying to make a name for himself, like all the warlords of the past did, thought the fire daimyo, fanning his face and looking outside from a nearby balcony. He would have thought more about this topic if the castle wall that protected the entire castle from outside invaders had suddenly exploded. It was a huge hole, big enough for any army to pass through, and the army did come through it in the form of shinobi with headbands from all the different shinobi villages. The fire daimyo samurai moved to engage them, but they fought the Jinchuriki first, and they had a weapon at hand that dealt great damage with each strike. They were led by the Shogun of Shadows himself in his now well-known attire, with Uzumaki Naruto standing next to him, and they fought in perfect sync against all the samurai who attacked them. These two came under the most attack due to the fact that one was the leader and the other was considered the second in command of the entire operation. Behind them, just a few feet away, were 6 people with Rinnegan eyes who had taken part in samurai. "It's a shame Gaara couldn't join us," Fu replied as she stabbed one samurai and broke another with a brutal spinning kick to the face. "He's preparing Suna's forces and protecting our flank in case Iwa decides to launch a surprise double strike," Yujito replied before he looked at Han, who was currently fighting nearby. "Don't think you hurt mine or Rashi's feelings, ni Yujito. We are both well aware that Iwa's past actions make this likely. Our allegiance is to the one true Lord and Master," Khan declared, brandishing his mighty dabalaro, which cut 4 samurai and blasted others with a large amount of highly heated steam that severely scalded or blinded those it struck. "Naruto-sama. Head to the fire daimyo. These samurai, leaf shinobi, and fire temple warrior monks will surrender if he is in a hostage position, Itachi said, knowing that the only way for their enemy to stop fighting was if the one commanding them was captured by them. I'm doing this. Yujito. Come with me to watch my back. Naruto said as Yujito nodded and quickly moved to provide support. Be careful, kitty. Don't frolic with the fox until late, otherwise the Raikage will send you to the timeout box, Killer Bee said and heard Yujito hiss at him as it was a little joke at the expense of the Nibi ship as she spent more time with Naruto when he visited. The relationship between them soon became more than just the friendship that the two Jinchuriki had at first, and after a brief talk with the Raikage, i.e. them fighting and Naruto coming out victorious, they began dating. Over the following months, Naruto asked her if she would become his wife in order to revive the Uzumaki clan. One of several, of course, but Yujito knew this path in advance due to meeting several others and agreed anyway. Although Naruto saw the desire in the eyes of the Nibi Jinchuriki to get her share of attention from him and would not waste a second of her time on the other wives of the family. Moron. I'll get this rap idiot back for this. Maybe I should steal his favorite glasses and hold them hostage until he humiliates himself? Maybe I can even get him to stop rapping? Oh yeah. Revenge will be mine and it will be sweet. Yujito thought as plans to take revenge on Killer Bee flashed through her mind. The two Jinchuriki quickly made their way into the daimyo's castle through Yujito, hitting her with hammer with Nibi's chakra enhancing the power behind it. The hole she made would have been more than enough, and many would probably consider it overkill. Did Naruto care? No. He preferred overkill at this point since it was all or nothing at this point when the daimyo and Naruto got to the fire. And Naruto wouldn't be an Uzumaki if he didn't have overkill in getting things done on his resume. In any case, they soon engaged in battle and broke into the throne room of the fire daimyo's house. Which was actually a good thing since the room was huge and gave them plenty of room to maneuver during the fight since the hallways were too narrow for their liking. It seemed like the endless wave of fire temple samurai and monks would never end until Naruto realized that all the leaf shinobi outside were trying to fight the shinobi there. How many of them are there? Yujito asked as she sent a large group of them flying into a nearby wall while Naruto cut down almost as many in one swing with the Jubi sword. A lot. Can you buy me some time? Naruto asked as he gutted one of his enemies with his gauntlet claws and sent him flying into another group. Yes, but it won't be much. Yujito replied before bringing her hammer down on the ground and shaking the ground violently. Don't worry. I'll make it count. Naruto exclaimed as he made his way through several of the fire temple monks and headed towards the fire daimyo's bedroom where he sensed a man was hiding. Under the bed and shaking like a leaf, no doubt. Stop him. He's heading to the chambers of the fire daimyo. One samurai exclaimed before being hit by Yujito's hell hammer. Focus on me, idiots. The only way to get to him is to step over my corpse and the precious hammer of hell. Yujito exclaimed, making sure to move into a position where the only way they could follow the Uzumaki was to fight her. She wasn't going to make it easy for them. As for Naruto, he snuck into the fire daimyo's bedroom. A place filled with all sorts of wealth that should be melted down into currency and used to fund funds to help the poor get back on their feet. All around him Naruto saw gold, gems, jewels of all shapes and sizes that would be better spent elsewhere than being mere decorations for the daimyo's wife before she got bored enough to throw them away. It was a waste of time to see such lavish attention in one room when such resources could have been used elsewhere when it mattered most. Hearing some whimpering near the bed, Naruto moved towards him and heard sounds of fear coming from under the bed. Using his incredible strength, the Uzumaki threw the bed out of the window and came face to face with the fire daimyo himself. The man had already soiled himself and peed himself before Naruto entered the room. The Jinchuriki's nose burned from smelling such a disgusting smell from the frightened man, and he quickly lifted the frightened feudal lord from the ground. Please don't kill me. I'll give you everything you want. The fire daimyo exclaimed, and Naruto grinned at him. Oh, you'll give me what I want, whether I kill you or not. Depending on how quickly you do this will determine the value of your life when this is all over, Naruto replied as he pulled the fire daimyo out of his room and headed to the throne room where Yujito was still fighting. Stop fighting. Stop fighting, all of you. The fire daimyo commanded, and saw that his troops were shocked to see him in Naruto's presence with the Jubi sword at the feudal lord's throat. That was fast, Yujito remarked, and Naruto smirked at her. I told you that the allotted time would be enough, Naruto countered before scowling at the fire daimyo and pressing his sword closer to the man's throat. All of you stop fighting. Tell our forces outside to stop fighting too. This battle is over. We lost. The fire daimyo commanded, and several samurai went to carry out the order. Okay. Now one of you samurai can bring a table and a couple of chairs for everyone on my side to sit down. Your daimyo has several conditions to discuss with the shogun for the unconditional surrender of everything on this land, Naruto stated with a growing grin on his face. That's it? Asked the fire daimyo with fear in his voice. Yes. All. After all, a shogun cannot truly be a shogun unless all the feudal lords are laid down at his feet, and you are the last of them, Naruto replied before a table, chairs, paper and plenty of ink to write on were delivered by Uzumaki forces seconds later. Let's get started. Will we? The fire daimyo asked nervously, trying to act polite towards his enemy. Yes. Let's start. I have a schedule to stick to, the shogun replied before sitting down and watching Naruto remove his sword from the man's throat. Oh. What are your TT conditions, Shogun-sama? Asked the fire daimyo, seeing the man present his terms of surrender to the feudal lord for him to read and sign. In protest against the unreasonable, everything is ready for you to read and sign, fire daimyo. The terms I laid out are more than fair, but they are also non-negotiable, and this would have been stated by the shogun as the fire daimyo reread the terms and his eyes widened in shock. The terms of the Shogun of Shadows for the surrender of the Fire Nation. 1. The current capital of the country of fire will become the new capital of the shogun, who will rule all the lands of the country of the elements. The feudal lord would be allowed to live with his family in exile without persecution by the shogun or his troops, provided the feudal lord did not provoke such a reaction. 2. The fire daimyo's bank accounts will be liquidated to a fraction of their current value and used to help the poor people of this country. The account would hold enough for the feudal lord to move and live in exile with his family in a location chosen by the shogun. They will live in exile until the current shogun or one of his descendants says otherwise. 3. All samurai of the land of fire and monks of the fire temple must swear allegiance to the shogun. Those unwilling to serve him may leave the land of fire without retaliation against them or their families, provided they do not become a threat to the shogun in the years to come. 4. The fire daimyo must also hand over Konoha to the shogun, who will then order its immediate liquidation and destruction to follow shortly thereafter. The fire daimyo must also condemn the Leaf Village for their past crimes against the world, the Shinobi Village, and their treasonous actions against Maelstrom due to the Leaf being responsible for the fall of the country by attacking it from within. 5. The fire daimyo will also condemn the Uchiha clan, with the exception of Itachi Uchiha. The fire daimyo will also condemn the Senju clan, with the exception of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. The fire daimyo will also condemn the Sarutobi clan, the Aburame clan, the Inazuka clan and any other clan in Konoha, and some members of the shogun's choosing will be pardoned at his discretion. These conditions that you have set, they are outrageous. Exclaimed the fire daimyo, and the shogun just grinned. Be merciful? Don't, come on, now fire the daimyo. I think they're more than fair, considering I could easily kill you and the rest of your family before putting everyone's heads on a pike for everyone to see. Do you want this? At the very least, these conditions allow you and your family to live in exile and relative peace without the fear that a blade will one day cut your necks. You suggest that I answer the shogun after seeing the fire daimyo lower his head in defeat. No. Your terms are merciful and fair. I agree to the terms and will sign, the fire daimyo said with clear defeat in his voice and reached for the signature brush in his right hand. Ink, wait. I don't want you to sign with Mir, the shogun stated before taking the signature brush from the table, and the fire daimyo found his left hand being held by Khan. Wait. What are you doing? The fire daimyo asked before screaming in pain as the shogun himself violently jabbed the signature brush into him. Binding them to the terms of the Treaty of Surrender is life force. Nothing seals the deal like your own blood. It's better. Now sign this in your own way, the shogun declared and handed the fire daimyo a signature brush covered in blood with his right uninjured hand. Why are I crazy? The fire daimyo exclaimed as the shogun's power flared up around him. In order for me to dip the signature brush into your left hand again, I suggest you sign her, hate. Fire daimyo. The blood dries quickly and I'm sure you would have responded to the shogun and seen the fire daimyo sign the terms of surrender with a slightly trembling right hand before placing his official seal on it to make everything legal. The shogun did not need to sign as he had already signed it before the invasion of the Fire Nation's capital. Wait. This seal is next to your name. You. The fire daimyo exclaimed in shock right before he looked at the shogun in fear. Itachi. With your permission, the shogun replied, and the Uchiha instantly looked at the fire daimyo with his Sharingan eyes. Tsukuyomi. Itachi called, and the world of the fire daimyo plunged into darkness. Thank you, said the shogun, as he did not want the man to reveal his true identity. The land of fire is yours now, Shogun-sama, Rashi stated. The shogun nodded and turned to face the red-haired man as the bee assassin carried away the unconscious fire daimyo. What is this, Rashi? Inform our troops so they can get some much-needed rest. In a few days we will march against Konoha, and I want everyone to be fully rested when the time comes, the shogun replied, and Rashi nodded and left to carry out the order. Word of this will quickly spread throughout Konoha before the end of the day, Shogun-sama, Han said, and Shogun grinned at him. Konoha too. I want everyone to know what happened here and how I won, including, I'm counting on it, Khan. Make sure copies of this are sent to every shinobi in daimyo village in every country. This explained the shogun and knew that once the world heard of his achievements, they would fear and respect him when the time came to give the reason. Konoha, someday later. What? What you mean is missing there? How can Hyuga Hinata, Mitarashi Enko and Yuzuki Yugao disappear? Tsunade demanded while the jounin in front of her was having a hard time answering her. We checked around each of them. Where the villagers live, training grounds, where they go when around the village, etc. They are not in Konoha, the jounin answered, and he could see that Tsunade was about to explode. Find them. Now, demanded Tsunade, knowing that this was not good. A few hours earlier, Tsunade received a message that the local ramen shop was closed, cleaned out, and its two owners were long gone. No goodbye note. No explanation for leaving. There is nothing. Deep inside, Tsunade knew that Naruto was responsible for their disappearance since the ramen shop owner and his daughter Ayam had been kind to the brother in the past. Now that 3 more of Naruto's supporters had suddenly disappeared, it only strengthened this theory. Tsunade. You must see this. Jiraiya exclaimed, appearing in the window, and threw her a scroll with the seal of the daimyo of fire. This can't be true, came Tsunade's shocked words as she removed the seal and read the contents inside. It was a copy, one of many, of the surrender agreement concluded between the daimyo of fire and the shogun of shadows. Tsunade read each condition word for word and her heart almost stopped at the mention of her clan along with the mention of Maelstrom's fall at the hands of his own ally. I checked the few remaining contacts I had who owed me favors. I'm afraid this is real. A copy of the original was made and sent to every influential person in every country. The Fire Daimyo surrender to the Shogun of Shadows is completely legal, Tsunade. No one can complain, protest or object to the actions of the Shogun, no matter how much we would like to, Jiraiya replied grimly. It's Naruto. This brat set everything in motion to destroy us. He took control of everyone who was next to him, and now he has no remorse, wanting to wipe us off the face of the earth. Tsunade exclaimed angrily, and Jiraiya nodded in agreement. That makes sense. He probably decided that we would use them against him in some way, like hostages, or a human shield to force him to retreat, Jiraiya said, since that was most likely how the Soviets and clan heads were planning on moving against the Kyubi Jinchuriki. I won't stand for this. We will fight to the end. Tsunade furiously stated to her teammate. That's good, and Tsunade hears all of this, because, they're already here, Jiraiya said, nervously pointing out the window at what he saw in the distance. The invasion force was here. The last hours of Konoha's life were approaching. Konoha was surrounded. That was the only way to describe it. Leaf was surrounded on all sides by the IWA shinobi, the Kumo shinobi, the Suna shinobi, and the Mist shinobi. All 4 of the 5 main shinobi villages were there. They each display their flags interspersed with their own Shogun of Shadows symbol above their own to show that they are under the Shogun's command. Along with them were the samurai of the Land of Spring with their own banner, similar to the others. It was truly scary to see what Tsunade could see from the top of the Hokage Tower. How could this happen? How could we make so many enemies? Naruto doesn't have that much influence, does he? No. This is Shogun of Shadows. He is the real source of it. Kill him and the others will run and hide behind their walls before sending peace envoys, Tsunade thought as she saw her shinobi move to protect the village and repel the enemy. The Kazekage leads Suna to the west gate along with his brothers and sisters. Fog at the east gate with the Mizukage and Utakata. Naruto with the Shogun of Shadows at the north gate. The IWA forces are at the south gate, led by the Tsuchikage and his granddaughter. The Reikage leads Kumo, but they walk right behind Naruto, and the Shogun and the 3 have an important conversation. The samurai army from the Land of Spring is ready to advance from the northeast and is ready to attack if the order is given, Jiraiya said as he took out his spyglass and inspected each section from the very top of the tower. Take it. Prepare proper defenses along the walls and prepare barricades on the streets to make movement on the ground difficult. Tsunade commanded and Jiraiya felt a sudden release of chakra from Naruto's position. Clearly Naruto wasn't going to give her time to set up proper defenses. The blonde Uzumaki used the wind jutsu at the northern gate, which destroyed the large doors that the Leaf Shinobi had closed upon seeing signs of intrusion, and injured quite a few of Konoha's defenders in the process. When the action was completed, Naruto, Shogun, Killer Bee, Reikage Fu, Ni Yujito and Kumo Shinobi entered Konoha. The civilians screamed as they ran for cover as the Leaf Shinobi moved against the invading forces. Naruto smirked at the sight of these Konoha Shinobi moving to fend them off and quickly moved with the others to fight them all. There was a reason why people feared the power of the Jinchuriki, as they were extremely powerful, difficult to kill, and could easily kill large numbers of enemies if they unleashed the Bijuu's power in battle. Going against one Jinchuriki was one thing, but facing several who had complete control over their Bijuu's chakra and weapons made by an Uzumaki weapon master was simply insane. It didn't take long for the Leaf Shinobi who tried to protect their village to turn into a pile of bloody pieces of flesh. As they made their way through Konoha, other sides also attacked as huge holes in the walls were made by the fearsome power of the Jinchuriki from those sides or the large summons wielded by the Shogun of the Shadow Forces. The Konoha Shinobi tried to repel the enemy as best they could, but there were too many enemy Shinobi fighting them, and even the native Danzo Shinobi, strengthening their ranks, were unable to hold off the invaders. Not that Danzo wanted to use them, but the old Warhawk discovered that his underground base was rigged with booby traps that went off and killed over a third of his forces. This small event happened yesterday when Danzo was heading to his secret office to plan how to take control of Konoha from Tsunade and narrowly avoided explosive traps designed to kill everyone in the blast radius. Seeing that his base of operations was now compromised, Danzo had to tell Tsunade that Root was very active and not disbanded, as it was, officially, the Sandaime decided upon returning from retirement. Unofficially, Root never refused active service. It was simply disguised as something else to get around the decree, and did a very good job of preventing any evidence from emerging that contradicted it. Whether the Sandaime admitted it or not, he needed Danzo's Root to remain active even if time dictated otherwise. Thus, the two made a deal that everyone could agree to for now. Danzo will keep his Root, just not calling it that publicly, but they will carry out the tasks that the Hokage gave to his old rival and make sure that what they do is for Konoha. Not for Danzo's personal gain and interests. Which the third knew had a war hawk hovering around his ambitious head. In return, Danzo would receive some random orphans from the orphanage or even some prisoners that Yamanaka could manipulate the Warhawks into becoming Konoha shinobi from time to time, with the exception of Naruto, and force them to become part of Root. Now they were destroyed within one day. Hundreds of Root shinobi, forged to become the ultimate drones and tools, are destroyed. Years of thankless training, and experience in the field meant nothing against the enemy they were sent to repel from Konoha. If it wasn't Gaara's sand wave, it was the Mizukage using his bloodlines to reduce his enemies to nothing, or the Raikage frying his enemies with lightning. While this was happening, Naruto and the Shogun walked deeper into the Leaf Village until they reached the base of the Hokage Tower and stopped when they saw 3 of the Sandaime Hokage's students appear. Behind them were Danzo, Koharu, Hamura with a combination of Root and regular Leaf Shinobi Anbu. Each of them is confident that they can fend off both Naruto and the Shogun of Shadows with their combined teamwork. They all expected Naruto to be weak and they didn't expect much from the Shogun since he was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's partner. In their minds, the enemy in front of them was weak and was only winning due to the sheer numbers of their allied forces. It had nothing to do with the simple painful fact that Naruto trained himself almost to death every chance he got, or that some of his key allies were at least Kage level. To be arrogant, senile and stupid at the same time. At the moment, Tsunade was looking at Naruto with all the hatred she could muster, her eyes never leaving his, while Jiraiya was focused on the Shogun of Shadows, and Orochimaru was warily looking at them both with a calculating gaze. While Jiraiya and Tsunade were confident in their skills, the Snake Sannin was under no illusions that he would win this battle or convince the Shogun, much less the brat Kyuubi, to allow him to join the apparently winning side in this one-sided battle against Konoha. With enemies all around them, no one in Konoha had any hope of surviving unless the Shogun was willing to spare them, and it was clear that the man was not in a merciful mood right now. Orochimaru also knew that he had somehow crossed Naruto to earn the Shogun's wrath and would undoubtedly be seen as a threat to the man's rule if left alone long enough to slip away to plot evil deeds in the future. So how could he get away with this? Bribe them both with the idea of immortality? Could it be that the cruel temptation to win back that very special person they both hold dear to their hearts is returning from the grave? Unfortunately, there were no options for him and he had virtually nothing to give to even be considered a minor loss. It was a battle for life and death. A real fight for survival. So here we are, old hag. You brought almost everyone I wanted to see right now, Naruto stated with a smile on his face. You have a lot of nerve to come here, brat. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't just rip your guts out with a rusty scalpel and hang you in the village square? Demanded an angry Tsunade, and Naruto let out a chuckle of empty amusement. Because you are afraid. Not only that, but I think you of all people would like to hear exactly what I have to say about this precious village of leaves that you love so much and what they did to your grandmother's homeland during the Second War Shinobi, Naruto replied and saw Tsunade's eyes widen while several people around her stiffened. Naruto, I swear, if you play games with me, threatened Tsunade with rage in her voice while Naruto simply mocked her. After all this time, you'll still think I'm some idiot lying through my ass. Should I tell her, Jiraiya? Tell her how you helped orchestrate the fall of her grandmother's homeland by forcing the Leaf Shinobi to attack from within after they had taken key positions that served as holding points to prevent almost the entire clan from escaping? Tell her how you, along with the rest of Konoha, destroyed the Maelstrom, only to one day gain control of the Kyuubi's power as a weapon against the other villages? Tell her how you sold her little brother Nawaki and her lover Dan to the enemy so that she would be a loyal shinobi of Konoha who only focused on the missions before her. Naruto stated, and Jiraiya gritted his teeth in anger. Jiraiya? Questioned Tsunade when Jiraiya remained silent and found that Orochimaru was too surprised, as she expected the snake to say something already. He won't admit this to you, Tsunade. None of them will do this. Why do they need this? Both of your teammates had a hand in their deaths, and also for selfish reasons. Jiraiya wanted to be the shoulder you cried on and eventually got into your pants. Orochimaru wanted your brother dead so he could get all the fresh Senju DNA he could get for his experiments in passing on such a rare bloodline to others. Even though he had your grandfather's blood, thanks to the Sandaime Hokage passing it on to him, the cells were nowhere near as strong as Orochimaru had hoped, and mixed them with his brother's before causing a reaction that would cause the blood Nawaki to awaken the bloodline that Harashima was known for when he was implanted into test subjects, Naruto explained while Tsunade's eyes narrowed in anger at his words. You're lying! Tsunade shouted and Naruto shook his head. Did you ever find it strange that Jiraiya and Orochimaru were there before you? That Jiraiya was there waiting for you to return and Orochimaru was coming out when all the doctors were trying to save your little brother? Jiraiya was on guard in case you returned earlier than expected and stopped you while Orochimaru was getting all the genetic material he could from Nawaki. As for your lover Dan, Jiraiya used his spies to leak information to the enemy, allowing them to ambush him, Naruto responded while Jiraiya was now fuming that this information was made public since no one should have known about this except those involved. So how did Naruto find out? Jiraiya would never do something like that. He knew Dan loved me. Tsunade exclaimed while Naruto and Shogun chuckled. If Jiraiya could only look but not touch you, then he was going to make sure everyone else did the same and make sure you never had anyone to heal that scar over your heart, you. That's why Jiraiya did this. He couldn't come to terms with the fact that Dan had captured your heart. That in just a few months this man would have what Jiraiya had spent most of his life trying to achieve. Shogun said this time before pulling out a book which made everyone freeze. Where did you get this? Danzo demanded as the Shogun grinned at him. Don't you wish you knew Danzo? The point is that this book has all the evidence of what happened during those times to turn Tsunade into the person she is now. A pathetic woman who, even now, judging by the look in her eyes, would rather hate Uzumaki Naruto than admit that her anger should be redirected towards all of you, the Shogun replied and saw how they all tensed. I don't believe you. I won't. Tsunade exclaimed as her eyes were now filled with hatred and madness as things went too far to bring the woman back from her madness. Just think, Uzumaki blood flows in you, the Shogun objected disappointedly. I am Uzumaki. I am Uzumaki and Senju. Don't you dare forget about it. Tsunade shouted as the Shogun and Naruto shook their heads in disagreement. Your devotion to Konoha says otherwise, the Shogun objected and realized that the woman had gone too far. What I want to know is how did you infiltrate all my bases in Rice Country before I even got here? Orochimaru demanded while Naruto chuckled this time. I thought a prodigal genius like you would understand this, Orochimaru. The only way to outsmart a snake is to hire another snake, Naruto replied before he looked to his right a little behind the Shogun and saw Kabuto appear with a smile on his face. Kabuto! Do you dare to betray me? Orochimaru exclaimed and demanded while Kabuto simply smiled at his former master. You taught me well, Orochimaru-sama. Too good, in fact. What did you tell me once? Oh yeah. When you face someone more powerful than yourself, Kabuto, you should always be on their side until someone more powerful than them comes along. Do this and you will always be on top, Kabuto stated as Orochimaru seethed that his own words and teachings were being used against him. The problem with some snakes though, is they tend to betray those around them, like I know Kabuto plans to do to us soon enough, Naruto said, and Kabuto looked at him in shock as everyone else rest. I don't know what you mean, Naruto-sama. I would never betray you or Shogun-sama. Kabuto exclaimed as the Shogun simply turned his head slightly to look at him. So that's why you have a kunai in your hand meant to hit me? The Shogun asked as Kabuto smiled at him. I don't have a kunai in my right hand, Shogun-sama. Look. Kabuto replied, although it was clear that the masked man and Naruto weren't surprised. Hand, left, I never said the kunai was in your right hand, Kabuto. It is at your disposal, the Shogun replied, before he moved faster than the eye could see and destroyed Kabuto's body with one swing of his sword. Jubi sword. This sword. This means that the Shogun of Shadows really, stated Jiraiya while Naruto in front of him, gooed, revealing that he was a shadow clone of Uzumaki while the Shogun took off his mask together with clothes. To reveal the Uzumaki Naruto behind it. Surprise! Naruto exclaimed before letting out a villainous laugh that shocked everyone in front of him. Was you the Shogun of Shadows? All this time? Tsunade demanded as the blonde simply stared at her with one mocking blue eye. Yes. All this time. When you forced Jiraiya to waste time and resources to find out the identity of the Shogun, I made my moves. You were so busy trying to stop the Shogun of Shadows that I was able to do something that would have been impossible to do if Jiraiya's spies were focused on me the entire time. So, while your agents were gathering information about the man living in the shadows on the left, I took steps on the right, and in the end my plans brought me here, to the middle ground, Naruto explained with his ever-present grin. Oh, you brat. I should have killed you the moment I first saw your blonde hair. Tsunade almost screamed while Naruto laughed at her. And yet you didn't. Thank you for this. In fact, I am so grateful that I will allow you to meet another member of my mother's clan. Perhaps you know him, Jiraiya. You met him many years ago, in AIM, Naruto stated, and Jiraiya's face turned pale, and surprisingly so did Danzo before one of the 6 paths of Uzumaki Nagato appeared towards Pain. Hello, Jiraiya-sensei. Shimura Danzo. It's been a while, Nagato said using one of his paths. Nagato? How? Does this mean that both Konan and Yahiko, wait. How do you even know Danzo? Jiraiya asked, seeing the man clutching his cane tightly, his only eye narrowed. He conspired with Warlord Hanzo to eliminate the 3 of us in exchange for powers that would support his cause in overthrowing the Sandaime Hokage. After Yahiko was killed, I used the power of the Rinnegan to cause serious damage to the allied forces against us and escaped with Konan to plan our revenge. Later, I killed Hanzo and took control of AIM, Nagato explained as Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the others behind them turned pale in fear. You still won't win against all of us. Our will of fire will not be destroyed by some petty abominations. Danzo exclaimed defiantly. It's funny that you say the word Danzo. Tsunade. If you want to know one of the test subjects that Orochimaru used to determine your grandfather's bloodline, just look back. Naruto stated as he pointed at Danzo and saw Tsunade looking at the older man with narrowed eyes. He's lying. He's trying to pit us against each other. Danzo spat and Naruto let out a quiet chuckle. Show her your hand, Naruto objected, and Danzo showed the one that was holding his cane. See? Nothing. Danzo replied while Naruto shook his head. Wrong-armed Danzo. Your other hand. The one you constantly hide from everyone, Naruto objected, narrowing one of Danzo's eyes. I don't know what you're talking about, demon brat. I lost my right arm many years ago while bravely fighting for Konoha on a mission. Danzo exclaimed while Naruto smirked at him. Then you won't mind showing us the entire supposed stump? Prove me wrong right now and show everyone your badge of honor, Danzo. Unless, of course, I'm actually right. Naruto challenged and saw Danzo grit his teeth. It's true, isn't it? It's actually flavored with my grandfather's blood, Tsunade said to Orochimaru. Yes. He came to me after your brother's DNA was sampled and wanted to take over the Senju bloodline. Of course, that's not all Danzo has, Orochimaru replied with a smirk on his face. What? What else does he have? Jiraiya asked, seeing Danzo looking at him and then at Orochimaru with hatred. Several Sharingan eyes courtesy of the Uchiha clan. I grafted them onto his arm with the Senju bloodline. I also performed surgery on the one who was hidden under the bandage covering his right eye, Orochimaru replied as Danzo turned his hateful gaze towards the snake Sannin. Look at Tsunade. All this time you hated me, the ones you should have hated were there for you all this time. The Shinobi Council is also involved in this. They are loyal to Danzo because he promised to steal Orochimaru's means of possessing bodies so they could live in younger bodies and eventually cheat death from their corrupted souls, Naruto said with a smirk on his face and saw the shocked looks of the Shinobi Council members who found out about this. How do you know about this? Hamura demanded as Naruto grinned at them all even wider. Do you think you're the first to ask Orochimaru for this? Please. The Sandaime was the one who secretly ordered it shortly before he resigned as Hokage. Unfortunately for the old bastard, Orochimaru was unable to repeat the process on anyone else and told the Sandaime of this simple, hard fact. After the bastard retired, Orochimaru realized that it was only a matter of time before the Sandaime died, and the old Hokage wanted to go out in a blaze of glory that would unite the village. To do this flawlessly, he asked Orochimaru to create a plan where everyone would get what they wanted from the deal with the failed invasion of Konoha, which happened after years of planning down to the smallest detail. It was actually quite genius when you think about it. Using Suna in her already weakened state to betray Konoha, dishonor an ally, so that clients would still be hesitant to hire them and occasionally rely on the Leaf for help in a new alliance. Konoha becomes a bright symbol in the Land of Fire, which shows the so-called perseverance, resilience, and strength Leaf, which you all portray as the will of fire so that customers will flock to the village. The sudden influx of income will quickly help pay for any damage done to Konoha, so there is no need to dig into the treasury for cash, Naruto explained casually while Tsunade looked like a rabid animal as she looked at everyone around her. It's no surprise that Naruto was included in this. It doesn't mean anything. What's in the past is in the past, Naruto. You will not separate us in our common goal of ending your life, said Jiraiya, who saw Naruto let out another chuckle and seemed surprised for a second before becoming deadly serious. Are you really that blind? Your minds are filled with such arrogance that you can no longer see the truth, can you, Arobaka? Doesn't matter. I think it's time for me to give all of you a much-needed lesson, in humility. Naruto stated, and his enemy's attention was now focused on him. Dream, demon spawn. We have the power to suppress the Kyuubi's chakra, and without the fox you are nothing. You have always been a nobody and just a waste of time that your parents accidentally created, Danzo stated before they were all destroyed by a killing intent so massive. So powerful and so intense, even Tsunade snapped out of her angry madness. To focus on Uzumaki Naruto's cold blue eye turning crimson. Fool! Let me introduce one being, other than the Shinigami, that even the Kyuubi himself respectfully fears. Summoning Jutsu. Naruto exclaimed as he lowered his hand to the ground, and within moments a huge amount of smoke rose up and then a roar was heard that others in the world had not heard since before Uzumaki Mito herself was born. It was Bahamut. The boss summons dragons. This mighty being, who had the strength and power to fight on equal terms with one of the bijou, was now flying through the air. Bahamut's roar and flight soon attracted the attention of the remaining Konoha forces, who were currently staring fearfully at the impressive summons. Boss Dragon flew around the Hokage Tower several times before landing behind Naruto, his back to the village, spreading his wings and showing himself to everyone that the legends of his intimidation were true. Bahamut looked at the frightened enemies of his summoner, who had been waiting for this day since one of his children told him about it, and growled at the sight of Senju Tsunade. Senju Tsunade herself. So, I meet the traitor face to face. I almost expected you to rip her head off, Naruto-sama, Bahamut said and saw Tsunade looking at him with fear. And this was fair, since she did not have her precious summons to post bail for her. And deprive you of this opportunity? I think not. Naruto replied as Bahamut grinned evilly at the scared group in front of him. Truly, you are an Uzumaki with honor. Bahamut exclaimed, letting out a laugh that echoed throughout the village. I didn't want to interrupt this little conversation between your summoners, Naruto, but... Nagato said without finishing his sentence. I know Nagato. I know. The time for talking to these idiots is officially over. The time for revenge for the Uzumaki clan is now. Naruto stated as his enemies got into a fighting stance and pulled out their weapons. It's time for a fight. Uchiha clan area. It's funny how things come full circle, Itachi thought as he walked through the deserted area he once called home and slaughtered his family. He was here the night his clan died almost 10 years ago. So many died. Itachi didn't want to do it, but the Sandaime, Danzo and the Shinobi Council were adamant about doing what had to be done. For the good of Konoha, they said as the decision was made right in front of the Uchiha kneeling before them. Tobi soon appeared, posing as Madara and providing support in a way that Itachi himself was hesitant to do. To help with the case of killing so many Uchiha as if it were an everyday job, where a person goes to work, does what he is assigned, and then comes home with a smile on his face, knowing that the job done was perfect, without the fear of screwing up. It greatly bothered Itachi that someone so cruel could be so strong and call himself Uchiha Madara. Itachi, Sasuke replied coldly with hatred in his voice, looking at his brother after he appeared from the shadows. Hello, Sasuke, Itachi answered simply. What? No, stupid little brother, as you usually call me? Does this mean that you have finally recognized my strength? Sasuke asked with a hint of smugness in his voice. On the contrary, Sasuke. I say your name not out of respect, but out of disgust for what you have become and the shame I feel for turning you into what is standing in front of me right now, Itachi replied, and Sasuke frowned at him. How can you say that? I'm stronger than anyone else in Konoha. I was trained by all the best jounin in the village. One day I will become Hokage and rule Leaf with an iron fist. I am an elite Uchiha, like our father. I always want you to be in my place. I am what you couldn't become. Sasuke exclaimed with a hint of pride at the end. If you are as strong as you claim, then why haven't you killed me like you always wanted to? Itachi asked with a smirk on his face, knowing that Naruto knew how to push Sasuke's buttons and in turn wanted the Uchiha to do that to his little brother. Shut up. I am the best in Konoha. And I will prove it by tearing your head off with the very hatred you instilled in me. Sasuke exclaimed as he rushed at Itachi. His intention to attack head-on was clear long before it happened and Itachi was not impressed at all. How stupid you have become. To think I had a hand in making all this happen by allowing you to live. If I had known that you would become like this, I would have simply killed you that night, Sasuke, Itachi replied, easily dodging Sasuke's attacks and catching the fist aimed at his face. Before bending it at an odd angle and breaking the limb until a piece of bone was exposed. Sasuke screamed in pain before being silenced by a knee to the stomach, a kick, breaking it, and a subsequent elbow to the face from Itachi, while the last of the three silenced him. Sasuke tried his best to stay away from Itachi, his Sharingan eyes active, and he glared at his seemingly uncaring older brother with hatred. The younger Uchiha cursed Naruto for crippling him to the point that his strength was not what it should be after their last meeting in the Valley of the End. Sasuke never told anyone about how the loser came back and defeated him a second time in the same place. When he was summoned by Tsunade, who was told by Jiraiya about what happened in the Land of Spring, about meeting Naruto, the Uchiha reluctantly admitted that Naruto was the one who defeated him there, and not the search team she sent. This greatly angered the Hokage, and she almost knocked him out of the window, if not risked his ability to be a shinobi could be diminished by the blow. Sasuke painfully admitted to himself that he could not withstand the blows that Naruto could. And here he was, beaten, bloodied, and easily defeated by Itachi again, even though the elder Uchiha had not yet used his Sharingan eyes. It was insulting. Why didn't Itachi use his eyes? By using them, he acknowledged that he was the man's equal, and yet Itachi did not use them at all. For Sasuke, this meant that Itachi did not consider him his equal and should have been considered less than equal to his older brother. And Sasuke hated it. How can you be so strong? What's your secret? How can you have such power while I don't have it, no matter how hard I try? Why isn't my hatred strong enough to defeat you right here and now? Sasuke demanded, slowly getting up, but was quickly knocked down again by Itachi. Your hatred of me is completely misplaced, Sasuke. A mistake on my part, considering the plan I put into motion that night to ensure my future death. I made you hate yourself because I originally wanted you to kill me to atone for killing our family and one day restore it free from darkness. However, my plan failed as you became the very dark being that our clan had become, and I was ashamed that we separated after Uzumaki Kushina first started teaching me. Itachi explained while Sasuke watched at him in shock and horror. Were you actually an Uzumaki student? Loser's mother of a bitch? Sasuke demanded before he was brutally kicked in the head and grabbed by the collar of his shirt. This woman set me on the path of knowledge and understanding. It was thanks to her guidance that I was able to reach my potential so quickly in my shinobi career. I owe all my early years of success as a shinobi to her, and our stupid father did not forbid her to train me. I would have become even stronger, Itachi explained, and saw that Sasuke was angry. Father was right in forbidding her to teach you. Look what you've become after hearing all the nonsense she filled your head with. You abandoned your own Uchiha clan way of thinking for some red-haired whore from an almost extinct clan and used it to destroy your clan, challenged Sasuke before Itachi's punch left him gasping for air before he coughed up blood. You're an idiot, Sasuke. The Uchiha clan's mentality was to take everything from everyone and leave nothing at the end. That we become bottomless pits that take and take and take until there is nothing left to take, angry that we can't take in the process. We hate everyone and love no one, Itachi retorted before throwing Sasuke into a nearby building. This is the way of the Uchiha. We should be allowed to take what we want. Power is what we crave and we must have it all. Why should everyone else have something that doesn't belong to them in the first place? Sasuke asked while Itachi shook his head. And you wonder why I killed so many members of our clan. It was this kind of thinking that led father and the others to plan the coup d'état against Konoha. The Uchiha massacre was never as much of a massacre as you were led to believe. It was a riot. Failed rebellion, Itachi replied, and Sasuke was furious upon hearing this. You're lying. Sasuke retorted, trying to form a chidori with his only good hand. Not about that. The Hokage gave the order and Shimura Danzo helped use his powers to make sure I did it without warning anyone about it until it was too late, Itachi responded, leaving Tobi as the man was dead and unrelated conversation. So this was a mission from Konoha? Asked a confused but still angry Sasuke. Yes. They felt that if the village's enemies heard that the Uchiha had rebelled, it would only encourage them to attack and crush Konoha in its weakened state. However, if they learned that it was a massacre at the hands of a single shinobi, the thought of Konoha being capable of such deadly miracles would cause them to hesitate long enough for the village to recover. They decided to turn you into my copy, but the difference between us will be that you will be under control, and I will not, and I will guarantee your complete obedience. Think about it, Sasuke. All training. Everyone worships a hero, even if you haven't done anything to deserve it. Discounts or free items from store owners while others paid full price. The academy teachers were told to give you an edge over the students to boost your self-confidence and make you strive to be the best. They gave you extra credit, they gave you test tips, and they even took part in taijutsu training, so further boost your ego by thinking that you were a more refined version of me. Another Uchiha Itachi, not afraid to betray Konoha for the sake of power as I am portrayed, did the same thing that Orochimaru did many years ago, Itachi explained, and Sasuke was beside himself with rage. His whole life was a lie. After I kill you, I will kill them. I'm going to kill you, Naruto, his forces, and this very village soon after. Sasuke exclaimed while Itachi simply sighed at the way his brother was acting. Typical Uchiha way of thinking. You're too late for this, Sasuke. Most of Konoha has already fallen to the allied forces that are attacking. You can't beat Naruto on his best day when he's having his worst. This village will fall at his hands. His people will experience his vengeance. Not yours. Itachi stated and heard Sasuke's battle cry before running close enough to him to release his Chidori despite his damaged legs. The proximity and close striking distance helped prevent the problem. I will not accept this. Chidori. Sasuke shouted as Itachi held the Chidori to his chest without a single sigh or expression of pain on his face. Only to grab the offender's wrist. Congratulations, Sasuke. You finally hit me, but only because I let you to, and for a reason I'll explain in a moment. Our clan will die. He will die with the two of us in this very area where it all began. Your Chidori, although impressive and accurate, was unable to kill me due to the insulation I have under my clothes. Even though I'm slowly dying from this attack, it won't stop me from doing what must be done and killing us both. You see, Sasuke, I wanted you to come into contact with my body so that I could grab your hand and hold us together while I prepare for our common demise, Itachi said before making signs with one hand, and Sasuke was shocked to see that he was still standing. What are you doing? Stop that. Stop it. Sasuke exclaimed, trying to break free from Itachi's hands, but to no avail, and saw that Itachi stopped the hand gesture for, Fox? The jutsu that Naruto taught me with the help of the Kyuubi. A suicide jutsu based on suicide that takes the life of the one who uses it and the one who comes into contact with it. It was used in the very first Shinobi War, when shinobi dying from disease had nothing to lose and wanted to destroy the enemy along with them. They secretly performed this jutsu when the enemy moved to take them back to the village as a prisoner to interrogate them for information, and blasted anyone who touched the dying shinobi within seconds of contact, using chakra from all bodies that made contact, Itachi explained before he flared his chakra and began to glow along with Sasuke. No! Stop! Please stop! Sasuke shouted, his pleas and tears were ignored by the gloomy Itachi. Stupid little brother. Even now you are begging for your life, just like many years ago, after you ran away like a coward. That's all the Uchiha has ever done in his life. Steals and runs away like a little thief in the night. You take what doesn't belong to you and run away when the odds are against you, like a pathetic coward. But there is one creature you cannot escape from or steal from Sasuke, and that is the Shinigami. Itachi stated firmly and saw the fear in Sasuke's eyes, trying even harder to break free. No, I'm so sorry. I'm so upset. Sasuke yelled, while Itachi simply looked at him unwaveringly and without remorse. Forbidden ninja art, intertwined death jutsu, was the last thing Itachi said, and the two Uchihas exploded violently with incredible force, leaving a huge crater where they once stood. The Uchiha clan was no more. Again with Naruto, Bahamut and Nagato. The two Uzumaki and the dragon boss summon stood over the defeated Konoha forces that crossed them. Jiraiya was on his knees. His right arm was missing, his left was broken in many places, his clothes were torn everywhere, and the Sannin was bleeding all over. Next to him was the corpse of Orochimaru, who was stupid enough, ironic considering he was a supposed genius, to cross Bahamut in an attempt to take over the summon boss dragon's body and become something truly powerful. A desperate move, of course, considering he had little to no choice in owning the bodies and he didn't want to die anytime soon. Snake Sannin transformed into his true form and tried to bite Bahamut's neck to cast the seal of curse, but the boss dragon's scales were harder than diamonds and Orochimaru's teeth broke in an almost ridiculous manner. The now headless Sannin attempted to use Kusanagi in a last-ditch attempt to kill the legendary beast to at least spite the Uzumaki clan's name. However, Kusanagi didn't even scratch the boss dragon, let alone poison it with the contents hidden inside the blade, and soon learned what it was like to burn under the intense heat of the fire released by the dragon. All ANBU teamed up with Danzo to fight Uzumaki Nagato, 6 paths, but were destroyed, and Danzo's land with his stolen bloodlines was destroyed by the forces of the Rinnegan. Danzo tried to use his Sharingan hidden behind his bandaged face on Naruto, believing that he could turn the Uzumaki against his kind, but the blonde Jinchuriki was not affected in the slightest and the grin told the War Hawk as much. Nagato teased Danzo during their fight, stating that the War Hawk couldn't do anything on his own and had to force everyone to do it for him. That he was a weak, pathetic little man who relied on others because the War Hawk himself couldn't do anything right. Even the 2 stolen bloodlines of the Uchiha and Senju clans were proof that Danzo did not rely on his own strength. Danzo countered his words by saying that he is a leader, a natural leader, and must lead others no matter what. That he was the chosen one to lead the world to a time of peace under his rule and he didn't care if it was cruel as he was the one who stood on top of it all. When Danzo was at the point where the possibility of defeat was as clear as the blue sky, the man played his final card and activated the seals on his body, declaring that he would take everyone with him so that no one would win but himself. The man was a sore loser. Nagato used his power to manipulate gravity and sent Danzo flying to watch as the insane old man responsible for many crimes against the world died a very brutal death, worthy of such a man, worthy of his special place in the deepest part of the 9th circle of. After that, it was quite easy to remove Koharu and Hamura with his other paths destroying their old bodies. The two had not fought in over a decade, and unlike the Sandaime when he retired, they were not strong enough to harm even the weakest of Nagato's paths. One Shinra Tensei later, and the 2 old men turned into mutilated corpses, ready to be buried in the ground. As for Tsunade herself, she was unsteady on her feet, her once strong eyes filled with fierce determination and now filled with blind rage and a mixture of madness in them. Her clothes were torn and stained with the woman's own blood from the various wounds she had suffered at the hands of Uzumaki Naruto. While Tsunade had the strength to level mountains, cause earthquakes, and level a city with just a few blows, the woman had the finesse of a drunken brawler when push came to shove. The woman didn't spend much time on taijutsu. She relied on her medical skills and other people's fear of being overwhelmed by her superpower, which the shinobi world knew she had at her disposal. How does Tsunade feel? How does it feel to know that almost everyone around you is and has been a traitor? How does it feel to know you were wrong? That the only one who wasn't a traitor is the one you hate more than anyone else here? Jiraiya helped in destroying the Maelstrom with the leaf by killing all of your grandmother's relatives for control of the Kyuubi. Your own teammates helped kill your little brother and your lover, and the Sandaime signed it off to keep you under his thumb, focusing on being more of a shinobi to end the Second Shinobi War. How does it feel to hate the only person you shouldn't have hated in the first place? Naruto asked while Tsunade fumed at him and looked at him with almost empty eyes that held only madness. I don't care anymore. I don't care about anyone. All my life I've had to give and give and give some more. I'm done giving. I've had enough of worrying. I've had enough of love. What I want is for you to die like everyone else around me did, and may Kushina's soul rest in peace." Tsunade exclaimed, trying to stab him. "Even now, your hatred for me is stronger than the hatred you must show them for their acts of betrayal. Unfortunately, you are hopeless, and I can only pity you out of some form of respect since you have Uzumaki blood in you from Mito-san," Naruto stated as he moved faster than Tsunade could hit before catching her right hand and hit Tsunade in the stomach with a chop. A blow to the back of the head knocks out the fifth Hokage. "You won't win in the long run, Naruto. The death of an entire village? Destroying entire clans? People will call it genocide. You will be looked at as a tyrant. Monster! Monster!" Jiraiya exclaimed while Naruto looked at him with a cruel smile. "Only to my enemies, of which I assure you there are very few left, and soon there will be none," Naruto replied before nodding to Nagato, who snapped Jiraiya's neck and threw him off the top of the Hokage monument. Ironically, the now dead Sannin slid off the Yondame's head. His body momentarily stopped in a position that Jiraiya looked like he was holding on to before gravity did its job and the man's body fell down. This would see the Leaf Shinobi fight and would damage their already dying morale to fight against their captors. "We have captured all the heads of the clans, their heirs and various Jounin senseis of the Rookie 9. Some of them were wounded in battle, but are very much alive and awaiting your judgment, Naruto-sama," Han said after appearing before Naruto, covered in blood. "Okay. I'll deal with them all myself. Put the clan heads and this bitch here," they call their Hokage to the Hokage Tower, in the room where they hold meetings. "As for the clan heirs, detain them along with the surviving clan members from each family in the Konoha Stadium until later along with their Jounin sensei. I will decide what to do with them when the time comes," Naruto ordered, as the number of 9 new recruits was now down to 6, and Sasuke was dead, himself no longer apart from Konoha, and Hinata was safe from harm. Guy's team was destroyed, and only Niji and Guy himself were the last members of the once great Genin team. "Yes, Naruto-sama," Han replied before leaving to carry out his orders. "Now the only question I have left to ask is, where is the Haruno bitch that was my former teammate?" Naruto thought before shrugging as she was either dead or dying. "In the other place." Sakura ran for her life. She didn't want to fight such superior enemies. Her mother always emphasized that she let others fight. Why waste time on barbaric work when someone else, more qualified, can do it for you? "We Haruno women never get our beautiful hands dirty," she always told Sakura. "Let men, or cruel women who act like men, do all the work necessary, while we, the more refined and articulate female sex, reap the fruits of their efforts when it's all over." That's what Sakura's mother thought. "The only thing you should focus on, Sakura, is finding a rich, powerful man, preferably from a noble clan, who can provide for you and give you everything your heart desires in life. Once you have his children, you are pretty much set for life and can remove him if things don't work out." These words have been instilled in Sakura since she was a little girl. Therefore, Sakura went after Sasuke at the insistence of her mother. The Uchiha clan was valuable and sought after, and was wanted by almost every woman in Konoha. They all wanted what Sakura's mother wanted, and that was influence on the council along with the vast wealth of the clan itself. The years of accumulating the Uchiha clan's assets over the years, with Sasuke barely touching them unless he had to, were pretty much spent, and the woman who first got to the Uchiha with his child was essentially set for life. These last 3 words were forced upon Sakura by her mother. Only now Sakura discovered that her dream of becoming Sasuke's wife was not as great as she showed to the rest of the public. The lemon was bland, bad and extremely rare for a woman after all this time. She wasn't even pregnant yet, despite taking fertility pills, so by now she should have at least been pregnant with 1 child with Sasuke. Statistically speaking, of course. The Uchiha area was now engulfed in flames thanks to the invading forces. Her wealth and fortune that was rightfully hers after Sasuke himself was about to be stripped to pay all parties for this attack. This means that Sakura will have nothing left if she survives all of this, and she will actually have to earn a living. Despite being Tsunade's student, Sakura had long since given up training shortly after her marriage to focus on being a housewife for the Uchiha clan and, of course, being the future mother of Sasuke's unborn offspring. This can't be. This can't be true. Sakura thought before she ran into the only person in Konoha whom the woman never wanted to see again. Gaara dog no. Hello, Haruno-san. We meet again, Gaara replied, plunging a dagger into her skull. This is Uchiha-sama, a monster for you. I am Sasuke-kun's wife and I demand that you submit to me for your blatant disrespect. Sakura shot back while Gaara's eyes narrowed. I would rather bow to the Suna Viper Snake than to you for all the pain you helped cause, my dearest friend. As for your own relationship with Uchiha Sasuke, you are now officially a widow, Gaara replied, having sensed Sasuke's demise long before he found the woman. You're lying. Sasuke-kun is the greatest. One day he will become Hokage and even rule the entire land of fire with enough support from the people. Sakura retorted before she heard a cold, cruel laugh coming from Gaara's mouth, and it scared her to hear such a sound coming from him. You truly are an ignorant fool. The Uchiha is weak. Pathetic to such an extent that their so-called greatness causes laughter. No wonder the clan itself was destroyed so easily, Gaara said before pouring sand from his gourd and wrapping it around Sakura. You won't get away with this. Konoha's forces will stop you. Sasuke-kun will stop you. Sakura screamed before her mouth became covered in sand and it engulfed her. Before Gaara took Sakura's life by crushing her body. Konoha's forces have already been routed, as has your precious Uchiha, was Gaara's only response, as he recalled his sand and left to hunt down the stragglers. Hokage Tower. Conference room, a few hours later. They sat in their once respected places at the table, designating them as the heads of the Konoha clans. However, in contrast to their usual well-groomed appearance, they were beaten, ragged, torn apart by the enemy and were ultimately defeated by the invaders. Every clan head from Inuzuka to Aburame to Hyuga and so on sat in their seats, and the bloodied Hokage, who was now awake, was tied up like everyone else. They were wearing chakra suppression cuffs, and behind each clan head was a Jinchuriki, standing tall and ready if any of the defeated Konoha shinobi in front of them tried to do anything. Soon the sound of footsteps was heard as they turned their heads to see Uzumaki Naruto entering the room and looking at them with an unreadable granite face. Tsunade looked at him with all the hatred she could muster, and some of the clan heads also looked at him, hoping that this in itself would hit him. In case any of you were wondering, a civilian and members of the Shinobi Council were killed earlier in the battle. You are all that is left of the Konoha government within these walls, Naruto stated as he walked further into the room and saw that many of them wanted to free themselves to attack. And this is supposed to scare us? Some asked, growling at him. No, I'm just telling you the facts. As for why you are all here, I thought we would take this moment to discuss the past, present and of course, future of your clans, was Naruto's response, causing them all to stare at him. What are you talking about? Inoichi, while Naruto shrugged. Are you deaf? I said that we are going to discuss the past, present and future of your clans. So, with that said, where do we start discussing the past with your clans, or rather more specifically, all of you? You all made promises to my parents over the years, accumulating a lot of debts before them, and yet the moment they died, you believe that the debts should be cleared from your consciousness, Naruto explained to them. How do you know this? Hayashi asked, and Naruto pointed to his head. It's funny that my parents never really died. At least, not completely until a few years ago. You see, each of them left a piece of their soul in me to become the last line of defense against the Kyuubi. After meeting them, they were told about the past, and how all of you, along with everyone else in Konoha, deceived me for your own selfish gain. I don't think I need to tell you how upset they were to hear this, since all the oaths and various promises were made to them by every clan head here. Naruto replied without mentioning how he killed his own father. Sealed inside it. It would kind of defeat the purpose of this moment. You're lying. Tsunade exclaimed, trying to break free, but a firm but feminine hand that appeared from the shadows held her back, and the Hokage tensed, as she knew this grip all too well. That's enough, Tsunade, Shizun replied firmly, and Tsunade looked back at her with surprise written all over her face. Shizun? Why? Why did you betray me? Tsunade asked, and Shizun looked at her with eyes that told the Hokage that this woman no longer cared about her former teacher's well-being. Because you betrayed yourself. At one point, you were a great medic Nin and the person Dan loved with all his heart. However, we both know that he, along with Nawaki, would never agree with you hating Naruto, no matter the reason. You are the traitor here, Tsunade. By your actions you betrayed Dan, Nawaki, your grandparents, Naruto, his parents and me. When Naruto secretly approached me a few days ago under the guise of the Shogun, I accepted his offer to join him and wipe Konoha off the map along with those who lived in it. The only condition I asked for was that he spare the babies in the hospital, and he agreed that they were absolved of the sins of their parents. Shizun explained as she saw Naruto nod as that was the deal and he would stick to it. Well said, Shizun. So where are we? Oh yeah, we were talking about the clan heads here, and how they betrayed my parents despite everything those two shinobi did for each of you in the past. Naruto stated as he saw the clan heads looking at him. We don't owe you or your parents anything, you demonic spawn. Inoichi exclaimed defiantly before Rashi punched him in the back of the head. Oh, really? Let me remind you of your past debts that you owed to my parents, and after their death I inherited for you to pay me. You, Inoichi, owe my father your life, or at least your legs, when he used his flying thunder god technique to save your ass from the explosive tag thrown on the ground in front of you by Iwa Nin. If it weren't for my father, your life would have been the life of a disabled person, or you would have been dead. Naruto replied, and Inoichi frowned and looked down with some shame on his face as Naruto walked towards him. He's right. I owe his father for this rescue. It was after this that I married my girlfriend, Inoichi thought, holding back tears, while Naruto put his hand on his shoulder and squeezed it tightly. Don't worry, Inoichi-san. You're in good company. Your friend Nara Shikaku is just as guilty, although the only difference is that he owes it to my mother, Naruto explained as he walked up to Shikaku and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. I don't know what you're talking about, Shikaku said as Naruto let out a chuckle. Oh, really? Do you know why your wife decided to go on a single date with you in the first place? Remember that double date my parents went on with you and your future wife Nara Yoshino? Who do you think convinced this woman to go on a date with you in the first place? Naruto asked, and Shikaku tensed and opened his eyes wide. Unpleasant. I could tell my wife wasn't interested in a double date the moment she saw me at the restaurant. Your parents skipped the check so one of us could pay for it, and I paid, knowing it was the gentlemanly thing to do. She was really impressed and surprised how I could easily calculate the tip within seconds of seeing the receipt. Apparently my wife has a thing for smart men, and since I was the smartest guy in the village. Shikaku said without finishing his sentence. She wanted to marry you right then and there, when her loins were practically foaming with desire. Naruto finished with a laugh, and Shikaku lowered his head in defeat. Take it. He checkmated me, Shikaku thought, knowing that Naruto had defeated him. You have nothing on me. I don't owe your parents anything. Choza proclaimed while Naruto raised an eyebrow as he walked up to Akimichi and placed a hand on his bleeding shoulder to make the big man scream in pain. Really? So, the fact that my father bought the land needed to build your restaurant and promoted it even before he became Hokage to attract customers is not a debt? Naruto asked and saw that the man looked away. No, Choza replied, and Naruto smirked. This is where you are wrong. In fact, my mother helped your business by suggesting that you add some healthy options to your menu, which helped triple your income. With your sudden income, you were allowed to open more restaurants and more fame thanks to your clan's recipes, which are famous for their food, Naruto said before moving on to the Aburama of the group. I was just following logic, and I think that what we did overall was more than logical, came Aburame Shibi's response before Naruto placed his hand on his shoulder. How logical was it for my father and mother to find insects for you during their own missions to return to you? When they were knee-deep in war, they thought of you and your clan when they went on missions. They found quite a few insects to add to their home and collection to study in order to breed within the Aburame clan. They are the reason your hive is as strong as it is today. Without them, you would have gone the way the insect clan that was in IWA almost went if I hadn't talked to the Tsuchikage about them last year. Your clan would be weak. A shame. And eventually Konoha would send your entire clan of bug users into exile. Naruto objected and heard the sound of insects buzzing inside the man, although the insects themselves did not leave the man's body. Naruto knew that he had defeated him. Regardless of logic. You have nothing on me, brat. Nothing. Hayashi exclaimed angrily while Naruto laughed at him. Oh, really? Are you sure? Naruto asked and Hayashi glared at him. Absolutely. Hayashi shot back. So the fact that my parents helped you marry the woman of your dreams, despite the protest of the Hyuga clan elders against the union, is not a huge debt? Do you remember how my parents fought tooth and nail for you to marry your future wife? Do you remember how you came to them, got down on your knees and begged them to help you marry the only woman you could love with all your soul? How did you always talk about how this woman was your soulmate? How did the Hyuga elders not allow you to be with this woman? To marry her? Live happily with your future children? How did you swear on your bloodline to repay your debt to them? Do you remember this? Naruto asked and Hayashi shook with rage knowing it was true and he did all this. I remember. I remember everything, Hayashi said in defeat before bowing his head as he actually began to cry. It is unknown whether this was due to guilt or memories of his wife's death. Don't try to make me break the demon spawn. I'm not like them. I have my Inuzuka pride. Some exclaimed while Naruto's smile turned wild and she realized that he knew something. It's funny that you said that to Inuzuka Tsuma. I seem to remember from my mother's own memories of you giving her a certain blood oath. Do you remember the event that led to this? Naruto replied as Tsum growled and turned away from him. I have nothing to tell you. Tsum stated furiously before Naruto suddenly grabbed her face and forced the woman to look him straight in the eyes. Listen, you treacherous, I know my mother's memories both inside and out when it comes to you. I know all about how Inuzukas don't give out blood oaths like candy, and that you're the worst criminal of all the clan heads in this room. Now you will tell everyone here what was the reason for my mother to receive a blood oath of protection from your clan, or I will tell them myself, Naruto retorted as his single blue eye turned demonic for a second. Great. It was during the last Shinobi War and I was a Chunin then. I was on a mission that ended badly for my team and I was the only one to survive. The IWA Shinobi who led the ambush tied me up, some looking at my body and whispering about all the things they wanted to do to it. They would have had at least a few hours after my capture, but Kushina appeared out of nowhere and caught them by surprise. She killed them all before freeing me. I gave her a blood oath when we returned to Konoha to show my gratitude for saving my ass before it became the Iwa's personal property if I had remained their prisoner. Tsum explained, gritting her teeth as Naruto looked at her with his only, now crimson eye. If she had known that you would betray me, I am sure my mother would not have saved your ungrateful life. Naruto replied and squeezed the woman's shoulder tightly until Tsum screamed in pain. It doesn't change anything, Naruto. You're still a monster. Tsunade exclaimed in anger while Naruto just looked at her with mild interest. Perhaps in some, perverted sense I am a monster. But I wasn't born the way you think I am. Oh no. I became one of them. Thanks to the Sandaime, his councils, the clan heads, even my own 2 godparents, and one of them is sitting in front of me in this very room. However, I also find the term monster is too broad a term for me, and would prefer to be called something else consistent with my actions against my enemies, Naruto retorted and saw Tsunade glare at him as he approached her from behind. And what exactly word do you want to be called? Tsunade asked with a growl on her face. I prefer the term, monster. So when you soon die here in this very room for your crimes, please do not think of me as a monster, but rather, as the devil, and the one who will see to it that your families are well taken care of in your absence. Naruto replied before he snapped his fingers, and Tsunade watched in horror as the Jinchuriki behind the protesting clan heads killed them all. You bastard! Tsunade screamed, struggling and unable to free herself. Rising from her chair. Naruto's hand on her shoulder to prevent this. Leave us, Naruto commanded as the other Jinchuriki and Shizune left the room so that only these 2 remained. I hate you. I hate you so much. Tsunade exclaimed as tears streamed down her still bloodied face. I know you love Tsunade. To be honest, the revenge I was looking for is not as satisfying as I thought it would be when I carried out my intentions. Naruto replied as Tsunade still looked at him. Maybe it's your consciousness telling you that the actions taken against Konoha are wrong, Tsunade retorted as Naruto chuckled. Perhaps. Maybe. But I honestly doubt that is the case when I look back at all the crap I went through growing up while you and Jiraiya enjoyed your vices. My parents trusted you to look after me all those years ago, and you didn't care about their wishes. You were entrusted with their legacy, their joy, and what they hoped would be the future of Leaf. Although I may not be the future of Leaf like they hoped, being the second of 3 isn't that bad, Naruto said, grinning at the enraged Senju. One day you will pay for this. I just wish I was alive to see this, Tsunade retorted, and Naruto smirked at her, before running the Jubi sword through the woman's back and chest. So, who is this naive baka, my dear godmother? Naruto asked before he pulled out his sword, wiped away the blood with a simple flick of his wrist and let the woman's head fall onto the table in front of her. Walking out of the room, Naruto casually threw an explosive tag behind his back, which landed on the table, and made a hand sign to start a slow countdown until the tower was completely destroyed. Using body flicker, Naruto left the Hokage Tower and reappeared at the Konoha Hospital. Memories of the past attacked his mind due to the effects of past abuses, leaving him here at the mercy of the doctors with the nurses doing next to nothing to treat him. Blocking them for now, the Uzumaki focused on the room that Shizune said would house the man responsible for losing his only eye after the shattered shards of the Shodaime jewel hit it after being cut by his target sword. You are here. Shizune said you would come, Iruka said as he watched Naruto enter the room, even though they hadn't seen each other for 4 long years. Iruka could see that Naruto had definitely grown up. Lost his orange jumpsuit, cocky, loud demeanor and acted like an idiot. It was now the calm, collected warrior he had heard so much about, with darker colors, with orange being a minority on the color spectrum, and noticed that the sword in his hand was emitting crimson-yellow electricity with a strange marking on the side of the blade. As for Naruto, he could see that time had not been kind to Iruka since the last time they saw each other and fought each other 4 years ago. The man's body seemed to cower against him. His body had lost a lot of weight, judging by the skinny limbs visible under his hospital gown. Iruka's face was also lined, making the former Chunin Academy teacher look twice his age. Even the scar on the man's face looked worse and seemed to have almost grown in length since Naruto had last seen it. The man clearly didn't get enough sleep either, and his eyes showed signs of borderline insomnia. The last few years haven't been kind to you, Iruka, Naruto replied, and Iruka winced slightly as he tossed and turned in his bed. Your injury did more than scar Naruto, Iruka retorted, and Naruto looked him over again. I see. Although it was not my intention when I injured you, I am not entirely dissatisfied with the results. I would also assume that you have been silently suffering from the lack of get-well cards that I see, Naruto said as he looked around the room to find that there was nothing in it to indicate that people had visited the man for outside of medical personnel. I had visitors. Konohamaru Core. First of all, Iruka countered while Naruto simply shrugged. And how long ago was it, Iruka? A few days? A week? 2 weeks? Almost a month? Naruto asked casually, knowing the man wouldn't give him a real answer out of pride. Shut up, Iruka replied. But in a whisper, which proved Naruto right. I thought so. Eventually you were forgotten. You've been here alone for a while now. How does it feel? What does it feel like to be weak? To be alone? And does it hurt you? Naruto asked and Iruka shifted more in the bed. I don't regret what I did. I did what was right. Iruka answered and saw the sword in Naruto's hand rise slightly. Considering that I am the one you wronged 4 years ago with your betrayal, I strongly disagree with that statement, was all Naruto said before slitting Iruka's throat with his sword and watching the man struggle now that he is choking on his own blood. Without even saying goodbye, Naruto left the room and didn't look back to see the now pleading look in Iruka's eyes as the dying man reached in vain for him. Konoha Stadium. The sound of the Hokage Tower exploding was heard, drawing the surviving Konoha shinobi and civilians to see the symbol of the village government destroyed before their eyes. They had lost a part of their history, their past, their greatness, and were the 5 most powerful people in the village called themselves the Hokage of the Leaf. This was a serious blow to their morale. Around them, samurai from the land of spring kept a close eye on their captives, supported by their shinobi allies from Iwa, Kumo, Mista and Suna to ensure that no acts of heroism were committed. Will not arise. To further reinforce this, Nagato's 6 paths were there. The Rinnegan was watching them from all angles and watching for any signs of disobedience. Dragon Boss Summon Bahamut sat on one of the walls, angrily glaring down at the people, his eyes looking at each of them with disgust. I was wondering what was holding you back, Naruto, Nagato stated in his human path while Naruto smirked at his fellow Uzumaki as the blonde appeared. I'm sorry. I was talking to someone I haven't seen in 4 years, Naruto replied before focusing on the people in front of him who were now looking at him. You. I'll kill you. Konohamaru exclaimed as he rushed towards Naruto as the allied forces went to stop the young shinobi, but the blonde Uzumaki raised his hand, ordering them to stop and wait until the young man got close enough. Before moving and kneeing Sarutobi in the stomach. So much training as a shinobi, and you still haven't learned anything. Naruto stated and just shook his head in disappointment. Leave Konohamaru-kun alone. Moegi exclaimed as she and Udon moved to help Konohamaru. Only to be stopped when Naruto drew the Jubi sword and sent debris flying towards them, releasing its power onto the ground in front of them. After initially glaring at the two of them, Naruto turned his attention to the knocked-down boy glaring at him. It was clear that no matter what lies were told to the boy, he believed without question, and the seeds of hatred sown in Konohamaru's mind had grown well over the past 4 years. Just out of curiosity, what exactly made you 3 suddenly hate me? Naruto asked before kicking Konohamaru in the face and sending the boy back to his team. You killed Grandma. Uncle Asuma told me that you did this on the night you were born. Grandpa is also dead because you didn't stay in the village to protect it when Orochimaru invaded. Konohamaru exclaimed and Naruto frowned thoughtfully before looking at Asuma then at Konohamaru before laughing and shocking everyone with his response to the young man's words. Did I kill your grandmother? Is that what that fool told you? Oh, Konohamaru, you are so naive to believe such things, and even more so about your grandfather. Ha! I didn't kill your grandmother the night I was born. Even the Kyuubi can't take responsibility for this, Naruto said and saw Konohamaru look surprised to hear this. You're lying. Asuma said she was looking after your mother the night you were born. Konohamaru retorted as Naruto let out a small chuckle. So what? This means nothing. Nothing. Do you want to know what happened on the night of my birth that made the Kyuubi come out and attack Konoha? Do you want to know who is really to blame for your grandmother's death? Let me show you. Naruto replied before making a hand gesture and making everyone in the stadium nervous. What are you doing? Konohamaru asked in fear. I already told you, Konohamaru, I am showing you and everyone else here in this stadium the undeniable truth of what happened that night. And for the record, when it's over, I told you so. Uzumaki clan style, mental transfer jutsu. Naruto replied before flashing back to the memory of that night from his parents' perspective and how everything happened. It was a real shock for everyone when they saw this. I don't believe it. I won't believe this. Asuma shouted as he refused to believe that the man in front of him was actually innocent and everyone in Konoha was wrong to take out their anger on him. It's true. You didn't kill Grandma. Konohamaru stated as tears flowed from his eyes and he saw Naruto nod as he looked at everyone trembling at the revelation of the truth. Now you see the truth. You were all wrong to hate me. To insult me. Don't betray me. I've done almost everything humanly possible to prove that I'm not a monster. Even when the truth was on the likes of the clan heads, the Soviets, the Sannin, and even the Hokage herself, they still informed on me. Now I look at you with this new revelation. Some of you still hate me, others don't, and honestly, I'm not at all surprised by the results. Naruto replied as Kakashi still looked at him, Kurenai did the same, and Asuma prepared to fight. Might Guy, who had already lost so much at Naruto's hands, bowed his head in shame and knew that the Uzumaki was right. Konohamaru Core. They also bowed their heads in shame, tears streaming down their faces. Their belief that Naruto was their mortal enemy was destroyed and they all looked lost on what to do next. Shikamaru sighed, knowing Naruto was right and couldn't argue with that, no matter what strategy he came up with to argue against it. Ino, who had memories of her tantrum at home when she asked them about what would happen if SHE was the erased Kyuubi Jinchuriki that now looked ready to fall, and realized that all the years of hating Naruto had been a waste of time. Choji felt the same, he felt sick and was on the verge of tears, knowing that he had betrayed his own principles. Kiba growled at Naruto like an angry dog. He always hated Naruto, but not because of the Kyuubi, but rather because Hinata loved the Uzumaki and not him in return. Kiba had tried to impress Hinata time after time in the past, but she didn't have a single thought about being more than just friends, and that was what upset the Inuzuka the most. Kiba's own sister Hana simply bowed to the Uzumaki to show that she was sorry along with the rest of the Inuzuka clan as they knew all about the blood oath that Tsum made to Kushina and how it was passed down from mother to son. Since Naruto was a Jinchuriki and a monster in Tsum's eyes, she stated that the blood oath did not apply to the demon vessel. Not only that, but since her own son knew nothing about the blood oath growing up, he had no real way to enforce it, and no one from the Inuzuka clan was going to tell the Uzumaki. I'm sorry, boss. I am so sorry. Konohamaru exclaimed as he began to cry while his teammates did the same and they looked into Naruto's cold eyes. I'm not your boss anymore. You are nothing to me in my eyes, Konohamaru. You betrayed me on a very deep level. You listened to their words and believed them without question. As far as I understand, you are not my little brother whom I wanted to one day teach, and I am certainly not your so-called rival. You are not my brother, not my student, and not my friend. You are nobody. Nothing. You can beg and beg for forgiveness all you want, I won't give it to you. The days of Uzumaki Naruto forgiving people for their betrayals are over. This time is long over. You want my forgiveness, you must earn my forgiveness. By earning, I mean you have to work and bleed for it. No whining. Do not cry. Don't whine when I give you 3 in order. My forgiveness must be earned through intense, brutal and backbreaking hard work. Naruto replied in a tone that spoke to the Konohamaru core. They had a long way to go to earn the forgiveness of their former boss for their stupidity. We'll do it. Anything you want. We swear to it, boss. Konohamaru proclaimed as his 2 teammates nodded furiously in agreement. Good to know. It's very nice to know this. And from now on, you call me Shogun-sama or don't talk to me at all, Naruto replied in a half-whisper before walking past the trio and heading towards Jounin-sensei of the Rookie 9. I won't stand for this. My father died because of you. Asuma exclaimed, pulling out his knives. Your father died fighting Orochimaru in a scheme he created with a man to unite the village under the invasion he helped plan, Naruto retorted. Because you weren't there. Asuma retorted angrily while Naruto chuckled. My presence there wouldn't have changed anything. Orochimaru would have killed the old man anyway, or the old man would have been so badly wounded that retirement was his only option. Even then, his retirement will be spent in a hospital and he will waste away like a rotting corpse, Naruto stated, and Asuma's eyes widened in shock. He still had a chance to survive. Asuma exclaimed while Naruto shook his head. If I had known the truth earlier, I myself would have found a way to kill him for the that he helped organize against my family. Don't think that I don't know or that you know what I'm talking about, Asuma. He told you about what happened due to his decision when it came to betraying the Uzumaki clan. He was proud of it, wasn't he? You were proud of him too. Your big brave father destroyed the country and the clan for the good of Leaf, even though it cost the village a powerful ally. What did it matter if the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was in Konoha's possession? What did it matter if the Uzumaki clan's bloodline was now part of Konoha? With the Kyuubi safely hidden within my mother right before Uzumaki Mito's death, what did it matter if the clan was betrayed by Konoha? Naruto said, and Asuma looked ready to spew fire from his eyes. Absolute power is the only thing that matters. Konoha had a chance to become uncontested with the Kyuubi sealed within the Jinchuriki, and we weren't going to let some foreign power hold out when it was rightfully ours. The Kyuubi was first summoned by Madara Uchiha when he was fighting to become Hokage. We were simply returning things to the way they should have been from the beginning. Asuma countered, and Naruto narrowed his eyes at him. And some people wonder why Konoha has fallen so much in the last 4 years since I left, Naruto noted as Asuma frowned. I'm going to do what my father didn't have the courage to do before the Chunin exams and kill you by ripping out your heart. Asuma exclaimed before blaming Naruto for making the Uzumaki look bored. Pathetic, Naruto replied before he disappeared in that single moment before appearing behind Asuma, and the Leaf Jounin was instantly cut into pieces by the Jubi sword. Asuma! Kurenai screamed before she performed hand signs to form a genjutsu that would disable Naruto long enough to kill him. Before she was stopped by the chakra chains that came from Naruto and shocked everyone that he could even do this. Crying out in pain, Kurenai felt the chains getting tighter and tighter, wrapping around her body until she was completely engulfed by them. It was then that Naruto manipulated the chains to squeeze and compress the Konoha Kunoichi's form even further, the end result being muffled cries of Kurenai screaming in further pain before a loud squelching sound was heard. Removing his chains in an almost savage manner, Naruto splattered the blood, guts, flesh, bones and brains of Yuha Kurenai over all the remaining remains of the terrified population of Konoha. And now there is one, Naruto stated as he looked at Kakashi, who was shocked and filled with anger at seeing his comrades die so brutally. You are not worthy to be the son of a sensei. Kakashi exclaimed before charging at Naruto with his Rikiri. And you are not worthy to be his student, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto countered as he waited for Kakashi to get closer. Die! Kakashi shouted, putting his right hand forward. But Naruto got out of the way at the last moment and cut off his hand at the elbow. Kakashi cried out in pain, fell to the ground, holding the stump of his arm, and turned his face to look at the Uzumaki. Naruto wasn't finished however, as moments later he was on top of Kakashi, his hand grabbing the masked Jounin's face, his thumb over the open eye of the Sharingan the man so openly appreciated, and without any hesitation on the part of the Uzumaki, he crushed an eye that was a gift from Uchiha Obito. Kakashi could only scream in pain, his only remaining hand grabbing the hand that was crushing the eye of the Sharingan that Obito had given him years ago, and now begging the Uzumaki to stop. Stop! Stop! Please Naruto! Don't take my Sharingan eye from me. This is all I have left of Obito. Kakashi begged while Naruto just stared at him with cold fury in his one blue eye. How many times have I begged people to stop hurting me? To stop trying to kill me? Stop making my life a living just to be ignored? All these years my pleas went unheeded. So do it your way, Naruto replied before one swift blow of his thumb destroyed the Sharingan eye forever, and Kakashi's cries of pain grew louder before the blonde Uzumaki got tired of his whining, swiping the Jubi sword straight through the badly wounded chest of a man. Sensei. Obito. Rin. I'm sorry, Kakashi thought. Images of these people scowling at him for his actions appeared in his head, and even his father did the same, spitting on the ground in front of him. You are not my son, Kakashi. You betrayed your sensei, his wife and son. Do you know why I chose to protect my friends rather than carry out the assigned mission? This is because missions come and go every day, but the friends we make with others and the memories we have with them can last forever. You betrayed their memories. You betrayed everything they stood for, and that makes you less than trash. Goodbye Kakashi. This is the last time we will ever see each other again in the afterlife, my fallen son. Dad? No. I'm really sorry. Sorry. Kakashi thought as he whimpered the words, tears streaming down his face, and the man fell to the ground dead after Naruto pulled out his sword before shaking off the blood. Anyone else? Naruto asked, and everyone shook their heads. What will happen to us now? Hana asked why Kiba just kept growling at him. I should know this, and you will find out later. Konan, perform a genjutsu, Naruto responded before feathers fell from the sky and knocked out his captives. Our agreement still stands, the Raikage said, now appearing next to Naruto. Yes. Roughly half of the Hyuga clan will be yours once I separate those I killed from those worth sparing. My half will remain in the land of fire, and you will receive the other half. Bird seals in cages will be prohibited, and those who have them will be removed by me, Naruto explained as the Raikage smirked at him. And you will marry Yujito, the Raikage added as the woman in question blushed. Agreed, Naruto replied and saw the Raikage leaving and the Tsuchikage taking a step towards him. Or rather, a new Tsuchikage. Apparently the Sandaime Tsuchikage died of heart and spinal complications a few hours ago. This was very convenient for Naruto in more ways than one. Coincidentally, Konan wasn't there, but many assumed she was guarding Nagato's real body as usual, and didn't consider that she may have had a hand in it before getting into position to use the same genjutsu that Kabuto used during the Chunin exams 4 years ago to launch the invasion. The same one that Naruto ordered Kabuto to teach Konan before Uzumaki himself began. If it's not too much trouble, IWA would like to claim the Aburame clan for our village and perhaps merge them with our own bug-related clan, Kuratsuchi asked, as the new Yondaime Tsuchikage IWA, and knew that the clan Kamizuru will benefit from this action. Her dear friend Suzumbachi was the current head of the Kamizuru clan and the granddaughter of the first Tsuchikage himself. They have been fighting for years to become the greatest of the bug-using clans, and bringing in the Aburame clan would help do just that. Half of them will go with IWA. The other half stays here. Copies of everything related to the Aburame clan will be sent to you the same way the Raikage will receive copies of the Hyuga clan's notes on the Byakugan, Naruto replied with a smile to Kuratsuchi before she looked away shyly at first. Listen, about what happened when we first met. Kuratsuchi said as she had a very long conversation with her grandfather about Naruto and she had to bring him some serious apologies for almost everything that has happened since then. It's okay. I understand, Naruto said with a smile that made the female Tsuchikage blush slightly before nodding and leaving his presence. Naruto, Gaara's voice called out and Naruto grinned at his friend. I haven't forgotten Gaara. Half of the Nara clan is yours along with a copy of the clan records, and yes, I'm going to marry Temari. Not because it's for Suna's benefit, but because I really care deeply about your sister and her happiness, Naruto said. Gaara nodded and he disappeared in a whirlwind of wind. Naruto-kun. Came the loving sweet voice of Terumi Mei as the Mizukage walked towards him, swaying her hips and making sure to press her beautiful rack against him. Yes, Mei? Naruto asked and the woman purred in his ear. Besides what you promised me earlier, Naruto-kun, would be very happy if Mist Village could have members of the Yamanaka clan in our village. Could you be the sweetest shogun in the world and give me what Mist needs? Mei answered passionately right in his ear. I wouldn't dare deprive you of the spoils of war, Mei-chan. It would be cruel to deny such an important need to a beautiful woman like you, Naruto said as Mei hummed and hugged his waist tighter. Speak of, my need is Naruto-kun, perhaps you could help with. Mei said, letting the hint hang in the air as Naruto smirked at her. Did you mean something? I would say Hokage Tower, but that place is currently, well, it's no longer there, Naruto replied and saw the woman's smile widen. Oh, I was thinking of someplace more regal. For example, let's say, the castle of the former fire daimyo and the master's bedroom? Mei asked and Naruto smirked at her. You do realize that several other women in this family will want the same thing, right? Naruto asked and Mei's smile widened. I am an open-minded woman, Naruto-kun. Plus, we both know that another woman helps spice things up in the bedroom. Not to mention we put your Uzumaki endurance to the test every time. Mei replied and Naruto let out a chuckle. I don't know who is more spoiled. You? My future wives besides you? Or me? Naruto asked as Mei let out a chuckle of her own. I think we all balance each other out, Mei replied as the two of them walked away from the surviving members of the various clans, Konoha shinobi and civilians in the stadium. Epilogue, 7 years later. Ao whined as he walked to the room of Uzumaki's eldest child Terumi Mei, who was a strong red-haired girl named Kushina after her paternal grandmother in the family. Why is he whining? Because the 7-year-old girl was going to go to class and become a shinobi and a strong warrior just like her parents. The problem was that Kushina demanded that he give her a piggyback ride there or she would tell her mom, which would result in Mei most likely killing him. Father was no better at spoiling Kushina and all his other children silly, making sure they were well trained to be strong like their parents. Ao! Kushina shouted while Ao winced slightly. Yes, Kushina-sama? Ao asked as he entered the room and saw the red-haired girl looking at him. Take me to school. Or I'll tell mom that you're being mean. Kushina commanded as Ao nodded and knelt down as the girl jumped onto his back, wrapping a surprisingly strong arm around his neck. Too tight, Kushina-sama. We also have to wait for your brothers and sisters, Ao's barely audible voice rang out. Horses don't talk. Now take me to school. Now! Kushina commanded before kicking him in the ribs with her heel. While Ao did as he was told, Mei watched from above along with Naruto and the other wives, seeing their children being escorted to school by the shogun's powers. Mei admired her daughter's ability to command Ao as if she had been doing it for years. Hinata's twins, named Genshin, were similar to their parents in many ways. Genshin inherited his father's fearless attitude towards becoming stronger, while Ryu inherited his mother's nimble grace, and both children inherited their parents' will to do something when push came to shove. Ryu's eyes were surprisingly green, while Genshin's were a rich lavender blue, and the Byakugan was possible for both boys if they summoned it. Koyuki's daughter Mito was very similar to her, although she clearly had a humorous side and was very calculating when carrying out plans. Yujito's son Marai was a quiet, calculating man who could plan things several steps ahead and showed great promise in the art of shinobi. Aren't they adorable? Kushina really knows how to take command, Mei blurted out while the other sweated. What did you expect when her mother threatens to kill the servants if they don't obey her every whim? Fu muttered with a few chuckles. Oh, as if you're better than Mrs. I love throwing punches, Mei retorted, as Fu was known to strike many of his enemies in lethal rapid succession. Ladies! Be nice, Naruto said with a hint of command in his voice, and the two women looked at each other before softening. And I thought that a woman should keep a man under her heel, Anko replied, and Naruto grinned. You haven't read Nara Yoshino's manifesto now, have you? Naruto asked as he saw Anko stick her tongue out at him and grin cheekily. Hardly. This may be a holy book for feminists, but I am not like that, and I owe you too much to be like them, replied Anko, who became Naruto's wife 2 years after the fall of Konoha, and the shogun's superiority over the elemental countries was secured. I'll remember this for the future, Naruto said inside, thinking about how things had changed up to this point. Konoha was no more. Akatsuki was no more. Nagato was healed, married Konan, and the two now had several children running around. 2 had passed away from the life of a shinobi, but Naruto knew that they were still training to stay strong and protect their children until they were old enough strong to protect yourself. His former friends were either dead by his own hands or are now repentant, being in his service, carrying out missions, and for some, namely Kiba, rotting in prison. The Inuzuka refused to admit that he was wrong about Naruto, if only out of anger at Hinata finally being with the blonde Uzumaki, and then when Hana swore to serve the blonde right in front of her little brother. At that time, Kiba threw a tantrum, spewing every hate-filled word he could think of at Naruto, who ignored the Inuzuka man and focused on the clan woman kneeling in front of the Uzumaki to show mercy to the clan that had wronged him the most. Kiba would have continued to scream if Hinata hadn't hit him in the throat with a soft punch and then knocked the idiot out cold with another blow to the head. After being dragged away, Hana promised to fulfill the Uzumaki's blood oath as it should have been done years ago, and even offered her body to him to do what he saw fit to further strengthen that belief. That she would be his loving, submissive concubine, obeying whatever he commanded her, and all Hana would ask of Naruto was to save Kiba from death. Naruto was against the idea of having Hana as a concubine, considering how it would result in the woman having a reputation among others saying she was just a slut living the high life by spreading her legs for him, but Anko whispered in his ear saying that now she can be a concubine and be his future wife later, in time. Naruto was surprised by Anko's proposal, but chalked it up to the woman wanting to have some fun with Hana, and after discussing it with the others, he agreed. Hana became his wife 2 years ago. Kiba was still imprisoned. The guards keeping an eye on him continued to report that the Inuzuka was still muttering in his weakened state about his hatred for Naruto, but there was little the man could do. However, just in case, the blonde intended that Kiba would meet his end in a few days when his food would be spiked with enough tasteless sedatives to kill the fool and be done with him. Hana has been trying for the past 7 years to contact her brother, but in the end Kiba called her Shogun's whore and actually made his poor sister cry tears of tears as she ran out of the room. For this, Naruto beat Kiba to a pulp. Now peace is back. In the village of Kyumo lived half of the Hyuga clan, which was thriving very well, from what he had seen for himself when visiting the Raikage, and had heard how Niji had become a father before dying from the burns he had received without being treated for so long. Of course, Niji did not become a father through the usual natural way of conceiving a woman, but rather had doctors extract the DNA while the man was sedated, and soon several Kyumo kunoichi became mothers to the man's offspring. If Niji was told or knew about Naruto being the shogun of the shadows, Hyuga did nothing to show signs that he cared. The last of his days was spent tossing a coin with his good hand, looking at the side that eventually showed up, and not even saying a single word to anyone. Although one doctor, walking along the corridor past Niji's room, swore that he heard Hyuga laugh loudly. Though why Niji did this or not was still unclear, as no one could believe that someone like him and in his condition could laugh at anything after everything he had been through. Naruto believed that if Niji wanted to do something with his life that was out of the ordinary and was still within his power, do so, it would be funny. All these years I was serious, never really smiled, laughed, or had fun. It's a wonder he didn't snap or get depressed sooner. It's almost hard to believe that 7 years ago the world knew of peace and stability under your rule, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied, and Naruto smirked at her. I brought order through chaos. The way things have been done so far has been corrupt and harmful to everyone. Thanks to my way of doing things, people are happy, healthy, and enjoying life without taking it for granted, Naruto said, kissing her cheek, and Hyuga blushed at the touch. You are truly an amazing person, Naruto-kun, Fu said, cuddling up to him and nuzzling his face. Took the word straight from my mouth, came Yujito's own response to Fu's statement, and the other women in Naruto's life nodded in agreement. Thank you, girls. Come on. Let's go watch Koyuki's latest movie. I heard that she plays a very daring master thief who falls in love with the very man he is trying to steal from, and this man himself is actually a mysterious shadow warrior, Naruto said excitedly. That's because you play the character she falls in love with in the movie Yubaka. Anko exclaimed as Naruto laughed at her as she chased him around the room. Although with Naruto's skills she had no chance of catching him, unless he wanted it, and only then would the angry lemon with makeup happen. Up or down, pursued by angry or happy women, life was now great for Uzumaki Naruto, and he wouldn't trade it for anything. Even for all the ramen in the world. Maybe. Fin. This is the end of the story.